The bustling streets of Jiangcheng City pulse with life. Suddenly, a mysterious young man reaches out, tapping a passing stranger on the shoulder. "Hey there, gorgeous. Your fortune palace has turned pitch black. A fatal disaster awaits you today. You better shed some blood now to avoid a gruesome fate later." The woman glares at him in utter confusion. Without a second thought, she flashes the middle finger right in his face. "You creep. I am not that kind of girl, and I am definitely not dating you." The young man is Ye Chen. He just descended from the Kunlun Mountains after years of grueling cultivation. He never expected the women of Jiangcheng to be this savage. He was originally born right here, an heir to the prestigious Ye family. Despite being mercilessly bullied by his peers since childhood, his family of 3 lived a warm and happy life. But years ago, that peaceful world was shattered into pieces. The head of the Ye family had tried to save a helpless little girl. In doing so, he severely offended a terrifying power from Beijing. Just a few days later, tragedy struck at the Cloud Lake Villa banquet. The entire Ye family was ruthlessly massacred. Out of everyone, only Ye Chen survived the bloodbath. The same hypocrites who once kissed the Ye family's feet simply stood by and watched them burn to the ground. Burning with absolute hatred, Ye Chen tried to strike down his family's murderers, but his pathetic strength was like a pebble thrown against a mountain. In her final desperate act, his mother forcefully pushed him into the freezing waters of Dongqian Lake just to keep him alive. That was when fate intervened. Ye Chen met his master and ascended the Kunlun Mountains. There, he forged an incredibly terrifying power that would make even demons and ghosts tremble in fear. Now, Ye Chen has finally descended the mountain. He returns to Jiangcheng to fulfill his master's sacred mission. And along the way, he plans to drown his old enemies in a sea of vengeance. Just the memory makes his blood boil. A monstrous killing intent leaks from his body. The pedestrians around him suddenly feel their legs go weak, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. Ye Chen immediately clenches his fist, reeling in his terrifying aura. The confused bystanders exchange bewildered glances. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen leaps effortlessly onto a towering rooftop. His master's mission has to come first. 10 years is never too late for a gentleman's revenge. Besides, he is not even married yet. The Huame Group stands tall as a top-tier empire in Jiangcheng, and its reigning chairman is a peerless beauty named Xia Ruxue. 3 days ago, his master peered into the secrets of heaven to read her fate. The prophecy was grim. In exactly 100 days, Xia Ruxue would face a deadly catastrophe. Her chances of survival were practically zero. Luckily, Ye Chen possessed the destiny of the sleeping dragon's purple aura. Only he could be sent to shatter this fatal curse. His master had mentioned an old connection. Back in his wandering days, he had crossed paths with Xia Ruxue's grandmother. For all Ye Chen knew, this girl might even be his master's secret granddaughter. Arriving at the grand entrance of the Huame Group, Ye Chen's path is instantly blocked by 2 towering security guards. Ye Chen shoots them a friendly smile. "Is there a Xia Ruxue here? I need to see her." The guards scoff. "Why the hell are you looking for Chairman Xia? Do you even have an appointment? Trash like you cannot just waltz in here." As expected, Ye Chen's slightly ragged appearance earns him an immediate rejection, but he has a life-or-death warning to deliver directly to Xia Ruxue. If she is busy, he does not mind waiting on the lobby sofa until she appears. Seeing Ye Chen casually strolling inside, the 2 guards bark out orders and lunge to grab him. "Freeze! Do you think Chairman Xia meets with just any random beggar?" Ye Chen stays silent. He simply turns his head and shoots the 2 guards a single, piercing glare. Thud! Both men instantly collapse to their knees. Their minds go blank in absolute terror, completely unaware of what just hit them. For a split second, they felt the icy breath of the Grim Reaper down their necks. Ye Chen casually continues into the lobby. He tosses a warning over his shoulder to watch their tone. "Next time, just wear a sign that says 'I am an idiot.' It will save us all some trouble." He drops comfortably onto the plush sofa, waving his hand to dismiss the trembling fools. Ye Chen is just starting to exude his terrifying domain of aura when the heavy thud of marching boots breaks the silence. What the hell is going on here? A sharp-looking man in a tailored suit marches forward. He smugly introduces himself as the head of the security department. He glares down at Ye Chen. "Have you even considered the brutal consequences of causing trouble at the Huame Group?" Ye Chen is already losing his patience. He hates repeating that he is only here to see their chairman Xia. As he speaks, his killing intent subtly flares. A cold sweat instantly drenches the security captain's back. Every instinct in the captain's body screams in terror. He realizes that if they dare to touch this young man, everyone in this room will be slaughtered. His arrogance vanishes in a flash. The captain instinctively bows, forcing a stiff, awkward smile. "I am so sorry, sir. Chairman Xia is actually not in the building today. If you leave your contact information, I swear I will call you the exact second she returns." Seeing Ye Chen pause, the captain celebrates internally. He thinks he has smoothly defused the bomb and can finally kick this monster out. But to his absolute horror, Ye Chen simply leans back into the sofa to keep waiting. After all, he is a man with all the time in the world. Having a walking disaster zone, camping in the lobby threatens the captain's job. Since Ye Chen is completely alone, the captain silently signals his men to prepare for an all-out assault. Hold it right there. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a breathtakingly beautiful woman steps into the scene. Even though the guards are standing at death's door, they cannot help but marvel at her stunning elegance. This is the newly appointed director of the group, Sun Yi. In the entire company, the only woman who can rival her heavenly looks is Chairman Xia Ruxue herself. Director, it is too dangerous here, the captain warns, but she coldly brushes past them. I know. Step aside. Sun Yi approaches gracefully, introducing herself to Ye Chen. She softly asks if there is anything she can help him with, but as Ye Chen looks up at her face, his entire world suddenly stops spinning. She is one of the very few people from his past he could never let go of. Back in middle school, Ye Chen and Sun Yi had shared the exact same desk for an entire year. But what twist of fate brought her back into his life? Back then, the massive gap in their social status had slowly pushed them apart. It was not until the devastating tragedy at Cloud Lake Manor that Ye Chen was finally rescued and brought back to his family home. During that dark period, the once glorious Ye family estate was completely sealed off. It became a cursed taboo, an absolute forbidden subject that no one in all of Jiangcheng dared to whisper about. Every single noble family in the city turned their backs on them. They publicly severed all ties with the Ye bloodline, leaving them isolated in their darkest hour. Even the mighty Tianzheng group, the legendary empire built by his father's own hands, was ruthlessly snatched away and occupied by their enemies. While everyone else cowered beneath the terrifying shadow of that powerful man in the capital, Sun Yi defied her own family's desperate warnings. She braved the icy morgue alone to retrieve his parents' bodies for a proper cremation. She then climbed the steep peaks of Dongtian Mountain. There, she erected a solitary tombstone for the Ye family of 3, mourning the friend she thought she had lost forever. Even now, Ye Chen could not fathom her absolute courage. How could a fragile girl risk everything to make such a monumental sacrifice for him? The weight of her loyalty struck his very soul. He never expected the wheels of fate to reunite them in a place like this. His piercing gaze was entirely locked onto Sun Yi's familiar silhouette. Suddenly, her voice cut through his overwhelming thoughts and snapped him back to reality. Sir, you are getting way too close, she warned. Ye Chen awkwardly cleared his throat, stepping back. He quickly made the excuse that she resembled a dear old friend, which caused him to lose focus. Sun Yi rolled her eyes, mocking that his cheesy pickup line belonged in the 1990s. She then gestured to the security guards, telling them to let Ye Chen wait in the lobby for a moment. She promised to take full responsibility. If this mysterious guy caused any trouble, she would personally pay for all the damages. Time had truly transformed her over the years. She had blossomed from a plain girl into an absolutely stunning woman with breathtaking curves. But suddenly, Ye Chen's eyes turned freezing cold. That ominous dark energy was radiating from her again. Moments later, as Sun Yi slid into the driver's seat of her car, she nearly jumped out of her skin. Ye Chen was already sitting comfortably in the back seat like a phantom in the night. What on earth is your problem? She snapped. Ye Chen calmly asked to hitch a ride with her, leaving Sun Yi completely baffled and visibly annoyed by his sheer audacity. Weren't you waiting for Xia Ruxue just now? She questioned sharply. And what is your name anyway? There is absolutely no way I am driving a total stranger around the city. Ye Chen simply narrowed his eyes at her. His spiritual vision saw a dark, ashen cloud hovering right over Sun Yi's forehead. It was deeply tainted with the horrifying stench of fresh blood. This was an absolute omen of impending doom. Ye Chen swore to himself that he would protect this woman at all costs. Shadowing her every move, he followed Sun Yi straight into an outrageously lavish banquet at the East Lake Hotel. Sun Yi stepped into the grand hall, wearing a breathtaking, plunging black gown. Like a magnet, her devastating beauty instantly captivated the hungry gazes of every single man in the room. She was the absolute center of attention. However, murmurs of confusion quickly rippled through the elite crowd. Why would a flawless goddess like Sun Yi bring a guy dressed as casually as Ye Chen to such a high-class gathering? The moment Sun Yi and Ye Chen took their seats at a VIP table, a swarm of wealthy playboys immediately circled like vultures, desperate to strike up a conversation with the stunning beauty. Director Sun, I am Guo Hai, the mighty founder of the Yunsheng Group, one boasted. Director Sun, the name is Qian Yong, another chimed in. The luxurious Haiyong Hotel is entirely owned by my illustrious family. They constantly talked over each other, desperately flexing their massive wealth, parading their family fortunes and social status in a pathetic attempt to impress her. Then, they aggressively shoved glasses of premium red wine right into Sun Yi's face, backing her into a corner. Suddenly, Ye Chen's hand moved like lightning. He snatched the crystal glass right out of their hands, smoothly declaring he would drink on her behalf as her +1. Robbed of their golden chance to get the beauty drunk, the rich heirs instantly revealed their ugly true colors, their attitudes flipping 180 degrees. "Who the hell do you think you are?" they barked. "What gives trash like you the right to drink with us? Tell us your damn surname, you peasant." Yi Chen's lips curled into a dangerously cold smirk at their foolish question. Sensing the sudden spike in killing intent, Sun Yi quickly intervened before Yi Chen could accidentally send these rich fools straight to the underworld. "This is not the right way to protect me from a toast," she whispered sharply to him. "Just sit back and let me handle this high society game." With a flawless, practiced smile, Sun Yi gracefully took the wineglass back. Her captivating eyes sparkled like a dazzling galaxy. "I am truly terrible with alcohol, gentlemen," she purred softly. "I can only take a tiny sip. I pray for your generous understanding." The wealthy playboys were completely mesmerized by her breathtaking charm. Just getting a smile from this goddess was enough to satisfy their massive egos. They eagerly nodded in agreement, without a second thought. But the lighthearted mood shattered instantly. A sinister man with a pale, vampire-like face suddenly emerged from the crowd and slithered towards Sun Yi. What kind of terrifying background did this Chen Feng possess? The mere sight of him caused the fearless Sun Yi to freeze in pure panic. He was none other than the notorious second young master of the powerful Chen family. During their last disastrous encounter, Sun Yi had desperately splashed a glass of wine right in his face, a move that deeply enraged the vengeful aristocrat. Now, Chen Feng marched up, menacingly cornering her with an entire bottle of premium wine in his grip. "You dared to run away without saying goodbye last time," he hissed like a snake. "You utterly destroyed my face in public. Now, you will chug this entire bottle to beg for my forgiveness. And make no mistake, this is not a polite request, it is an absolute order." Sun Yi forced a nervous smile, softly declining as her heart pounded against her ribs. She knew all too well how dangerous he was. Last time, she had sensed a deadly trap hidden within his offered drink. Terrified that the psycho had spiked her glass, her sheer survival instincts had forced her to throw the wine in his face and flee. But tonight, the sadistic Chen Feng was completely unhinged. He did not even bother hiding his disgustingly twisted intentions from the crowd. He loudly bragged that he had already booked the ultimate presidential suite upstairs, claiming he would take perfect care of her once she passed out. Cold sweat dripped down Sun Yi's pale face as a wave of utter helplessness crashed over her. His monstrous reputation was infamous throughout the underworld. If a woman was unlucky enough to catch his predatory eye, even if she was not 18 yet, he would viciously claim her by force, absolutely destroying her life without a shred of remorse. Seeing Sun Yi frozen in absolute terror, Chen Feng's last ounce of twisted patience vanished. His aura erupted with violent hostility. "You stupid wretch, are you actually refusing my drink?" he roared. "Stop playing the innocent saint in front of me, you filthy dog. Even if the mighty Xia Rushua was standing right here today, I would still force this down her throat." Despair gripped Sun Yi's trembling heart. She was born into a painfully ordinary family, forced to drop out of school just to survive the harsh streets. She had bled and sweated for years just to claw her way up to this director position. To the common folks, she was a highly respected executive. But in the terrifying presence of true aristocratic titans like him, she was nothing more than an easily crushed ant. But right at that moment, a shadow moved. Yi Chen brutally snatched the heavy wine bottle right out of Chen Feng's grip, causing the arrogant young master to roar like a wounded beast. Before the young master could even process what had just happened, bam! Yi Chen ruthlessly smashed the thick glass bottle straight into Chen Feng's face. The devastating impact sent the aristocrat crashing to his knees. "Arg! My face! You bastard, what the hell did you just do?" Chen Feng's eyes bulged with unimaginable agony. Expensive crimson wine and thick, warm blood violently streamed down his shattered face. "Even my own father has never dared to strike me. You dead man walking, how dare you lay a finger on me?" Ye Chen simply looked down at him like a god judging a pathetic mortal. "And who exactly are you, to ever think you could force her to drink?" Right at that moment, the patriarch of the Chen family arrives. Chen Zhengguo storms onto the scene, his eyes blazing with absolute fury. He spots Ye Chen utterly dominating his precious son, Chen Feng, pressing him into the dirt like a mere insect. A heavy silence falls over the terrified crowd. The onlookers can't help but sweat for Ye Chen, sensing an impending bloodbath. Why? Because Chen Zhengguo hasn't come alone. Shadowing him is an old man radiating an overwhelmingly extraordinary aura. Looking up through a face full of pathetic tears, Chen Feng wails for his life. "Dad, please save me." Meanwhile, Sun Yi is practically paralyzed by panic. Her mind races a mile a minute, desperately trying to figure out how to pull Ye Chen out of this deadly trap. The tension in the air is absolutely suffocating. Unbothered, Ye Chen casually removes his crushing grip from the young master's head. Freed at last, the miserable Chen Feng scurries back to his father's side like a beaten dog, ready to play the victim. But our main character doesn't even spare the crying boy a second glance. His sharp eyes are locked onto the mysterious elder standing beside Chen Zhengguo. Faint wisps of blue energy swirl around the old man. In this world, anyone radiating such an oppressive aura is known by a legendary title, an ancient martial artist. Chen Feng continues to scream and cry, begging his father to exact brutal revenge. But Chen Zhengguo's face darkens with sheer humiliation. He growls through gritted teeth, ordering his pathetic son to shut his mouth and hide behind him instantly. The arrogant patriarch then turns to the elder at his side. Instantly, his harsh tone drops to a whisper of profound respect. This sudden shift in attitude confirms one terrifying truth. This old man is a monster in human skin. Elder Ming, the patriarch asks carefully, could you perhaps discern the background of this arrogant little brat? Elder Ming slowly flexes his razor-sharp, weaponized fingernails with sickening arrogance. He scans Ye Chen up and down, recognizing him as a fellow ancient martial artist. However, seeing the boy's young age, the elder smirks, assuming Ye Chen is just a clueless beginner who barely stepped into the martial world. So, what is the plan? How exactly do you want to play this? Ye Chen's voice cuts through the tension, directly challenging the furious Chen Zhengguo without a single ounce of fear. The patriarch's blood boils at the sheer disrespect. Having his pride dragged through the mud in public, there is absolutely no way he will just apologize and walk away. Blood must be spilled to wash away this insult. Chen Zhengguo heavily rests his hand on Elder Ming's shoulder. The murderous intent rolling off both men is thick enough to choke on. It is blatantly obvious. They want to erase Ye Chen from the face of the earth. With agonizing slowness, Elder Ming steps toward his prey. He mocks Ye Chen with a venomous sneer, noting that the boy is young, with a long future ahead. He preaches about how hard it is to build cultivation power, only to throw it all away by offending the wrong people. Boom! Without warning, Elder Ming explodes forward like a fired bullet. In a flash, his heavy hand clamps down onto Ye Chen's shoulder. His face is twisted into a mask of 100% pure arrogance, acting as if he is the undisputed god of this world. Get on your knees and beg for your miserable life, the elder snarls. Do that, and I might just be merciful enough to leave your corpse in one piece. Watching from the sidelines, Sun Yi's heart drops into her stomach. The elder's movement was far too fast for a normal human to track. Her mortal eyes couldn't even process the terrifying speed of that assault. Yet, against all logic, Ye Chen doesn't flinch. Instead of trembling in fear, his hand shoots up like lightning. He violently grabs a fistful of Elder Ming's thinning hair, glaring right back with a deeply mocking smirk. Old man, have you already picked out your coffin? Ye Chen taunts coldly. Or should I have your family order one for you? The insult hits like a freight train. Ye Chen has successfully ignited the elder's blazing wrath. Abandoning all restraint, Elder Ming unleashes a storm of lethal claw strikes. His razor-sharp nails slice through the air, aiming straight for the kill. But Ye Chen casually dodges the deadly flurry like a gentle breeze. Finding an opening, he winds up and delivers a devastating, bone-crushing punch right into the old man's mouth. Respect your elders? To hell with that. When dealing with a stubborn old fool who throws his weight around, Ye Chen refuses to hold back a single drop of his terrifying power. Bam! The shockwave of the impact echoes through the area. With just one single, earth-shattering punch, the almighty Elder Ming is sent crashing into the dirt, knocked out cold. The entire crowd freezes in absolute shock, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The battle ended before their brains could even process the clash. It was an overwhelming, one-sided massacre. Watching Ye Chen casually dust himself off and stuff his hands back into his pockets, only one thought crosses their minds. He is unimaginably invincible. Meanwhile, all the color instantly drains from the faces of Chen Zhengguo and his terrified son. Elder Ming was supposed to be a legendary figure in the martial world, a man whose name struck fear into countless hearts. Yet, he was utterly flattened by a single, casual strike from this mysterious youth. Fast forward 5 brutal minutes, and the elder finally begins to stir. He weakly crawls up from the dirt, desperately clutching his shattered, bleeding jaw. Who exactly are you? He stammers in sheer terror. How can a kid possess such monstrous strength? Since they are begging for answers, our main character decides to indulge them. Ye Chen glares down like a god looking at an insect. You want to know my name? He scoffs. You are utterly unworthy of knowing it. His voice explodes outward, charged with an overwhelming, sonic surge of spiritual energy. The pure pressure of his words strikes Elder Ming's core, making his eyes roll into the back of his head from pure shock. The bystanders scream, clutching their bleeding ears in absolute agony as the sonic wave washes over them. They have zero clue what kind of demonic power they are witnessing. Before anyone can blink, Ye Chen practically teleports, materializing right in front of the trembling Chen family duo. Panic grips Chen Feng as he desperately covers his vital areas in a pathetic display of fear. Just minutes ago, his arrogant father demanded Ye Chen cut off his own arm as an apology. Oh, how the tables have turned. Who exactly should be begging for mercy now? Meeting Ye Chen's cold gaze, the air temperature drops to absolute freezing. The young man's eyes are practically overflowing with an ocean of pure, unadulterated murderous intent. Terrified out of his mind, Chen Zhengguo scrambles backward, desperately screaming for his elite bodyguards to stop the monster. The guards tremble uncontrollably, practically wetting themselves in fear. But paralyzed by the threat of losing their livelihoods, they grit their teeth and prepare for a suicide mission. "Boss, get the hell out of here," one guard yells, charging forward blindly. "And you better double our pay if we survive this." But before the words even leave his mouth, a devastating tempest of fists is unleashed. Yi Chen casually sweeps his arm, sending the entire squad flying through the air like broken ragdolls. Normal humans have absolutely zero business stepping into a clash of titans. Realizing all hope is lost, the proud Chen patriarch and his son unleash their ultimate, pathetic trump card. Without a shred of dignity, both men collapse to their knees, desperately begging to settle the score. "Great master, please have mercy on our miserable souls," the patriarch wails, bowing so hard his forehead bleeds. "Spare us, and I swear I will beat some sense into this worthless son of mine." Seeing these arrogant nobles kneel at the speed of light only disgusts Ye Chen further. The murderous aura rolling off his body flares up like a raging inferno. However, before he can deliver the final crushing blow, something unexpected disrupts the bloodbath. Right at the boiling point of this deadly standoff, a sharp, commanding voice shatters the silence. "Freeze right there." A fierce female officer kicks down the doors, flanked by a heavily armed tactical squad. Her piercing gaze locks onto the scene, immediately ordering Ye Chen to back away from the trembling men on the floor. But as she steps closer, the officer stops dead in her tracks. Her eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she recognizes the pathetic, kneeling figures as the untouchable Chen family rulers. Her mind reels in shock. Just what kind of monster could bring this legendary family to their knees? Spotting the police, a twisted grin of salvation spreads across Chen Zhengguo's bruised face. He knows that no matter how powerful an ancient martial artist is, they wouldn't dare strike an official agent of the law. This is his perfect escape ticket. The stern officer sweeps her gaze across the battlefield, finally spotting the battered body of Elder Ming. A cold sweat breaks on her neck as she instantly recognizes the fearsome guardian of the Chen family. Putting the terrifying pieces together, she realizes this single youth has obliterated an entire martial faction by himself. But before she can issue another warning, Ye Chen ruthlessly grabs the Chen patriarch by his hair, violently yanking him off the ground with a sickening crunch. "Officer, you have it all wrong," Ye Chen states with a chilling, unapologetic smirk. "This worthless trash was harassing an innocent woman. I was merely carrying out a little bit of civic justice. You should really open your eyes and see who the real villain is here." Refusing to play his games, the furious officer instantly raises her loaded weapon, aiming directly at Ye Chen's chest. "Let him go, now!" she roars. With the law stepping in and guns drawn, how will our invincible hero escape this fatal trap? Yi Chen let out a cold smirk at the female captain's stubborn stance. This was a personal blood feud, and she was stepping into waters way too deep for her. The captain was left completely speechless. Whether she wanted to interfere or not, her badge demanded action. Massaging her temples in sheer frustration, she squatted down and issued her second, final warning. The tension skyrocketed. This time, every single SWAT operative raised their assault rifles, locking their sights squarely on Ye Chen. Interrupted again, Ye Chen's eyes darkened. A suffocating, blood-chilling killing intent erupted from his body. Just as he was about to unleash hell, Sun Yi sprinted forward and desperately grabbed his arm. Sorry about him, officers. His reflexes are just a bit slow. He's probably dealing with a massive muscle cramp right now," she nervously chuckled. Dropping her voice, Sun Yi leaned in and whispered frantically. She begged him to stop this madness immediately, threatening to cut all ties with him forever if he dared to throw another punch. "Cut ties? Over absolute trash like them?" Ye Chen scoffed. Despite the burning irritation in his chest, the towering aura faded as he surprisingly yielded to Sun Yi's plea. Sun Yi urged him to trust her completely. She promised that once they reached the police precinct, Ye Chen only needed to tell the exact truth, and they would walk out completely unscathed. After all, everything he did was pure self-defense. Ye Chen simply offered another cold smirk. Does any of that even matter? Because if the mighty Ye Chen actually wanted to walk away, not a single soul on this earth possessed the power to stop him. Later that night, the female captain personally reviewed the hotel's security footage. Her subordinates reported that after scrutinizing the tape over 10 times, Everything pointed clearly to Ye Chen, acting in pure self-defense. Well, except for one mysteriously deleted segment. The captain's sharp gaze locked dead onto that missing timestamp. It happened right when Old Ming stood face-to-face with Ye Chen. Exactly 1 minute later, the terrifying old martial artist was already collapsed on the floor. Within those crucial 60 seconds, the camera feed was completely wiped out. Whatever monstrous clash occurred in that brief window remained an absolute mystery. The captain let out a frustrated gasp. Her tactical unit had stormed the scene at lightning speed, yet someone had still managed to hack into the system and erase the most critical piece of evidence. Her detective instincts screamed that a terrifying shadow organization was backing this kid, but without hard proof, her hands were completely tied. She had zero choice but to rule it as self-defense and let Ye Chen walk free. Later that evening, Sun Yi stepped out of the precinct with a massive wave of relief, puffing her chest with undeniable pride as she turned to him. "See? I told you listening to me was the right move." Watching her force such a brave, unbothered smile sent a deep ripple of realization through Ye Chen's mind. There was absolutely no doubt. Chen Zhengguo and his vile son were a hanging guillotine over Sun Yi's head. The second he stepped out of Jiang City, those bastards would definitely tear her apart. His eyes flickered with a lethal coldness. Very soon, he would have to carve out some time to permanently erase that pathetic father-son duo from the face of the earth. At the exact same moment, Sun Yi couldn't shake off the incredibly dangerous, intoxicating aura radiating from Ye Chen. It sent shivers down her spine, completely sealing her lips from asking about his mysterious past. Catching her locked gaze, Ye Chen flashed a teasing smirk that broke the tension. Flustered and blushing, Sun Yi instantly stuttered out an offer to drive him back home. Ye Chen casually scratched his head. Having just returned to the city, he hadn't secured a single place to stay. If worst came to worst, he'd just make a park bench his bed for the night. But fate always had a highly amusing sense of timing. Taking a massive leap of faith, Sun Yi nervously suggested an alternative shelter. Her own apartment. It wasn't a sprawling mansion, but it easily beat freezing in a public park. Hearing this utterly bold invitation, Ye Chen's teasing smirk only grew wider and far more wicked. Could it be? The classic hero saving the beauty trope. "Are you trying to repay me with your body?" he joked. "Humph, dream on. Are you staying or not?" She snapped back, her cheeks burning bright red. Right at that moment, the duo strolled past the captain's patrol car. Sitting inside, she was drowning in absolute bewilderment. The Chen family's elite bodyguards were all retired special forces. How did a scrawny kid toss them around like powerless, crying toddlers? Her intuition screamed that relying on her own clearance level would never uncover this monster's true identity. With no other options, the captain dialed a heavily classified number, her senior brother. Meanwhile, at the freezing peak of the Ural Mountains in Siberia, a mountain-like man was literally bench-pressing boulders in his sleep. The sudden ringtone violently shattered his peaceful training. This absolute beast of a man was the legendary savior she was begging for help. The terrifying powerhouse, known only as Yingjing. He grumbled loudly into the receiver. With her heaven-defying family background, why on earth was she playing dress-up at a local police precinct? And now she was dragging the mighty captain of the elite Dragon Soul assault team into some petty local detective work. Despite his endless string of complaints, Yingjing finally caved and agreed to help his junior sister. Pulling up the highly encrypted file, the beastly man squinted at the security footage capturing Ye Chen's absolute massacre inside the hotel lobby. His sharp veteran eyes instantly recognized the textbook tactical formations of the bodyguards. They were undeniably elite retired special forces, yet they were ganging up to crush a seemingly ordinary youth like Ye Chen. But the very next frame made Yingjing's blood freeze. With a single, casual wave of his hand, Ye Chen completely obliterated the entire elite squad. The Dragon Soul captain was left utterly dumbfounded. Looking at his deceptively frail appearance, absolutely no one would guess that this kid was an ancient martial artist. But not only that, the terrifying control of his aura proved he was a supreme martial arts grandmaster, standing untouchable at the absolute apex of power. Yingjing's expression instantly darkened into a lethal glare, ordering the captain to transfer every single shred of data she had on Ye Chen. Later that night, Ye Chen casually arrived at Sun Yi's apartment in the sprawling metropolis of Jiang City. Stepping out of the shower, Sun Yi casually strolled into the living room, wearing nothing but a loosely tied bathrobe. She had absolutely zero defenses up around this terrifyingly powerful, mysterious young man. Taking his turn, Ye Chen stepped into the steaming bathroom, revealing a flawlessly sculpted, battle-hardened six-pack that only the lucky viewers get to witness. Under the scalding water, his mind drifted back to the bloody tragedy from all those years ago. Being dragged from the jaws of death by his mysterious master felt like the greatest blessing of his life. But little did he know, it was merely the opening chapter to a living hell. He vividly remembered that very first day, That absolutely ruthless old monster had mercilessly tossed him straight into a steel cage. Barehanded and bleeding, he was forced into a brutal deathmatch against a starving, bloodthirsty tiger for 3 agonizing days. He miraculously survived the slaughter, but that only pushed his master to unleash even more nightmarish cultivation methods. His training grounds shifted every single day, completely defying the absolute limits of human endurance. But they all shared one terrifying trait. They were absolute death zones. Every single trial dragged his shattered body right to the very brink of the Grim Reaper's scythe. To crawl his way out of hell and survive until this exact moment, he relied purely on an apocalyptic, heaven-defying hatred that burned in his soul. He swore a blood oath to hunt down every last bastard present at the Cloud Lake Manor banquet that fateful year, making absolutely all of them pay the ultimate price. But suddenly, lurking just outside, Sun Yi is slicing some fruit for dessert when a horrifying thought strikes her. She has no spare clothes for Ye Chen. Even worse, her heavily padded bra is still sitting right there in the bathroom basket. She cannot let him see her secret. Panic taking over, Sun Yi dashes down the hall and bursts straight into the bathroom. Ye Chen, wait a second, I just need to grab something. Grab what? The door swings open to reveal a freezing cold Ye Chen, leaving Sun Yi completely frozen in her tracks. To make matters worse, the single towel wrapped around his waist suddenly slips. Sun Yi's face burns as red as a tomato as she spins around and sprints away for dear life. She dives into her bed, rolling around and clutching her blazing cheeks. She keeps chanting to herself that she didn't see anything. Well, except for a certain massive asset that Ye Chen is packing. Standing in the hallway, Ye Chen knows Sun Yi isn't opening her door again tonight. But that is actually perfect. He has some bloody business to take care of. A terrifying, murderous aura suddenly explodes from his body, freezing the very air around him. Meanwhile, under the cover of the dark night, heavy tension suffocates the luxurious Chen family villa. Chen Zhengguo paces back and forth like a caged beast. His frantic footsteps make his son, Chen Feng, absolutely dizzy with anxiety. The moment Chen Feng dares to complain, a vicious slap sends him crashing to the floor. If it wasn't for you, you useless trash, Elder Ming wouldn't be a crippled mess right now. Zhengguo roars. Without Elder Ming, and with the patriarch away, the Chen family is facing complete annihilation. Chen Feng, his head already wrapped in bandages, sees stars from the impact but doesn't dare utter a single word. A deep, inexplicable dread is slowly eating away at Chen Zhengguo's soul. Even with the mighty Chen family patriarch backing them, Zhengguo knows one terrifying truth. Until Ye Chen is completely wiped from the face of the earth, none of them will ever sleep safely again. But then, his father reveals the master plan. Tomorrow, they will march to Mount Wuyi and beg the great patriarch to come out of seclusion. Hearing this, wicked joy lights up Chen Feng's battered face. With his legendary grandfather stepping in, Ye Chen is as good as dead. Chen Feng excitedly fantasizes about shattering Ye Chen's limbs and brutally claiming Sun Yi right in front of his bleeding eyes. You dare plot against my woman? Speak of the devil. And the Reaper arrives. That icy voice echoes through the grand hall. To the Chen father and son, it sounds exactly like a death sentence delivered straight from the depths of hell. Ye Chen casually strolls in and takes a seat, as if he owns the place. Despite the terror, Chen Zhengguo stubbornly holds onto his aristocratic pride, convinced this kid wouldn't dare wipe out a noble family. But since they are practically begging for death, Ye Chen decides it is time to show them what true despair looks like. Without even lifting a finger, an invisible surge of purple aura shoots across the room. Mid-sentence, Chen Feng's eyes roll back, his life snuffed out in a single heartbeat. You think I wouldn't dare kill? Do you still feel that way now? Ye Chen's voice is absolute zero as Chen Feng's lifeless corpse slumps onto the cold marble floor. Chen Zhengguo collapses, snot and tears streaming down his horrified face. He screams in agony, demanding to know why Ye Chen is butchering them when they have no past grudges. Hearing the words no past grudges, a dark, chilling chuckle escapes Ye Chen's lips. Let me ask you, Chen Zhengguo, do you remember the banquet at Yunhu Manor 5 years ago? Do you remember the tragic death of the Ye family couple? And the venom you spat at them that night? The truth strikes like a thunderbolt. Chen Zhengguo's blood runs cold as he finally realizes who this demon is. He is the lost boy of the Ye family, the one who vanished into the river. Ye Chen's hand clamps onto Zhengguo's skull like a vice of iron. But before sending this trash to reunite with his dead son, Ye Chen whispers one final, world-shattering secret. I am not some pathetic ancient martial artist like you insects believe. I am a cultivator. The sheer weight of that revelation hits Chen Zhengguo harder than a freight train. Absolute shock paralyzes his final moments. To these mortals, ancient martial arts are the pinnacle of the heavens. But to a true cultivator, Even if Zhengguo has a supreme grandmaster or an entire martial sect backing him, Ye Chen can split them all in half with a single swing of his sword. With those final words, Ye Chen ruthlessly slams the man's head down, obliterating the solid floor beneath. In a single night, the powerful Chen father and son are completely erased from existence. Miles away, high on the misty peaks of Mount Wuyi, Chen Yuanli, the meditating patriarch floating in midair, suddenly violently coughs up a mouthful of black blood. His eyes snap open, blazing with unholy fury. The bloodline connection is severed. He knows instantly that his blood relatives, Zhengguo and Feng, have just been slaughtered. Roaring like a wounded beast, Chen Yuanli's aura shatters the surrounding rocks. I swear to the heavens, I will personally hunt down the scum who dared murder my Jiangcheng bloodline. They have destroyed 10 years of my foundation. As dawn breaks the next morning, Ye Chen opens his eyes after a full night of cultivation. Taking a deep breath, he smoothly swings his legs off the bed. He frowns, sensing the spiritual energy in Huaxia. It is incredibly thin and pathetically weak, completely incomparable to the supreme realm where he used to train. If he wants to break through to the next realm in this energy-starved world, he is going to need the support of some high-grade alchemical pills. Exactly 1 week remains until his parents' death anniversary. When that day comes, a trip to Mount Tiandong is absolutely mandatory. He gazes down at the smooth black stone resting in his palm, his father's 11th birthday gift to him. His father had proudly claimed it was some sort of legendary ancient heirloom belonging to the Ye family. Yet, for all these years, it had just been an ordinary, unremarkable black rock. But suddenly today, Ye Chen's fingers brush against something new. 2 glowing red characters have appeared etched on its surface. Drip blood. Driven by intense curiosity, Ye Chen bites his finger. He carefully lets a single drop of crimson blood fall onto the cold stone. Boom! His entire body becomes as heavy as a mountain. Darkness swallows his vision, and before he can even resist, his soul is forcefully teleported into an ancient, war-torn graveyard littered with tombstones and broken swords. His head pounding as if it has been split by an axe, Ye Chen slowly forces himself to stand. Swirling masses of ominous black smoke instantly begin circling his body. As his vision finally clears, a terrifying realization washes over him. He is standing in the legendary Samsara graveyard, a forbidden realm he has never once set foot in. Suddenly, the rusted swords embedded in the earth begin vibrating violently. They shoot up into the sky, swirling within a storm of suffocating purple smoke. High above the desolate graveyard, the clouds tear open. 2 massive, blood-red eyes glare down at him, forming the horrifying visage of an ancient demon. A voice that shakes the very heavens echoes down. A pathetic late-earth realm ant like you dares to enter the Samsara graveyard? You cannot even trigger the lingering will of the weakest tombstone here, if you do not want your soul obliterated. Scram! A terrifying horde of demonic spirits lunges at Ye Chen. Their gaping maws threaten to swallow him whole. Ye Chen violently snaps awake from the horrific nightmare. Cold sweat completely drenches his trembling body. He tightly grips the mysterious stone in his hand. Judging by that terrifying vision, this is undeniably the ancient divine artifact his eccentric master spoke of. Recalling the agonizing wails of those wandering souls, a shocking realization hits him. Once his power reaches a high enough realm, he can awaken the lingering wills of the supreme experts sealed within those ancient tombstones. Yet, a sliver of doubt still lingers in his mind. The Samsara graveyard holds exactly 100 tombstones. Can there truly be 100 supreme beings buried inside? His deep thoughts are shattered when Sun Yi knocks on his door, calling him down for breakfast. She woke up at the crack of dawn to prepare a lavish meal. The grand feast? Homemade hamburgers. Ye Chen takes a massive bite, a teasing smirk crossing his face. You are treating me so well, I might just never leave, he jokes. How about I offer you my body as payment? I can wash the dishes, cook your meals, and even warm your bed during the freezing winters. Sun Yi rolls her beautiful eyes playfully. My house has a heated blanket for the winter. I do not need your extra services, she shoots back. But if you seriously want to stay, you are paying monthly rent. Doing the chores is just an added bonus. At the mention of rent, Ye Chen freezes. He is completely and utterly broke. Seeing his silence, Sun Yi suspects he actually wants her to be his sugar mommy. Suddenly, Ye Chen grabs a random napkin and furiously begins scribbling something down. He smoothly slides the napkin across the table. Written on it in bold strokes are the words, Basic, Youth-Retaining Pill. Ye Chen tilts his chin up with absolute confidence. This is the complete formula for the basic youth-retaining pill, he declares. It may only be a low-tier recipe, but it is more than enough to single-handedly build a massive corporation. Covering my rent will be absolute child's play. Sun Yi's mouth twitches in utter disbelief. You expect me to believe this dirty napkin can fund an entire company? Do you have any idea how real-world businesses even work? Yi Chen just smiles. He knows exactly how they work. The Huame Corporation specializes entirely in the beauty industry. Just hand this formula over to your research and development team, he challenges. They will realize its heaven-defying value immediately. Right on cue, Xia Ruxue calls Sun Yi's phone. Sun Yi answers nervously, only to be hit with a shocking emergency. She is being immediately summoned to an S-rank corporate conference. Hanging up the phone, Sun Yi hastily packs her things and waves goodbye to Ye Chen. Stop spouting absolute nonsense, she scolds as she runs out. Get off the couch and go find a real job. Ye Chen is left utterly speechless. It seems the rumors are painfully true. Traditional medicine has completely lost its prestige in the modern world, but since his beautiful landlord demanded he find work, he has no choice but to hit the streets. Ye Chen boldly sets up a makeshift clinic on a bustling sidewalk. His grand banner reads, "The Rejuvenating Hand of Spring." To celebrate his grand opening, he even offers a 20% discount. The bold sign promises to cure any terminal illness known to mankind. His starting consultation fee? A staggering 100,000. If he fails to cure them, he will not charge a single dime. A massive crowd quickly surrounds his tiny stall. However, they are not looking for a miracle doctor. They are simply wondering which mental asylum let this absolute lunatic escape. Hearing whispers about calling the cops, Ye Chen instantly prepares his grand escape plan. Just as he is about to bolt, a stunning young woman forcefully pushes her way through the mocking crowd. "Hey, you, the absolute scammer over there," she demands. "You are coming with me right now." With zero hesitation, Ye Chen hops into her sleek Mercedes. He follows her all the way to her residence, only to be completely stunned. It is a ridiculously massive, ultra-luxurious mansion, sitting right in the heart of the capital. Realizing he just hooked a massive golden whale, Ye Chen immediately turns on his unmatched swagger. "Do not worry about a single thing, miss. With the legendary Ye Chen here, I guarantee one dose of my medicine will cure any disease." However, reality hits him with a massive plot twist. She did not bring him here to heal anyone at all. Even the mighty Ye Chen is caught completely off guard. This beauty is none other than Shen Mingjia, the eldest and most precious daughter of the powerful Shen family. The only reason she tracked him down today? She desperately needs his absolute, shameless talent for lying through his teeth. Feeling his peerless medical skills being blatantly insulted, Ye Chen instantly turns on his heel, ready to walk right out the door. But the second Shen Mengjia slams a card loaded with 100,000 on the table, Ye Chen executes a flawless 180-degree spin. "Whatever orders the young miss has, just say the word," he proclaims fiercely. "I will climb mountains of blades and cross seas of fire for you." With his absolute loyalty bought and paid for, Shen Mengjia finally reveals the heartbreaking truth behind her request. Her father genuinely fell gravely ill. Every top medical expert in the country threw in the towel, bluntly telling the family to start preparing for his funeral. The bond between her parents is incredibly deep and unbreakable. Her greatest fear is that once her father passes away, her heartbroken mother will do something completely unthinkable to follow him. Because of this tragic fate, Shen Mengjia hatched a desperate plan. She needs Ye Chen to play the role of a wandering immortal doctor. His mission is to take her dying father away to a remote mountain under the guise of secret treatment. She firmly believes that this agonizing delay will finally give her mother the time she needs to accept reality. Ye Chen stands there in stunned silence as the tragic tale washes over him. True filial piety is certainly not supposed to be twisted into a massive lie like this. But now that the legendary Ye Chen is here, the hands of fate are about to be forcefully rewritten. Ye Chen confidently pounds his chest. "Do not worry for a single second, young miss. I will execute this mission flawlessly." Shen Mengjia lets out a massive sigh of relief, happily clapping her hands. "That is absolutely wonderful. Now I do not have to call the police on you after all." A massive drop of sweat rolls down Ye Chen's forehead. It turns out if he had dared to refuse her money, he would already be rotting in a cold prison cell. As she leads him deeper into the luxurious estate, she anxiously whispers instructions into his ear. She demands he memorize the fake script immediately and follow her every facial expression without fail. The moment she pushes open the heavy doors to her father's medical suite, her tough facade instantly crumbles into heartbreaking vulnerability. "Dad, it is me." She chokes out through sudden tears. "I am finally home." Yi Chen's sharp eyes immediately scan the room, and his expression turns dead serious. The patient has one foot dangling over the terrifying gates of hell. It is no wonder the useless doctors of the mortal realm completely gave up on him. A suffocating aura of death has already heavily condensed within the man's chest. Once that terrifying dark energy pierces through the crown of his head, not even the heavens themselves can rip his soul back from the underworld. According to the tragic details Shen Mengjia shared, her powerful father, Shen Haihua, was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer just one agonizing month ago. They flew in the absolute best specialists from across the entire globe. Yet, every single medical marvel utterly failed to stop the devastating disease. In absolute desperation, they even invited the legendary miracle Dr. Chiu all the way from the capital. But just yesterday, the renowned healer delivered a soul-crushing verdict. Her father has a maximum of 3 short days left to live. But lurking in the shadows, Ye Chen's heaven-defying power is about to change everything. Shen Mengjia has only one desperate option left. She needs Ye Chen to hide the grim truth from her mother. To the wealthy Shen family, money is merely a number. Suddenly, the heavy doors fly open. Her mother stumbles in, tears streaming down her face. She sobs, asking if divine Dr. Chiu is right. Will her husband really not survive the day? Mengjia freezes in absolute shock. She had paid the doctor handsomely to keep this a secret. Why would he suddenly stab her in the back? A cold, arrogant voice echoes through the room. A blond young man leans casually against the doorframe. He tells Mengjia she needs to be honest. After all, birth, aging, sickness, and death are just part of life. This is Shen Menglong, her own flesh and blood brother. With a twisted smirk, he reveals he already planned a lavish funeral for their dying father. Fury blazes in Mengjia's eyes as she glares at her brother. How could he be so utterly heartless? He knows perfectly well about their mother's fragile health. This kind of emotional shock could literally kill her. But Menglong just waves it off with sickening fake optimism. He claims death is a merciful release for their father. He even promises to take good care of them once he inherits the entire family fortune. The devastating words strike their mother like a physical blow. She collapses, weeping that she will follow her beloved husband to the grave. Watching this pathetic family drama unfold, Ye Chen merely smirks. He sees right through the blonde snake. Menglong does not care about mercy or family. He is simply drooling over the massive inheritance, eager to swallow it all himself. Disgust washes over Mengjia. To think her own brother would willingly drive their mother to an early grave, just to increase his share of the pie. Menglong drops the nice guy act instantly. He viciously curses his sister, declaring that if the old woman wants to die, he definitely will not stop her. He threatens to rip her mouth right off her face, but before he can take another step, a fist connects with his jaw. Ye Chen sends the greedy heir crashing to the floor. The man of the house is not even dead yet, and the vultures are already circling. Divine Dr. Chu furiously points a trembling finger at Ye Chen. He screams at the young master, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Does he not realize Menglong is about to become the absolute ruler of the Shen family? Ye Chen ignores the barking dogs and slowly raises a single finger. 10 million. Give him 10 million, and he will pull Shen Haihua straight out of the Reaper's grasp. The family is forcefully pushed out into the hallway to wait. Mengjia bites her lip in pure anxiety. She thinks Ye Chen is just using this chaos to extort them, wondering how he plans to fool her grieving mother. Meanwhile, Menglong paces the hall, loudly playing the part of a deeply concerned son. He violently blames Mengjia for bringing a scam artist into their home. He swears that when their father dies, he will throw Ye Chen into the darkest prison cell imaginable. Back inside the silent room, Ye Chen stands over the dying patriarch. Meeting Ye Chen today is his greatest stroke of luck. The Grim Reaper will just have to wait. The heaven-defying medical arts taught by his ancient master are no joke. Snatching a soul back from the gates of hell is just another Tuesday. Ye Chen's hands blur into ancient seals. Glowing golden talismans materialize out of thin air, swirling around him in a blinding vortex. He commands the forces of heaven and earth, activating the legendary Return to Yang array. With a thunderous shout, he drives the glowing energy forward. The mystical talismans shoot directly into the dying man's frail body. Ye Chen's eyes pierce through the veil of reality. He sees a suffocating black aura of death, completely choking the man's meridians. Only a single, pathetic thread of life force remains. But a single thread is all a true master needs. Silver needles flash in Ye Chen's hands. He strikes the young meridians with impossible speed and devastating precision. The reaction is instantaneous. The foul, black aura of death screams as it is violently expelled from the old man's pores. Ye Chen violently clenches his fist, completely crushing the dark energy into nothingness. Shen Haihua slumps back onto the pillows. Ye Chen takes a heavy breath, sweat beading on his forehead from the intense drain of aura. He chuckles to himself. Taking a life is as easy as breathing, but pulling one back from the abyss takes true effort. His cultivation journey is far from over. The doors swing open, and Ye Chen calmly steps out to collect his fee. Inside, the old man's eyelids are already fluttering. Overjoyed, the mother hands over a premium black card loaded with 10 million, the password being 6 zeros. Suddenly, a greedy hand snatches the card away. Menglong glares at the young master with pure malice. He yells at his mother to wake up from her delusion. Terminal cancer cannot be magically cured by some street rat. He sneers at Ye Chen, declaring this money will not be easily taken. He forcefully jabs a finger into Ye Chen's chest. Big mistake. Ye Chen seizes his wrist in a vice grip, snapping it backward until Menglong squeals in agony, and casually reclaims his card. He coldly states that this is his hard-earned payment. The patriarch will wake up any second now. However, he only has exactly 3 days left to live. When that time runs out, without Ye Chen's exclusive medicine, not even the gods could save him. Menglong clutches his throbbing arm, absolutely losing his mind. He screams at the top of his lungs like a madman. He vows to call the cops on this arrogant thug for assault and robbery. The corrupt doctor quickly whispers in his ear, promising his underground connections will make Ye Chen disappear. But before another threat can be made, the heavy wooden doors creak open. The entire hallway falls dead silent. Menglong's jaw drops to the floor in absolute horror. He stares at the figure in the doorway, wondering if he is looking at a living man or a vengeful ghost. Shen Haihua stands there, breathing steadily, immediately asking for his savior. Seeing his devoted wife and daughter fighting for his life fills his heart with immense pride. But as his gaze shifts to his pathetic excuse for a son, the temperature in the room plummets. His eyes darken with volcanic rage. He roars at the treacherous snake, revealing he heard every single word while trapped in his coma. From this day forward, that ungrateful bastard will not see a single penny of the family fortune. Meanwhile, miles away at the towering Huame Group headquarters, an emergency board meeting is spiraling into pure chaos as their stock prices plummet towards rock bottom. The company is staring straight into the jaws of bankruptcy. A ruthless rival corporation just launched a miraculous new beauty serum, completely dominating the market. If Huame cannot produce a revolutionary new product immediately, they will be crushed into dust by the unforgiving industry. Sun Yi sits at the head of the table, her mind racing with sheer panic. She has no idea how to save her life's work, but as the anxiety peaks, a strange, burning sensation suddenly spreads across her chest. What on earth is happening to her? Sun Yi discreetly reached into her clothes. She simply had to check. Her fingers brushed against the paper. It was the note Ye Chen had scribbled earlier that morning. But what shocked her more? When exactly did that sly guy slip it right into her cleavage? Pushing her embarrassment aside, Ye Chen's bold claim echoed in her mind. This formula is worth 10 million. It might just be your lucky break. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. A hand darted out of nowhere, snatching the paper right from her grasp. "Let me take a look," a mocking voice sneered. "What kind of precious treasure are you hiding in your bra during work hours?" Sun Yi gasped in horror. Standing before her was Suna, the absolute most venomous snake in the entire corporate building. Suna's eyes scanned the words beginner-level beauty-preserving pill. A malicious laugh erupted from her throat. She ridiculed Sun Yi, asking what kind of pathetic scammer she had fallen for to treat this garbage like gold. "Let me guess," she mocked. "Did you already sleep with the guy just to get this trash?" Sun Yi's expression instantly darkened. Fury blazed in her eyes at the poisonous insult. Unlike Suna, not every woman in this world traded their body for a paycheck. But Suna refused to hand the paper back. Instead, a wicked smirk crossed her face. Right before Sun Yi's eyes, she ruthlessly ripped the note into tiny, useless shreds. Sun Yi's absolute limit had been breached. She lunged forward, forcefully shoving the arrogant woman back. "Do not push me too far," she roared. "Even if it is just a scrap of paper, it belongs to me." The rest of the office staff just sighed. Their numb expressions made it clear. They witnessed this exact drama play out every single day. The two women clashed, pulling hair and scratching faces with zero hesitation. The bystanders were clueless on how to separate these two fierce lionesses. Suddenly, the office doors flew open. CEO Xia Ruxue marched in, her entire aura radiating an overwhelming, explosive fury. "Sun Yi. Suna." Her icy voice cut through the chaos. "You two seem to have an awful lot of free time on your hands, don't you?" After ruthlessly crushing the office rebellion, CEO Xia immediately convened a meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was suffocating. Everyone present knew exactly why this emergency gathering was called. Their rival company had just launched a revolutionary beauty potion. Meanwhile, the products at Huame Corporation had been stagnant for years, without a single breakthrough in sight. The executives in the room exchanged nervous, panic-stricken glances. Not a single one of them could offer a valid excuse for their failure. Bang! Xia Ruxue slammed her hands onto the table, her rage boiling over. For 3 years, the research and development department had swallowed mountains of cash. And for what? But the R&D team refused to just sit there and take the heat. They fired back defensively. They claimed they had exhausted every possible resource and pushed their research to the absolute limit. Yet, they simply could not discover a better alternative ingredient. "That is the truth," one of them argued passionately. "Our department has even poured massive funds into traveling the globe, desperately trying to purchase a new formula. But since ancient times, true beauty formulas have always been exceedingly rare. Even if we tore through every ancient text in existence, finding a suitable one is like finding a needle in an ocean. Hearing their desperate defense, the logic was undeniable. CEO Zaya's icy tone softened just a fraction. Deep down, she knew she could not place the entire blame on their shoulders. But she had poured years of her blood, sweat, and tears into building Jiangcheng's largest beauty empire, all to prove her worth and force her parents to cancel a forced marriage alliance. Was she really supposed to just bow her head and accept defeat right now? Suddenly, Su Na's voice shattered the heavy silence. Her tone dripped with pure, venomous sarcasm. Is it really just a beauty formula we are stressing over? General Manager Sun seems to have plenty of them on hand. Just a moment ago, she was clutching onto something called the beauty-preserving pill. The moment those words dropped, an R&D executive shot up from his chair. His eyes widened in absolute shock upon hearing the name of the great, long-lost, beauty-preserving pill. CEO Xia. If General Manager Sun truly possesses that legendary formula, our company is saved. A glimmer of wild hope instantly lit up Xia Ruxue's face. But Sun Yi froze in panic, completely unable to accept the credit. That formula was just some random nonsense Ye Chen scribbled down that morning. How could she possibly trust it? But CEO Xia did not care about the details. Her commanding voice echoed through the room, demanding to see the formula immediately. With trembling hands, Sun Yi gathered the torn shreds of paper Su Na had brutally destroyed. She placed the pathetic pile onto the conference table. I am so sorry, CEO Xia. This was merely a joke from a friend. And now, it has been reduced to this mess. The executives leaned in, staring at the pathetic, shredded scraps. Waves of intense doubt filled the room regarding the credibility of such garbage. Su Na smirked maliciously in the corner. In her eyes, Sun Yi, pulling a stunt like this, was basically treating CEO Xia like an absolute idiot. But then, wait a minute. The R&D expert snatched up a torn fragment, his eyes scanning it with manic intensity. This formula is the real deal. Bam! He slammed his fist onto the table with an explosive force that dwarfed even CEO Xia's earlier rage. Pure fury radiated from the man's trembling body. He had just witnessed Su Na maliciously tear apart the exact legendary formula that could have saved their entire corporation. CEO Xia's eyes turned lethal as she instantly ordered Su Na's severe demotion. Her voice was cold as ice. If this divine formula cannot be restored, I will personally ensure you pay the ultimate price, Su Na. The tables had turned with devastating speed. The mocker had instantly become the ultimate clown. Su Na stuttered in absolute panic, frantically swearing she had no idea the scrap of paper held such god-tier value. Of course it holds value, the R&D expert roared. The very first, foundational formula that built this entire company was derived from the remnants of this legendary medicine. The R&D expert pushed his glasses up his nose, radiating overwhelming professional confidence. He boldly swore on his career. Once this divine paper was restored, their product quality would shatter the industry's ceiling. A triumphant spark ignited in Xia Ruxue's eyes. Her dream of maintaining her long-term single life and defying her parents was finally within grasp once more. Without missing a beat, she commanded every single person in the room to drop to their knees and hunt down every last shred of paper. Su Na's face drained of all color, resembling a ghost. How could such a horrifying, fate-sealing coincidence exist in this world? Su Na. Hearing the CEO utter her name, Su Na violently flinched in terror. Xia Ruxue's gaze swept over her like a lethal laser, dissecting her very soul from head to toe. It appears this legendary formula is incredibly real. CEO Xia spoke with deadly calm. Yet, some blind, hysterical fool dared to rip our company's salvation to shreds. Since you clearly have far too much time on your hands, her verdict fell like an executioner's axe. Our retail store is currently missing a low-level shopping attendant. You will pack your things and report there immediately. Su Na turned entirely to stone on the spot. One single moment of arrogant impulse had just incinerated her entire corporate career. Later that night, Sun Yi desperately searched her home for Ye Chen, but the mysterious man was nowhere to be found. She still could not wrap her mind around the reality of it all. That scribbled note he had casually tossed her was an authentic, god-tier artifact. A heavy wave of guilt washed over her heart for doubting him. Slumping onto the soft sofa, Sun Yi replayed the insane events in her mind. The chilling realization hit her. She knew absolutely nothing about this Ye Chen. He had single-handedly obliterated an entire squad of retired Special Forces operatives. And then, he casually penned down a legendary ancient formula, like it was a grocery list. A cold sweat broke out across her back. She, Sun Yi, had practically invited a completely unknown, outrageously dangerous man to live under her roof. If she ever accidentally dug too deep into his dark secrets, would this terrifyingly powerful man silence her permanently before she even had a chance to scream? Out of nowhere, a hand gently lands on Sun Yi's head. She jumps in, absolute surprise. Ye Chen had heard her call his name, but her sudden silence piques his curiosity. Once they settle onto the couch to catch their breath, Sun Yi clearly has something on her mind. Yet, she keeps stammering, building a frustrating tension in the air. Ye Chen gives her a puzzled look. The house is already spotless, he points out. What else could be bothering you? Sun Yi takes a deep breath, forcing the words out. I need to apologize. That formula you gave me? Someone tore it to pieces. Hearing this, Ye Chen is left utterly speechless. The prescription he had casually jotted down for her. It is nothing more than the most basic, entry-level formula. Does whoever tore it think the effects are too weak? If they want real results, he can easily write out 80 more legendary formulas just to blow their minds. Since Sun Yi falls silent again, Ye Chen feigns exhaustion and turns toward his room. But she panics, grabbing his arm before finally admitting. She desperately needs his help. A drop of sweat rolls down Ye Chen's cheek. He has no clue what this girl is scheming, but considering her frantic state, he is ready to agree to almost anything. Sun Yi nervously brings up the past. You wanted to meet Xia Ruxue before, right? Well, President Xia is eager to see you now. I can arrange the meeting. Ye Chen's expression instantly sours with sheer disdain. I am not the same man I was yesterday. Why should I go running to her now? Does she think she is worthy? Sun Yi is completely baffled. Just days ago, he had battled an entire security team just for a chance to see Xia Ruxue. Ye Chen crosses his arms, smirking. A man has his pride. You know, President Xia completely ignored me back then. Now, she is nothing to me. Desperate, Sun Yi carefully chooses her next words, trying everything to coax the stubborn Ye Chen. After a relentless barrage of sweet-talking, he finally lets out a sigh and agrees to this highly anticipated meeting. But there is one absolute condition. Tell your precious President Xia to come find me herself, and even then, whether I see her or not depends entirely on my mood. Dropping that massive ego check, Ye Chen strides right into his room, cutting off any chance for Sun Yi to argue. Left with no choice, she immediately dials Xia Ruxue. Despite being ordered to make a personal visit, the mighty President Xia is not furious at all. Instead, a faint smile crosses her lips. She finds this arrogant Ye Chen absolutely fascinating. Just days ago, he was causing absolute chaos at her front desk. Now, he is playing hard to get? She is more than ready to see exactly what kind of man he really is. The very next morning, Ye Chen confidently steps into the largest, most prestigious medicinal pavilion in the city. Ren de Hall truly lives up to its legendary reputation. The massive crowd of eager customers is completely overwhelming. Ye Chen strolls through the bustling aisles, eventually stopping before a grand white tiger painting displayed in the center. He studies it with a critical eye, muttering, as far as modern fakes go, this one is barely passable. Unfortunately, those arrogant words drift straight into the ears of the pavilion's owner, Zhou Rende, and his fiery granddaughter, Zhou Ziyuan. Zhou Ziyuan's eyes flash with fierce indignation. You must be some ignorant country bumpkin. How dare you call our family's treasured artifact a fake? Zhou Rende quickly raises a hand, silencing his furious granddaughter. He turns to Ye Chen, his tone heavy with authority. Why do you claim this is a forgery? Countless master appraisers have verified its authenticity. Ye Chen lets out a dramatic, disappointed sigh. If this pathetic imitation fooled that many experts, then the whole lot of you must be completely blind. He shrugs casually, a smirk playing on his lips. Still, since it managed to trick so many supposed masters, I suppose you can keep it around just to show off. I actually came here expecting to find some decent treasures. Clearly, I gave this place way too much credit. That is the final straw. Zhou Ziyuan's blazing temper finally erupts. She is absolutely determined to teach this arrogant brat a brutal lesson in respect. Zhou Rende stands back, normally strictly forbidding her from using martial arts on ordinary civilians. But this punk's sheer disrespect has crossed the line. Perhaps he truly needs his eyes opened. Like a coiled spring, Zhou Ziyuan launches herself at Ye Chen. Her grandfather cannot even react in time. Having trained under legendary martial arts masters, her devastating kick possesses enough pure force to kill a man. But what happens next defies all logic. Ye Chen casually raises a single hand and effortlessly catches her deadly strike. Zhou Ziyuan is left completely paralyzed, frozen perfectly in midair. What is this? Ye Chen scoffs, his eyes filled with absolute boredom. Is that all the power you have? Zhou Ziyuan is completely, utterly horrified. Her kicks can easily shatter 2 solid sandbags into dust. Yet, this ordinary-looking guy has stopped her without breaking a sweat. Are you quite done throwing your little tantrum, princess? Ye Chen's mocking voice snaps her back to harsh reality. A dangerously wicked, rogue-like smirk slowly creeps across his face. Spoiled brats desperately need a good lesson, he whispers. With a casual flick of his wrist, he swings her entire body by the leg, slamming her mercilessly into the cold, hard floor. Yi Chen honestly had not expected to encounter ancient martial artists in a place like this. But it is such a tragic waste. The brutal technique she is using is strictly meant for men. If a woman forces her body to cultivate this art for a few more years, she will inevitably cripple herself permanently. Tossed aside like a worthless rag doll, Zhou Ziyuan's massive pride is utterly shattered. Tears of humiliation stream down her face as she looks toward her grandfather, but Zhou Rende's face is pale with absolute terror. "Stop this foolishness at once," he roars at her. "Are you completely blind to the monstrous existence standing right in front of us?" Ye Chen has effortlessly blocked her ultimate strike, without using even a single drop of inner qi, against her pitiful, scratch-like martial arts. If this godlike youth had not shown mercy, she would be reduced to a pile of shattered bones by now. Refusing to accept defeat, the stubborn Zhou Ziwan tries to force herself back up for round 2. Ye Chen just throws his head back and laughs. "You want to know what real inner qi looks like?" Boom. An overwhelming, suffocating surge of dark purple aura violently explodes from Ye Chen's body. The terrifying pressure instantly crushes Zhou Ziwan's spirit, turning her legs to absolute jelly as she collapses in pure despair. Trembling in absolute fear, tears pour from her eyes as she desperately begs her grandfather to run for his life. Mortified, Zhou Rende clears his throat awkwardly. He immediately bows deeply, clasping his hands together to beg for Ye Chen's forgiveness over his granddaughter's foolish insolence. Having finally witnessed a glimpse of Ye Chen's unfathomable, godlike power, Zhou Rende humbly begs the young master to explain the truth behind the mysterious wall painting. Since the old man is showing genuine, heartfelt respect, Ye Chen decides to finally open their eyes to the truth. Watch closely. With a razor-sharp surge of pure killing intent, Ye Chen strikes the canvas. Suddenly, glowing hidden characters materialize across the artwork, reading, "I wonder which absolute idiot will buy this pathetic fake." The forgery from Liu Yuan in the year 2002. The brushwork is so flawless that it perfectly masks the fake. That is why the forger dared to sign it so boldly. But with a single pulse of true key, the hidden ink reveals its undeniable truth. Dusk finally falls, blanketing the city in heavy shadows. Zhou Ziyuan approaches with the medicinal herbs Ye Chen requested. But this time, her arrogant head is bowed, forced to respectfully address him as Mr. Ye. Yi Chen takes the medicine bag with a faint, knowing smirk. His polite words of thanks carry a sharp, teasing edge. Zhou Ziyan's mouth twitches in annoyance as she bites back. "Serving Mr. Ye is my utmost honor. However, these herbs are incredibly rare. I wonder if you brought enough cash to actually afford them?" Miss Zhou is certainly learning her place. "But honestly, I much preferred your stubborn, unyielding attitude from before." Ye Chen's piercing words instantly trigger Zhou Ziwan's fiery temper. If her master were here right now, she would absolutely teach this arrogant brat a painful lesson. Sensing the danger, Zhou Rende quickly steps in to educate his foolish granddaughter. With his highly experienced eyes, he can clearly see the terrifying truth. Ye Chen's overwhelming strength is in no way inferior to her master's. The old man urgently turns back to Ye Chen, bowing deeply. He desperately begs the young man to forgive his granddaughter's reckless ignorance. "The medicinal herbs on your prescription are fully stocked in our vault. However, due to the massive quantity required, it will take a few days to prepare. Please consider them a humble gift of apology. I absolutely cannot accept your money." Ye Chen waves his hand, coldly dismissing the offer. He recently acquired a premium bank card loaded with 10 million, so he is not exactly starving for cash. Besides, he refuses to give a certain stubborn girl any excuse to accuse him of freeloading from her family's shop. As soon as Ye Chen's imposing figure disappears from the hall, Zhou Rende's expression darkens into a grave frown. If that monstrous youth truly belongs to the legendary Ye family, then a terrifying storm is about to swallow this peaceful city whole. Meanwhile, on Ye Chen's quiet walk home, his sharp senses detect a few annoying ants trailing his footsteps. What perfect timing. He really needed a punching bag to blow off some steam. Back at Rende Hall, Zhou Ziyan crosses her arms in total disbelief. She simply cannot accept Ye Chen's overwhelming aura. How could that arrogant jerk possibly rival her master? Then, the old man sighs heavily. "Indeed, I misspoke earlier." Zhou Rende corrects his previous statement, his voice trembling with sheer awe. "Ye Chen is not merely equal to your master. His monstrous power far surpasses your master by an unfathomable margin." The sudden appearance of this young prodigy can only mean one thing. A brand new martial arts grandmaster has descended upon the world. In the ancient legends of the martial world, a grandmaster can effortlessly wipe out an entire squad of heavily armed troops barehanded. They treat modern firearms like mere children's toys. In their godlike eyes, ordinary humans are nothing more than fragile ants. Cold sweat drips down Zhou Ziwan's pale face. But Ye Chen is so unbelievably young. How could someone his age reach the legendary realm of a grandmaster? You are right to question it. But the truth of Ye Chen's existence is far more terrifying than a mere grandmaster. If this monster is allowed to grow for another 20 years, I fear absolutely no one on this earth will be able to stand against him. Listen to me carefully. No matter what happens, our Zhou family must never, ever become his enemy. Shifting back to the shadowy stalker tailing Ye Chen. The spy smirks in the darkness, absolutely certain this target is the divine doctor Shen Haihua is desperately hunting for. All he has to do is follow this kid, and that massive bounty will be securely in his pocket. But suddenly, Ye Chen takes a sharp turn into a dead-end alley. The stalker's heart drops, fearing his cover is blown. He blindly rushes into the alley, only to find nothing but empty shadows. While panic grips his throat, a dark silhouette drops from the very sky. Ye Chen's iron grip clamps onto the spy's head like a deadly vice. Were you looking for me? Be a good little dog and give me one valid reason why I should not snap your neck right now. Terrified out of his mind, the spy unexpectedly spills his entire life story without taking a breath. His name is Fan Dong, a desperate private detective scraping by on the city streets. He babbles uncontrollably in a panic. This month I only made 2,000 finding lost dogs. My wife even ran away with the neighbor to a faraway city. Please just spare my miserable life. Ye Chen's eyes flash with blazing impatience. Shut your mouth and stop spewing garbage. Who ordered you to track me? Fan Dong instantly squeals the truth. It was Shen Haihua. He placed a massive 1 million bounty across all of Jiangcheng just to find you. A cold realization hits Ye Chen's mind. Ah, right. He only gave that dying old man exactly 3 days to live. No wonder the fool is throwing fortunes around in absolute desperation. Seeing a tiny glimmer of hope, Fan Dong eagerly invites Ye Chen to come along with him. We can even split the giant bounty 50-50. But Ye Chen simply turns his back with a dismissive scoff. Go back and deliver a final message to Shen Haihua. If he wants to keep his miserable life, he better stop playing these pathetic little games. Fan Dong stands frozen with a completely dumbfounded look. Shen Haihua only hired the detectives because he had absolutely no clue where to find this elusive god of medicine. The desperate detective begs Ye Chen to at least grant an official appointment. After all, a human life is literally ticking away. But the scene swiftly shifts as Ye Chen arrives back at his apartment. He finds Sun Yi meticulously applying her makeup. It turns out the fiery beauty is dragging him out for a wild shopping spree. She bluntly points out that he has been wearing the exact same outfit for several chapters straight without washing it. On top of that, she insists on buying him a brand new iPhone so he can actually be reached in emergencies. Ye Chen finds the whole ordeal incredibly bothersome, but Sun Yi is completely unfazed. She shoots him a dazzling, confident wink. If you are worried about burning a hole in your pocket, Big Sister will happily pay for everything. Once they hit the high-end commercial center, Ye Chen effortlessly tries on a flurry of tailored suits. Every single piece somehow magnifies his cold, domineering aura. Sun Yi stands outside the fitting room, clapping enthusiastically at her absolute masterpiece. She playfully teases his devastating looks. If you casually strolled through a university campus looking like this, you would have a horde of beautiful girls begging for your attention. Ye Chen's lips curl into a cold, dismissive smirk. I do not rely on my face to survive in this world. Sun Yi's eyes sparkle as she intentionally pries. Have you found yourself a girlfriend yet? I know plenty of gorgeous single ladies I could introduce you to. Ye Chen's intense gaze turns distant. He has not entertained that soft thought in half a decade. For the past 5 years, he cultivated like an absolute madman, dancing on the edge of death just to survive. Romance was an impossible luxury, but his heavy memories drifted back to 5 years ago. Back when the legendary Ye family still stood tall, there was a girl he foolishly admired. The stunning school beauty, Chu Shuran, an untouchable goddess worshipped by every student. Back then, his mind was so clouded by pure, foolish infatuation that he actually gathered the courage to hand her a heartfelt love letter. To his utter shock, she actually wrote a reply. Chu Shuran's letter laid out a daring, impossible challenge. Confess to me in front of the entire school during the flag-raising ceremony, and I will gladly be yours. The naive, hopelessly innocent Ye Chen of that time blindly followed her enchanting promise. But reality delivered a soul-crushing blow. Standing before the roaring crowd, she brutally rejected him without an ounce of mercy. The entire public confession was a sickening trap, designed solely to humiliate him. From that cursed day on, his confidence shattered, and he spiraled into an abyss of despair. But the nightmare of his past was only the beginning. 5 years ago, he might have been nothing but useless trash. But today, even the mighty Chu family, one of Jiangcheng's 4 great pillars, is nothing but dust beneath Ye Chen's feet. Pure, unadulterated rage courses through his veins. A terrifying, suffocating killing intent erupts from Ye Chen's body. Sun Yi shivers as she feels the sudden drop in temperature. Thinking her previous words had shattered his pride, she quickly scrambles to comfort him. Hey, not being in a relationship is not a crime. I have never dated anyone either, and look how perfectly fine I am. Do not let it get to your head. Ye Chen just sighs, playfully pushing Sun Yi's head forward to continue their shopping trip. Heaven only knows what kind of tragic backstory her wild imagination is cooking up for him now, but their peaceful stroll is abruptly shattered. A couple suddenly blocks Sun Yi's path. A heavily perfumed red-haired woman leans intimately against a man old enough to be her father. Well, if it isn't Sun Yi. It has been years, and you finally managed to score a boyfriend? Ye Chen's eyes narrow. He instantly recognizes this venomous voice as He-shan, Chu Shiran's loyal lapdog. He-shan looks Ye Chen up and down with absolute disgust, her lips curling into a vicious sneer before turning her venom back to Sun Yi. Back in school, you practically worshipped that useless trash, Ye Chen, and now your new toy is dripping in cheap market rags. Do you only have eyes for pathetic beggars? Surprisingly, this wicked woman's eyes are sharp enough to notice the striking resemblance between the man before her and the boy from her past. The sugar daddy at her side instantly perks up, his eyes gleaming with malicious curiosity. He-shan eagerly spills the ancient gossip. She brags about how Ye Chen humiliatingly confessed to Chu Shiran in front of the entire school, only to be ruthlessly crushed. That loser was so ashamed, he never showed his pathetic face at school again. Ha ha ha. Right after that, his entire family was completely wiped off the face of the earth. He is definitely rotting in hell right now. Honestly, what a pity. Chu Shiran wanted to play with that stray dog a little longer. Ye Chen's fists clench so hard his knuckles turn white. A murderous aura explodes around him, thick enough to suffocate the entire street. This filthy woman's vicious mouth will never utter another word again. Just as he is about to step forward and shatter her jaw, Sun Yi desperately grabs his arm. She forcefully pulls him away, begging him to just ignore them and keep shopping. Seeing the pair retreat toward the luxury anima boutique, He-shan's arrogant laughter echoes through the mall. She loudly mocks their empty wallets before twisting her body to aggressively flirt with the old man beside her. Ah, June, honey, I want to buy some designer clothes too. Please? If you buy them for me, I will wear whatever you want tonight. You can even bring a friend along to play. Completely ignoring the sickening display of the shameless couple, Ye Chen and Sun Yi walk away. Ye Chen could have easily crushed them into dust right then and there. He simply cannot understand why Sun Yi held him back. Trying to desperately ease the suffocating tension, Sun Yi points at a stunning display suit. Look at that one. If you put that on, you would look absolutely incredible. A sharp-eyed saleswoman instantly materializes beside them. She proudly declares it as the boutique's most exclusive masterpiece, priced at a staggering $360,000. Hearing that astronomical number, all the color drains from Sun Yi's face. She knew this luxury brand was meant for the elite. But this was pure madness. Even if she emptied her bank account, she only had $300,000 to her name. Swallowing her pride, Sun Yi forces an awkward smile. Actually, looking closer, I do not think that style suits you at all. But like a lingering curse, He-shan suddenly slithers right behind them. Ha ha ha. I am literally dying of laughter. Sun Yi, you pathetic beggar. If you are too broke to afford it, just admit it. Blaming the style? Who do you think you are fooling? Sun Yi's cheeks burn with intense humiliation, but her fierce pride refuses to let her back down. He-shan struts around them like a victorious peacock. She loudly broadcasts how Sun Yi's younger brother was forced to drop out of high school simply because their wretched family could not scrape together a few pennies. What? Are you angry? Do you want to hit me? She shrieks with a venomous grin. Do you have any idea who my best friend is? It is Chu Shiran. Touch me, and I guarantee you will never survive in Jiangcheng. Go on, I dare you to strike me. Her arrogant face contorts into a sickeningly triumphant smile. But before she can blink, bam! Ye Chen's hand moves like a phantom, delivering a devastating, bone-rattling slap straight across her jaw. The sheer force sends her flying through the air, crashing several meters across the polished marble floor. A terrifying, blood-chilling aura erupts from Ye Chen's very soul. He should have ripped out this annoying pest's tongue the moment she first opened her filthy mouth. He-shan lies crumpled on the floor, groaning in absolute agony from Ye Chen's merciless strike. Every single bystander freezes in their tracks, their jaws hitting the floor in pure shock. Cold sweat pours down Sun Yi's back as she stares at Ye Chen's terrifying silhouette. Her lips tremble violently, completely stripped of her voice. Meanwhile, Ah Jun stands paralyzed like a complete idiot. Just a second ago, he was pulling out his phone to live-stream the drama. Who could have predicted this show would escalate into absolute madness? He-shan aggressively clutches her rapidly swelling cheek. Tears of extreme pain and venomous resentment flood her eyes as she violently screams. You dare lay a hand on me? Are you completely insane? Do you know that Chu Shiran, the absolute jewel of the majestic Chu family, is my sworn best friend? Do you have any idea about the terrifying status of the man standing beside me? In this very moment, consuming rage blinds her entirely. If she could, she would ruthlessly dig up every single grave of the fallen Yi family. Ye Chen stands completely unbothered, his voice colder than the northern winds. And what exactly does any of that have to do with me? He glares down at her, his piercing gaze carrying the weight of an absolute sovereign. Snapping out of his daze, Ah Jun fiercely points his finger straight at Ye Chen's nose. Listen here, you pathetic worm. I am the chief financial officer of the legendary Biming Group. I pull in a massive 5 million every single year. An elite existence like me is someone a filthy peasant like you could never afford to offend. Hearing her mighty sugar daddy proudly declare his supreme authority, He Shan instantly scrambles like a pathetic dog. With her cheek swollen like a grotesque balloon, she desperately clings to his leg for protection. But despite his thundering threats, Ah Jun's face has turned completely ashen. His legs are literally shaking like leaves in a hurricane. He subconsciously cowers back, terrified that this absolute monster might suddenly shatter his skull too. Suddenly, a deep, earth-shaking voice reverberates through the boutique. What a terrifyingly massive tone you have. The majestic voice slices right through the shameless couple's pathetic boasting like a razor-sharp blade. A formidable man draped in an immaculately tailored, ultra-luxurious suit strides through the entrance. Following closely behind him is a younger man, his back completely hunched in ultimate submission. Fury laces every syllable as the powerful man roars. I, Shen Haihua, want to see exactly who dares to act so arrogant today. The second that legendary name drops, boom, the vile couple instantly freezes as if struck by divine lightning. Who is the absolute fool? Who dares to blindly use the sacred name of my Biming group to disrespect the legendary divine Dr. Ye? Shen Haihua's majestic roar echoes like a roaring dragon, shaking the very walls of the store. The younger man standing behind him instantly bows his head even lower to the floor. Drenched in a terrified cold sweat, he glares daggers straight into Ah Jun's pathetic soul. Seeing the absolute ruler of his company materialize right before his eyes, Ah Jun's soul practically leaves his body. President? He violently stutters. His brain completely short-circuits in ultimate panic. Wait a minute. Wasn't the mighty president supposed to be bedridden with a terminal illness? How in the world is he standing right here, radiating such terrifying vitality? Meanwhile, Sun Yi stares blankly at the legendary titan standing before them, her jaw completely unhinged in disbelief. Why would an untouchable god of the business world suddenly descend upon this trivial store? A terrifying thought crosses her mind. If this supreme titan is here to back up He Shan, the catastrophic consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Desperate to save his own skin, Ah Jun immediately softens his voice into a sickeningly sweet tone. He furiously rubs his palms together like a groveling rat. Uncle Shen, my father speaks of your immense glory all the time. I have always worshipped you as my ultimate idol. Not wanting to miss her chance to suck up to a titan, He Shan quickly forces a twisted smile. Uncle Shen, what an absolute honor. Did you personally descend here to inspect a brand new project? Little do these two fools know, the true nightmare has only just begun. Shen Haihua didn't even spare them a glance. He brushed right past the couple, completely deaf to Ah Jun's desperate cries of Uncle Shen, and made a straight beeline for Ye Chen. The mighty CEO Shen grabbed the main character's hands, his eyes brimming with absolute desperation. Mr. Ye, I've been searching everywhere for you. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been a dead man walking. Hearing the legendary CEO grovel so pathetically before Ye Chen, Sun Yi froze like a statue. She simply couldn't believe her own eyes. He Shan leaned in, whispering frantically into Ah Jun's ear. Am I hallucinating right now? The untouchable CEO Shen is actually bowing his head, desperately trying to butter up Ye Chen. Ah Jun's jaw practically hit the floor, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, waves of shock crashed through Sun Yi's mind. Just who exactly was this Ye Chen? Didn't this guy just arrive in Jiangcheng City? How on earth was he connected to a titan like Shen Haihua? The pieces of Destiny's puzzle just weren't adding up. But Ye Chen remained completely unfazed by the CEO's desperate pleading. His gaze was cold as ice as he shot the older man a deadly side-eye. I gave you a chance to live before, but your family dared to throw it away. Shen Haihua forced a nervous smile, clutching his chest. I am so incredibly sorry, Mr. Ye. My foolish son offended you that day, but I've already taught him a brutal lesson. I will make him apologize to you right now. The moment those words left his mouth, he whipped his head around, glaring furiously at the shadows behind him. You worthless trash, he roared, his voice shaking with pure terror. Drag yourself over here and drop to your knees for Mr. Ye. Trembling like a leaf, Shen Menglong stumbled forward. The usually arrogant young master crashed to his knees before Ye Chen. He forced out every single syllable, shouting, "Mr. Ye, I am completely at fault for what happened that day. Please, I beg for your absolute forgiveness." Ah Jun watched this mind-blowing scene, his brain short-circuiting. He had followed Shen Menglong for years. He knew exactly how insanely arrogant this young master was. But now, that same untouchable tyrant was begging on his knees like a stray dog. A terrifying chill ran down Ah Jun's spine as he stared at Ye Chen. Just what kind of monstrous background did this guy possess? Was he a hidden dragon from Jiangnan province, or perhaps the heir of an even more terrifying ancient family? Yi Chen didn't give a single ounce of respect to the groveling father and son duo. He casually turned his back on them. "Son Yi, let's get out of here. Let's check out that women's boutique. I'm buying you a whole new wardrobe next." Without another word, Ye Chen grabbed Sun Yi's hand. The two of them smoothly brushed right past the stunned, trashy couple. CEO Shen panicked, reaching out in utter desperation. "Wait, Mr. Ye, please." Ah Jun stared at Ye Chen's retreating back, his mind entirely blown. He was actually treating the mighty Shen Haihua like thin air. This was the very first time he had ever witnessed someone casting the city overlord aside like absolute garbage. The sheer realization made Ah Jun's legs turn to absolute jelly. It was undeniable now. Ye Chen had to be the heir of a heaven-defying lineage. The horrific truth crashed down on him. Had he just dug his own grave by offending a literal god? Right behind him, Shen Haihua was viciously kicking his own son. "Look at the catastrophic mess you've made, you absolute bastard," he roared. "If Mr. Yi refuses to forgive us today, you can rot on your knees here forever." Seeing his usually untouchable boss being beaten so pathetically, Ah Jun felt a sharp pang of pity. He swallowed hard and desperately tried to play peacemaker. "Uncle Shen, please calm down. I'm sure this entire situation is just a huge misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" CEO Shen growled, his eyes practically shooting lasers. Smack! A thunderous slap exploded across Ah Jun's face, sending him reeling. "Misunderstanding my ass," the CEO roared with blazing fury. "You dared to use my company's name to disrespect Mr. Ye? Your entire family is completely finished. Pack up your trash right now. As of today, both you and your father are officially fired from the Shen Group." Shen Haihua's face was dangerously pale as he watched Ye Chen walk away. A terrifying realization echoed endlessly in his mind. His very life was held firmly in that young man's palm. "I can't die like this. I refuse to die," he chanted internally in sheer panic. Driven by survival instinct, Shen Haihua spun around and frantically gave chase. Ah Jun was left behind in the dust, reaching out desperately. "Wait! Mr. Ye, CEO Shen. Please wait for me." Hishan rushed over to support his trembling body, her face completely drained of color. "Ah Jun, I think we just offended an absolute monster." Ah Jun broke down in tears of soul-crushing despair. "It's all over. It's completely over. I have absolutely nothing left." Fast forward to the golden hour. The sun was setting as Ye Chen and Sun Yi finally strolled out of the massive shopping mall. Sun Yi playfully nudged Ye Chen's arm, a teasing smile on her lips. "You absolute fool. You obviously can't even afford your own rent, yet you're out here gifting me luxury clothes." She glanced down at her hands, full of high-end designer shopping bags. But when she looked back up at Ye Chen, her eyes sparkled with pure, radiant joy. "Honestly, just the fact that you wanted to treat me is more than enough to make me happy." Ye Chen could only sigh helplessly in his heart. She still genuinely believed he was as completely broke as before, insisting on just a few cheap, discounted outfits. Little did this sweet girl know, his bank account was loaded with over 10 million. A wave of profound warmth washed over him as he gazed at Sun Yi. In a world obsessed with status and wealth, she was a true, irreplaceable gem. But just then, a desperate voice shattered the peaceful moment. "Mr. Ye, and the beautiful young lady, please wait a moment." It was Shen Haihua, who had been frantically tailing them this entire time. The mighty CEO jogged up, forcing the most incredibly polite smile he could muster. "Did you two have a wonderful time shopping today?" Right behind him stood two burly bodyguards, completely loaded down with towering stacks of ultra-luxury designer gift boxes. Ye Chen instantly frowned, finding the old man's presence utterly annoying. "What exactly do you want from me?" he demanded coldly. Shen Haihua immediately bowed in absolute submission, his tone dripping with respect. "You misunderstand entirely, Mr. Ye. I'm actually not here for you. My business is strictly with the stunning lady beside you. Earlier today, my company's filthy trash dared to hurl insults at you both. It was a catastrophic failure of my management. Please, I beg you to accept these tiny gifts as my deepest, most sincere apology." Sun Yi stared at the literal mountain of luxury boxes, her jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. "Oh my goodness, I absolutely cannot accept all of this," she stammered awkwardly. Her eyes widened as she recognized the brands. These were the exact same breathtaking outfits she had tried on earlier. the ones she desperately loved but couldn't bear to spend so much money on. A knowing smirk tugged at the corner of Ye Chen's lips. This sly old fox realized he couldn't crack his defenses, so he brilliantly pivoted to buttering up Sun Yi instead. Interesting tactic. Finally, he called out with an authoritative boom. Shen Haihua. The mighty CEO instantly snapped to absolute attention, bowing 90 degrees. Awaiting your divine instructions, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen took a slow, deliberate step past the trembling old man. Consider this your absolute final chance, he whispered chillingly. Tomorrow, at exactly 9:00 in the morning, I will arrive at the Shen family estate to cure your pathetic illness. But etch this warning deeply into your very soul. The same hand that pulls you from the grave can just as easily send you right back into it. Boom. It was like a heavenly pardon had descended. Shen Haihua's eyes practically exploded with blinding hope. He bowed frantically. Thank you. Thank you a million times, Mr. Ye. From this day forward, no matter what you need, my entire Shen family will move mountains for you. Meanwhile, miles away at a luxurious villa, He Shan was gripping her phone, her voice shaking with panic. Shu Ran, you have to believe me. I swear on my life. The man I saw today was definitely Ye Chen. His dominating aura has completely transformed, but his face is exactly the same, and he literally goes by the exact same name. The real nightmare is just beginning. In stark contrast to her friend's panic, Chu Shiran remains perfectly calm. She leisurely waters her indoor plants, raising a delicate eyebrow. Oh, is that so? He actually came back. As the panicked voice grows louder, Chu Shiran's elegant expression instantly darkens. I have dealt with Shen Haihua before. That man is a cunning veteran, and he values his pride above all else. She strokes her chin in deep thought. For a man like him to bow down to a mere youth, that boy must either possess terrifying status or absolute, overwhelming power. Hearing this analysis, He Shan trembles in absolute terror. No way. Doesn't that mean I am completely dead? Chu Shiran lets out a cold, mocking laugh. That piece of trash from 5 years ago. Even if he survived, he is nothing but a street beggar now. How could he ever make Shen Haihua bow? He Shan gulps, her voice shaking with dread. But Shuran, what if that monster really is Ye Chen? Supreme confidence radiates from Chu Shuran's eyes. 5 years ago, his Ye family could only grovel before my Chu family. 5 years later, we are still an untouchable existence that he can only look up to in despair. She holds up her pinky finger, a wicked sneer playing on her lips. In her arrogant eyes, Ye Chen is as insignificant as that tiny finger, completely unworthy of her attention. Meanwhile, at the Dadu apartment, the night sky turns pitch black as Sun Yi and Ye Chen drag their mountain of shopping bags inside. Sun Yi excitedly spreads out the luxurious gifts that Shen Haihua had given them. Her eyes sparkle with absolute joy. Ye Chen, tell me the truth right now. When exactly did you meet CEO Shen? This is too amazing. All these designer clothes. I could never afford to buy these on a normal day. Ye Chen simply offers a faint, mysterious smile. Haha, as long as you are happy with them. Suddenly, Sun Yi remembers something crucial. Wait a second. Are you really not going to meet Xia Ruxue? At the mention of that name, Ye Chen's relaxed expression instantly darkens. Why bring up such a mood killer out of absolutely nowhere? Go play with your clothes. I am going to watch some television. Sun Yi nudges his arm, teasing him with a sly grin. But she is the eldest miss of Jiangnan's Xia family. A peerless beauty. Can you really resist that? Ye Chen ignores her teasing entirely. He silently grabs the remote and flips to the evening news. Breaking news today. Inside a luxury city villa, authorities have discovered 2 male bodies, identified as Chen Feng and his son. Police preliminary reports confirm this is a vicious, premeditated double homicide. Hearing the gruesome broadcast, Sun Yi's playful face drains of all color. Chen Zhongguo and his son. They are actually dead? Oh my god. I was just worrying about the Chen family seeking revenge. I never expected this. Ye Chen lets out a dark, satisfied chuckle. Some people commit too many sins and make enemies everywhere they go. It is only natural they meet a bloody end. He turns his back to her, a smug tone in his voice. Of course I did it. Truth be told, I am a supreme assassin. Scaling walls and flying over rooftops is child's play for me. Sun Yi immediately scolds his reckless joking. Stop talking nonsense. What if the police hear you and arrest you? In her heart, she scoffs. This guy might be good at street fighting, but there is no way he has the guts to kill. Brushing off his dark humor, Sun Yi gathers her massive haul of shopping bags. She sticks her tongue out at Ye Chen playfully. Whatever, ignoring you. I'm going to try on my new clothes. Absolutely no peeking allowed. Ye Chen lets out a heavy sigh. Man, in this day and age, no one believes you when you tell the absolute truth. Leaving the apartment behind, Ye Chen steps out into the night. He casually purchases some basic medicinal herbs from a nearby pharmacy. It is barely enough to sustain tonight's cultivation session, but it will have to do. Suddenly, his footsteps halt. His eyes narrow dangerously at the path ahead. A silver-haired woman stands blocking his way, her voice breaking the deadly silence. "Good evening, Ye Chen. We meet again." A confident, calculating smile plays on her lips. Ye Chen instantly recognizes her aura. He mutters a curse in his mind. This woman is nothing but trouble. It is best to cut ties immediately. He coldly brushes right past her shoulder. "My apologies, officer. I am extremely busy right now." She spins around, her voice turning sharp. "The bloodbath at the Chen family estate. That was your doing, wasn't it?" Ye Chen does not even pause his stride. Desperate, she throws out a fatal sentence. "The Ye family deserve to die." Ye Chen. The second those words hit the air, Ye Chen snaps around. Pure, unadulterated fury warps his features as terrifying spiritual aura explodes from his body. Seeing his explosive reaction, the silver-haired woman trembles with twisted excitement. "To think a supreme powerhouse like you is actually that person from 5 years ago. The Ye family's absolute trash." She spits the 4 words with dripping contempt. Boom! In a fraction of a second, Ye Chen's hand clamps around her throat like an iron vice. Lifting the silver-haired woman off the ground, he unleashes a demonic growl. "What exactly are you trying to say?" The arrogant smile vanishes from her face instantly. Raw, suffocating terror grips her heart. She is a trained ancient martial artist, yet standing before this monster, her body completely forgets how to fight back. Struggling for every agonizing breath, she forces the words out. There are some things I cannot explain clearly right now. I just want to have dinner with you." Seeing the genuine fear shattering her eyes, Ye Chen releases his crushing death grip. Without a second glance, he turns and continues walking into the shadows. He tosses a coldly polite rejection over his shoulder. "No need. My landlady will be eating with me." But the silver-haired woman can barely hear him, hopelessly gasping for air as agonizing pain flares in her bruised neck. Watching Ye Chen's silhouette fade into the darkness, her mind races frantically. At his current age, he has long passed the prime golden window to cultivate ancient martial arts, even if he has risked his life cultivating for the past 5 years. With this is logically impossible for him to possess such devastating godlike power. Her eyes dart wildly, consumed by a terrifying mystery. Those 5 missing years. What kind of absolute hell did he crawl out of? Meanwhile, Ye Chen finally returns to the apartment, heading straight into the kitchen. He unloads the modest batch of medicinal herbs he just bought, carefully sorting and organizing them across the kitchen counter. With Sun Yi fast asleep, Ye Chen makes a hilariously resourceful decision. He is going to borrow her common kitchen microwave to refine magical cultivation pills. After a few intense moments, thick, choking smoke explodes from the microwave vents. He grumbles under his breath in sheer annoyance. "This mortal junk is too hard to control. I should have just stolen that old geezer's divine furnace." Pulling the freshly refined pills from the smoking appliance, Ye Chen stares at his palm in deep disappointment. Only 5 pills successfully formed, but then his lips curl into a confident smirk. Well, to cure Shen Haihua's pathetic mortal illness, this is more than enough. The very next morning at Dadu apartment, Sun Yi has just woken up from her slumber. Stretching lazily and yawning, she shuffles out of her bedroom. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she spots Ye Chen already tying his shoes by the door. Sun Yi blinks in absolute confusion. "Ye Chen? Where are you rushing off to this early in the morning?" Ye Chen tosses back a ridiculously profound response. "I am off to heal the sick and save a life. If anything dangerous happens, call me immediately." And with those mysterious parting words, he steps out, leaving the door clicking shut behind him. Sun Yi pouts in absolute disbelief. He spouts ridiculous nonsense all day long. His current image is miles away from that of a respectable doctor. But then she pauses, deep in thought. He does possess the legendary Zhuyan pill formula. Perhaps he actually hides some real medical skills up his sleeve. Sinking into the sofa, a dazed look washes over her face. The anniversary of the Ye family's tragic end is fast approaching. She will likely have to pay her respects alone again this year. A heavy wave of sorrow crashes over her heart. The Ye family was so peaceful. Why were they suddenly wiped from existence? Uncle Ye was an upright and honorable man. And Ye Chen, he was always so kind-hearted. Meanwhile, right outside the apartment complex, Shen Mengjia stands gracefully next to a dazzling luxury sports car, quietly waiting. It is her very first time visiting a middle-class neighborhood. She glances around with wide, curious eyes. Her noble, delicate aura shines like a golden branch. Naturally, she draws the staring eyes of every single passerby. Near the entrance, 2 sloppy-looking thugs stand around, shamelessly gossiping. "Hey bro, do you think that little beauty is waiting for a man or a woman?" The heavy-set guy smirks knowingly. She is definitely waiting for her bestie. He confidently begins his completely ridiculous analysis. Think about it. A rich young miss like her would never stand outside for a guy. If she were just a kept woman, she would be waiting comfortably inside a Porsche. A woman driving a luxury car has too much pride. She would never lower herself for a man. The other thug claps his hands. Wow, bro, your logic is totally flawless. What absolute loser mentality. They see a rich, gorgeous woman and immediately assume she is someone's sugar baby. Flawless logic? More like pure garbage. Suddenly, Ye Chen casually steps into their conversation. I think your analysis is completely wrong. The heavy-set thug turns around, looking utterly confused. Why do you say that, bro? The second thug finds this amusing and demands a detailed explanation. Ye Chen lets out a cold, mocking sneer. I just know one thing for certain. She is definitely not waiting for either of you. The two losers immediately flare up in raging anger. The heavy-set guy puffs out his chest. Do you know who I am? I am the god of love. I have conquered hundreds of beautiful girls. The guy in the red shirt proudly pulls back his jacket to show off. Are you looking down on us? Do you not know I am renowned as the little prince of women? They point an aggressive finger right into Ye Chen's face. And who the hell are you? What are you plotting here? Ye Chen stays perfectly calm, his voice indifferent. It is true. I do not understand women at all. He casually points a finger at his own chest, declaring with absolute certainty. But at the very least, I know that girl is waiting for me. The heavy-set thug bursts into a loud, mocking laugh. Waiting for you? You should really take a good look in the mirror. Even a handsome guy like me does not dare to go up and say hi. The guy in the red shirt clutches his stomach, laughing hysterically. A stunning beauty in a luxury car waiting for a nobody like you? You are going to make me die of laughter. Hearing the loud commotion, Shen Mengjia turns her head. Her eyes instantly light up the moment she spots Ye Chen. Mr. Ye, she calls out joyfully. The two absolute losers freeze, exchanging bewildered glances. Mr. Ye? Wait, is your last name Ye? The heavy-set guy stammers in utter embarrassment. No, my last name is Yu. Shen Mengjia rushes over with a bright, welcoming smile. Mr. Ye, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for so long. The two thugs slowly turn their heads toward Ye Chen, jaws dropping in shock. Could it really be true? Ye Chen just tilts his head up, offering a faint, arrogant smirk. Shen Mengjia practically grabs Ye Chen's arm with glowing enthusiasm. Ye Chen keeps his demeanor cool and polite. I am sorry for the delay. I ended up arriving a bit late. Shen Mengjia shakes her head gently. Not at all. I am just glad you are here. Without another word, the two of them walk away together. Glancing back, Shen Mengjia asks curiously, Mr. Ye, are those two men your friends? Ye Chen deliberately raises his voice for them to hear. I do not know them. They called themselves the Saint of Love and some kind of prince. Shen Mengjia covers her mouth, looking back at the two men with absolute disgust. Yikes. You really need to be careful, Mr. Ye. Lately, there have been a lot of completely unhinged weirdos roaming this area. Hearing this, the two thugs instantly turn pale. They stand completely frozen in suffocating, silent humiliation. They never expected that the real clowns in this show were themselves. The scene shifts to the grand Shen family mansion. Shen Mengjia respectfully guides Ye Chen inside to meet her father. Without wasting any time, Ye Chen hands Shen Haihua 5 perfectly round medicinal pills. He had just refined them the night before. President Shen holds them up, examining the pills with a hint of hesitation. Mr. Ye, are you absolutely certain? Will swallowing these truly cure me without needing acupuncture or any other treatments? Madame Shen assumes Ye Chen is just worried about her husband's frail and aging body. She thinks he is too afraid to try intense alternative therapies. If surgery is required, we can accept that too. Old Shen and I can handle the pain, she adds gently. Ye Chen looks at them, his voice loud and unconditionally absolute. Just eat them directly. Swallow all 5 pills at once. Shen Haihua's eyes widen in sheer shock at the bold instruction. After a brief moment of nervous hesitation, he makes his choice. He throws all 5 pills into his mouth, forcing himself to swallow them down. The very moment the pills hit his stomach, an explosive reaction begins. Shen Haihua suddenly leaps to his feet, letting out a roaring cry. Ah! A blinding golden aura erupts from his entire body, looking exactly like a Super Saiyan awakening. Madame Shen watches in absolute terror, her voice trembling. Honey, she cries out. But contrary to her fears, Shen Haihua is experiencing an overwhelming wave of warmth. He gently wraps his arms around himself, closing his eyes to savor the sensation. The moment the pills dissolved, a potent medicinal essence exploded within his meridians. A comforting, warm current flows endlessly through his entire being. He feels an indescribable sense of relief, more comfortable than he has ever felt in his entire life. Clutching his chest, Shen Haihua looks up at the ceiling, letting out a highly satisfied hum. This incredible feeling, it is even more intense than the flames of passion. Seeing her husband's wildly inappropriate display, Madame Shen softly scolds him. Stop spouting such shameful nonsense. Shen Mengjia watches from the side, a bead of sweat forming on her forehead. Did he just swallow a massive dose of illegal stimulants? Regaining his composure, Shen Haihua marches right up to Ye Chen and grasps his hands tightly. His eyes are brimming with profound emotion. Mr. Ye, I, Shen Haihua, will never forget this life-saving grace, for as long as I live. Seeing her father radiating such healthy, joyous energy, Shen Mengjia breaks into a dazzling smile. Without hesitation, President Shen respectfully presents a premium bank card with both hands. This is a medical fee of 1 billion. Please, you must accept it, he insists generously, taking the heavy sum into his hands. A faint smile touches Ye Chen's lips. Taking payment to save a life. It is merely a transaction. He speaks with a calm, unwavering tone. There is no need for such dramatic thanks. But Shen Haihua is not finished yet. I happen to have a vacant luxury villa right next to the Grand Metropolis complex. It is a waste to leave it empty. Right on cue, a finely dressed assistant steps forward, carrying a gleaming golden tray. President Shen gestures toward the tray with absolute respect. Here are the keys. Please, Mr. Ye, accept this humble gift. And I would be infinitely honored if you would give me face and join me for a meal. Holding the cold metal of the keys, Ye Chen falls into deep thought. My place actually has some use now. It is perfect for storing the spiritual herbs. He hesitated for a moment, then a sharp thought crossed his mind. Wait, if Shen Haihua is a heavyweight in the business world, he must have access to top-tier corporate intelligence. Intelligence about the Tianzheng Group. That corporation was not just any company. It was forged single-handedly by my father, the ultimate culmination of his life's blood and sweat. But after the tragedy that annihilated the Ye family, vultures swooped in and seized everything. I have searched the shadows for any trace of Tianzheng, yet my investigations hit a dead end. But Shen Haihua, a man of his status, might just hold the missing pieces to this puzzle. His eyes flashed with resolve. I already have a place to stay, but about that dinner, I will pick the location. Tomorrow night, are you available? On the other end of the line, Shen Haihua practically jumped with joy. Absolutely, the tycoon roared with excitement. To be invited by Mr. Ye is my absolute honor. I will definitely be there. A faint smirk crossed Ye Chen's face as he walked out. It is settled then. I will see you tomorrow. The scene shifts to a grand, ancient courtyard. Bold characters are deeply carved into the heavy wooden archway. The backyard of Rende Hall. Deep within the inner sanctum of the hall, dozens of massive sacks bulged with precious medicinal herbs, completely dominating an entire corner of the room. Ye Chen carefully inspected the spiritual treasure. Suddenly, a respectful voice broke the silence. Mr. Ye, you have arrived. Zhou Deren hurried over from the entrance, watching the young master examine a piece of spiritual root. A proud smile spread across the old man's face. This batch was just delivered today. The freshness is unparalleled, and the medicinal aura is incredibly potent. Ye Chen scooped up another handful of the fragrant roots. Energy pulsed against his fingertips. A rare, satisfied smile graced his lips as he nodded in approval. Not bad at all. Both the age and the vitality exceed my expectations. Tally up the total. Inwardly, his respect for the old man grew. Zhou Deren actually has some serious connections, he thought. Zhou Deren waved his hand with sheer generosity. Mr. Ye, I would love to offer this as a gift, but I know your pride would not allow it. We will only charge the pure cost price. 5 million. Ye Chen's mind raced, crunching the numbers instantly. Based on his recent scouting of the underground herbal market, he knew the brutal truth. This was not the cost price at all. The old man was willingly taking a massive loss. This mountain of spiritual herbs was worth at least 10 million. An image of the old man's arrogant granddaughter flashed in his mind. He let out a silent sigh. He is desperately trying to repay his debt to me. I should not leave him hanging in guilt. Making his decision, Ye Chen locked eyes with him. Very well. I will accept your profound goodwill. By the way, where is that fiery granddaughter of yours? Her presence is surprisingly absent today. At the mention of her, a flicker of panic crossed Zhou Deren's eyes. You mean Zixuan? She followed her martial master deep into the mountains today. She will not return until much later. I originally planned for her to serve you tea, to formally beg for your forgiveness, Mr. Ye. But Ye Chen was completely unfazed. He casually pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling at lightning speed. There was no need for such dramatic gestures. Ye Chen brushed it off. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he tore the page from the notebook. He handed the mysterious parchment to the stunned old man. Take this. His tone suddenly grew dead serious. When your granddaughter returns from the mountains, make sure this exact paper reaches her hands. If her realm of understanding is too low to comprehend it, tell her to show it to her master. Her entire future depends on this. A bright smile illuminated Zhou Deren's wrinkled face as he clutched the paper. Understood. I will guard it with my life and deliver it. His heart pounded against his ribs. Is Mr. Ye returning my favor already? He thought wildly. Just what kind of heaven-defying secret is written on this scrap of paper? Just as he was about to leave, Ye Chen abruptly halted. He turned back, his gaze piercing through the old man. One more thing, old Joe. I need to ask you for a favor. Where in Jiangcheng can I acquire a proper alchemy furnace? A sudden shiver ran down Ye Chen's spine. The explosive memories of his last failed concoction reminded him. Operating a low-tier furnace was an absolute nightmare. The air in the room instantly froze. Joe Darren trembled, his jaw dropping as he stared at the terrifying youth. Mr. Ye, do not tell me. You actually know the divine art of alchemy? The ancient legends of pill forging rushed into his mind, twisting his face into an expression of sheer disbelief. According to the ancient texts, the true alchemists of Huaxia vanished off the face of the earth over a millennium ago. A terrifying realization struck the old man like a thunderbolt. Sure, a few legendary pills still circulate in the black market, but those are all ancient relics left behind by the Supreme Masters. They are treasures beyond human comprehension. Some of those divine pills command prices in the billions. They are utterly priceless. Modern alchemists might still exist in the shadows, but their numbers are as rare as phoenix feathers. His mind raced with terrifying political implications. If any of the ancient martial families of Huaxia managed to secure the loyalty of a single true alchemist, they would conquer the entire nation within 3 short years. Cold sweat poured down Joe Darren's back as a monstrous theory formed in his mind. Mr. Ye purchased a mountain of spiritual herbs today. Heavens above. Is he actually planning to forge divine pills himself? If that is the truth. This young man's true value shatters the boundaries of my imagination. Seeing the old man's terrified reaction, Ye Chen internally cursed. His secret was dangerously close to being exposed. He quickly rolled his eyes, formulating a bulletproof lie. Old Joe, has your imagination run wild? Ye Chen laughed it off smoothly. How could a kid like me possess the ancient art of alchemy? I am merely a passionate collector of antique furnaces. That is all. It was an excuse so flimsy, even a stray dog would laugh at it. But surprisingly, the overwhelming relief made Joe Darren swallow the lie whole. The old man let out a massive sigh of relief, wiping his brow. I see. Well, if Mr. Ye is truly a collector, we are attending a colossal underground auction in exactly 5 days. I am absolutely certain an ancient furnace will surface there. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed as he processed the information. A high-stakes underground auction? A confident smirk returned to his face. Perfect. We will make our move then. He spun on his heel, tossing a casual wave over his shoulder. Contact me when the time comes. I am leaving now. Have my spiritual herbs delivered to the Grand Metropolis apartment later. Several hours crawled by before the silence was broken. Qin Yuanming and the fiery Zhou Zixuan finally stepped through the courtyard gates. Grandpa, we are finally back, she called out cheerfully. Zhou Darren turned around, a teasing glint returning to his weary eyes. Little Zixuan, tell me you did not cause a massive headache for your master today. Zhou Zixuan immediately crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks in protest. Excuse me? Grandpa, you are slandering my good name. Do I look like the kind of disciple who causes trouble? Standing right beside her, the esteemed Master Qin could only offer a helpless, awkward laugh. Ha ha ha. But Zhou Darren's smile vanished, replaced by a stern, unyielding glare. Humph. Do not play innocent with me. After you deeply offended Mr. Ye last time, I specifically ordered you to stay behind today and beg for his forgiveness. And what did you do? You vanished into the mountains at the crack of dawn. The moment that infuriating name reached her ears, Zhou Zixuan's blood boiled. Her aura flared as she screamed into the courtyard. Yi Chen this, Yi Chen that. You talk about him all day, Zhou Zixuan pouted. My master is 100 times stronger. He can snap a massive tree in half with a single palm strike from a distance. Qin Yuanming's eyes crinkled with quiet amusement at his disciple's bold claims. However, the elder martial artist maintained his humble demeanor as he gently scolded her. Haha, Zi Yuan, you must not speak so recklessly, he chuckled. There is always a higher mountain. I truly believe this Mr. Ye possesses extraordinary abilities beyond our understanding. Ignoring his granddaughter's stubborn attitude, Zhou Darren pulled out the mysterious piece of paper he had received that very morning. I do not have the energy to argue with you, he sighed. Yi Chen told me to give this to you. He said it would be beneficial. Zhou Ziyuan eyed the paper with intense skepticism, her brow furrowing in confusion. For me? She snatched the note, squinting hard as she tried to decipher the contents. Despite using every ounce of her brainpower, the cryptic words completely baffled her. Her scowl deepened as she stared at the ink. What in the world is this gibberish? I do not understand a single word. With a dramatic huff, Zhou Ziyuan tossed the precious paper over her shoulder like trash. The handwriting is absolutely hideous. I am not reading this. Zhou Daren's face flushed with anger. You brat! But Qin Yuanming moved like lightning. His hand shot out, catching the discarded paper in midair. As his eyes scanned the text, a heavy silence fell. This paper, he muttered, his voice trembling. Beneficial for Ziyuan. Qin Yuanming echoed Zhou Daren's earlier words, his expression shifting from curiosity to absolute bewilderment as he devoured every single character. Suddenly, the Elder Master's eyes widened to the size of saucers. A shockwave of pure astonishment hit him as he gasped out, "This paper! This was absolutely written by an unrivaled Grandmaster." Qin Yuanming frantically grabbed the bewildered Zhou Daren by the arm. The normally calm and composed elder was now sweating with desperate urgency. Old Zhou, hurry. You must take me to meet this Grandmaster immediately. He has bestowed a tremendous blessing upon both me and Ziyuan." Utterly lost, Zhou Daren stammered, "What is going on?" Seeing Qin Yuanming acting as if the sky itself was falling, the tension in the room instantly skyrocketed to the breaking point. Zhou Daren swallowed hard, anxiety gripping his chest. What exactly is written on that paper? Panic flashed in Zhou Ziyuan's eyes as she blurted out, "Master, is that Ye Chen guy trying to curse me?" However, instead of confirming their terrifying suspicions, the elder martial artist took a deep, shuddering breath. Qin Yuanming finally regained a sliver of his composure. Looking at his old friend, he revealed a deeply guarded secret. "There is something you do not know." His voice dropped to a solemn whisper. "The martial art Ziyuan and I practice is called the Seven Sons Heart Method. I stumbled upon it in my youth, but it is actually an incomplete technique." Memories of his grueling, legendary training flashed before his eyes. "When I first began cultivating, my power surged exponentially. My realm advanced at a terrifying speed, but then, a dark shadow passed over the elder's weathered face, and his tone turned devastatingly grim. But the deeper I stepped into the martial path, the more fatal the flaw became. The backlash has secretly been destroying my internal organs." Hearing this horrifying truth, a chill ran down Zhou Ziyuan's spine. She frantically recalled her recent training sessions, a sickening dread pooling in her stomach. "So that is why," she gasped in horror. "No wonder I have felt a burning agony in my chest lately. Is the incomplete technique already turning against me?" Qin Yuanming reached out, gently patting her head to calm her racing heart. "Ziyuan, do not be afraid," he reassured her softly. "You only learned this method for basic self-defense. Your cultivation base is still shallow, so the damage is minimal." But as he spoke of his own fate, his aura grew agonizingly heavy. "As for me, if I dare to cultivate any further, my organs will completely decay, leading to a gruesome death. My only option was to cripple my own life's cultivation." Hearing this devastating death sentence, Zhou Daren paled. Then what on earth do we do? A storm of catastrophic thoughts raged inside Zhou Daren's mind. The future of their entire bloodline was suddenly hanging by a thread. Elder Qin was the impenetrable shield of the Zhou family. If the legendary master fell, the enemies of their clan would tear them apart without mercy. But completely destroying Zhou Daren's despairing doom and gloom, Elder Qin suddenly threw his head back and roared with laughter. "Ha ha! That was only true in the past." Qin Yuanming practically jumped with the giddy excitement of a child. "Today, this single scrap of paper holds the missing pieces of the technique. This is the work of a god. The deadly backlash is gone forever. Haha. Ziyuan, the heavens have blessed us. We have truly encountered a divine savior." His joyous laughter echoed like thunder. Her master's ecstatic declaration sent an unprecedented wave of shock and trembling awe straight through Zhou Ziyuan's soul. A divine savior? Even her invincible master was bowing to his greatness. Her heart pounded fiercely as she questioned reality itself. "Ye Chen, just what kind of terrifying monster are you?" Meanwhile, far away in the hyper-luxurious Grand Metropolis Villa district, a solitary figure stood before an unimaginably massive estate. Ye Chen let out a low whistle of absolute amazement. "I thought Shenhai Hua was just gifting me a regular house. I never expected a royal palace like this." Stepping inside, the sheer scale of the ultra-modern kitchen, packed with absolute top-tier culinary equipment, caught him completely off guard. A soft gasp escaped his lips. Oh? They really spared no expense. He strolled into the sprawling, sunlit living room, nodding in deep appreciation of the opulent design. "Not bad at all," he muttered, noticing the pristine high-end furniture meant for entertaining VIP guests. But as he wandered the halls, his eyes locked onto a bizarre, violently distorted painting of a Pikachu. Pausing in front of the absurd artwork, he chuckled under his breath. "Well, everything is perfectly furnished. That guy was surprisingly thoughtful, saving me all the tedious preparation. But in a state this massive, it feels suffocatingly empty for just one person." A sudden sharp pang of sorrow pierced Ye Chen's chest. His mind instantly drifted to Sun Yi, and the memory of her parting phone call echoed bitterly in his ears. "Hello? Ah, Ye Chen, I have to return to my hometown for some business. I probably will not be coming back. Shaking away the memory, he rubbed his chin, a wave of undeniable concern washing over him for that foolish girl. Back then, my family's home was infinitely smaller than this luxurious mansion, he reminisced silently, his eyes darkening with ancient grief. But the true treasure was our harmony. It was always so vibrant, so full of life, and now, standing at the summit of power, I am entirely alone. Yi Chen's eyes darkened with heavy sorrow as his thoughts drifted. Tomorrow is the exact anniversary of your passing, he murmured to the empty room. Mother, father, I swear on my very soul, your vengeance will be carved in blood. I crawled my way out from the absolute abyss of death. I survived the darkest nights for one reason alone, to personally drag that man's severed head right to your gravesides. The name Ye Chen will soon make all of Jiangcheng tremble. This entire land of Huaxia will bow before my feet. But just as the heavy vow left his lips, a sudden, sharp ring from the front door shattered the silence. Hearing the sudden chime, his suffocating aura instantly vanished. The medicinal herbs are finally here, he noted calmly. He swiftly swung the heavy doors open and stepped out into the cool night air. Right on cue, a delivery crew was standing out front. They were carefully unloading massive crates of rare medicinal ingredients, one by one. A wave of relief washed over Ye Chen as he watched the massive haul being brought in. Thank the heavens, I secured this small villa, he thought to himself. If I were still stuck in a cramped little apartment, there is absolutely no way I could store a mountain of herbs like this. Mr. Ye, a sudden, highly respectful voice echoed through the night, catching Ye Chen off guard. He shifted his sharp gaze and immediately recognized the speaker. It was none other than Zhou Rende. The old man bowed slightly. I have personally escorted your medicinal supplies. If Mr. Ye requires anything else, just say the word. Ye Chen waved his hand casually. There is no need for all that, old Zhou. Then, Ye Chen's piercing eyes locked onto a silent figure standing right beside old Zhou. This subtle flow of energy. Ye Chen analyzed inwardly. This man is undeniably an ancient martial artist. Feeling the terrifying weight of Ye Chen's gaze, the man immediately cupped his fists in a deep bow. Greetings, Mr. Ye, he said with utmost respect. Ye Chen offered a faint, unbothered smile. You went through the trouble of delivering this personally. Please, come inside. When Ye Chen casually acknowledged him, the martial artist's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. A shocked gasp escaped his lips. Ah! Without a single second of hesitation, the man dropped heavily to both knees. The concrete seemed to crack under his overwhelming gratitude. This humble one is Qin Yuanming. I thank Grandmaster Ye for saving my miserable life. Zhou Zixuan, who had just stepped up, screamed in absolute horror. Master, why are you kneeling to him? Qin Yuanming was drenched in cold sweat as he frantically explained. I will not hide the truth from you, sir. I am Zixuan's master. When you casually corrected the flaws in our 7-yang mental method, not only did it help me shatter my cultivation bottleneck, it completely saved me from a deadly, explosive backlash of energy. Tears of absolute reverence welled up in the old warrior's eyes. From this day until my very last breath, you are the absolute benefactor of Qin Yuanming. Ye Chen's expression remained completely unfazed by the dramatic display. That was nothing but a trivial matter, he replied coldly. But there is one thing that sparks my curiosity. He scratched his head, looking genuinely confused. Why do you keep calling me a grandmaster? Is being a grandmaster really that impressive? Hearing this utterly casual question, Qin Yuanming nearly choked on his own breath. His mind raced with absolute disbelief. Heavens above, he is a supreme martial arts grandmaster, yet he does not even know what the title means? His ability to project true energy externally is absolutely flawless. Understanding cultivation realms is the absolute basic foundation for any ancient martial artist. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly, trying to clear the sudden tension in the air. Ahem. I actually just descended from the mountains not long ago, Ye Chen explained. I am completely clueless about how Huaxia categorizes martial arts levels. Please, enlighten me. Qin Yuanming offered a nervous, deeply respectful smile. Ah, so that explains it. If Grandmaster Ye has been in secluded mountain cultivation, completely disconnected from the mortal realm, it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't know. Please allow this humble one to boldly explain. Within the Huaxia martial arts system, there are 4 absolute major tiers of power. Outer Force, Inner Force, Half-Step Transformation Realm, and finally, the Absolute Pinnacle, the Transformation Realm Grandmaster. Furthermore, each of these realms is strictly divided into 3 distinct stages: minor completion, major completion, and the absolute peak. Take Zixuan, for example. He has merely stepped into the very beginning of the Inner Force realm, but you, Grandmaster Ye, you are undeniably a Transformation Realm Grandmaster, a legendary existence that countless martial artists worship. Yi Chen absorbed this information, his mind working at lightning speed. This entire power ranking system, he thought, his eyes narrowing slightly. It is completely different from what that eccentric old man taught me back then, but I suppose that makes total sense. The divine cultivation technique I practice, it exists on a completely different dimension compared to the superficial martial arts of Huaxia. My path follows the true ancient realms. Body forging, origin opening, energy movement, separation and reunion, true origin, and divine wandering. And every single realm contains 9 agonizingly difficult layers. Of course, beyond the divine wandering realm lie terrifying heights of power I cannot even fathom yet. As for my current strength, I am only at the 5th layer of the origin opening realm, based on Qian Yuanming's grand explanation. A Huaxia martial arts grandmaster probably sits somewhere between the origin opening and energy movement realms. That means they are significantly stronger than I initially gave them credit for. Shaking off his internal monologue, Ye Chen's eyes sharpened as he asked his next question. Tell me, are there many grandmasters in Huaxia? Beneath his calm exterior, a dangerous thought surfaced. That terrifying man in the capital. What realm has he reached by now? Is he a mere grandmaster, or something far worse? Qin Yuanming bowed his head and answered truthfully. I do not know the exact numbers, sir, but one thing is absolutely certain. The vast majority of these supreme grandmasters are deeply tied to the elite aristocratic families of Huaxia. We may live in a modern era, ruled by technology and law. But the true shadows of power, the ones pulling the strings, every single one of them has absolute martial arts powerhouses standing behind them. Old Zhou eagerly chimed in, not wanting to be left out. Take the 4 great families of our very own Jiangcheng, for instance, ranked from absolute strongest to weakest. They are the Chu family, the Zhao family, the Lu family, and finally, the Chen family. And listen to this. Even the weakest of them, the Chen family, has an old patriarch secretly cultivating in seclusion. He is a literal grandmaster. Old Zhou shook his head, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Such a pity, really. Just a few days ago, the entire Chen family was utterly wiped off the map by some unknown, terrifying entity. They were mercilessly kicked out of the 4 great families. The Wan family has already swooped in to take their place. Ye Chen slightly lowered his head, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Before that Chen bastard died, he dared to use that very old patriarch to threaten me. I wonder when that old fool will finally crawl out of his hole to face me. His thoughts then drifted to the top of the food chain. But out of all these so-called elite families, the one etched deepest into my bones is Chu Shuran. 5 years ago, if it had not been for her absolute, soul-crushing humiliation, I never would have suffered such a catastrophic downfall. I never would have been branded as Jiangcheng's ultimate trash. Chu Shuran. A demonic aura began to leak from Ye Chen's body. This time, I will make you truly understand. I will show you who the real untouchable existence is. Witnessing the monstrous, bloodthirsty killing intent suddenly erupting from Ye Chen, Qin Yuanming felt his very soul tremble in absolute terror. Heavens, how can a killing aura be this horrifyingly dense? The old master screamed internally. Just how much fresh blood has drenched his hands? To possess such heaven-defying abilities at his age, he is a walking god of death. Later, amidst the bustling, neon-lit streets crowded with people, Ye Chen walked with a heavy, purposeful stride. What in the world is that silly girl Sun Yi doing? He muttered, a deep frown creeping onto his face. I have called her several times, but she is completely unreachable. A dark, sinking feeling of dread began to claw at his chest. Could something catastrophic have happened back home? If there is no news by tomorrow, I will have to track her down myself. Suddenly, Ye Chen's stomach violently protests, rumbling as loud as a boiling kettle. Grumble! Ye Chen awkwardly clutches his empty belly, a sheepish grin crossing his face. Priorities first, he mutters to himself. I need to find a place to grab dinner. Just then, his sharp gaze locks onto a humble eatery right across the street. A weathered signboard above the entrance proudly displays 3 massive words. Seafood food stall. Ye Chen's eyes light up with instant recognition. Wait a minute. This is the restaurant owned by Wang Yuheng's family, his absolute best bro from his school days. The mouth-watering memories flood back. He practically lived here as a student, and miraculously, it is still open after all these years. Back in the day, his constant visits for late-night meals were exactly how he and Wang Yuheng forged their unbreakable bond. Ye Chen smiles warmly at the memory. Even during his darkest, most pathetic moments, Wang Yuheng had stood loyally by his side. But as he steps inside, a chilling silence greets him. The place is completely dead, not a single soul in sight. Confusion instantly knots Ye Chen's brow. What in the world is going on? This joint used to be packed to the brim back in the day. How could it be completely deserted now? Brushing off his unease, Ye Chen calls out with a casual tone. Uncle Wang, serve me up some of your legendary skewers and toss in a cold soda. From the shadows of the kitchen, an older woman slowly shuffles out. Her voice trembles as she speaks. I am so sorry, young man. She hesitates, her eyes nervously avoiding his. Young man, we are actually packing up the place today. You will have to grab a bite somewhere else. Yi Chen squints, instantly recognizing the familiar figure. It is Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang forces a weak, heartbreaking smile, continuing her polite refusal. We are moving out today. If fate allows it, please come support our new location in the future. Ye Chen freezes, genuinely stunned by the news. This legendary spot has been here for over a decade. Why relocate now? But before he can ask, his sharp eyes catch something disturbing, a fresh, bloody bandage plastered across Aunt Zhang's cheek. Yi Chen's aura instantly shifts. She is injured. And from the looks of it, this is no accident, she was brutally struck. Just then, a heavy sigh echoes from the kitchen as Uncle Wang steps out. Let it be, dear. Do not chase our guests away. Aunt Zhang hesitates, turning toward her husband with absolute worry in her eyes. But Uncle Wang is already marching forward, quickly setting a steaming, mountainous plate of food on the table with a forced, hearty laugh. This plate is on the house, he declares, flashing a warm but strained smile. Young man, if you truly want to be the final customer at our humble stall, then I will gladly grant your wish. But as Uncle Wang steps into the light, Ye Chen's breath catches in his throat. The older man's face is a canvas of vicious purple bruises. Uncle Wang has been beaten too. Ye Chen's mind races. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang are deeply devoted to each other. Domestic violence is absolutely out of the question. Someone else did this to them. Yet, as the heavenly aroma of the sizzling skewers hits his nose, Ye Chen's stomach betrays him, and his mouth practically waters like a waterfall. For a split second, the intoxicating scent of nostalgia overrides his rising killing intent, and he lets out a delighted cheer. Oh man, this is it. As Ye Chen digs in, Uncle Wang lowers his voice into a frantic whisper. Finish up and leave quickly. I will not charge you a single cent, but you must eat fast. Please, you have to hurry. Gripping the dripping meat skewer, Ye Chen takes a massive bite. His eyes widen with pure bliss. It is the exact same legendary flavor, the unmistakable taste of his glorious youth. But right as he opens his mouth for a second colossal bite, a massive wooden chair rockets out of nowhere, flying straight toward his head. However, with his current god-tier senses, Ye Chen perceives the ambush in slow motion. Yi Chen reacts with lightning speed. With just a casual, effortless flick of his wrist, he shatters the incoming heavy wooden chair into absolute sawdust. He slowly rises to his feet, a terrifying, suffocating aura violently erupting from his core. Behind him, sheer terror washes over Uncle Wang's bruised face. Before the dust even settles, a group of imposing thugs swaggers into the shop, their voices dripping with arrogant disdain. Ho ho! Looks like this little punk actually has some decent reflexes. Seeing their utterly mocking smirks, an icy volcanic rage instantly ignites within Ye Chen's soul. The towering gang leader barks aggressively. But today, your daddy here is not looking for you. This garbage dump is officially closed. Scram before I break your legs. Ye Chen glares at them, a pack of brainless, muscle-bound thugs looking like absolute gorillas. Trembling like leaves in a hurricane, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang stutter in sheer horror. B-Boss who? Before the terrified couple can utter another word, the red-haired leader ruthlessly cuts them off. Old Wang, you refuse to obediently cough up our protection money, and you still have the sheer audacity to serve customers? He violently grabs Uncle Wang by the collar, lifting him off the ground with a vicious snarl. Are you begging me to utterly destroy this pathetic shop of yours? Uncle Wang gasps for air, pleading desperately. Boss Hu, please, have mercy on us. Tears well up in the old man's eyes as he begs for his life. Please, just let us go. We are just a small business. We cannot survive this kind of torment. Hearing his pathetic cries, the pack of thugs instantly bursts into cruel, booming laughter. Ha ha ha, do not treat me like an absolute fool. Boss Hu smirks wickedly, his eyes gleaming with malice. You thought you could just pack up and run away, did you not? I already tracked down the exact address of your pathetic new location. The red-haired tyrant leans in, his voice dropping into a deadly whisper. If you do not hand over 50,000 in protection money by tomorrow, I will completely demolish your new shop too. Having delivered his merciless verdict, the thug violently tosses Uncle Wang aside and leisurely turns to leave. Ha ha ha. Remember, you have exactly 24 hours to deliver the cash, or your daddy here will permanently end your livelihoods. As he arrogantly brushes past Ye Chen, the crimson-haired thug shoots him a look of absolute disdain, dropping one last mocking sneer. Hey little punk. My daddy here is done with his main business, so you do not have to scram anymore. Enjoy your meal. Ha ha ha. The 500 gang members backing him up instantly erupt into a chorus of obnoxious, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoes through the ruined shop. But suddenly, an icy, deathly calm voice slices through the noise. Did I say, you trashes could leave? Boss Hu stops dead in his tracks, instantly freezing. He slowly turns his head, glaring at Ye Chen as if looking at an absolute madman. Are you talking to me, you little brat? Ye Chen's lips curl into a terrifying, predatory smirk. If I am not talking to you, am I talking to a barking street dog? Boss Hu's face instantly turns purple with absolute fury. Do you have any idea who the hell I am? You suicidal little brat. Smack. Before the thug can even finish his arrogant sentence, Ye Chen moves like a phantom. A devastating backhand connects squarely with Boss Hu's jaw. Ye Chen glares down at him with eyes like absolute glaciers. Why the hell would I care? Boss Hu crashes into the concrete like a sack of garbage. His underlings absolutely panic, screaming in terror. Boss Hu, big boss. Their faces drain of all color, pale as ghosts. The speed was completely incomprehensible. None of them even saw the kid move. Oh? Is that all the legendary Boss Hu amounts to? Ye Chen casually crosses his arms, looking down at the trash at his feet like a supreme deity. Are you kidding me? One casual slap and you are already kissing the dirt? Down on the ground, the gang leader gnashes his teeth so hard they nearly shatter. Motherfucker, he hisses venomously. He springs up like a coiled viper, throwing a vicious, hatred-fueled punch straight at Ye Chen's skull. Go to hell, you absolute bastard. But Boss Hu only manages to choke out a single, pathetic gasp. Ugh. Ye Chen mercilessly unloads a devastating barrage of absolute destruction upon him. The sheer, overwhelming kinetic force of Ye Chen's blows launches the massive gang leader completely airborne. He skyrockets upwards, violently smashing headfirst into the plaster ceiling with a sickening crunch. The surrounding gang members are paralyzed with absolute soul-crushing horror. Their jaws hit the floor. Boss Hu, this is too exaggerated. Amidst the deadly silence, Ye Chen slowly turns his piercing gaze toward the trembling mob. Hey, you trashes over there. A demonic, blood-chilling aura radiates from his every pore as he issues his final warning. Crawl out of here on your own, before I make you. The entire gang violently shivers, cold sweat pouring like waterfalls down their ugly, pathetic faces. Murderous aura blazes in Ye Chen's eyes. He locks onto his prey with a deadly glare. If you trash ever dare to cause trouble again, I, Ye Chen, promise I will not hold back next time. He looks down at the 500 gang members, all scattered across the ground like fallen autumn leaves, and lets out a mocking scoff. Why is everyone kneeling so suddenly? Sporting fresh black eyes and bruised faces from their free beatdown, the entire gang obediently grovels. Boss, please spare our miserable lives. We will never dare do this again. Ye Chen's voice drops to a freezing chill. And then what? The gang leader violently trembles. We are so sorry. We will never mess with Uncle Wong again. Please show mercy and spare us. His gorilla-like face is entirely mangled, with fresh blood streaming down his ragged wounds. Ye Chen tightly grabs the leader by his hair. He growls out a final, terrifying warning. If I ever catch sight of you on this street again. Before he can even finish his sentence, the thugs frantically nod. Yes, sir. We understand. We will get out of your sight right now. A terrifying, bloodthirsty pressure erupts from Ye Chen's eyes. Scram, he roars. Hearing this command, the 500 gang members scramble to their feet. They frantically support each other and run for their lives. They do not forget to cry out their endless thanks to the boss for sparing them. Glancing around the completely devastated scene, Ye Chen feels a slight twinge of guilt. Truth be told, he had absolutely wrecked the shop. He sighs inwardly. I should have forced that trash to clean up this mess before letting them run off. Just then, Uncle Wong's trembling voice breaks the silence. Could you really be, Ah Chen? Joy erupts across his weathered face. It really is you. Ah Chen, you are actually still alive. Aunt Zhang is completely overwhelmed with emotion, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. Ah Chen. Ye Chen freezes, totally caught off guard by their reaction. You two actually recognize me? Uncle Wong chuckles warmly. You foolish brat. You owe us so much money. How could your Uncle Wong ever forget you? Aunt Zhang quickly chimes in. Ah Chen, it truly is you. You have grown so tall and strong. Auntie almost did not recognize you. They smile through their joyful tears. It is so good that you are back home. So incredibly good. A heavy lump forms in Ye Chen's throat. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang. He hesitates for a fleeting second, his heart overflowing. Yeah, I am finally back. Sometime later, Ye Chen returns to the Dadu apartment complex. He unlocks the front door, stepping into the quiet space. Sun Yi, are you home? He calls out. Catching sight of a figure inside, Ye Chen casually speaks up. You did not answer any of my calls earlier. I just found a pretty decent restaurant. Let us go grab a bite together. However, The long-haired woman suddenly lets out a startled shriek. A man? Hearing that unfamiliar tone, Ye Chen instantly realizes his mistake. Oops. He stares blankly at the stunning blonde girl standing right in front of him. Who are you? The strange woman glares sharply at Ye Chen in response. Refusing to back down, Ye Chen presses on. I asked who you are. The blonde girl scoffs, quickly bringing up their past encounter. Are you serious right now? We literally caused a massive scene at the company reception desk not too long ago, and now you magically do not recognize me? Ye Chen's eyes widen in absolute shock. Xia Ruxui, what on earth are you doing here? Xia Ruxui crosses her arms and quickly explains. Sun Yi happens to be my best friend. I come over to hang out all the time, so she gave me a spare key for convenience. But what about you? Are you actually living with her? Ye Chen awkwardly scratches his head. I did not have a place to stay. She is basically my landlord right now. Deep down, his mind is racing. Is this really the famous Xia Ruxui? That old man specifically ordered him to come and save her life. But looking at her completely normal appearance, she certainly does not look like someone facing a world-ending disaster. At this moment, a meaningful smirk plays on Xia Ruxui's lips. This girl, Sun Yi, is way bolder than I ever imagined, keeping a man around. Ignoring her judgment, Ye Chen turns away to pour a glass of water. As you can clearly see, she is not here. So where is Sun Yi? Watching him act so incredibly casual, Xia Ruxui feels a vein pop in annoyance. This arrogant jerk treats this place like his own personal kingdom. Brushing her irritation aside, Xia Ruxui's face turns deadly serious. I cannot reach her at all. She even missed the executive leadership meeting this afternoon. Do you have any idea where she went? Hearing those words, a sudden jolt of alarm strikes Ye Chen. Are you saying Sun Yi has gone missing? Panic flares within his chest. Even Xia Ruxui cannot contact her. Did something terrible actually happen to Sun Yi? Could she have been targeted by my vicious enemies? No. Sitting here is useless. I have to find her. Seeing his aura suddenly turn overwhelmingly dark, Xia Ruxui takes a step back. Hey, what exactly do you think you are doing? Ye Chen shoots her an icy glare. This has nothing to do with you. Xia Ruxui furiously stomps her foot. Excuse me? Were you not the one desperately trying to find me earlier? Now that I am finally standing right here? You just want to walk away? Ye Chen pauses at the door, delivering a chilling warning over his shoulder. Do not dare follow me. Without another word, he storms out into the night, leaving a deeply bewildered Xia Ruxui standing alone in the small apartment. She silently evaluates him. He really does possess some serious backbone, but soon, blazing anger overtakes her initial shock. Ye Chen, you are the absolute first person to ever speak to me like that. Do not act so high and mighty just because you hold a rare medical prescription. She nervously chews on her manicured nail, her mind spinning with countless questions. Xia Ruxui recalls the deeply unsettling truth. I previously sent a top-tier detective to investigate his background, yet his entire file came back completely blank. This level of absolute secrecy proves someone incredibly powerful is protecting his identity. An ordinary person could never hide so perfectly. A mysterious genius like him could be an unbelievable asset to our corporate empire. But why does he treat me like a walking plague? Despite Ye Chen's endlessly infuriating attitude, Xia Ruxui forcefully calms herself down. I must endure this. No matter how agonizing this humiliation feels, I must endure. I abandoned the prestigious Xia family to come all the way to Jiangcheng. I built my entire business empire here just to prove my true worth. I cannot afford to let stupid emotions ruin everything now. His miracle prescription is absolutely vital for my success. Yet, being brutally left behind like this makes her blood boil even hotter. He was clearly the one searching for me first. Meanwhile, out in the cold streets, Ye Chen is completely lost. Jiangcheng is massively huge. Without my own underground intelligence network, searching for Sun Yi alone is basically suicide. His anxiety skyrockets. Even if I manage to track her down, it might be too late to save her. Backed into a desperate corner, Ye Chen slowly pulls out his phone. He stares at a hidden contact and mutters under his breath. I swore I would never involve myself with that man ever again. But lurking in the shadows of fate, it seems he has absolutely no other choice. Meanwhile, at the towering Shenlong building, brilliant sunlight reflects off the endless glass facade. A man in a sharp black suit gazes down at the bustling city below. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a harsh, ringing phone. Azure aura crackles around his fingertips as he uses magic to summon the device. He mutters to himself that less than 6 people in the entire world know this secure number. He answers with a sharp demand, asking who is calling. A chillingly calm voice echoes from the other end, warning him not to even think about tracing the signal. Recognizing that legendary voice, the man in the suit freezes in pure shock. On the other end, Ye Chen casually slips one hand into his pocket and continues his absolute command. Ye Chen warns that if he ever finds out his subordinate planted spies around him, he will ruthlessly rip away everything he ever gave him. That includes taking his very life. Without missing a beat, Ye Chen cuts straight to the chase, ordering him to track someone down immediately. He declares her name is Sun Yi, the general manager of Huame Group, who completely vanished off the grid 10 hours ago. He demands her exact coordinates and whether she is in immediate danger. He also needs to know exactly what disaster struck her family. With a tone that leaves no room for failure, he gives him exactly 5 minutes to uncover everything. As the line goes dead, the man stares at his phone in absolute disbelief. 3 years. He repeats the words in his mind, his heart racing at the sheer weight of those 3 long years. He had guarded this phone with his life for 3 entire years, praying every single day for this exact moment. A fierce smirk spreads across his face as he whispers a title of ultimate respect, Palace Master. In a flash, he calls back to deliver his rapid-fire report. Clearing his throat, he confirms he has secured all intel regarding Sun Yi. The subordinate rattles off the critical data. At 11:35, she left her apartment and drove a car with the license plate, Jiang 180TS, straight to Jiangcheng, 5th People's Hospital. That vehicle is currently sitting untouched in the hospital parking lot. According to the Jiangcheng Network's deep dive, right before 11:20, a critical medical emergency demanded an immediate surgery. The operation cost a staggering 700,000. During that terrifying window, Sun Yi desperately called 3 different contacts. Her first call was to a ruthless pawn company. She practically gave away her car for a mere 50,000. The subordinate adds that he has even deeper intelligence on standby. He asks if he should transmit the full encrypted file. Ye Chen replies with a voice as cold as absolute zero, telling him it is unnecessary. His eyes darken as he realizes a disaster has indeed struck her. Ye Chen mutters to himself that knowing her exact location is all he needs to crush this problem. Meanwhile, back at Jiangcheng 5th People's Hospital, standing before the intensive care unit doors, Sun Yi trembles with overwhelming hesitation. She whispers desperately to herself in the suffocating silence. She had drained every last cent of her life savings and sold her only car. Yet, she is still short 300,000 for Hausa's life-saving surgery. She wonders if her parents have run out of miracles too. Standing opposite her is her father, Sun Yonggui, whose face is etched with agony as he admits they are entirely broke, leaving third uncle as their only hope. He mentions that the man has built quite a fortune in business over the years. Standing right beside him is Sun Yi's mother, Zhang Yunlan. Tears stream down Zhang Yunlan's face as she chokes back sobs. She confirms she already begged him on the phone and that he should be arriving any second. Sun Yi clenches her fists, realizing her arrogant third uncle is their final lifeline. He is the wealthiest relative they have, but he has spent years treating their family like absolute garbage, making this plea a bitter pill to swallow. Suddenly, a loud, obnoxious voice shatters the tense hospital hallway. The sheer volume makes Sun Yi's entire family jump in shock. 2 flashy figures swagger down the corridor, calling out Yonggui's name. They loudly demand to know why they were kept in the dark while Haojia was facing such a massive crisis. They scold him for waiting until the last minute to beg for help. Swallowing her immense pride, Sun Yi softly greets her third uncle and third aunt, expressing her deep gratitude for their arrival. The man dripping in tacky gold bracelets and a garish leopard print jacket is her third uncle, Sun Yongfu. Beside him stands a wildly overdressed woman, sporting red stockings and a ridiculous high-tied pink hairstyle. This is her venomous third aunt, Dong Sezhou. As Sun Yongfu gets a good look at his niece, a predatory shock flashes in his eyes. He notes to himself that the little brat has bloomed into a stunning beauty over the years they haven't spoken. Greed glimmers in his gaze as he realizes her hidden value. Desperate, Sun Yonggui steps forward, practically begging as he tells Yongfu that they are completely backed into a corner with no way out. Zhang Yunlan immediately backs her husband up. She desperately pleads with Yongfu to show some mercy and save Haojia's life. She swears on her life that they will sell their very home to pay him back. Gnawing on a cigarette, Sun Yongfu exhales a long, arrogant cloud of smoke. He shakes his head with a fake sigh of pity. Putting on an exaggerated mask of hardship, he claims that the market has been brutally tough, leaving him without any spare cash to lend. But inside his twisted mind, he coldly calculates their worth. He sneers at their pathetic, poverty-stricken appearance. He secretly scoffs, knowing these peasants could never repay such a massive fortune. Throwing his hard-earned money at them would be like flushing it straight down the drain. Hot tears well up in Sun Yi's eyes as she begs once more. She cries out that if Haoza does not hit the operating table soon, he will cross the gates of hell. Sensing an opportunity, Dong Sezhou suddenly chimes in with a wicked glint in her eyes. She reminds her husband of their recent dinner with President Li, leaving Sun Yongfu squinting in utter confusion. Pushing up her flashy sunglasses, Dong Sezhou's voice drips with venomous cunning. She reminds him of his joke about finding a bride for President Lee's mentally disabled son. She drops the bombshell with a malicious smirk. She suggests that a beauty like Sun Yi is the perfect sacrifice, and if they lock down this arranged marriage, President Lee would shower them in endless riches. Hearing this twisted scheme, Sun Yongfu's eyes light up with greedy realization. He mentally kicks himself for not thinking of this brilliant trap sooner. President Lee's idiot son might have the mind of a child, but he is notoriously obsessed with pretty women. This makes Sun Yi the ultimate pawn for their dark game. Feigning absolute sweetness, Dong Sezhou softly asks if her dear niece happens to have a boyfriend. Completely off guard, Sun Yi admits she is single, prompting a triumphant, wicked laugh from her aunt. Tilting her head like a predator closing in on its prey, Dong Sezhou purrs. She insists that while her uncle's business is struggling, Hausa's life remains the top priority, and they might just have a dark, alternative way to summon the cash. A chill runs down Sun Yi's spine as she nervously asks what exactly her aunt is scheming. Dong Sezhou cuts straight to the chase, her eyes gleaming with absolute greed. I heard the son of CEO Lee from the construction guild is looking for a wife. If you marry into the wealthy Lee family, she did not even pause for breath. Forget about your little brother's medical bills. The entire Sun family would be set for life, all thanks to you. Sun Yi's heart sank right into her stomach. She stared at her aunt, completely paralyzed by the sheer audacity of her words. Marriage? To a complete stranger? The vicious aunt kept pushing her twisted agenda. Once you become a daughter-in-law of the Lee family, Haojia's illness is nothing. You will become the absolute savior of the Sun family. Sun Yongui finally snapped, stepping firmly in front of his daughter like a shield. Sister-in-law, watch your mouth. Are you telling me to sell my own flesh and blood? Zhang Yunlan stepped up beside her husband, her voice trembling with protective fury. Little Yi already dropped out of school to work years ago. She has sacrificed way too much for this family, and I refuse to wrong her again. Dong Sezhou casually pushed up her glasses, feigning complete innocence. Oh, do not make it sound so ugly. Who said anything about selling a daughter? Everything is entirely up to Sun Yi's own choice. Who knows? Maybe she actually wants to marry into wealth. The wicked woman immediately launched a brutal psychological attack. Think about it, dear. Hausa is only 14 years old with his whole life ahead of him. Do you really have the heart to watch him die? Dong Sezhou leaned in closely, whispering her venomous words right into Sun Yi's ear. You are his biological older sister, after all. You watched him grow up. Seeing his daughter's face drain of color, Sun Yongui was crushed by an overwhelming wave of guilt. He felt like an absolute failure of a father. Why didn't he just risk his own life? Why couldn't he earn enough money to spare his daughter from this torment? Zhang Yunlan openly wept, crying out in total despair. Is this just our family's cursed fate? Watching them break, Dong Sezhou smirked inwardly. Hook, line, and sinker. Uncle Sun Yongfu chimed in, tossing out his own greedy bait. Marrying into wealth is a massive blessing. Your branch of the family will never have to worry about money again. Dong Sezhou hammered the final nail into the coffin. You have to understand, Haojia's future medical bills are an astronomical number. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed through the hallway, making everyone jump out of their skin. Who exactly is trying to marry off my girlfriend? A spark of wild hope instantly ignited in Sun Yi's eyes. Ye Chen. He casually strolled forward, hands tucked perfectly into his pockets like a descending god. You silly girl. Why did you hide your brother's illness from me? Ye Chen flawlessly slipped into the overbearing CEO persona. You are way too polite with your own boyfriend. Sun Yongui blinked, completely and utterly bewildered. You are little Yi's boyfriend? Zhang Yunlan was just as hopelessly confused by the sudden arrival. How come she never mentioned you to us before? Yi Chen smoothly wrapped his arm around Sun Yi's waist, flashing a devastatingly handsome smile. Auntie, you know how little Yi is. She is just a bit too shy to bring it up. Sun Yi jumped at his touch, letting out a startled squeak. Seeing his golden goose slipping away, Sun Yongfu furiously roared. Absolute bullshit. Just a minute ago, she explicitly said she was completely single. Dong Sezhou pointed a trembling, rage-filled finger at him. Where did you crawl out from, you little punk? Why are you faking being her boyfriend? Ye Chen turned his gaze to his fake girlfriend, cheekily tapping his own face. See that? The old bat does not believe us. Why do you not go ahead and prove it to her? Sun Yi's face burned crimson as her thoughts raced at lightning speed. This shameless rogue came all this way to save her from this nightmare. She absolutely had to play along. Taking a deep breath, she gently grabbed Ye Chen's collar. Rising on her tiptoes, she pressed a soft, sudden kiss against his cheek. Sun Yongfu's jaw hit the floor. What the hell? I thought they were just acting. He is actually her boyfriend? Dong Sezhou began to stutter, completely choking on her own toxic words. This is way too sudden. But Sun Yongfu quickly switched tactics, aiming right for their weakness. Sun Yi, you know the surgery fee is an astronomical number. Not just any random guy can cough up that kind of cash. Ye Chen did not even flinch, his tone effortlessly cool. Oh, you mean those 400,000? I actually paid it on my way up here. The surgery can happen whenever you are ready. But the cynical Dong Seijo was not going to give up that easily. Immediately sneering back, casually throwing down 400,000? What a massive ego. Sun Yongfu aggressively demanded the absolute proof. Where is the receipt? The hospital definitely gave you a receipt. At that exact moment, a cold sweat broke out on Ye Chen's forehead. Damn, these parasites are way too detail-oriented. I sprinted up here to save the day. Who had the time to pay any damn bills? If I waited in line to pay, Sun Yi would have already been sold off to you two dogs. Masking his inner panic, Ye Chen confidently crossed his arms. He let out a loud, fake cough. Ahem, the money was not given to the hospital. I gave it to the absolute best divine doctor in Jiangcheng. He will personally cure Haozhe. Dong Seijo aggressively pushed up her glasses, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. Divine Dr. Ye? Since when did Jiangcheng ever have a divine Dr. Ye? Why have I never heard of this legendary figure? Wait. You do not mean yourself, do you, you little punk? Faced with her razor-sharp deduction, Ye Chen was momentarily stunned. Is this crazy woman a freaking detective? She is way too hard to fool. He stammered for a split second before puffing out his chest. Well, actually, yes, that is me. Sun Yongfu exploded with mocking laughter, pointing ruthlessly at the young man. If you are a divine doctor, then I am a living immortal. Dong Seijo burst into a fit of arrogant giggles at the sheer absurdity. You? A divine doctor? Ha ha ha, I am going to die laughing. Right at that chaotic moment, a stern voice cut through the hallway, scolding the unruly relatives. A distinguished elderly doctor approached slowly. Please keep your voices down. This is a hospital. Turning around, Sun Yongfu's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. Divine Dr. Chu. Sun Yongfu practically tripped over his own feet, rushing forward to Brown Nose, the VIP. Divine Dr. Chu. It has been so long. Do you remember me? I am Sun Yongfu. We even had dinner together last time. But suddenly, Divine Dr. Chu's eyes widened to the size of saucers, completely ignoring the bootlicker. He ruthlessly shoved Sun Yongfu aside like literal trash. A gasp of pure reverence escaped his lips. Divine Dr. Ye? The legendary Dr. Chu excitedly rushed over, grabbing Ye Chen's hands like a hardcore fanboy meeting his idol. His voice trembled with overwhelming respect. I never expected to run into you here. Your miraculous technique at the Shen family estate last time. It truly opened this old man's eyes to the heavens. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Sun Yongfu's jaw literally unhinged. That little punk? Sun Yonggui and Zhang Yunlan were frozen solid, looking like absolute statues. Little Yi's boyfriend. Little Yi's boyfriend. Is an actual living legend? Even Sun Yi herself was completely dumbfounded, her mind entirely short-circuiting. A divine doctor? Meanwhile, Ye Chen blankly stared at the hyperventilating old man squeezing his hands. Who the hell is this guy again? Ye Chen's lips twitched as a massive storm began to brew. Ah! Ye Chen's voice suddenly broke the heavy tension. Is that you, Xiao Chu? He asked mildly. Xiao Chu. Where exactly have we crossed paths before? Divine Dr. Chu stammered, completely flustered. Ah. About that. The elderly doctor murmured with absolute reverence. I had the supreme honor of meeting you at the Shen family estate last time. The pieces finally clicked into place. Ye Chen remembered this chubby-faced physician from his time at the Shen residence. Ah. Sun Yonggui rubbed his eyes, completely unable to process the unbelievable scene unfolding before him. The divine doctor? A sudden fierce spark of hope ignited in Zhang Yunlan's chest. Why on earth did Xiao Di keep this a secret from us? She wondered silently, her mind racing. Ye Chen offered a warm, approving smile. So you aren't a complete fraud after all. I honestly thought you were just some quack doctor whose only skill was scamming rich fools. Suddenly, Sun Yongfu shattered the moment, barking loudly at Divine Dr. Chu. You have got to be kidding me. A pathetic, penniless brat like him deserves to be called a divine doctor by you? Sun Yongfu sneered, his face twisting with absolute disgust. No matter how you look at this punk, he is nothing but a cheap scammer. Divine Dr. Chu's polite demeanor vanished in an instant. This absolute fool dares to be so disrespectful. He is completely dead meat. Chu cast a cautious glance at Ye Chen and asked hesitantly, Who is this person? Ye Chen dismissed him without a second thought. Just some noisy stranger. Hearing those exact words, Divine Dr. Chu coldly snapped his fingers and immediately summoned the security guards. He barked his orders without a shred of mercy. These two have been causing a massive ruckus and actively disrupting the sacred treatment of our other patients. In a flash, two massive, heavily muscled security guards apprehended Sun Yongfu and Dong Seijo. Divine Dr. Chu glared at the struggling couple. I strongly suspect these two are infected with severe rabies. to prevent this deadly virus from spreading. I highly recommend we throw these 2 patients into absolute lockdown, strictly for humanitarian reasons, of course. Following their strict orders, the massive guards hauled the shameless couple away exactly like pigs headed for the slaughterhouse. Dong Sejou thrashed wildly, screaming, "Put me down right now, you bastards." Sun Yongfu threw a massive tantrum, desperately wailing as he was dragged away. "Divine Dr. Chu, please do not do this." Meanwhile, Ye Chen casually slung an arm around Divine Dr. Chu's shoulder, a highly satisfied smile spreading across his face. "I must admit, your medical skills might be totally average, but your methods for dealing with trash are quite ruthless," Ye Chen noted with amusement. Divine Dr. Chu bowed his head. "I apologize for letting Divine Dr. Ye witness such a pathetic joke, but who asked them to dare disrespect you?" At that exact moment, Sun Di gently tugged at his sleeve and softly called out, "Ye Chen," Sun Di pleaded, her voice trembling with sheer vulnerability. "Please help us beg him. We will definitely scrape together the extra surgery fees somehow." Catching sight of her, the truth struck Divine Dr. Chu like a bolt of lightning. Sun Haojia's sister was actually with Ye Chen. He immediately snapped his fingers, barking at his subordinate. "Prepare the medical files for the patient named Sun Haojia this instant. I will personally take full charge of his surgery." The junior doctor scrambled to obey. "Right away, Dr. Chu." Divine Dr. Chu pivoted back, asking nervously, "Divine Dr. Ye, is this arrangement acceptable to you?" Ye Chen nodded in absolute satisfaction. "You did exceptionally well." Overjoyed, Sun Di practically beamed as she cried out, "Thank you so much, Dr. Chu." Ye Chen casually draped his arm around Divine Dr. Chu again. "So, you will be personally handling Haojia's surgery from now on? Can you actually handle it?" Sweating under the immense pressure, Divine Dr. Chu quickly swore, "Dr. Ye, please rest completely assured. I will personally wield the scalpel. There will be absolutely zero problems." Ye Chen smoothly pulled out a folded slip of paper. "This is an introductory needle technique manual. It should help your pathetic medical skills improve." Divine Dr. Chu gasped, utterly shell-shocked. "What did you say?" Ye Chen lowered his voice to a whisper. "It is a gift for you." Gripping the fragile paper, Divine Dr. Chu trembled with unending awe. This is the legendary, long-lost blood and qi acupuncture technique. With his divine guidance, my medical skills will reach unimaginable heights. Just then, Ye Chen casually whipped out a bank card. "Ah, right," he mentioned casually. "How much are the total hospital fees? I will settle the bill right now." Divine Dr. Chu waved his hands in sheer panic. No, absolutely not. I am the lead surgeon. How could I possibly accept your money?" He puffed up his chest with pure professionalism. "Please, leave absolutely everything to me." Sun Di stood frozen, completely stunned. Haojia's astronomical surgery fees. Zhang Yunlan was equally paralyzed by disbelief. Is our massive crisis truly resolved just like that? The entire Sun family stared in silent awe. Just what kind of absolute god was Xiao Di's mysterious boyfriend? Stepping out into the cool air outside the hospital, Zhang Yunlan spoke softly. "Xiao Di, you head back first. Your father and I will hold down the fort here." Sun Di nodded obediently. Okay." Just before she could leave, Sun Yonggui called out, "Wait, your father has one very important thing to tell you." His expression turned dead serious. "Although you and Ye Chen are officially dating, living together can lead to some complicated situations. As long as you two remain unmarried, you absolutely must use proper protection when doing certain things." Hearing her own father openly discuss such a scandalous topic, Sun Di's face erupted into the blazing color. "The person who truly needs to say thank you the most is actually me." He smiled softly into the night. Moments later, Sun Di's reclaimed car was tearing fiercely down the pitch-black highway. Gripping the steering wheel, Sun Di finally broke the heavy silence. "Ye Chen, there is one thing I am incredibly curious about. Why exactly are you going to such extreme lengths to help me? Why are you thanking me?" Sun Yi asks, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Just because I am letting you stay at my place?" Hearing her words, Ye Chen offers a mysterious half-smile. "Perhaps tomorrow. You will find out." Sun Yi leans in, burning with curiosity. "Just what kind of trick are you planning for tomorrow?" Ye Chen merely lets out a soft chuckle. "Haha, just wait and see." Suddenly, Sun Yi wraps her arms around herself, shivering. "Ye Chen, why is it so cold all of a sudden?" she whispers. "Did the car's air conditioning break down?" Her innocent question confirms Ye Chen's darkest suspicions. This is not cold air, it is pure, unfiltered, killing intent. A terrifying aura is locking onto their vehicle, tracking their every move. Ye Chen's expression turns stone cold. "Do not ask questions, just listen to every single word I am about to say." As his hand grips the door handle, panic flashes in Sun Yi's eyes. "Ye Chen, what are you doing?" she screams, Throwing the car door wide open, Ye Chen barks his orders. Rule number 1. The moment I step out of this car, you floor the gas pedal and speed straight back to the apartment. Do not stop for anything. Remember this well. No matter what sounds you hear, no matter what horrors you see behind you, keep driving. Sun Yi can only nod in stunned silence. Rule number 2. Yi Chen's voice cuts through the roaring wind. The absolute second you get inside the house, grab my personal phone. Lock yourself inside my bedroom and do not come out. Rule number 3. Open my contacts and immediately dial the very first number on the list. His eyes burn with intense urgency. When he answers, give him a direct order. Tell him he has exactly 30 minutes to send his absolute strongest fighter to your location. If someone breaks down that door before help arrives, do not fight back. Surrender quietly and wait for me to rescue you. Without waiting for her reply, Ye Chen leaps out into the unforgiving night. His shoes slam into the asphalt, completely absorbing the devastating impact. Watching Sun Yi's car speed away into the darkness, a heavy weight finally lifts from Ye Chen's chest. A battle between true martial arts experts would instantly crush an ordinary person, he thinks to himself. Having Sun Yi anywhere near me right now is only putting her in extreme danger. Slipping his hands casually into his pockets, Ye Chen locks his gaze on the menacing black car tailing him. Looks like acting as a lone wolf is finally catching up to me, he murmurs under his breath. Building my own faction is definitely going to be necessary from now on. His eyes suddenly ignite with a terrifying, bloodthirsty glare. But first, it is time to give my stalkers a proper welcome. The mysterious black car screeches to a halt. Two shadowy figures step out onto the desolate street, their bodies radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Yi Chen's piercing gaze scans the sharp-dressed man sporting a slick undercut. The driver, Yi Chen notes with a scoff. He has some martial arts training, but he is absolute trash. Yi Chen's expression darkens as he shifts his focus. The only one here who poses an actual threat is him. Standing beside the driver is an imposing figure draped in traditional robes, his long hair dancing in the sinister wind. The man in robes lets out a low, menacing growl. Ye Chen. Now that is a name I have not heard in a very long time. It has been exactly 5 years. Who would have thought a pathetic survivor of the Ye family is still breathing? Ye Chen stands perfectly unfazed, his voice chillingly calm. If my memory serves me correctly, regarding the bloodbath at the Yunhun Via 5 years ago, you definitely had a hand in that massacre. So, tell me, are you showing up here tonight just to silence me forever? Yao Jinggu throws his head back and erupts into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Silence you? A worthless piece of trash like you thinks you are worthy of my personal attention? Do not flatter yourself. Boy, his smirk vanishes as he snaps an order. Huang Kang, finish this garbage. The suited driver cracks his knuckles with a sickening pop. With pleasure. Mr. Yao. Releasing a massive wave of bloodthirsty aura, Huang Kang violently stomps the asphalt, shattering the ground beneath him. Fueled by blinding rage, he launches his body forward like a fired cannonball, rocketing straight toward Ye Chen. Drop dead, you little rat! Huang Kang roars, unleashing a devastating strike. However, Ye Chen simply glides backward, dodging the deadly blow with terrifying elegance. The missed attack drives Huang Kang into an absolute frenzy. He unleashes a chaotic storm of furious punches and vicious claw strikes. Die! Die! Just die already. After letting his pathetic opponent punch empty air for what feels like an eternity, Ye Chen's eyes lock onto his target. You are truly. In a flash, Ye Chen drives a catastrophic punch directly into the center of Huang Kang's chest. Too insanely weak. Ye Chen's mocking voice booms across the street. The sheer explosive force of the impact launches Huang Kang's body hurtling through the air, sending him crashing dozens of meters away. The driver slams face first into the unforgiving concrete, completely out cold. Yao Jinggu spits on the ground in total disgust. Useless trash. I give you a perfect opportunity, and you blow it. Meanwhile, Ye Chen seamlessly shifts into a deadly combat stance. Do not assume I will grant you a quick death like your pathetic lackey. A sinister smirk creeps across Yao Jinggu's face as he recognizes the terrifying martial stance. Fascinating. So, you have mastered the legendary blood slaughter technique? His twisted smile only grows wider. Little brat. To achieve this terrifying level of mastery in just 5 short years, I shudder to think what a monster you would become if I let you live. Therefore, I, Yao Jinggu, will personally send you to hell tonight. Ye Chen's eyes narrow with deadly intent. You talk way too much nonsense for a dead man. Hearing this, Yao Jinggu bares his teeth like a rabid beast. 5 years ago, I was the one who personally led the slaughter against your entire family. With those words hanging in the air, an absolutely legendary clash of titans erupts beneath the pale moonlight. As they trade devastating blows, Yao Jinggu sneers mockingly. Huang Kang was a half-step transformation realm expert. The fact that you obliterated him in a single strike proves you actually have some bite. But your little revenge story ends right here, right now. Yao Jinggu roars. Ye Chen's expression remains colder than ice. Are you ever going to get to the point? A sickeningly arrogant laugh escapes Yao Jinggu's lips. How about you drop to your knees and become my loyal dog? He mocks, his eyes overflowing with suffocating killing intent. Huang Kang was an incredibly useful pawn. Since he is dead, I suppose you will just have to replace him. Hearing such sheer delusion, Ye Chen genuinely feels the urge to gag. Are you actually out of your mind? You overestimate yourself way too much, old man. Relying on those pathetic, cat-scratching martial arts of yours? Enraged by the blatant disrespect, Yao Jinggu's face turns beet red. Ye Chen's voice suddenly drops an octave, dripping with absolute menace. Tell me, Yao, at what exact moment did you start hallucinating that I am weaker than you? Ye Chen's eyes erupt with a divine, golden radiance. A cataclysmic surge of aura explodes from his body, creating an overwhelming pressure that feels like 10,000 ancient beasts charging forward all at once. For the very first time, pure terror grips Yao Jinggu's heart, forcing him to take a step back. This ungodly pressure, the sheer magnitude of those phantom beasts manifesting behind him, staring death in the face, the arrogant elder finally realizes the catastrophic mistake he has made. The boy he looked down on is no mere expert. He has already broken through to the legendary Grandmaster realm. A devilish grin stretches across Ye Chen's face. Like I said, do not assume I will grant you a quick death like your subordinate. Yao Jinggu's mind completely shatters in disbelief. No, this is absolutely impossible. There is not a single martial arts grandmaster in all of Huaxia this young. Panic consumes his every thought. I trained for 40 agonizing years. I consumed countless heavenly treasures just to barely scrape into the grandmaster realm. But as Yao Jinggu's entire body violently trembles in the presence of an absolute god, little does he know, the true nightmare is only just beginning. Cold sweat pours relentlessly down his gaunt face. Yao Jinggu suddenly realizes his own hands are trembling uncontrollably. Hiding his fear, he roars, "Do not get cocky." Yao Jinggu immediately shifts into a defensive stance. "I have no idea what forbidden arts you use," he snarls, "to reach such a terrifying realm in just a few short years. But the gap in our battle experience is something you can never bridge." His aura erupts, manifesting into a massive, glowing green panther illusion. Ye Chen merely scoffs. "Oh, a gap, you say?" Driven into a mad frenzy, Yao Jinggu charges forward with explosive speed. "Today, I will claim your head." He stomps the ground with devastating force, launching himself high into the air. The enemy's razor-sharp claws reflect clearly in Ye Chen's icy pupils. Yao Jinggu unleashes a blood-curdling scream. Die! But facing an opponent of this caliber, Ye Chen does not flinch for a single second. His eyes track the flawless opening, and he instantly launches a brutal counterattack. No matter how blindingly fast Yao Jinggu moves, Ye Chen matches him blow for blow. The clash between them is an absolute stalemate. Suddenly, razor-sharp claws slice across the back of Ye Chen's hand, drawing fresh blood. After a breathtaking exchange of lethal blows, both fighters leap back to catch their breath. Yao Jinggu wipes his mouth with a wicked smirk. "Impressive, brat. You actually blocked my entire barrage. But look at those fragile hands of yours." Staring at Ye Chen's deeply lacerated flesh, the old master sneers mockingly. "How many more of my strikes can you possibly block?" Ye Chen narrows his eyes, analyzing the stinging cuts. To actually breach his physical defenses, this old man is far stronger than he initially calculated. Yet, he simply raises his head with an arrogant grin. "I was just testing your limits. You managed to leave a few scratches on me, so what?" Infuriated by Ye Chen's blatant disrespect, Yao Jinggu curses violently. But suddenly, thick, pulsing veins bulge in the old man's bloodshot eyes. A horrifying realization hits Yao Jinggu like a truck. His own fingers have been completely shattered during their furious exchange. Dark crimson blood begins pouring uncontrollably from his eyes and mouth. Ye Chen smirks coldly. "So much for that gap in experience. Is that all you have?" he taunts. "Yao Jinggu," Ye Chen growls, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. Without wasting another second, he explodes forward. Pure, unadulterated killing intent blazes in his eyes. Today, blood will be paid with blood. Seeing Ye Chen leap high into the sky, Yao Jinggu stands momentarily paralyzed. He actually dares to initiate an aerial assault? The old master bares his bloody teeth in a twisted grin, convinced victory is his. "Foolish boy, you are far too young." Forcing his aura into his shattered hand, Yao Jinggu rapidly regenerates his deadly claws. Suspended in midair, the brat has absolutely nowhere to run. "I just need to channel every last drop of my true essence into this single arm." With a primal roar, he unleashes a devastating upward slash. The spectral claws slice cleanly through Ye Chen's leg. Yao Jinggu throws his head back and laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha. Your leg is severed, you arrogant brat. Let us see you fight now. But the very next second, absolute terror replaces his triumphant smile. The figure he just mutilated is nothing but a phantom. It is a terrifying beast construct, forged entirely from Ye Chen's overwhelming killing intent. Yao Jinggu stares in absolute disbelief. Such a godlike realm of aura control. Before his brain can even process the trap, Ye Chen descends upon him like a lightning bolt. With an earth-shattering phantom roar, Ye Chen slams into the ground. The sheer, explosive pressure of his landing causes the very earth to violently quake beneath them. As expected of a grandmaster, Ye Chen mutters in a dangerously low voice. Staring down at Yao Jinggu's crushed body in the crater, he scoffs. You are truly a stubborn old mule. Yao Jinggu's face is completely unrecognizable, battered into a bloody pulp. He chokes on his own blood, desperately trying to form words. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, an iron grip shoots out toward him. Ye Chen violently grabs the old man by his hair, lifting his battered face. Answer my questions honestly, he warns with a demonic glare, and I might just consider sparing your miserable life. Leaning in close, he demands. First question. How did you discover my existence? And exactly how many people currently know? Coughing up blood, Yao Jinggu wheezes weakly. If I tell you, will you truly let me walk away? Disgusted by the old man's attempt to negotiate, Ye Chen's fury reignites. He mercilessly slams Yao Jinggu's face back into the concrete. Do you really think, Ye Chen roars, that you are in any position to negotiate terms with me? Realizing he has completely lost this deadly game, the old master finally breaks. Trembling in fear, Yao Jinggu spills everything. A few days ago, someone breached the dark web databases to access your files. My curiosity got the better of me. I had my men track the digital footprints, and we uncovered some hidden footage. After analyzing the data, the resemblance between you and the supposedly deceased Ye Chen was undeniably identical. I eliminate all potential threats. That is why I hunted you down. Yao Jinggu confesses. After all, Lord Long gave strict orders. Not a single survivor of the Ye family is allowed to return. Hearing that accursed name, icy memories flood Ye Chen's mind. Lord Long, the very bastard who ruthlessly stole absolutely everything from him. Ye Chen stomps heavily on Yao Jinggu's chest, demanding, what is Lord Long's real name? Where is he hiding? He presses his boot down harder. Does he know that I am still alive? Hearing the barrage of questions, Yao Jinggu suddenly breaks into a morbid chuckle. Ha ha ha, he rasps, coughing up more blood. Do you honestly think a pawn like me would know Lord Long's true identity? I only know that the entire ancient martial arts world, even the elite families of the capital, must bow and address him as Lord Long. As for your survival, even if I wanted to warn him, I do not have the clearance. I am completely unworthy of knowing his true whereabouts. Ye Chen's eyes darken. So, you do not even have the authority to request a direct audience with him. Desperate, Yao Jinggu nods weakly. Yes, that is the truth. A suffocating silence falls over the battlefield. After processing the grim reality, Ye Chen asks the ultimate question. Then, tell me this. Why did Lord Long annihilate my Yi family at the Yunhu Mountain Villa? It was truly because my father crossed paths with the wrong man. The past held a dark and heavy secret. Yao Jinggu gasps out his final confession. I only remember the Long family hunting for a legendary artifact, and every single clue points directly to the Ye family. Hearing this, Ye Chen's mind races. An artifact? Could it be the mysterious stone his father had left behind? He realizes that if the Ye family possesses anything to tempt those elite figures, it has to be the reincarnation graveyard hidden within that very stone. Ye Chen narrows his eyes. His chilling gaze locks onto the pathetic old man trembling beneath his boot. Suddenly, Yao Jinggu bursts into a maniacal fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems the game is finally over. His face twists into a grotesque, triumphant sneer. Listen well, brat. My elite assassins have already breached your precious little girlfriend's apartment. Go ahead and kill me. Let us see if your beloved survives the night. The moment those vile words leave his mouth, Ye Chen's patience vanishes. His foot crashes down with devastating force, slamming the old man's head straight into the concrete. He does not stop until a gruesome spray of crimson paints the ground. Ye Chen's eyes burn with absolute wrath. Did I not warn you? He growls, before coldly turning his back to walk away into the shadows. Trash like you never had the right to negotiate with me. Ye Chen leaves Yao Jinggu planted firmly in the crushed pavement, his fate suspended between life and a miserable death. Meanwhile, at the Dadu apartments, a sleek white car screeches to a halt outside. Sun Yi sprints desperately toward the safety of her building. I have to move faster, she tells herself. Panic grips her chest. Is her mind playing tricks on her, or are deadly shadows truly stalking her every step? Sun Yi forces her trembling legs to run. She bursts through her front door and slams it shut, gasping frantically for air as her heart hammers against her ribs. Yi Chen's grave warning echoes in her mind. No, I cannot afford to rest yet, she urges herself, wiping the cold sweat dripping down her face. Sun Yi knows she must reach his room immediately. Her memory flashes to his final instruction. She needs to use Yi Chen's personal phone to make a crucial call. With shaking hands, Sun Yi dials the very first number on his recent contact list. A long, nerve-wracking beep echoes through the speaker. The moment someone picks up, her words spill out in a panicked rush. Hello, I am Sun Yi. I am at Building C, room 1003 of the Dadu apartments in Jiangcheng. It is about Yi Chen. Yi Chen ordered you to send your absolute strongest fighters within half an hour. Please hurry, someone is trying to break in. Outside, the quiet facade of the Dadu apartments suddenly lights up. Down in the courtyard, a squad of black-clad assassins gathers, their murderous intent thick in the air. A masked assassin barks out a ruthless command. Mr. Yao gave the order. Dead or alive, we strike fast. If anyone sees us, slaughter them all on the spot. The bloodthirsty mob roars in unison. Gripping their deadly weapons, they march menacingly towards Sun Yi's apartment. Inside, Sun Yi is still clinging to the phone, praying for a miracle. Hello? Hello? Is anyone actually there? She practically screams, her voice trembling with raw terror as she explains her dire situation. Listen to me. I am Sun Yi, at room 1003, Building C. Yi Chen said you must deploy your ultimate enforcers here in less than 30 minutes. They are already at my door. Just as the black-clad killers begin lurking like hungry wolves outside her door, a chillingly calm voice responds from the other end of the line. Understood. The line immediately goes dead with a sharp click. Sun Yi stares at the screen in pure horror. Why did he hang up so fast? Was she even talking to the police? Whoever that was, please just get here in time, she prays desperately. At that exact moment, miles away atop the towering Tianlong building, a man in a pitch-black suit clenches his jaw with apocalyptic fury. Who dares? His voice rumbles like a brewing storm. Who is suicidal enough to touch the palace master's woman? They have just declared war on me, the king of Nanjiang. The furious warlord bellows into the empty hall. Guards! Instantly, elite shadows drop from the ceiling, kneeling in perfect unison. Awaiting your command, my king, they declare. The king of Nanjiang unleashes his absolute authority. Mobilize all forces to Jiangcheng immediately. If a single scratch appears on that woman, I will mount your heads on pikes. Yes, king of Nanjiang, the elite warriors roar back. The warlord's eyes burn with raging hellfire. Prep the chopper. I am descending upon Jiangcheng tonight. One of his lieutenants hesitates, stepping forward nervously. But my king, subordinate Chen Chu reminded us that tomorrow is the historic summit of the 6 great families. He warned that this matter directly dictates the power balance of the entire Jiangnan province. The king of Nanjiang's aura erupts, obliterating the phone in his bare hand into fine dust. Tell those old fools I am not going, he roars. If those pathetic families have a problem with it, tell them to march to the Tianlong building and face me, Ye Lingtian, themselves. Back at the apartment, the nightmare has officially arrived at Sun Yi's doorstep. The assassins violently batter the reinforced door. One of the killers licks his lips, his face twisting into a sickening, predatory grin. Found her! I can smell the sweet scent of a woman from here, he sneers. Heh, hide carefully, little beauty. Do not let me catch you too fast. Another assassin immediately shoves him aside. Back off. Her life belongs to me, the captain roars with a manic laugh. Ha ha ha, old third, you absolute pervert. Hearing the terrifying chaos outside, Sun Yi's blood runs cold. They are here. But then, her wide eyes catch something completely impossible. A mesmerizing, ethereal blue aura is fiercely pulsating right across the surface of the door. What in the world is this? She gasps in absolute shock. What kind of divine magic has Ye Chen placed upon this room? From the hallway, a menacing voice cuts through the tension. We found you. Be a good little girl and step outside. I promise to make your death quick and painless. Another brute chimes in with a sadistic chuckle. No, ignore him. Come out to me, and I will tear you apart nice and slow. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice commands the mob. Halt! Nobody kills the girl. The bloodthirsty assassins pause in confusion. Huh? Why spare her? The squad leader narrows his eyes. I have lost all contact with Mr. Yao. The tides of this war might have shifted. Keeping this hostage breathing gives us a supreme tactical advantage. A wicked smirk then creeps across his face. But, I never said you boys could not have a little fun with her first. A wave of depraved laughter instantly erupts from the gang of killers. Hey. You heard the boss. A brute licks his lips and channels his explosive energy. Hey. Ready or not, gorgeous, here I come. He launches a devastating, bone-crushing punch straight at the door. Boom! Despite striking with enough force to shatter solid rock, the door does not even flinch. Yi Chen's legendary blue aura flares up like an indestructible shield, standing tall against the darkness. The assassin in black stood paralyzed in disbelief. What kind of sorcery is this? He thought. He had just unleashed his full power. Yet, the wooden door remained completely flawless, without a single scratch. How is this even possible? He gasped in shock. The thug next to him merely flashed a mocking sneer. Move out of the way, you trash. Did you forget to eat your rice today? Suddenly, one of them noticed a terrifying energy pulsing from the wood. It was infused with an overpowering aura. A split second later, agonizing pain erupted across the assassin's entire body. What the hell is this? The thug beside him screamed in horror. Hey! Why is your arm catching on fire? The assassin had been struck by the terrifying god-slaying aura. Panic consumed him as he shrieked. The fire! It burned so much. Clinging to him like a ravenous beast, the flames devoured his flesh. He let out a blood-curdling roar. Ah! Somebody save me! His jaw unhinged in a desperate wail of sheer agony. A sinister, azure flame rapidly engulfed his entire trembling frame. The assassin thrashed wildly, screaming at the top of his lungs. Help me! His charred body collapsed heavily onto the cold floor. The massive mob of 500 underground thugs watched the gruesome scene in absolute horror. Seeing their comrade lying dead within the blazing aura, shock rippled through the ranks. He is dead. He burned to ashes. One seasoned killer narrowed his eyes. This door is cursed with some unknown technique. Brute force will never break it. Staring at the sinister, agonizing expression trapped within the azure flames, the mob realized that rushing in blindly would mean being devoured by the door's killing intent. It seemed the target Old Man Yao wanted dead was no ordinary prey. Trembling, one of the grunts asked. So, what the hell do we do now? Suddenly, the horned thug pulled out a professional lockpicking kit. He smirked with absolute confidence. Give me 20 seconds. His wicked grin widened as he explained his plan. If brute strength triggers the trap, we simply pick the lock instead. Problem solved, right? Watching his swift movements, his fellow thugs were utterly dumbfounded. Wait, why do you carry lockpicking tools on a hit job? I am a top-tier professional assassin. Carrying a lockpicking kit is basic common sense. One of the grunts immediately began to bootlick. Boss, that is so unbelievably cool. Meanwhile, listening to the horrific screams echoing from the hallway, Sun Yi was paralyzed with fear. The terrifying noises made her beautiful face turn as pale as a ghost. Someone out there just died, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, a chilling metallic click made her jump. The assassins outside were already jiggling the door handle, calling out to her. Hey there, gorgeous, they taunted, their eyes gleaming with sick, twisted lust. We are coming in. Thanks to the horned thug's flawless skills, the door finally swung open. One of the thugs let out a vile, excited whistle. Damn, I did not expect our target to be such a breathtaking beauty. Huddled on her bed, Sun Yi trembled in sheer terror. It is over. I am completely doomed. The black-clad killers slowly advanced toward her with predatory grins. Just to capture you, we lost one of our best brothers. You are going to have to compensate us for that, sweetheart. Seeing their filthy hands reaching out for her, Sun Yi shrank back in absolute panic. No! Stay away from me. Do not come any closer, she screamed. The horned leader suddenly barked a stern warning. Hey, do not go too far. We need her alive. The grunts groaned. Yeah, we know. In that desperate moment, Ye Chen's solemn warning echoed in Sun Yi's mind. If they find you, just surrender. Your only priority is to stay alive. Clenching her eyes shut, she prayed with all her heart that Ye Chen would arrive in time. Swish! Suddenly, a silver dagger shattered the window glass. It embedded itself directly into a thug's skull, sending crimson blood spraying across the room. Emerging from the shadows outside, the elite forces of the Nanjiang King had finally arrived. The rescue operation had officially begun. The gruesome sight pushed Sun Yi over the edge, and she burst into terrified tears. A masked warrior stepped forward, his voice dripping with lethal coldness. You dare lay a finger on someone under the Nanjiang King's protection? You must be eager to die. Inside the room, the surviving assassins instantly shifted into combat stances. You bastard! You dare kill our brother? Yet, hearing that legendary title, one of the grunts began to violently tremble. The Nanjiang King? He stuttered in pure dread. But another thug recklessly roared at the broken window. I do not care who the hell you are. You dare use sneak attacks? Have you no martial honor? The words barely left his mouth before a sickening squelch echoed through the air. Gah! He shrieked in mortal agony. Moving like a phantom in the night, another elite shadow operative drove his blade straight through the loudmouth skull. In the blink of an eye, a second assassin bit the dust. Sun Yi watched the bloody spectacle in utter shock, while the remaining thugs froze in absolute horror. Cold sweat drenched their backs as a terrifying realization set in. Dear God, why are we crossing paths with the Nanjiang King? He was the absolute most terrifying nightmare in the entire Jiangnan province. The golden rule of the underworld was clear. You can offend every top-tier noble family in Jiangnan, but you never cross the underground ruler, the Nanjiang King. His fighting spirit utterly shattered. The horned leader dropped his weapons. Wait, we surrender. But before he could even blink, a ponytail-wearing operative mercilessly severed his head. With just a few swift, terrifyingly precise strikes, the Nanjiang King's shadows wiped out the entire squad of trash. Sun Yi sat there, her heart still hammering wildly against her ribs. I survived. The two masked slayers immediately turned to her and bowed with utmost respect. Miss Sun, please forgive our late arrival, one stated calmly. You are completely safe now. We were sent by Mr. Ye. Sun Yi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, you mean Ye Chen sent you? Meanwhile, deep within the Tiandong Mountain Cemetery at 3 a.m., a suffocating deathly aura blanketed the quiet graves. Yi Chen's expression was darker than the abyss itself, as he mercilessly dragged a broken body up the stone steps. Under the pale, flickering moonlight, his silence spoke volumes of his brewing wrath. The bloody mess in Ye Chen's iron grip was none other than Yao Jinggu. The once proud master had been beaten to a literal pulp, barely clinging to his final breath as he was dragged up the icy stairs. Finally, his heavy footsteps came to a halt, right in front of his parents' sacred tombstone. Ye Chen stood there like a mountain, his gaze softening as he read the carved words, Father Ye Zhentian, Mother Jiang Beirong, erected by your beloved son, Ye Chen. His cold voice slightly trembled as he finally broke the silence. Mom, Dad, today is the exact anniversary of your passing. Your son has finally come to see you. A wave of devastating sorrow washed over his usually fierce eyes. Boom! Ye Chen ruthlessly stomped the ground. With a violent flick of his foot, he launched Yao Jinggu's shattered body into the air. The old man's eyes bulged in pure terror, blood pouring from his toothless, ruined mouth. Yao Jinggu crashed like a pathetic ragdoll right before the sacred monument of Ye Zhentian and Jiang Beirong. Yi Chen's terrifying killing intent erupted like a volcano. Kneel before them, he roared. Even on death's door, Yao Jinggu coughed up blood and stubbornly sneered. I am Yao Jinggu, a legendary grandmaster of my generation. How could I ever kneel to a couple of worthless mortals? Dragging his shattered bones, he weakly snarled, Just kill me already. I do not think you heard me. Ye Chen grabbed the grandmaster by the hair, his eyes glowing with demonic wrath. I said, Kneel. With a sickening crunch, he brutally smashed Yao Jinggu's skull directly into the cold, hard stone of his parents' grave. The old man trembles, begging for mercy, but Ye Chen's eyes burn with cold fury. Not enough, he roars, his voice shaking the very air. Keep bowing. Without a shred of pity, Ye Chen slams Yao Jinggu's head repeatedly into the cold, hard ground. Bow, I said, keep bowing. The heavy thuds echo like a drumbeat of despair. Only when Yao Jinggu's lifeless body stops twitching does the merciless barrage end. Ye Chen slowly straightens up. His eyes blaze with an unquenchable, demonic wrath. Now, it is time to prepare the tribute. With cold efficiency, he disposes of the bloody aftermath. He packs Yao Jinggu's battered corpse, tightly sealing the ultimate sacrifice inside a heavy cloth sack. Yi Chen downs a massive swig of burning liquor, his voice heavy with sorrow. Father, Mother, Yao Jinggu is the first blood offering I present to you. His gaze hardens into a terrifying glare. Rest in peace. This is merely the beginning. Gritting his teeth until they nearly crack, he makes a blood oath. Your son swears on his life. Every single soul connected to the Yunhu Manor massacre 5 years ago, especially that bastard from the capital. I will drag them all down to hell with my own 2 hands to atone for what they did to you. The following day, a gentle breeze sweeps through the graveyard as Sun Yi arrives, carrying a beautiful bouquet of white flowers to pay her respects to the fallen Ye family. A heavy sigh escapes her lips. So much madness happened last night. That guy Ye Chen, he is becoming an absolute mystery to me. She rubs her chin, lost in deep thought. At first, I seriously thought he was just some fast-talking street swindler. Honestly, if he did not bear such a striking resemblance to my dear, departed childhood friend, there is no way I would have ever taken him in. Suddenly, her breath catches in her throat. She freezes, in shock at the devastating scene before her. The sacred ground is completely littered with drained, empty liquor bottles. The beautiful bouquet slips from her trembling fingers, hitting the dirt with a soft thud. Ye Chen? She gasps, her voice trembling with disbelief. Slumped against the gravestone, a completely shattered Ye Chen is drunkenly sobbing, crying out for his parents. Sun Yi rubs her tear-filled eyes. The broken man agonizing over the grave is indeed her Ye Chen. Kneeling gracefully beside him, she whispers in a heartbreakingly soft tone, Ye Chen. My Ye Chen. I should have figured this out so much sooner. Tears well up as the truth finally clicks. No wonder you stayed by my side, fiercely protecting me and solving every single crisis. She gently brushes his messy hair, tenderly tracing the contours of his tear-stained face. Of course, she murmurs, her heart aching for him. Only you would go to such incredible lengths for me. Why was I so blind? I am such a fool. Overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotion, Sun Yi throws her arms around the trembling man. She cannot even begin to fathom the nightmarish hell he has endured all these years. To transform from the gentle boy she knew into this ruthless, broken warrior, the endless suffering he must have faced is truly unimaginable. Pulling him closer to her warmth, she whispers fiercely, You do not have to carry the weight of this world alone anymore. I am right here. Turning her tearful gaze to the towering tombstones, Sun Yi bows deeply. Uncle, Auntie, it has been entirely too long. I never expected to find our Ye Chen here today. He finally made his way back home. Her voice grows incredibly firm, filled with unwavering resolve. Rest in absolute peace. I swear I will watch over him for you. I will never let him walk the path of destruction alone. You would be so incredibly proud. He has awakened terrifying power and grown into a truly magnificent man. Just then, the gentle sound of her voice pierces through Ye Chen's drunken stupor. His heavy eyelids flutter open. Sun Yi? What are you doing here? He mumbles, his words slurring as he blindly reaches for another bottle. Let go. I need another drink. Sun Yi instantly snatches the bottle away. Absolutely not. We are going home right now. Struggling to support his towering frame, she cannot help but scold him. Heavens, you reek of cheap booze. Did you literally spend the entire night drinking yourself to death? She huffs, dragging him away from the graves. Your parents just gave me strict orders from beyond the grave to keep you in line. So here is the plan. We go back, you take a hot shower, and you pass out in a real bed. Understood? Yi Chen's cheeks flush a bright, drunken red. Bossy. You are not even my wife, he grumbles playfully. Sun Yi does not miss a single beat. Well, Uncle and Auntie also declared that until you find a proper wife, I am officially stepping in as your temporary wife. Do you hear me? Now, march your butt home. Hearing that, a warm, genuinely happy smile finally breaks through Ye Chen's sorrow. Deep down, he knows the absolute truth. More than endless bloody revenge, this beautiful, lively banter is exactly what his parents would want to see. The bickering duo slowly fades into the morning mist, completely leaving behind the grotesque, blood-soaked sack containing Yao Jinggu. 3 hours later, a mysterious new figure steps onto the sacred burial grounds. Chu Shuran's face is as dark as a gathering storm. Plagued by endless, terrifying nightmares the entire night, some unseen, demonic force has dragged her directly to this cursed graveyard. Her icy eyes lock onto the massive, bulging sack resting perfectly before the tombstone. A sharp gasp escapes her lips. A fresh tribute. Someone has already been here. With trembling hands, she rips open the blood-stained fabric. The world spins out of control. It is the severed, battered remains of Grandmaster Yao Jinggu. Cold terror grips her heart as a torrential waterfall of panicked sweat drenches her designer clothes. Her mind screams in absolute panic. Who in heaven's name possesses the monstrous power to slaughter an elite Grandmaster, let alone use him as a twisted grave offering? Wait, a chilling realization hits her. This is the exterminated Ye family's gravesite. Could this gruesome display be a declaration of absolute vengeance? Coupled with the bizarre, brutal massacre of the Chen family patriarch and his son just days ago. Snapping her phone out, Chu Shuran shrieks her desperate orders. Hack into every single security camera surrounding Mount Tiandang. I need to know exactly what demon visited the Ye family graves today. Meanwhile, miles away at the Dadu apartments, golden morning sunlight pierces through the curtains. A brand new, utterly chaotic day is about to begin. Bang, bang, bang. Furious knocking shatters the peaceful morning silence. Tangled up in the warm, cozy sheets, Ye Chen is blissfully spooning Sun Yi in a deep sleep. The racket violently snaps him awake. Ugh, my splitting head. I seriously drank way too much, he groans, rubbing his temples. Beside him, Sun Yi shifts sleepily. Who on earth is making that racket at this hour? She grumbles. Looking down at her deeply alluring, disheveled figure, Ye Chen nearly jumps out of his skin. Heat rushes straight to his cheeks, turning his face the color of a ripe tomato. Panic overriding his senses, Ye Chen shrieks, Sun Yi, why in the world are you sleeping in my bed? Dramatically pulling the blankets up to his chin like a helpless victim, he gasps, I knew it. You finally succumbed to your dark desires and claimed my pure body. Sun Yi's sleepy eyes snap wide open with absolute fury. Claim your head, you shameless idiot, she roars. You were completely wasted last night. You latched onto me like an oversized, drunk octopus. And no matter how hard I fought, I could not break your monstrous grip. Sniffing her own clothes, her face contorts in utter disgust. Great, just look at this mess. Now my entire body reeks of your cheap graveyard liquor. A massive, cheeky grin spreads across Ye Chen's handsome face. Aw, what is the big deal? He teases shamelessly. You practically declared yourself my temporary wife yesterday. Is it illegal to cuddle my own wife? A bright pink blush explodes across Sun Yi's cheeks. I mean, it is not completely illegal, she stammers, awkwardly looking away. But definitely not, when you are a stinking, drooling drunk. Just as the romantic, heart-fluttering tension peaks, the frantic ringing of the doorbell shatters the moment. Sun Yi's shy blush instantly morphs into a dark, murderous glare. She aggressively kicks him out of the warm bed. Hurry up and answer that stupid door. I cannot let anyone see me in this absolute state. Chuckling softly, Ye Chen stretches his toned arms. All right, keep your hair on. I am coming. But, as his hand turns the cold brass doorknob, what new chaos awaits on the other side? Ye Chen narrows his eyes in sheer surprise as the unexpected visitor approaches. Shen Mengjia? He shoots her a questioning look, demanding to know why the wealthy heiress is suddenly at his door. Shen Mengjia wastes no time, cutting straight to the chase. Listen here, Mr. Ye, didn't you arrange to have dinner with my father today? Since you never called, we had to track you down ourselves. As she speaks, her gaze trails over Ye Chen's chiseled physique. A faint spark of interest lights up her eyes. Secretly amazed by how incredibly well-built this guy actually is, Ye Chen nonchalantly scratches his head. Oh, you mean my dinner with Shen Haihua? Without missing a beat, he drops the sudden meetup details. Number 14. Xylin Alley. Be there at 7 tonight. Fast forward, the Shen family's ultra-luxurious limousine glides smoothly down the bustling streets. Breaking the silence, Shen Haihua finally asks the burning question. Number 14. Xylin Alley. What kind of elite restaurant is this exactly? Does a prestigious place like this even exist in Jiangcheng? Sitting beside him, Shen Mengjia shakes her head. Dad, I have never heard of it either. Could this mysterious venue be located outside of Jiangcheng? The driver glances at the rearview mirror, stammering awkwardly. President Shen, I actually know that place, but it is a bit. Shen Haihua chuckles lightly. As long as you know the way, that is fine. A bit what? Is it too extravagantly expensive? Do not worry. Treating an expert like Mr. Ye is worth absolutely any price. The driver gulps, his voice trembling. Well, President Shen, that area is actually a rundown, obscure little snack street. It is packed with cheap mom-and-pop stalls, and the average meal costs no more than $30. Hearing this absolute absurdity, Shen Haihua freezes in mild shock. Beside him, Shen Mengjia looks as if she simply cannot believe her own ears. A cheap snack street? Tiny street stalls? Shen Haihua echoes loudly, utterly baffled. An average spending of just $30? Disgust flashes across Shen Mengjia's face. Dad, that guy happily pocketed over $1 billion in medical fees, yet he wants us to eat unsanitary street food? How can he be this incredibly cheap? Shen Haihua clears his throat, trying to salvage the situation. Ahem. Well, he is an untouchable master after all. Perhaps he simply enjoys the humble atmosphere. Soon, the magnificent Shen family limousine pulls up right in front of Uncle Wang's shabby eatery. Aunt Zhang gasps, her eyes wide with absolute awe. I have no idea what brand of car this is, but I can bet my life it is frighteningly expensive. Uncle Wang wipes his hands on his apron, thoroughly bewildered. Why on earth would someone driving a majestic beast like that ever step foot into our tiny, rundown shop? Just then, Ye Chen steps forward with a calm smile. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, these are the VIP guests I invited. Please get a table ready. Hearing this, Uncle Wang nearly drops his spatula in sheer disbelief. Ah, Chen's personal guests? Heavens above, what kind of terrifying big shots has Ah Chen befriended? The polished leather shoes of the mighty Shen family patriarch finally step into the humble street diner. Shen Haihua bursts into a hearty, booming laugh. Haha! I caught this mouth-watering aroma the second I stepped out of the car. Truly worthy of a spot handpicked by Mr. Ye himself. Standing behind him, Shen Mengjia rolls her eyes in secret judgment. Isn't this just the painfully ordinary stench of cheap street barbecue? Shaking off his shock, Uncle Wang rushes forward with overwhelming hospitality. Quickly now, quickly, please come right on in, esteemed guests. Soon, the rickety table is packed with extremely simple, rustic dishes. Taking a hesitant bite, Shen Mengjia's eyes immediately widen in sheer disbelief. Wow, this is unexpectedly delicious. The price is insanely cheap, yet it carries such a uniquely addictive flavor. Shen Haihua scans the dilapidated surroundings, his sharp business mind calculating rapidly. The prices are dirt cheap, and the taste is phenomenal. However, the decor is hopelessly plain, and the location is utterly isolated. With only a single table of customers, their business is tragically bad. The one critical thing this gold mine needs right now is massive foot traffic. Without hesitation, the tycoon issues an absolute command. Listen closely. Tell our corporate marketing division to arrange a massive campaign immediately. Even if we have to transform this entire rundown alley into the city's hottest trending snack street, I want this exact shop to be absolutely overflowing with customers during every single mealtime. His subordinate bows instantly. Rest assured, President Shen, this trivial matter is incredibly easy to resolve. Witnessing this overwhelming display of power, Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's jaws practically hit the floor. Heavens above. Just what kind of terrifying background does this old man possess? With just a single, casual sentence, he could completely alter their fate, and the only reason he is doing this is purely to give face to their Ah Chen. This is simply unimaginable. Breaking the stunned silence, Ye Chen finally speaks up with a calm nod. President Shen is far too generous. On behalf of Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang, I thank you for your profound kindness. Shen Haihua waves his hand dismissively. Mr. Ye is far too polite. It is merely a lifting of my finger. He leans in slightly, his tone shifting. However, Mr. Ye inviting me out tonight. It surely is not just for a simple meal, is it? The casual smile vanishes from Ye Chen's face, replaced by an icy seriousness. As expected of a titan of the business world, President Shen, you cut straight to the core of the matter. Since you are so direct, I will stop beating around the bush. He locks eyes with the billionaire. President Shen, exactly how much do you know about the Tianzhong Group? The moment that forbidden name drops, Shen Haihua violently flinches, his entire body stiffening. The Tianzhong Group. 5 years ago, the Tianzhong Group was the crown jewel of the illustrious Ye family in Jiangcheng. Under the brilliant leadership of Ye Tianzhong, it enjoyed an era of absolute, unrivaled glory. But then came the horrific bloodbath at Cloud Lake Villa, a family of 3 brutally slaughtered. Ye Tianzhong perished, and the once mighty Tianzhong Group was ruthlessly carved up by ravenous factions. To bury their sins and blind the public eye, those greedy forces relentlessly repackaged the corporation's assets. They used endless shell companies and complex restructurings, making it impossible for anyone to trace where the true Tianzhong Group vanished to. A storm of terrifying suspicion suddenly brews within Shen Haihua's mind. Mr. Ye, why on earth are you so deeply invested in the Tianzhong Group? That cursed entity belonged to the fallen Ye family of Jiangcheng. As the words leave his mouth, a chilling chain of clues violently pieces itself together in his brain. Mr. Ye, Ye Chen, Ye Tianzhong, the destroyed Ye family, the vanished Tianzhong Group. Absolute terror and realization crash over Shen Haihua like a tidal wave. The heir never died. And now, he has returned from hell itself, armed with miraculous, heaven-defying medical arts. Staring at the billionaire's utterly shell-shocked expression, Ye Chen smirks coldly. It seems President Shen has already pieced the entire puzzle together. There is only one solitary reason I summoned you here tonight. Clasping his hands together, Ye Chen unleashes a mountainous aura, dropping the ultimate bombshell. I am going to take back the Tianzhong Group. Trembling under the sheer pressure, Shen Haihua stammers, Mr. Ye, you want to reclaim the empire? Ye Chen's eyes blaze with an unshakable, terrifying resolve. It is my father's lifeblood and legacy. Taking it back is my absolute destiny. His voice drops an octave, echoing with lethal authority. So, President Shen, I need you to tell me exactly whose hands the Tianzhong Group has fallen into. Gulping hard, Shen Haihua finally responds. This old man does indeed know a fraction of the truth. 5 years ago, when the empire was butchered, the shadowy forces involved were far more terrifying and complex than anyone could imagine. The biggest player in the game is the Qinghuo Group. The old man paused, his tone turning heavy, and the man pulling the strings is Zheng Jingming. Hearing that name, Ye Chen's blood ran cold. Zheng Jingming. Even in death, he would never forget that name. That traitor was once his father's closest friend, the very uncle he had trusted with his life. A storm of blazing hatred ignited in Ye Chen's eyes. The dark memories came flooding back. He remembered it vividly. That bastard had personally handed his father the cursed invitation to Yunhu Manor. Worse yet, while his father was being brutally slaughtered, Zheng Jingming was busy smiling and groveling to that mysterious man from the capital. Noticing his dark expression, Sun Yi gently called his name. Her soft voice broke through his suffocating killing intent. Ye Chen instantly snapped back to reality. He quickly masked his raging aura with a calm smile. Don't worry, he reassured her softly. I'm perfectly fine. Breaking the tension, Shen Haihua spoke up. Mr. Ye, I can tell you aren't very familiar with the battlefield of business. Fortunately, the Shen family has its ways. The patriarch leaned in with a bold proposal. I will gather every piece of intel on the Qinghuo Group for you. Then, we can strategize on how to devour them completely. How does that sound? Shen Mingjia glanced at her father in shock. His hands were trembling slightly. Was the great patriarch actually nervous? No, she realized with a gasp. Her father was staking everything on Ye Chen. He was making the ultimate gamble to eternally bind their family to this young monster. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. President Shen, you said yourself that the waters here are dangerously deep. Aren't you afraid your entire family will drown in this mess? Shen Haihua met his gaze without hesitation. Merchants chase profit, Mr. Ye. If we successfully swallow the Qinghuo Group, I only ask for a 10% cut of the shares. And I don't even need any real executive power. Deal? Say the word, and my men will move immediately. Hearing this, Sun Yi chimed in. As the general manager of Huame, I know the ruthless rules of the corporate world. She saw right through the old fox. This wasn't just about mere profit. Shen Haihua was desperately trying to chain his family's destiny to Ye Chen's ascending power. Ye Chen smirked, thoroughly satisfied with the old man's absolute resolve. Then I'll leave the groundwork to you, President Shen. Since the patriarch was showing such fierce loyalty, Ye Chen would accept it. He was fighting a one-man war and needed capable pawns. If the Shen family ever faced destruction, he wouldn't mind pulling them back from hell. At that moment, a violent thrill coursed through Shen Haihua's veins. He recognized this intoxicating feeling. It was the pure, unadulterated adrenaline of conquering new territories. The patriarch's eyes gleamed with wild ambition. If they pulled off this impossible heist, the Shen family would shatter their limits and soar straight to the top of the hierarchy. Sun Yi smiled warmly at Ye Chen. If you can reclaim your father's lifeblood, I'm sure his soul in the afterlife will finally find peace. You're right, Ye Chen nodded. Suddenly, his sharp senses picked up multiple shadows tailing them, yet there was zero killing intent. He guessed it was Ye Lingtian's secret forces, silently protecting him from the dark. As they walked home, Sun Yi broke the silence. Our snack stash is looking tragically empty. We need to raid the convenience store. She turned to him with a gentle gaze. Ye Chen, do you want anything specific? He casually shook his head. No need. I'll pass on the junk food. Sun Yi instantly puffed up her cheeks in an adorable pout. Then I'll just buy a massive pile for myself. That way, when a certain someone begs for a bite, I'll have plenty to spare. Falling a few steps behind, Ye Chen pulled out his phone. It was time to finally meet the man pulling the strings. The moment the call connected, an excited voice boomed. Palace Master, you finally graced me with a call. Ye Chen's tone turned ice cold and commanding. If my guess is right, you've already infiltrated Jiangcheng. And another thing, drop the Palace Master title. The voice on the other end chuckled in absolute awe. As expected of the Palace Master, your foresight is downright godly. I am indeed breathing the air of Jiangcheng. Seeing the subordinate's stubborn loyalty, Ye Chen let out an exasperated sigh. The guy was completely hopeless. Forget it. Call me whatever you want. Set up a secure location for 8 o'clock tonight. We have some crucial matters to iron out. The Nanjiang king let out a booming laugh. Ha ha. The Palace Master is finally stepping out of the shadows to see me. Let's meet at the Yuhao Club. It's one of my personal properties, boasting absolute top-tier security. The environment is perfectly discreet. Hanging up the phone, Ye Chen's eyes flickered with amusement. The Yuhao Club? He remembered that place as Jiangcheng's most exclusive high society night spot. Getting a VIP pass there required more than just filthy wealth. It required supreme power. To think it was actually Ye Lingxian's secret playground. Just how deep did this guy's underworld connections run? Meanwhile, a sleek luxury car pulled up to the glittering gates of the Yuhao Club. The Chu family patriarch noticed his daughter's pale, troubled expression. Chu Shiran was still haunted by the terrifying incident at Yaojinggu. Trying to ease her mind, old Master Chu spoke up. Don't overthink it. That disaster was likely just a tragic accident. But Chu Shiran refused to buy into such naive optimism. An accident? The Chu family had exhausted every ounce of their vast underworld network to investigate those deaths. Yet every single time they got close to the truth, the clues vanished into thin air. It was as if an invisible, omnipotent hand was actively blocking their path. Shiran bit her lip, her mind racing with dread. Just who exactly was pulling the strings? To perfectly seal off information from a titan like the Chu family. Their power was unimaginable. Breaking her train of thought, her father sighed. Clear your head. Tonight, I'm meeting a high-ranking official from the National Security Bureau. With any luck, we can crack this case wide open using their supreme intelligence network. As they approached the grand entrance, a towering bouncer stepped forward. His tone was polite but undeniably firm. Please, present your VIP membership card. After verifying the ultra-rare black card, the bouncer immediately bowed. Welcome back, esteemed guests. Stepping into the lavish hall, Chu Shiran instantly felt a suffocating pressure. Dad, The club feels completely different tonight, she whispered. Every corner of the room was practically dripping with monstrous, intimidating auras. She could sense multiple hidden masters, their energy signatures far exceeding ordinary martial artists. You felt it too. Old Master Chu nodded grimly. Scanning the extravagant room, he pointed subtly. Shuran, do you see that hunchbacked old man over there? Shuran's gaze landed on a stout, unassuming elder wearing thick, round glasses. Confusion immediately washed over her face. Dad, what about him? Do you know him? The patriarch let out a self-deprecating chuckle. I know him, but a titan like him would never remember someone like me. That old man is the true mastermind behind the Yuhao Club. Don't let his crippled appearance fool you, her father warned, his voice dropping to a fearful whisper. That hunchback is an apex martial arts grandmaster. His overwhelming strength is exactly why no one dares to cause trouble in this territory. Chu Sharan gasped, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. But lurking in the shadows of this elite gathering, an even greater monster was about to make his terrifying entrance. Father, there is something I still do not understand. The Imperial Grand Club might be the absolute pinnacle of luxury, but is it truly enough to make every elite family in Jiangcheng risk their lives just to curry favor? Is it simply because Master Tuo is a martial arts grandmaster? Patriarch Chu's eyes widened sharply. Of course not. The true terror lies in the man standing in Master Tuo's shadow. His name is the King of Jiangnan, Yeling Tian. Meanwhile, the bustling venue buzzed with a lively atmosphere. Countless elites mingled in the hall, minding their own business. Chu Shuran's blood ran cold the moment she heard that legendary title. Cold sweat drenched her back as she muttered in utter disbelief. The King of Jiangnan. Ye Lingtian? She rubbed her chin, her mind racing with terrified thoughts. It was true that her Chu family reigned supreme as the #1 clan in Jiangcheng, but their absolute power ended at the city borders. The King of Jiangnan's massive shadow swallowed the entire Jiangnan province. Just the thought of Ye Lingtian holding the heavens in his palm made her hair stand on end. Seeing her pale face, her father immediately snapped her back to reality. Stop thinking about the King of Jiangnan. The gap in our status is like the heavens and the earth. Leading Chu Shuran down the grand corridor, Patriarch Chu firmly reminded her. The VIP from the National Security Agency will arrive any second. We must entertain them flawlessly. Can you snap out of this soulless daze? Yet, even as he scolded her, Chu Shuran's mind was already wandering a million miles away. Forcing an awkward smile, she finally replied, Father, you handle the reception. I need to take a walk and clear my head. Knowing he could not force his stubborn daughter, the old man sighed and gave a reluctant nod. Standing entirely alone in the silent corridor, Chu Shuran fell deep into her dark thoughts. Every time she closed her eyes, the gruesome corpse of Yao Jinggu flashed through her mind. She unconsciously gnawed on her thumbnail, completely lost in contemplation. The pathetic death of Yao Jinggu meant absolutely nothing. What truly mattered was the absolute madman who killed him. That killer had used the corpse as a bloody sacrifice for the fallen Ye family. But who from the exterminated Ye family could possibly still be alive? Suddenly, her racing thoughts were shattered by a terrifyingly familiar silhouette. A lone figure was walking directly toward her down the hallway. As the shadow stepped into the light, a massive shockwave hit her core. It was Ye Chen. He looked equally surprised to see her. Chu Shuran? Hearing her name, Chu Shuran's brows instantly locked into a fierce scowl. Impossible. Even if that worthless trash Ye Chen had somehow survived the massacre. Without the mighty Ye family backing him, he should be rotting on the streets as a miserable beggar. How could a lowly dog like him ever set foot in this elite paradise? She quickly forced herself to calm down. No, this beggar must just be a look-alike. She sneered inwardly. Whoever you are, since you look exactly like that pathetic loser, I suppose I can bestow a tiny fraction of my goodwill upon you. Just consider it an act of charity for the dead. Instantly, she slapped on a sickeningly sweet mask of fake friendliness. Flashing a dazzling smile, she approached him. Hello there. Ye Chen just found her utterly repulsive. He raised an eyebrow, his tone cold as ice. Do you need something? Chu Shuran waved her hand dismissively. Oh, my apologies. I simply mistook you for someone else. You just bear a striking resemblance to a miserable old classmate of mine. It really takes me back to the old days, even though absolutely no one asked. She arrogantly kept running her mouth. That loser met a truly tragic end. His entire existence was nothing but a pathetic joke. The moment those venomous words left her lips, Chu Shuran pulled out a premium gold-embossed business card. With mock absolute kindness, she offered it to Ye Chen. My name is Chu Shuran, she bragged smoothly. If you somehow managed to sneak into this exclusive club, you must have heard of the supreme Chu family of Jiangcheng. Take my personal business card. If a nobody like you ever runs into trouble, I might just toss you a bone. But before the card could even leave her perfectly manicured fingers, smack! Ye Chen mercilessly swatted it away like filthy garbage. Chu Shuran gasped in pure, unadulterated shock. Are you out of your mind? In response to her screeching, Ye Chen calmly crushed the luxurious card beneath his shoe. He mercilessly ground it into the pristine floor, radiating absolute disgust. Rage twisted Chu Shuran's beautiful features into an ugly scowl. Ignoring her fury, Ye Chen's voice echoed with dominating authority. The Chu family? What kind of pathetic joke is that? I could not care less. Now get lost. Utterly humiliated, Chu Shuran felt her pride shatter into a million jagged pieces. How could an elite goddess like her ever swallow such a supreme insult? Fine, she shrieked, her eyes burning with venom. What an arrogant bark for a stray dog. Do you have any idea what kind of glorious future you just threw away? Ye Chen did not even flinch at her pathetic threats. As if trash like you is worthy of giving me a future. His murderous gaze pierced straight through her soul, suffocating the very air around them. Get lost. I will not repeat myself a third time. Chu Shuran completely snapped. Raising her hand high to deliver a vicious slap, she screeched like a banshee. I do not care what third-rate faction you crawled out of. Compared to the almighty Chu family, you are less than a microscopic insect. But before her trembling hand could even graze a single hair on Ye Chen's head, a towering shadow manifested out of thin air. Halt your hand this instant. Master Tuo's furious roar shattered the tension. What in the heavens do you think you are doing? The thundering voice struck her like a bolt of divine lightning. Chu Shuran froze in utter terror, her hand trembling as she slowly turned around. Master Tuo? Instantly dismissing Ye Chen like a bad memory, she shifted her mask. She shamelessly plastered on a fawning, bootlicking smile and bowed deeply before Master Tuo. Greetings, Lord Tuo. I am Chu Shuran from the Supreme Chu family. I have worshipped your legendary name for years. But the martial arts grandmaster did not care for her pathetic flattery. He did not even let her finish before unleashing his blazing fury right in her face. Get the hell out of my sight, pointing a trembling finger at the arrogant girl, he roared with earth-shattering rage. I do not give a damn if you are from the Chu family or the Zhou family. If you do not scramble away this very second, you will never take another breath inside the Imperial Grand Club. All the blood drained from Chu Shuran's arrogant face. She trembled violently, her voice breaking into pathetic stutters. Please forgive me. I am leaving right now. But the moment she spun on her expensive heels, her eyes burned with toxic hatred toward Ye Chen. Curse you to hell. You got lucky this time, you miserable stray dog. Ye Chen merely shot a sideways glance at her retreating figure, utterly disgusted by her existence. What a total waste of my time. Moments later, tranquility finally returned to the lavish VIP room. The atmosphere remained heavy as two figures waited in absolute silence. The mighty Grandmaster Tuo stood obediently like a mere servant, while Ye Chen lounged in the master's seat. Not a single word was exchanged between them. Their patience was wearing frighteningly thin as they waited for their highly anticipated guest. Finally, Ye Chen broke the suffocating silence. The agreed time has already passed. Since Ye Lingtian has failed to show his face, this meeting is officially dead. Hearing this, the legendary Master Tuo instantly started rubbing his hands together like a panicked underling. Desperate to soothe the young monster's rising temper, he quickly bowed his head. Please, my lord, do not be angry. Something minor must have delayed him on the road. I beg for your patience, Mr. Ye. The king of Jiangnan will definitely walk through those doors at any second. Yi Chen did not even spare the trembling grandmaster a single glance. His terrifying aura flared with absolute dominance. I will give him exactly 3 more minutes. If he is not kneeling before me by then, tell him there is no need to ever show his face again. Seeing Ye Chen's unshakable confidence, Hida felt a chill run down his spine. This was not some cheap bluff. He could not help but wonder, just what kind of terrifying background did this kid have, to show such blatant disrespect to the king of Jiangnan? The old man tried to smooth things over. Something must have delayed him on the road. Please be patient, Mr. Ye. The king of Jiangnan will arrive any second. Inwardly, Hida was boiling with frustration. If it were not for the king's strict orders, why would a respected figure like me serve a brat like you? But the moment those words left his mouth, the heavy room doors violently burst open. Ye Lingtian stepped through the frame, accompanied by another clan elder. The king's aura was no joke, radiating a devastating, suffocating pressure. Hida nearly jumped out of his skin from the sheer intimidation. Yet Ye Chen did not even blink. Trembling violently, Hida immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Hida pays his highest respects to the king of Jiangnan. Cold sweat poured down the old man's face as he stole a terrified glance. It had been over a year since he last saw the king. His overwhelming power had not faded one bit. Meanwhile, Ye Chen simply furrowed his brows. His annoyance was practically written on his face. Without a shred of fear, he threw a direct challenge. Yi Lingtian. You are exactly 2 minutes late. A second later, Yi Chen's expression relaxed into a cold smirk. How dare you make me wait this long? He Da panicked and instantly jumped in to defend his boss. Mr. Ye, the king is incredibly busy with. But a sudden, heavy thud completely cut him off. The almighty Ye Lingtian had dropped to one knee. He bowed his head in absolute submission to Ye Chen. Please quell your anger, Palace Master. That single, unthinkable action struck the room like a thunderbolt. The two elders' jaws practically hit the floor as they screamed in unison. What did he just say? Even Ye Chen was momentarily left speechless by the sudden display. As for He Da, his blood ran completely cold. Mother of God, could someone explain what kind of madness this was? The majestic king of Jiangnan just knelt without a second thought. Had the entire world gone crazy? The other clan elder looked just as paralyzed as He Da. This was Ye Lingtian, the legendary king whose very name made all of Jiang City tremble in fear. Forget about just Jiang City. Even the supreme elite families of the entire Jiangnan province had to walk on eggshells around him. The atmosphere in the room froze solid. Nobody dared to breathe, let alone move. Finally, Ye Chen broke the suffocating silence. What is the meaning of this? Yi Lingtian immediately responded, his voice trembling with emotion. Please forgive me, Palace Master. It has been agonizingly difficult to finally meet you. I simply could not hold back my reverence. Before he could even finish, the two elders gasped in absolute horror. Palace Master? They stared at the seemingly ordinary, slender young man before them. Was this kid truly the legendary Palace Master? Everyone knew the king of Jiangnan controlled the most terrifying underground empire in the province. He wielded absolute authority over life and death. He was the very law of Jiangnan province itself, an existence that struck terror into the hearts of millions. He was no different from a literal monarch. Just hearing the name Ye Lingtian was enough to make grown men wet themselves. But only an elite few knew a chilling secret. The true throne of this massive empire had always been empty. The king of Jiangnan constantly emphasized that he was merely a proxy. The real master of the underworld was none other than the Palace Master, connecting the terrifying lore with the impossible scene unfolding before their eyes. He Da felt his soul nearly leave his body from sheer terror. He realized the brutal truth. The greatest mystery of Jiangnan had just been solved. Without wasting another second, both elders slammed their knees into the floor. They bowed with extreme trembling caution toward Ye Chen. Your loyal subordinates greet the Palace Master, but Ye Chen ruthlessly poured cold water on their revelation. I have said it before. I am not your Palace Master. He turned his piercing gaze back to the kneeling Ye Lingtian and issued a cold command. Ye Lingtian, you stay right here. Everyone else, get out of my sight. Understood. Ye Lingtian snapped his head toward the two trembling old men. His eyes flared with lethal intent. Guard the perimeter. If anyone dares to interrupt us, I do not care who they are. Kill them on sight. Hearing this, they bowed even lower. Yes, sir. The king's brutal orders were instantly set into motion. The two elders scrambled outside, sealing the heavy doors shut behind them. Ye Lingtian finally rose to his feet. He spoke to Ye Chen with ultimate reverence. Palace Master, with those two standing guard. Not a single soul will dare to eavesdrop or disturb us. Ye Chen looked at him calmly, demanding answers. Ye Lingtian, I truly cannot wrap my head around this. Why are you so completely obsessed with calling me Palace Master? Is it simply because I saved your life at Cloud Demon Valley all those years ago? Hearing that cursed name, a heavy shadow crossed Ye Lingtian's eyes. Cloud Demon Valley. That feels like a lifetime ago. He let his memories drift back to that desperate, blood-soaked day. My brothers and I were ambushed by a massive horde of martial arts experts. We were critically wounded, bleeding out in the dirt. By all logic, we were already dead men walking. Ye Chen sighed inwardly at the memory. Honestly, I was planning to just walk away and let you die. But then I heard your men were from Jiangnan province. Just like me. Out of sheer pity, I activated the old man's talisman formation. It wiped those assassins off the face of the earth. Ye Lingtian's voice overflowed with eternal gratitude as he reached into his coat pocket. Saving my life earned my absolute respect and lifelong loyalty. But that is not the real reason I call you Palace Master. He slowly pulled out an ancient, heavy medallion. He held it up like a sacred relic. This is the reason. Ye Chen took the metallic object, casually flipping it in his hand. It is just a dusty old medallion. What is the big deal? But the moment he looked closer, a shockwave hit his senses. A masterfully carved portrait of a young man sat right in the center. Wait a minute. Why did the face on this ancient artifact look exactly like him? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Ye Lingtian. Who did you hire to custom make this trash? Did you really carve my face onto this just to mess with me? Ye Lingtian desperately waved his hands in denial. Palace Master, you misunderstand completely. This medallion has over a century of history. It existed long before you ever saved me. With your divine eyesight, you must be able to see its true age. Yi Chen forced his expression to remain perfectly stoic. He masked the storm raging inside his mind. Then tell me, where exactly did you get this medallion? Deep down, Yi Chen already knew the terrifying answer. The question was merely a trap to see how much his subordinate truly knew. The cloud patterns on this medallion hold 100 years of history. Ye Lingtian bows his head with absolute reverence. Reporting to the palace master, this is my family's heirloom, left behind by my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather was a supreme master craftsman. In his era, his mastery over feng shui and destiny was absolutely peerless. He foresaw that our bloodline would face complete annihilation within a century. Desperate, he used a forbidden technique to peer into the heavens' will. The heavens revealed that we must find an emperor possessing the sleeping dragon of purple destiny. He locks eyes with Ye Chen, his fists trembling with fierce conviction. In the end, he sacrificed his remaining 20 years of life just to forge this medallion. It was his final gamble to rewrite our family's doomed fate. His dying words were clear. The destined emperor of the medallion will also bear the surname Ye, and our paths will cross 100 years later. If I fail to seize this destiny, I, Ye Lingtian, will be the ultimate sinner of my ruined clan. Yi Chen rubs his chin, his eyes flashing with deep thought. This prophecy sounds far too exaggerated. What era is this to still speak of emperors and destiny? However, that old geezer in the mountains did mention my unique fate. He specifically called it the sleeping dragon of purple destiny. That must be exactly why he sent me down the mountain to save Xia Rushui's life. As the pieces of the puzzle click into place, a chilling realization hits him. The prophecy is real. His sleeping dragon of purple destiny possesses the absolute power to shatter the heaven's will and rewrite the fates of others. Meanwhile, Ye Lingtian continues his passionate vow. Palace Master, I know of the tragic massacre at Yunhu Manor years ago. Over these past few years, I have secretly cultivated a powerful underground force. While we may not yet have the strength to crush the capital's elite families, if you just give me enough time, I swear to lead your vanguard into the capital and slaughter every last one of your enemies. But Ye Chen coldly cuts him off. Ye Lingtian, I appreciate your newfound loyalty, but remember this well. I do not need anyone else's hands to spill my enemy's blood. If you dare interfere with my vengeance, our paths end here. Ye Lingtian's blood runs cold as he immediately drops into a terrified bow. This subordinate would never dare. Please quell your anger, Palace Master. He curses his own foolishness internally. With the Palace Master's unfathomable strength, why would a god ever need a mortal's help to exact revenge? Ye Chen coldly raises 3 fingers, his aura heavy and absolute. I will accept the title of your Palace Master, but you must swear to 3 unbreakable conditions. Name them, Palace Master. Ye Lingtian answers without a second of hesitation. Ye Chen's voice is deadly calm. Condition 1. You are never to interfere in my daily life. Without my direct order, you will not make a single move. Condition 2. Deploy your absolute best shadows to protect Aunt Sue. If anyone dares to lay a single finger on her, kill them without mercy. Condition 3. Use every resource at your disposal to hunt down that man in the capital. Leave no stone unturned regarding the Yunhu Manor massacre. That tragedy runs far deeper than what lies on the surface. Hearing these commands, Ye Lingtian's eyes burn with absolute dedication. Rest assured, Palace Master, I will execute these 3 tasks flawlessly. Yi Chen turns his back, his dark silhouette blending with the night. My words are spoken. It is time for me to leave. I will summon you when the time is right. Suddenly recalling a critical piece of intelligence, Ye Lingtian urgently speaks up. Wait, Palace Master, there is one more crucial matter to report. He lowers his voice, his tone turning serious. Recently, multiple powerful factions have been digging into your background. The first wave is from the Chu family. They tried to seize the security footage from Tianxiang Mountain, but my men intercepted them. The second is the Xia family from the Jiangnan province, though their probing is shallow and cautious. But the third force, even I cannot stop them. The National Security Bureau and the legendary Dragon Soul Strike team are on your trail. Receiving this heavy news, Ye Chen's expression remains as calm as a still lake. His mind, however, races with sharp calculations. The Xia family makes sense. It has to be the work of that stubborn girl, Xia Ruxue. She is desperate for his pill recipe. As for the Chu family, judging by Chu Shuran's previous arrogant reaction, they likely haven't discovered his true identity yet, but their hounds are definitely sniffing around. However, the National Security Bureau and the Dragon Soul Strike team, why would the government's apex predators be hunting him? Have they already linked him to the gruesome deaths of the Chen family father and son, or the massacre at Yaojin Valley? Sensing his master's deep silence, Ye Lingtian quickly steps in to reassure him. Please do not worry, Palace Master. I have already prepared scapegoats to take the fall for the Chen family and Yaojin Valley incidents. Even if their hounds catch a scent, Without concrete proof, the government will never dare to make a reckless move against you. Still, I beg the palace master to tread carefully. Ye Chen simply resumes his walk, raising a hand in a lazy wave. Thanks. Behind him, Ye Lingtian remains frozen in a posture of absolute reverence. As he walks into the night, Ye Chen's eyes narrow dangerously. Why is the Chu family so obsessed with investigating him? Has his secret memorial at Tianxiang Mountain truly been exposed? That seems to be the only logical explanation. But the moment he steps out of the building, a hostile shadow blocks his path. To his mild surprise, it is none other than Chu Shuran. She crosses her arms, her chin tilted up in supreme arrogance. If you drop to your knees and beg for mercy right now, I might just consider letting you live. This woman is as relentlessly annoying as a blood-sucking leech. Yet, her deadly threats are met with nothing but absolute, crushing silence. Ye Chen simply raises a single brow, completely unfazed. His sheer indifference makes Chu Shuran's blood boil with immediate fury. He blatantly turns his back on her, muttering as if deep in thought. I really should buy a car soon. The night wind is a bit chilly, and walking is just getting tedious. This blatant disrespect pushes the haughty heiress past her breaking point. Completely ignored, Chu Shuran instantly unleashes her martial aura. Her manicured nails elongate into razor-sharp, deadly talons as she hisses. Then, let's see how much pain your arrogant mouth can take. Under the pale crescent moon, she transforms into a vicious predator. With explosive speed, she launches a lethal ambush straight at Ye Chen's exposed back. Yet, the young master does not even bother to turn his head. With a ghost-like shift in his stance, he effortlessly dodges the deadly strike. But he doesn't just dodge. In a flash of terrifying counter-momentum, his hand clamps down on her attacking arm like an iron vice. Realizing the tables have instantly turned, raw terror floods Chu Shuran's wide eyes. With a single, devastating motion, Ye Chen violently slams her into the ground. The brutal impact sends a web of cracks shattering through the solid concrete floor. Her entire world spins into absolute darkness. As consciousness fades, a final, despairing thought echoes in her mind. Her martial arts talent is renowned, so how is she defeated in just one move? Ye Chen stands with his hands casually stuffed in his pockets. He waits for the woman groveling on the floor to regain her senses. His eyes lock onto Chu Shuran with absolute, freezing contempt. Chu Shuran grits her teeth, gasping for air as venom drips from her voice. Listen here, you little punk, she snarls. I do not care who the hell you are. By crossing the Chu family, you have sealed your own doom. Do not think you can just walk away from this. Unless you hide in the Yuhao Club for the rest of your miserable life, you are a dead man walking. Those arrogant words hit the exact wrong nerve. A dark, dangerous aura instantly erupts from Ye Chen's body. In a flash, his hand clamps mercilessly over her mouth. With terrifying ease, he hoists her entire body into the air with just one hand. Stripped of any chance to react, her eyes bulge in pure, unadulterated terror. She dangles there like helpless prey in the jaws of a predator. Tears stream down Chu Shuran's face as she shrieks through muffled sobs. You bastard! I will kill you! Ye Chen's gaze turns freezing cold. A foul-mouthed woman like her needs to be taught a brutal lesson. Spotting a nearby dumpster, a mocking smirk curls onto Ye Chen's lips. Chu Shuran thrashes in absolute panic. No, stop, she squeals frantically. What are you doing? Do not do this, please. But there is zero mercy in his iron grip. Her eyes widen to the breaking point as inescapable dread consumes her. Without missing a beat, Ye Chen releases his grip, dumping her headfirst into the filthy trash. He brushes the dust off his hands with absolute disgust. Now that is where garbage like you truly belongs, he sneers. With those parting words, he shoves his hands back into his pockets. He turns around and casually strolls away into the night. Behind him, the heavy dumpster crashes to the ground with a sickening thud. Covered head to toe in rotting sludge, Chu Shuran crawls out of the wreckage. She gnashes her teeth, trembling with hysterical rage. You bastard! I will make you die a miserable death. I will tear your body into 100 pieces until nothing remains. The night grows incredibly still under the pale moonlight. The cool breeze sweeps through the silent streets. By now, Ye Chen has already arrived back at the Dadu apartment. Standing before the building entrance, he ponders deeply to himself. Chu Shuran is absolutely despicable, but she has nothing to do with his parents' tragic deaths. Her sins do not warrant an immediate death sentence just yet, but a lethal glint flashes in his eyes. If that woman ever dares to cross his ultimate bottom line again, he will not hesitate to erase her from existence. Even though he dislikes staining his hands with a woman's blood, the rules of survival are absolute. If he ever uncovers that the Chu family was involved in the conspiracy from back then, the entire Chu family will be annihilated. He steps inside, his mind still swirling with dark thoughts. It is already 1 in the morning. Sun Yi must be fast asleep by now, so it is best not to disturb her peaceful rest. Ye Chen quietly pushes open the door to his own bedroom. He just wants to crash and get a good night of sleep. But suddenly, his sharp senses detect a strange presence in his room. A drop of sweat rolls down his temple as a soft, feminine figure comes into view. He chuckles helplessly to himself. Sun Yi is usually so incredibly shy, yet here she is, boldly sleeping under his blankets. She must still be terrified from the traumatic events earlier today. Pushing those thoughts aside, he moves with absolute stealth. He makes sure not to make a single sound that could wake the sleeping beauty. Ye Chen slips off his heavy coat and tosses it aside. Whatever happens, he tells himself, it is time to finally get some rest. He quietly slips into the bed. In the blink of an eye, morning arrives. Golden sunlight streams directly into Ye Chen's bedroom. Waking up without an alarm, he stretches out a long, satisfying yawn, still clinging to the remnants of his deep sleep. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he instinctively turns to the figure beside him. Hey, Sun Yi, what time is it? He mumbles groggily. But as his vision completely clears, his heart skips a massive beat. He freezes in pure shock. Suddenly, a deafening scream shatters the morning peace, loud enough to shake the entire apartment building. Ye Chen scrambles backward in absolute panic, at a total loss for words. The woman lying next to him is not Sun Yi. It is CEO Xia Rushui. Clad in a scandalously sheer nightgown, she clutches the sheets in sheer panic. You! What the hell are you doing in here? She stammers wildly. He forces an incredibly awkward smile, his face painted in complete disbelief. Excuse me? I should be the one asking you that. Why on earth are you in my bed? Before they can even begin to untangle this catastrophic misunderstanding, the bedroom door swings open. Sun Yi steps right into the room. Ye Chen, you are back? Did you not say you were staying out last night? She asks cheerfully. But the moment her eyes land on the scandalous scene before her, her entire world spins dizzily out of control. You too. The atmosphere instantly plunges to sub-zero temperatures. All the color drains from Sun Yi's face as she stammers, Ye Chen, did you not text me that you were not coming back? Did you guys do something last night? She asks, her voice trembling. Ye Chen and Xia Ruxui's minds race at lightning speed as they frantically try to defend their innocence. Ye Chen's mind flashes back to last night. After his intense conversation with Ye Lingtian, it was already incredibly late. Sun Yi had called to check if he was coming home. Thinking she wanted to wait up for him, he had lied about staying out so she would go to sleep early. Meanwhile, Xia Ruxue rubs her throbbing temples. She had drank way too much last night. Her head is pounding. Otherwise, with her sharp senses, how could she not have noticed this guy crawling into bed with her? Of course, absolutely nothing happened. This is just a massive accident. Do not overthink it. Ye Chen quickly blurts out, waving his hands in frantic denial. CEO Xia's heart fills with bitter frustration as her thoughts drift to that dreadful man. Just yesterday, her mother had suddenly arrived in Jiangcheng with urgent news. A massive crisis had struck the Xia family, and she was ordered to return within one single week. Her fists clenched tightly under the blankets. If she actually returns to the family estate, she will undoubtedly be forced into a nightmare marriage with that monstrous man. As the horrific memories of last night flood back, the puzzle pieces align. Overwhelmed by her inescapable fate, she had fled to Sun Yi's place to drink her sorrows away. They had gotten completely wasted, and she had simply crashed in this room. Glaring daggers at Ye Chen, she curses her own foolishness. She completely forgot that this freeloader was currently crashing at Sun Yi's apartment. To think she had actually shared a bed with this jobless slacker. Damn it. Her flawless reputation is completely ruined just like that. Seeing her devastated expression, Ye Chen raises a hand to gently explain. Look, since things have already escalated to this point, I will take full responsibility. He sighs helplessly, thinking to himself that he did not even do anything out of line. Is she really about to cry? But a man's honor is absolute. He had technically held her in his arms for an entire night. In the eyes of the martial world, physical contact demands total accountability. Tears well up in CEO Xia's stunning eyes. She crosses her arms, deeply humiliated and bubbling with unyielding frustration. Take responsibility? She scoffs bitterly. What exactly can you use to take responsibility? You are just a completely ordinary guy. You have absolutely zero idea what kind of heavy burden rests on my shoulders. We are simply not from the same world. Those words ignite a spark of annoyance within him. He abruptly stands up and shoots back. Ha! You are absolutely right. We are not from the same world. Without another word, he storms out of the room, slamming the door fiercely behind him. Right at that heated moment, his phone suddenly rings out loudly. The ringtone cuts through the tense air. He answers the call with a sharp tone. Hello, Shen Haihua, what is it? The voice on the other end drops a bombshell that instantly catches his attention. We finally have a solid lead on the Tianzheng group. Yi Chen's eyes fly wide open, and a chilling, predatory smile creeps across his face. Tell me exactly what is going on, he demands softly. In a dimly lit office miles away, Shen Haihua clutches a thick stack of classified documents. His voice trembles slightly as he whispers into the receiver. Mr. Ye, our legal team finally unearths the truth. Tianjung Group was stolen through a malicious hostile takeover. However, the procedural red tape is an absolute nightmare. Before the explanation can continue, Ye Chen cuts him off with absolute authority. Skip the details. I trust you. Just tell me exactly what needs to be done, and what the final outcome will be. The voice on the other end grows serious. We have a crucial document ready. Mr. Ye, you must force Zheng Jingming to sign it on the dotted line. But the briefing is far from over. There is another massive complication. Tianjin Group is essentially swallowed by the Qinghe Group. They are backed by a ruthless underworld syndicate known as Qingmen. This cancer must be eradicated. Ye Chen simply smiles, his voice chillingly calm. Consider it done. The informant practically gasps in pure excitement. If you can somehow clear those two impossible hurdles, give me just 3 days, and I will completely reclaim Tianjin Group. Just secure that signature, Mr. Ye, and the empire is ours again. Ye Chen agrees without a second thought. The sheer confidence leaves the man completely speechless. Staring blankly at his phone, a terrifying realization washes over him. If Mr. Ye can actually pull this off, his true power is simply unfathomable. Heavens, what kind of monstrous existence is he serving? The scene cuts to the towering Qinghe skyscraper. Ye Chen stands like a silent storm before the imposing structure, grasping the crucial document. This is the absolute heart of the Qinghe Group. His mind races, processing Ye Lingtian's flawless intelligence report. Zheng Jingming is currently holding a high-stakes meeting inside. An invisible, blazing aura of vengeance flares around Ye Chen. It is time to make that traitor vomit out everything he stole. He strides directly into the elevator, punching the button for floor 29. The elevator chimes softly. His sharp eyes scan the surroundings. Everything matches Ye Lingtian's intel perfectly. This massive fortress holds 33 floors in total. However, the public elevator dead ends at floor 29. Breaching the upper levels requires a highly classified security pass. A dark smirk tugs at his lips. Floors 29 through 31 are nothing but a pathetic smokescreen, just average corporate offices meant to blind the authorities. But floor 32 is the true underworld hub, packed to the brim with Qingmen syndicate thugs drowning in illegal transactions. And his target, Zheng Jingming, hides at the absolute peak on floor 33. He needs a creative way up. Terrifying spiritual energy begins to pulse from his fingertips. Smashing his way up through the ceiling would be child's play. But raining shattered glass onto innocent civilians below is unacceptable. Instead, he presses his palm against the reinforced window. Scorching inner chi instantly melts the glass into harmless vapor. With a cold scoff, he launches himself straight out into the dizzying abyss. Defying gravity itself, he soars upward along the building's exterior. As he breaches the 32nd floor, the syndicate rats inside notice the disturbance. What the hell is that noise? One thug barks out. Are we under attack? Or did some idiot rookie misfire their weapon again? A commanding voice snaps from the shadows. Go check the perimeter, now. But before the lackey can even move, an icy voice echoes through the room. Save your breath. I am right here. The syndicate members whip around in pure shock. Who the hell are you? One screams, drawing his weapon. Do you have a death wish, breaking into our turf? A demonic grin stretches across Ye Chen's face. Devastating, killing intent floods the entire floor. Who am I? His voice drips with lethal mockery. I am the very last nightmare you will ever see in this pathetic life. You arrogant little brat, the thug roars, charging forward. But Ye Chen does not even blink. A single blinding flash of pure energy erupts. The charging thug is instantly cleaved perfectly in half. Absolute pandemonium erupts. He killed him. The monster killed him. The remaining thugs shriek in absolute horror. Ye Chen simply watches them with dead eyes. Ye Lingtian's intel is clear. These Qingmen scumbags possess absolutely zero humanity. Drug trafficking, illegal arms dealing, human smuggling, contract assassinations. To these absolute monsters, destroying lives is just another average Tuesday. Slowly raising his left hand, a terrifying vortex of power gathers in his palm. For absolute filth like you, allowing even a single one of you to breathe is a sin against heaven itself. The scene shifts to a lavish, soundproofed suite on the top floor. Two men sit amidst heavy, suffocating tension. The blonde foreigner is the first to break the silence. Mr. Zheng Jingming, I hear a disturbance below us. Shouldn't you investigate? Zheng Jingming lazily waves his hand. Relax, it is probably just my men throwing a tantrum over a card game. It is absolutely nothing to worry about. He takes a calm sip of his expensive tea. Besides, this entire building is heavily fortified by elite Qingmen enforcers. Every single one is a formidable martial arts master. We are completely untouchable up here. The foreigner smirks in greedy satisfaction. Excellent. Then let us resume our lucrative negotiations. Nation M brings absolute sincerity to this deal. He leans in, lowering his voice. Hand over the classified military blueprints for the Jiangnan Province airbase. In return, Nation M will grant you absolute monopoly over all our smuggling routes through the Zhangcheng port. The two bodyguards standing behind Zheng Jingming gasp in sheer disbelief. What? The military blueprints? One blurts out. If those leak, all of Huaxia will be in devastating danger. That is high treason. Zheng Jingming lets out an utterly bored sigh. His face lacks even a shred of guilt. Slowly turning his head, he glares at his trembling subordinates. High treason? And what of it? He scoffs with sickening arrogance. The worst they can do is kill me. With the mountains of drugs and weapons we move, we all deserve 1,000 death sentences anyway. Why grow a conscience now? The two bodyguards swallow hard. Their faces go deathly pale, completely silenced by his ruthless logic. The blonde foreigner claps his hands in delight. Mr. Zheng, let us sweeten the pot. Nation M is fully prepared to gift your syndicate 10 pieces of state-of-the-art, high-precision automated machinery. As a man of your status knows, a single one of these units fetches 50 million on the black market. Zheng Jingming shoots up from his leather chair, a booming laugh echoing through the room. Ha ha ha. Your great nation truly understands how to do business. I would be an absolute fool to refuse. Both traders reach out, ready to seal the devastating betrayal with a handshake. Boom! The reinforced wall behind them utterly completely detonates. Dust and debris violently shatter their celebration. Both men spin around in sheer, unadulterated terror. Who goes there? From the blinding smoke, Ye Chen steps forward, his eyes burning with apocalyptic fury. You were born a proud son of Huaxia, yet you willingly crawl on your knees to be a dog for Nation M. His voice drops to a bone-chilling absolute zero. Absolute human garbage. Dying 1,000 times over would still be far too merciful for you. Zheng Jingming stumbles backward, his entire body trembling violently. This brat, why does he look so terrifyingly familiar? His pupils shrink to pinpricks. Wait, Ye Chen? No, that is absolutely impossible. That useless trash was eradicated years ago. There is no way he survived. Panic fully consuming him, he shrieks at the top of his lungs. Guards, where the hell are my elite guards? Ye Chen simply tilts his head, a demonic aura radiating from his soul. They are asleep. A very, very permanent sleep. The camera pans out to the blood-soaked hallway. Nothing but a mountain of annihilated corpses remains. Zheng Jingming's mind completely shatters. Lies! That is absolutely impossible. I have legendary grandmasters stationed out there. Unfazed, Ye Chen lazily scratches his chest, treating the supposed martial arts grandmasters like a few annoying flies. Without another word, he violently whips the heavy folder straight into the trader's face. Smack. Zheng Jingming collapses to his knees, clutching the bloody papers with trembling hands. What? What is the meaning of this? Sign it, he commanded, his voice slicing through the tension. The old man trembled violently, stammering over the unconditional share transfer agreement. You have got nerve, brat, to dare snatch the Tsinghua Group's shares. The blonde boss snapped his fingers, ruthlessly ordering his lackey to execute him. The subordinate nodded. Understood, boss. Ye Chen paused for a fraction of a second. To his slight surprise, the lackey whipped out a massive heavy-duty firearm. Mission engaged, eliminating the target. The weapon roared to life, unleashing a devastating storm of bullets, but Ye Chen merely raised a hand, summoning a shimmering barrier that caught every single round with ease. As the deadly lead slammed into his energy shield, the kinetic force froze. With a flick of his will, he redirected the entire payload right back at the shooter. A chilling smirk crossed his face. Modern firearms? I have seen plenty, but I despise using them. Have them back. The reflected bullets tore through the air, instantly obliterating the lackey's head. The blonde boss recoiled, his entire body shaking in pure terror. What the hell? Ye Chen lazily half-opened his eyes, his gaze dripping with absolute disgust as he spoke. Is that all you have got? Despite the gruesome scene, the remaining martial artists foolishly charged forward, completely unaware of the monster they were facing. Just because you have practiced ancient martial arts for a few years, you dare act tough? He scoffed, not taking a single step back. In Jiangcheng, these half-step transformation stage fighters were considered regional powerhouses, but to him, they were nothing. A cold smile graced his lips. What a pity. Compared to me, you are centuries behind. In a flash, he vanished, launching a devastating counterattack against the duo. Old man Zheng Jingming collapsed to his knees, shivering uncontrollably. A martial Dao Grandmaster? How is this possible? Someone this young has already reached the Grandmaster realm. Paralyzed by shock, he gasped. Who on earth are you? Meanwhile, the man standing beside him stared at the discarded weapon on the blood-soaked floor, panic consuming his mind. He locked eyes with Ye Chen, his face draining of all color. Damn it all to hell, he cursed inwardly, instantly flipping his attitude. He plastered on a bright, sickeningly sweet smile and placed a hand over his heart. Bowing with exaggerated respect, he nervously stammered, "I want no part in your dispute. Please, carry on with your conversation." "Excuse me, I will be taking my leave." But Ye Chen merely shot him a death glare. Annoyance flashed in his sharp eyes. Planting one foot firmly into the ground, Ye Chen launched a brutal, lightning-fast kick straight into the white-suited coward's chest. Get lost to the afterlife. The sheer force of Ye Chen's strike shattered his ribs, instantly soaking his pristine shirt in a massive bloom of crimson. The man's face turned ashen gray, cold sweat pouring down his terror-stricken features as he collapsed. Witnessing the utter carnage, Zheng Jingming let out a pathetic, garbled shriek of absolute horror. His legs gave out completely, sending the old man crashing to the floor in a pathetic heap. Ye Chen stared down at the trembling elder, his voice dropping to a freezing, absolute zero. "Get over here." The aura radiating from him was suffocatingly dark. Locking onto the old man's soul, Ye Chen ordered, "Sign it." Desperate to survive, the elder scrambled forward like a dog. "Yes, right away." His face was a sickly pale blue. Snatching up the pen with violently shaking hands, he frantically scribbled his name across the documents. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face as he wailed, "I am signing. I am signing. I beg you, spare my miserable life." The moment the ink dried, he hoisted the finalized contract up with both hands, offering it to Ye Chen with trembling reverence. Snatching the papers, Ye Chen casually scanned the signatures before delivering his final verdict. "Good. Now that this is done, you have no reason left to breathe." The old man's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. "What?" Realizing the Reaper's scythe was already swinging toward his neck, the desperate elder resorted to his final, pathetic threat. "You want to drive me to absolute ruin? Do you have any idea who backs the Qinghua group? It is the Qing men. If you dare lay a finger on me, the entire Qing men will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Yi Chen's lips curled into a dangerously amused smirk. Tsk, tisk, tisk. Crouching down to meet the old man's eye level, a predatory, almost playful glint flashed in his eyes. He casually raised a single finger, waving it right in front of the sweating elder's face. "To tell you the truth, my initial plan was only to crush the Qinghua group, but you just changed my mind. Tonight, the Qing men will be wiped off the face of the earth." The playful smirk vanished, replaced by an aura of pure, suffocating death. "Any last words before I send you to hell?" Pushed past the brink of terror, the old man snapped. His face burned bright red with furious indignation as he shrieked at the top of his lungs. "Do not dare act so arrogant. Do you seriously think you are invincible under the heavens? So what if you are a grandmaster? The master of the Qingmen is also a grandmaster. If you kill me, not only will you die a gruesome death, but your entire family will be violently slaughtered by the Qingmen." The air in the room instantly dropped below freezing. The foolish elder had just touched his ultimate reverse scale. "My family." Ye Chen's voice echoed like a demon from the abyss. "They were completely massacred 5 years ago. Slaughtered at the Yunhu Villa." A jolt of horrifying realization struck the old man like lightning. His jaw dropped as he violently stuttered. Are you really Ye Chen?" He stared wide-eyed at the young man standing before him, his reality shattering. Absolute panic gripped his blackened heart. This cursed brat is actually still alive? Desperate to cling to his miserable life, his survival instinct took over completely. He abandoned every shred of his dignity. Throwing himself completely to the floor, he hugged Ye Chen's legs, groveling like a pathetic insect. His voice turned sickeningly sweet and desperate. "Ah, Chen! Little Chen, please listen to me. This is all a massive misunderstanding. I was your father's absolute best friend. How could your beloved uncle ever dream of harming your family?" But before another filthy lie could leave his lips, Ye Chen drove a devastating knee strike squarely into the old man's face. The sickening crunch of bone echoed as blood exploded from his shattered nose. "Do you really think trash like you is worthy of speaking my father's name?" Ye Chen's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. "Worthy of calling yourself my uncle?" Clutching his ruined face, the elder wailed. "Ah, Chen, I beg of you, please spare me. For the sake of all our years together." It was the most twisted joke Ye Chen had ever heard. A dark, hollow laugh erupted from his chest. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The maniacal laughter sent chills down the old man's spine. What was this demon going to do next? Without warning, Ye Chen unleashed a brutal kick straight into his gut. Pure, unadulterated hatred blazed like hellfire in his eyes. "Spare you?" he roared, his voice trembling with years of suppressed rage. 5 years ago, why did you not spare my Ye family? Why did you not spare my parents? Tell me, how exactly did they ever wrong a venomous snake like you?" With a guttural scream, he mounted the elder, bringing down a crushing punch right into his skull. The sickening symphony of shattering bones and desperate, gurgling pleas filled the room. Yi Chen's fists rained down relentlessly. Why did you betray them? You stole absolutely everything from my family. You took my entire life away. Do you seriously think I enjoy this massacre? Do you think anyone is just born craving the taste of blood? I just wanted to go to school. I just wanted to live a normal, quiet life. I used to tremble at the mere sight of violence. Ye Chen suddenly stopped, his blood-soaked fist suspended midair. He took a massive, shuddering breath, trying to force the raging demon back inside its cage, but the night of bloodshed was far from over. But right now, the only thing keeping me alive is pure, unadulterated hatred. Ye Chen slumps against the cold wall, exhaustion washing over him. I will keep slaughtering them, he vows, his voice dripping with venom, until every last one of those beasts is dragged down to the king of hell. With the massacre complete, he casually straightens his blood-stained collar. He strolls through the night, his gaze fixed on the cold, indifferent moon above. The Jiangnan king is surprisingly thoughtful. He sighs, an icy smile playing on his lips. He saved me endless trouble. Not only did he send the sweepers to clean up my mess, but he even prepared a fresh set of clothes. A terrifying, murderous intent flashes in his eyes. The Qing sect is next on the chopping block, but just as he plots his next move, a familiar voice shatters the silence from behind. Ye Chen, what on earth are you doing here? He freezes. Out of all the people to run into tonight, he never expected her to be standing in the shadows. He offers a nonchalant shrug. Officer Bailey Bing, shouldn't I be the one asking you that question? Hunting down criminals nearby? She responds with a teasing, knowing smirk. Classified mission, I cannot say. Dismissing her with a wave of his hand, he turns on his heel to leave. Well, then I have no obligation to answer you either. Suddenly, his martial instincts scream out in warning. A terrifying tremor shakes the air. Without warning, massive chunks of concrete plummet from the towering building right above them. A massive boulder hurtles directly toward Officer Bailey Bing. She snaps her head up, her heart dropping to her stomach. It is over, she thinks, her body frozen. I cannot dodge in time. All color drains from her face. Is this where she dies? In a blur of unimaginable speed, Ye Chen explodes forward. He crashes into Bailey Bing, shoving her out of the collision zone just in time. As the deafening crash echoes away, the thick cloud of debris slowly begins to settle. Ye Chen glances down at her. Are you hurt? A fierce blush spreads across her cheeks. Ye Chen, thank you, she stammers, breathless. He holds Bailey Bing firmly, grounding her chaotic emotions. You are safe now, he reassures her. Flustered by their proximity, she gently pushes him away, her composure completely shattered. Really, thank you. Ye Chen turns his gaze back to the ruined building, his expression an unreadable mask. Do not mention it. Inwardly, his mind races. After all, this little assassination attempt was undoubtedly aimed at him. He stares at the blazing explosion tearing through the very building he just exited, his brow furrows in deep thought. Erasing evidence is one thing, but detonating an entire skyscraper? That is utter madness. This has to be the handiwork of the master cleaner. Panic erupts as terrified residents flood out of the crumbling structure, scrambling for their lives. Amidst the total chaos, only Ye Chen and Bailey Bing stand perfectly still, like anchors in a raging storm. Suddenly, two hulking figures barrel past Ye Chen, shoving through the fleeing crowd. Their muscles bulge beneath their clothes, their bald heads covered in intricate, menacing tattoos. Unmistakable panic is plastered across their rugged faces. They try to blend into the wave of survivors, desperately fleeing the scene. Ye Chen's sharp eyes catch a fleeting detail. He spots a jagged tattoo crawling up one of their necks, a symbol he knows all too well. Beside him, Officer Bailey Bing's detective instincts flare to life, her eyes locking onto the same suspicious duo. She pivots sharply, zeroing in on that sinister ink. Her brow creases as the pieces begin to click together in her mind. That emblem. They are dogs of the Qing sect, she realizes. Did they orchestrate this bombing? For days, she has been hunting this shadowy syndicate. They are a malignant tumor bleeding Jiang City dry, and the police have been entirely powerless to pin any evidence on them. Without a second thought, she throws a hasty salute to Ye Chen and dashes off into the dark alleyways. Forgive me, but duty calls. I will find you later, she shouts over her shoulder. Her heart races with adrenaline. This is it, she thinks. The silver bullet I have been waiting for. Ye Chen watches her sprinting figure disappear into the night, shaking his head at her reckless bravado. Always charging in blindly, he mutters under his breath. Whatever, her funeral. He raises his hand, an invisible wave of spiritual energy rippling from his fingertips. A dark, blood-chilling grin stretches across his face. Time to tie up these loose ends before they multiply. Meanwhile, the two tattooed thugs are sprinting for their lives, their lungs burning as they reach a desolate, decaying factory on the city outskirts. They slip into the pitch-black interior like rats. Bailey Bing is right on their tail, moving like a phantom. She presses her back against the rusted walls, keeping her breathing dangerously quiet as she shadows their every move. Her eyes remain locked on their silhouettes. They are making a beeline for something important, she calculates. This rotting warehouse. It must be a hidden stronghold for the Qing sect. It might even be their main headquarters. Using an abandoned factory is the perfect cover. A triumphant smirk crosses her face. One photograph of their illicit operations, and I can call in the tactical squad to wipe them off the map. She creeps toward a grime-covered window, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the interior lights. With the grace of a seasoned martial artist, she springs upward. She lands on top of a massive shipping container without making a single sound. From her high vantage point, she gazes down into the belly of the beast. The warehouse floor is absolutely swarming with syndicate members. The air is thick with tension as they furiously pack and transport highly suspicious crates. Bingo, she thinks. Heavily armed thugs patrol the perimeter while grunts move the contraband. She whips out her phone, ready to summon the cavalry, but her stomach drops. 0 bars. The signal is completely jammed. She grits her teeth, cursing under her breath. A signal jammer? Without a connection, calling for backup is going to be impossible. She lightly taps her boot against the steel roof of the container she is standing on. I wonder what kind of filth they are hiding in these, she schemes. If I can crack one open and get a photo, that is all the evidence I need. But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shatters the mechanical hum of the factory. The agonizing shriek snaps her attention toward the center of the room. Down on the main floor, a monstrous, towering man with a shaved head has hoisted a terrified grunt into the air by his skull. The grunt thrashes wildly, his voice cracking with pure terror. "Branchmaster, please, have mercy. I swear I have no idea what went wrong. The building just completely blew up." The Branchmaster's eyes bulge with unbridled wrath. The veins on his thick neck look ready to burst. "I stationed an entire squad of elite men in Qinghe," he roars, his voice shaking the rafters. "And only you two worthless pieces of trash managed to crawl back alive?" The Branchmaster's vicious gaze suddenly shifts, locking directly onto the shadows. His voice drops into a chilling, demonic growl. "But what is truly unforgivable is that you pathetic dogs let a rat right to our front door without even noticing." With a sickening crunch, he shatters the subordinate's skull like a fragile glass shell. He tosses the lifeless body aside and glares dead at Bailey Bing's hiding spot, projecting his voice so she catches every terrifying word. Bringing an uninvited guest is a crime punishable by death. Bailey Bing's breath hitches. A cold sweat breaks out across her spine. Damn it, she realizes in absolute horror. His aura. He is an ancient martial artist, and his power completely eclipses mine. Survival instinct overrides everything. She vaults off the shipping container, desperate to escape the slaughterhouse. She has to get out of here, right now, but she is far too slow. Like a predator leaping on its prey, the monstrous Branchmaster clears the distance in a single bound. An iron grip clamps down on her shoulder, shattering her escape attempt. "You have already stepped into the abyss of the Qing sect," he whispers, a sadistic grin splitting his face. "Did you really think I would let you walk out alive?" The moment those words left his mouth, he violently slammed her into the earth. A deafening crash echoed through the area, sending thick clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Lifting her effortlessly by the collar, the thug stood with his hands on his hips. A filthy grin stretched across his face. Well, I didn't expect such a little beauty," he sneered. "I'm definitely going to enjoy this." Swallowing down her agonizing pain, she glared at the Branchmaster. She played her last card to threaten him. "I am a police officer," she spat. "My team already knows my location. You guys better back off right now. If even a single hair on my head is harmed, the Qingmen Syndicate is absolutely dead meat." Before she could even finish, he hurled her body several meters away like a rag doll. The thug let out a burst of arrogant laughter. "The crimes I've committed are already enough to get me executed 1,000 times over. Do you really think?" The thug's voice drips with pure malice. "All right, boys, it is time for us to have a little fun today." Li Bing's face darkens instantly at his sick words. She glares daggers at him and screams, "You are asking for death. Let me tell you exactly who you are messing with. My father is Bailey Xiong of the Southwest Military Region. If you lay a single finger on me, dying 10,000 times will not be enough for your Azure sect." The Branchmaster suddenly freezes in his tracks. His mind races in sheer panic. Bailey Xiong is an absolute legend, a supreme commander whose very name strikes fear into the hearts of men. Even the elite noble families of the capital bow to his power. Why would a supreme commander's daughter come to tiny Jiang City to play cop? The gang of thugs forms a tight circle around the injured Li Bing. Stripping off his heavy fur coat, the Branchmaster flexes his massive, bulging muscles like a grotesque beast. Stripped down to nothing but his shorts, he takes slow, menacing steps toward the helpless girl. A wicked laugh escapes his lips. "Ha ha. Bailey Xiong? So what? His eyes gleam with absolute depravity. Once we are done having our fun, we will just wipe away all the evidence. Li Bing desperately forces her battered body to sit up. Crushing regret washes over her. She never should have rushed in, blind and alone. Why did she even come to this hellhole to be a cop? Was living safely under her family's protection not enough? Hopelessness consumes her as bitter tears stream down her pale cheeks. She makes a silent vow to end her own life rather than let these filthy monsters ruin her honor. Death is her only escape now. The branchmaster flashes a sickening grin. I will not hold back anymore. But just as the beast reaches for his belt, a towering silhouette appears on top of the shipping container. Hey, scumbag. If the lady is not willing, why are you forcing yourself on her? Do you not have any shame at all? The legendary Ye Chen has arrived. The bald thug points a furious finger up at the sky. You little rat. Who the hell are you? You dare trespass on Azure Sect territory? Are you begging for a death wish? Spiritual energy violently erupts from Ye Chen. Blazing purple flames swallow his entire body as a chilling smirk crosses his face. Sorry to disappoint you. I am not just here to visit your Azure Sect. His expression turns dark and demonic, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Looking down at the terrified branchmaster, he delivers his absolute verdict. I am here to slaughter every single dog of the Azure Sect. Do you understand me now? A terrifying, otherworldly power begins to pulse from his glowing palms. The half-naked bald brute and his army of thugs can only stare up at the godlike figure in shock. Snapping back to reality, the gang leader sneers. You want to wipe us all out? The thug's face twists into an incredibly ugly scowl. But a second later, he throws his head back and erupts into a manic roar. Ha ha, he turns to his gang, pointing mockingly at the container. Did you hear this clown? He says he wants to slaughter us all. Ha ha ha. Do you have any idea how many supreme experts the Azure Sect commands? Even a martial Dao Grandmaster would not dare to utter such arrogant words. Ha 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 ha. The entire warehouse echoes with the deafening, mocking laughter of the violent mob. Still laughing, the bald leader violently flexes his massive arms, showing off his tyrannical physical power. With a disgustingly arrogant smirk on his face, he prepares his next move. Turn him into a honeycomb. Show him what happens when he crosses us. At the bald leader's roar, the Qing sect thugs unleash a hellish rain of bullets right at Ye Chen's position. Lead shreds furiously through the metal shipping containers. They keep firing blindly into the thick smoke, completely unaware that their target has already vanished from sight. High above the chaotic crossfire, Ye Chen defies gravity itself. Channeling his terrifying inner strength, he vaults through the air, descending upon them like an apex predator. Shadows dangerously mask his handsome face, but a chilling, bloodthirsty smirk creeps across his lips. Suddenly, his eyes flare with a demonic crimson light. He crashes into enemy lines like a meteor. With brutal precision, his bare hands shatter their firearms into useless scrap metal. Two elite disciples of the Qing sect grip their remaining weapons tightly. This punk actually has some skills, the blonde thug mutters. His partner nods, sweating bullets. To dodge a barrage like that, he is no joke. Despite their tough talk, their faces drain of all color. The sheer killing intent rolling off Ye Chen has them paralyzed with fear. But just as they prepare for death, another figure confidently steps out from the shadows. Pushing up his glasses, the newcomer flashes a deeply sinister grin. It seems you fools know absolutely nothing about true power, he sneers. That was merely a cheap trick. Any inner force martial artist could pull it off. But to march into the Qing sect alone? You are either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. With a furious battle cry, the glasses-wearing boss launches himself forward. Let me test your limits, he roars, throwing a deadly, explosive punch. But in that split second, Ye Chen's eyes ignite with an eerie, ghostly purple flame. The smirk on Ye Chen's face only widens into something demonic. Refusing to play defense, he intercepts the attack with terrifying speed. He moves first, instantly turning the hunter into the hunted. Bam! A flawless strike crushes into the man's throat. The boss is sent flying like a broken ragdoll. Ye Chen barely spares him a glance. Far too slow, he whispers coldly. The remaining grunts watch in sheer, unadulterated horror. Their minds shatter as they scream in panic. Brother Ying Jie, the vice branchmaster, has been killed. What follows is an absolute, merciless bloodbath. The warehouse transforms into a horrific slaughterhouse. The surviving thugs scream in utter despair. Is this guy even human? He is not human. He is a grim reaper straight out of hell. Ye Chen stands silently victorious among the fallen. A terrifying aura of power swirls around his body, his eyes now glowing a ruthless white. The agonizing wails of his victims echo through the night. Damn it. Somebody save us. Hiding nearby, the female police officer is completely frozen in shock. She sits trembling, having witnessed the entire massacre unfold before her very eyes. Her heart pounds wildly against her ribs. Every single strike was a guaranteed kill, she thinks in awe. Zero wasted movements. He is a flawless, unstoppable killing machine. The female officer's face drained of color. Her mind reeled in absolute shock. How could a monster this terrifying exist in Jiang City? Suddenly, the bald thug's expression darkened. A wicked, arrogant smirk crept across his face. I never expected Jiang City to hide an expert like you, he sneered. You look like you have reached the peak of inner ki. It seems I must crush you myself. He flexed his massive, bulging muscles, glaring at Ye Chen with pure disdain. But before my absolute, perfectly tempered physique, the bald man boasted, your attacks are nothing but mosquito bites. Of course, if you drop to your knees and swear eternal loyalty right now, I might just spare your pathetic life. Before the arrogant fool could finish his sentence, Ye Chen vanished. A devastating uppercut instantly shattered the thug's jaw, sending a fountain of blood spraying into the air. The sheer, explosive force of the punch launched the massive man into the sky like a broken rag doll. Watching from the sidelines, the female officer's eyes widened in sheer terror. Crashing heavily into the dirt, the bald thug wiped his bloody chin. You have a death wish? He roared in fury. Ye Chen simply stood there, an icy, predatory smile forming on his lips. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death, the thug's face turned pale. No, he thought in panic. This guy is a monster. I have to go all out. Driven by desperation, the bald thug scrambled to his feet. He threw his absolute strongest punch at Ye Chen, screaming, I will drag you to hell with me. But Ye Chen was completely unfazed. He buried a merciless punch deep into the man's gut. Your movements are pathetically slow, Ye Chen whispered coldly. Stepping back with a relaxed chuckle, Ye Chen casually remarked, oops, there goes your liver. Unlike the completely unbothered Ye Chen, the thug collapsed, paralyzed by an agony so deep he could not even scream. Suddenly, something caught Ye Chen's sharp eyes. Hold on, he muttered. An overwhelming, suffocating aura erupted from Ye Chen's body, his expression turning terrifyingly dark. Seeing the god of death approaching, the dying thug desperately pleaded, can we make a deal? Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Weapons, women, anything. At those words, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with a lethal, icy glint. Is that your final offer? Without a single second of hesitation, Ye Chen unleashed a devastating slash, cutting the thug down instantly. You talk way too much, Ye Chen muttered coldly. As his merciless slaughter continued, the blood of the gang members rained down like a crimson waterfall. The factory had transformed into a literal slaughterhouse. Corpses and shattered weapons littered the ground, completely submerged in pools of blood. Covered in wounds, the terrified female officer could only sit helplessly, her mind racing. In mere minutes, the legendary Azure sect had been completely annihilated by one single man. A suffocating wave of awe and absolute terror consumed her. Suddenly, the blood-soaked Ye Chen slowly turned his gaze toward her. Panicking under his piercing stare, the officer shrieked, What are you going to do to me? As Ye Chen silently reached his hand toward her trembling figure, an icy dread gripped her heart. He is going to silence me, she thought in despair. Utterly paralyzed by fear, she squeezed her eyes shut, tears of absolute desperation pooling at the corners of her eyes as she begged for mercy. But the deadly strike never came. Instead, Ye Chen gently grabbed her injured leg, pulling it straight. A sharp jolt of pain made her cry out loudly. Realizing she was completely unharmed, her pale face suddenly flushed crimson red. Crossing her arms protectively over her chest, she glared at him like an angry tomato and yelled, You shameless opportunist. And here I thought you were a hero. How could you take advantage of a lady? Ignoring her dramatic outburst, Ye Chen simply crouched down in silence. His steady hands carefully traced the brutal bruises on her fractured leg. A blazing, fiery aura suddenly bloomed from his palms. Your leg bone is completely dislocated and fractured in multiple places, he stated flatly. Unless you want to be crippled for life, hold still. She blinked in stunned confusion. Stammering, You are trying to heal me? Ye Chen offered no reply. Instead, he channeled his profound cultivation base, a majestic, flame-like radiance completely enveloping his body. The mystical, fiery energy surged stronger by the second, illuminating the grim slaughterhouse with its warm, life-giving glow. As Ye Chen pushed his boundless energy into her battered leg, the police captain gasped softly. So warm and soothing, she thought in amazement. There is a literal current of energy flowing through my veins. Is this his legendary inner ki? Night had fully fallen over the abandoned factory district. The female officer was now walking effortlessly, trailing right behind Ye Chen. Bubbling with excitement, she practically skipped along. I am completely healed. Thank you so much, Ye Chen. Seriously, if you became a doctor, you would be known as a divine healer worldwide. Unmoved by her praise, Ye Chen replied coldly, Not interested. You stay here and sweep their phones for evidence. I am leaving. Confused by his sudden departure, the officer quickly asked, "Wait, where exactly are you going?" A murderous shadow fell over Ye Chen's eyes. "There are still a few Azure Sect remnants," he whispered ruthlessly, "and they need to be exterminated. After tonight, the Azure Sect would be entirely erased from Jiang City's history." Back at the blood-drenched crime scene, the officer approached a particular corpse, her face pale with nausea. "This is the sect master of the Azure faction," she breathed in utter disbelief. "An actual martial arts grandmaster. Slaughtered like a helpless dog." What chilled her to the bone was his twisted facial expression. His dead eyes were wide with a terror so profound, it looked as if he had witnessed a literal demon right before his death. The mighty Grandmaster's corpse was an absolute gruesome mess, sporting gaping, fatal holes directly through his skull and his heart. "The Azure Sect headquarters has truly become a graveyard," she whispered. With trembling hands, the female officer pulled out her phone and made a highly classified call. "Senior Brother Chi Yu," she stuttered, her voice shaking violently. "The sky over Jiang City is about to collapse." On the other end, Chi Yu was deeply shocked. He quickly pressed Bailey Bing for answers. "Junior sister? Are you seriously telling me that an invincible martial arts grandmaster was killed entirely by this Ye Chen?" A notification chimed on Chi Yu's phone. His blood ran cold as he opened a horrific photo of the massacred Azure Sect disciples. "Yes," Bailey Bing replied softly. "He wiped them out completely alone, and he even saved my life." Smashing his fist onto his desk, Chi Yu leaped out of his chair. "I am heading to Jiang City immediately," he roared into the receiver. "Listen to me closely. Do not, under any circumstances, make contact with this monster again. He is too extremely dangerous." Bailey Bing hesitated, tightly gripping her phone. "But senior brother, what about our ultimate mission?" He does not even let her finish her sentence. He storms out of the room, already barking orders into his phone. "Nothing matters more than this guy. I need to see what kind of monster this Ye Chen really is." The next morning arrives with crystal clear skies and the gentle chirping of birds, but in stark contrast to the beautiful morning, Ye Chen sluggishly stretches his arms. He cracks his neck with a tired groan. He lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. "Assassinating people is the easy part," he mutters. "The real headache is ruining good clothes. Getting rid of those bloodstains is such a pain." While strolling down the street, something suddenly catches his eye. He glances at the cafe next door. A young woman and her mother chat happily inside. "Xia Ruxue," he thinks to himself. The lifestyle of the rich and famous really is not bad. Even enjoying a fancy afternoon tea. He cannot hear their conversation, but the mood suddenly shifts. Xia Ruxue's face instantly twists into a furious pout. Yi Chen casually shoves his hands into his pockets. He decides it is none of his business. Quickening his pace to escape her line of sight, he thinks, "I am too lazy to deal with her drama. Just pretend I never saw them." But Xia Ruxue instantly spots that familiar silhouette walking by. Her eyes narrow in suspicion. "Yi Chen!" She abruptly shoots up from her seat and dashes toward the cafe door. "Mom, wait right here for a second," she calls back. Xia Ruxue desperately chases after Ye Chen's retreating figure. "Ye Chen, stop right there," she screams at the top of her lungs. "Why the hell are you walking so fast?" He slowly turns around, his face a mask of perfect innocence. "What do you want?" he asks flatly. "I was just passing by. Do not tell me you want to treat me to coffee?" Xia Rushue's face instantly flushes crimson. She turns as red as a ripe tomato. "That time you slept with me," she stutters defensively. "I still have not settled that score with you. Now is my perfect chance. You are going to do me a massive favor. Consider it your compensation to me." Yi Chen is left utterly speechless by her sheer audacity. He lets out a helpless sigh and shoots back. "You were clearly the one who slept with me. That was my bed, for crying out loud." While the two of them are intensely bickering, Xia Ruxue's mother storms over. She crosses her arms, her face twisting in sheer disgust. "Ruxue, who is this man?" she demands. Startled by her mother's sudden appearance, Xia Ruxue panics. In a flash of desperate brilliance, she tightly latches onto Ye Chen's arm. She presses her soft body intimately against his side. Feigning a shy, innocent look, she murmurs, "Mom, why did you come out here?" As for his identity, I am too embarrassed to say it out loud. Her mother's face darkened like an approaching storm. Murderous fury flashes in the older woman's eyes. "Ruxue," she barks sternly. "Do you have any idea about the devastating consequences of your actions? If that young master finds out you are involved with another man, the entire Xia family will face total annihilation." Xia Ruxue's face drains of color. But, she stammers helplessly. She shoots a desperate, pleading glare at Ye Chen, but he just stares at the sky, playing dumb. Her mother aggressively marches up to the pair and roars, "Let go of him this instant. You are returning to the Xia estate with me today. The family will seize complete control of your Huamei Corporation. From this day forward, you are forbidden from taking a single step outside our gates. Utter terror washes over Xia Ruxui's delicate features. No, please, do not do this, she begs, her voice trembling with unshed tears. I am a human being, Mom. I am not some cheap bargaining chip to be traded away. But the matriarch is completely merciless, piling on the emotional blackmail. Are you really going to defy your own father's absolute will? She sneers. The mere mention of her father strikes like a physical blow. Deep sorrow and paralyzing fear instantly cloud Xia Rushui's eyes. Trembling violently, her grip on Ye Chen's arm begins to loosen. I am sorry, she whispers, her spirit utterly broken. Like a lifeless puppet, she takes a slow step back toward her cruel mother. But Ye Chen cannot just stand there and watch this tragedy unfold. Moving faster than lightning, he grabs her wrist and firmly yanks her back to his side. He wraps a strong arm tightly around her slender waist. With a completely shameless, deadpan expression, he looks at the old woman. My deepest apologies, Auntie, Ye Chen says smoothly. But Ruxue cannot go anywhere with you. She is already pregnant with my child. And as a man, I fully intend to take responsibility for her. Xia Ruxui's brain completely short-circuits. She freezes like a statue, the world spinning around her. Pregnant? 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 Her mind screams in absolute panic. Blushing furiously, she yanks Ye Chen down by the collar and hisses. Ye Chen, did you actually do something to me that night? He shoots her a sideways glance and replies with icy calm. It is your own body. Should you not know it best? Liar. You absolute liar. She screams internally, but Xia Ruxue quickly catches onto his brilliant act. Going all in, she gently places a hand over her flat stomach. With a masterfully crafted blush, she leans into him. Darling, the baby just kicked me a moment ago, she coos. Ye Chen stares at her flawless acting performance in sheer disbelief. Okay, now she is just overdoing it, he thinks, fighting the urge to facepalm. The Xia matriarch's face turns the color of charcoal. Her trembling finger points at the shamelessly affectionate couple. You, she sputters, choking on her own volcanic rage. Ye Chen lets out a silent, weary sigh. Honestly, he has zero romantic interest in this troublesome woman. But seeing her desperately plead for his help strikes a chord. A memory of her helpless, begging eyes flashes through his mind, making him frown. But more importantly, the moment she had agreed to return to the Xia estate, a terrifying crimson aura of death had materialized over her forehead. The old master explicitly ordered me to protect Xia Ruxue at all costs, Ye Chen realizes. If she actually steps foot back into that cursed family compound, that bloody omen of death will consume her completely. It will not stop until she is dead. Meanwhile, Ruxue's mother gasps for air like a dying fish. It takes several deep breaths to survive the world-shattering shock of her precious daughter's scandalous revelation. Her face contorts into a mask of pure, demonic fury. Ruxue, she hisses venomously. Is this filthy brat telling the truth? Knowing she has to commit to the bit, Ruxue doubles down on her acting. She stares her mother dead in the eye with unshakable conviction. Mom, Ye Chen and I are truly in love, she declares passionately. Once that young master finds out I have lost my purity to another man, he will definitely cancel the engagement. The matriarch looks like she is about to spit actual fire. The veins on her forehead throb dangerously as her features twist into pure, unadulterated madness. Damn you! Damn you to hell, she shrieks hysterically. The flawless daughter I spent decades protecting, defiled by some pathetic, absolute nobody. She lunges forward like a rabid beast, viciously grabbing Ruxue's shoulders. Shaking her daughter violently, she roars. You are returning to the Xia estate right this instant. I will arrange for a doctor to abort that filthy mistake immediately. Wincing from the crushing pain, Ruxue desperately fights back. No, please, she cries out in agony. But the matriarch's eyes are utterly ruthless. From this moment on, you are imprisoned within the estate. That is my absolute, undeniable order. Ye Chen grabs her wrist with an iron grip. He ruthlessly shoves her arm away from Xia Ruxue. His voice drops to a freezing temperature. Auntie, this is completely out of line. The older woman glares back at Ye Chen. Her eyes burn with pure disgust and absolute contempt. What kind of trash are you? She shrieks. Do you think you are worthy of touching our Ruxue? She violently yanks her hand out of his grasp. Seeing Ruxue shrinking behind him, her fury explodes. Do you even know the Xia family of Jiangnan? She screams. We are an existence you could never reach. You are not even fit to look up at us. Even the mighty Chu family, the absolute rulers of Zhongcheng, can only kneel when they meet our Xia family. Hearing her harsh mockery, Ye Chen lowers his head. It seems his pride has taken a devastating blow. But suddenly, a terrifying purple aura erupts around his body. The air grows incredibly heavy. I am not fit to look up? he asks in a dark, booming tone. He slowly raises his head, his piercing gaze locking onto her soul. He repeats the question, sending shivers down her spine. You say I am not worthy? Right now, he looks like a terrifying demon ascending from the abyss. She stumbles backward in absolute fear. The spiritual pressure is suffocating, forcing her to clutch her chest as she gasps for breath. She stares at the boy in front of her, completely bewildered. Brat, what is going on? How do you possess such an overwhelming aura? Ye Chen takes a step forward. The Chu family? The Xia family? I do not know them, and I do not care to know them, he states coldly. But give me, Ye Chen, just half a year, and I will show you what an unreachable existence truly looks like. Without another word, he grabs Xia Ruxue's hand. He turns around and pulls her away. Let us go, he commands softly. The arrogant woman is left standing in the dust. She frowns deeply, staring at their fading silhouettes with a complicated expression. Pulling out her phone, she quickly dials a secure number. Investigate someone for me, she orders sharply. His name is Ye Chen from Jiangcheng, and he seems dangerously close to my Ruxue. Meanwhile, walking down the street, Xia Ruxue feels a heavy wave of guilt. I am sorry, she whispers softly. I truly apologize for my mother's harsh words back there. She cares too much about benefits, but her heart is not entirely evil. Honestly, you really did not have to stand up to her like that. Yi Chen remains completely indifferent, his expression unreadable. Do not overthink it. I did not do this just for you. Deep down, he knows this is simply part of the mission given by the old man. But those cold words strike Xia Rusue like a bolt of lightning. Her heart flutters uncontrollably. Looking at his sharp side profile, she realizes this arrogant guy is actually incredibly handsome. Unaware of her racing heart, Ye Chen casually hails a cab. He opens the door and looks back. I am leaving first. Goodbye. Xia Ruxue gasps in surprise, watching in silence as the taxi speeds away. The Xia family has 100 years of imperial foundation, she thinks with dread. Yi Chen has no idea how terrifying they are, so I absolutely cannot drag him down with me. She clenches her fists with determination. First things first. I need to solve the urgent crisis right in front of me. The taxi tears through the bustling city streets. Inside, Ye Chen is completely absorbed in his own intense thoughts. To crush rival factions, personal martial strength is simply not enough. Fists alone cannot conquer the world. He needs an unshakable power base of his own. Right now, I have Ye Lingtian backing me, he calculates. But the king of Jiangnan is better suited for moving in the shadows. I desperately need a massive force that can dominate in the blinding light. Making his decision, Ye Chen commands the driver. Take me to Longyu Bay Villa. Upon his arrival, Shen Haihua greets him with pure shock. What a rare guest. Mr. Ye, what brings you here so suddenly? Smack. Yi Chen ruthlessly throws a thick envelope onto the table. His tone is casual but carries an absolute weight. The job is done. Shen Haihua opens it, and the blood instantly drains from his pale face. Absolute terror grips his soul. He actually forced Zheng Jingming to sign it? How could he resolve this impossible problem so insanely fast? Why would a ruthless boss just hand over his profits? Staring at Ye Chen's calm demeanor, Shen Haihua's mind spirals into utter panic. A horrifying thought flashes through the businessman's mind. Could it be? Did Ye Chen actually eliminate Zheng Jingming? But Zheng Jingming is protected by the elite martial artists of the Azure sect. If he really pulled this off, is this kid even human? Interrupting his panic, Ye Chen drops a bombshell. I annihilated the Azure sect last night. The rest is up to you. Shen Haihua's knees nearly buckle in sheer disbelief. Even the mighty Azure sect was wiped out? Sweating bullets, he quickly bows. Please rest assured, Mr. Ye. I, Shen Haihua, guarantee that the Tianzheng group will be reborn within 3 days. Ye Chen nods slowly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. By the way, President Shen, what is your view on the Xia family of Jiangnan? Hearing that name, Shen Haihua shudders with deep-rooted fear. The Xia family? They are a terrifying colossus dominating Jiangnan province. The Xia financial syndicate controls an unimaginable amount of wealth. My Qinghe group is absolutely nothing compared to them. Wait, do you plan to conquer them too? Ye Chen chuckles, amused by the man's terror. Look how scared you are. I am just asking casually. Shen Haihua wipes his forehead, letting out a nervous laugh. I knew it. How could anyone dare challenge them? But Ye Chen's smile vanishes, replaced by a deadly, freezing aura. But if I hand you an absolute sword, would you dare to conquer all of Huaxia? Shen Haihua nearly has a heart attack on the spot. Mother of God, this is even more terrifying, he screams internally. Trembling, he stammers. Mr. Ye, this sword you mentioned, it is not the Tianzheng group, is it? To be completely honest, my own corporation is significantly stronger than them. Ye Chen's expression remains as cold as carved ice. Then let us start with something simpler. What if I give you a faction exactly like the Azure sect, but one that is 100 times more powerful than they ever were? And what if I provide you with heaven-defying products that guarantee infinite profit? With all of that, can you make the Tianzheng group crush the Xia family within half a year? Shen Haihua swallows hard, his sharp business instincts finally awakening. If Mr. Ye is being serious, then I will treat this with absolute gravity. Those things alone are still not enough. We desperately need backing from the government. Besides, I am getting too old. I am afraid my body will not hold out long enough to see this through. Yi Chen's mind races. Bailey Bing's father holds massive political power, he calculates. I can definitely pull her into this chessboard. He looks back at the old CEO. I will handle the government backing. And as for your age, that is the easiest part. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Chen reveals a glowing medicinal pill. This elixir will extend your lifespan by 50 years. Shen Haihua's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. 50 years? His mind explodes with shock. Half a century of youth. This is a miracle that countless billionaires would literally kill for. It sounds like pure fantasy, but witnessing Ye Chen's godlike power, he knows it is absolutely real. Shen Haihua flips his attitude in an instant. His hesitation vanishes, replaced by burning ambition. I accept your offer. My life belongs to you. I am absolutely willing. As long as we follow Mr. Ye's grand vision, I will forge the Tianzheng group into an unshakable empire. Hearing this, Ye Chen gives a firm nod and turns to leave. We will meet at the Tianzheng group in exactly 3 days, Ye Chen declares. Take care on your way back, sir, Shen Haihua replies respectfully. His heart hammers so hard his blood pressure spikes. The wheels of fate are turning. His entire destiny is about to rewrite itself. Originally, he was doomed to rot forever in the tiny pond of Jiangcheng. But now, by following this mysterious young master, he might just conquer all of Jiangnan, dominate Huaxia, and even crush the entire world under his feet. Later that night, under the glow of a brilliant moon, Ye Chen pushes open his front door. I am back, he announces into the quiet room. Almost instantly, Ye Chen spots an unexpected guest. You are finally back? Xia Ruxue asks, crossing her arms. Ye Chen blinks in total surprise. Xia Ruxue? What in the world are you doing here? Just then, Sun Yi calls out from the living room. Ye Chen raises a sharp eyebrow. You have your own massive mansion. Why are you squeezing into our tiny apartment? Xia Ruxue immediately glares at him. What do you mean? Our apartment. This is my place, she snaps back. It turns out the Huame group has been aggressively targeted by her own family. My villa belongs to the Xia family estate, so I am completely locked out. All my bank accounts are frozen. I have no choice but to crash here. Yi Chen lets out a heavy sigh, rubbing his temples. So, you are sleeping here tonight? Just to be perfectly clear, I am absolutely not sharing a bed with you. Xia Ruxue's face flushes with sheer frustration. Who on earth wants to share a bed with you? Keep dreaming. Sensing the blazing tension, Sun Yi quickly steps in to play peacemaker. It is totally fine. Little Shui will just sleep in my room. Ye Chen shakes his head in disbelief. Since when did Sun Yi become the absolute boss here? You are literally a freeloader yourself right now, yet you have the nerve to squeeze in with her? Hearing this, Sun Yi cannot help but sweat drop and think to herself, are you not a freeloader here too? Xia Ruxue grinds her teeth, her pride taking a massive hit. Do you think I want to be a freeloader? The problem is I am completely jobless. What? Am I supposed to work for you? To her absolute shock, Ye Chen nods calmly. Actually, yes. That is entirely possible. Xia Ruxue huffs in exasperation. Fine then. Give me a job. But then, a sudden realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. Wait, she almost forgot. This mysterious guy once pulled out a ridiculously valuable divine pill out of thin air. Could he actually be a hidden billionaire? Memories of that fateful night flash vividly through her mind. With a spark of fierce ambition reigniting in her eyes, Xia Ruxue declares, when it comes to business, I bow to absolutely no one. As long as you have me, I guarantee your company will skyrocket to the top. She shoots him a sharp, calculating glare, testing his resolve. But there is one massive catch. You have to be brave enough to actually hire me. Because if you take me in right now, the towering Xia family will absolutely crush your business out of pure revenge. Before she can even finish her warning, Ye Chen cuts her off with zero hesitation. Of course I dare. Xia Ruxue's face lights up with sheer, uncontrollable excitement. Really? That is fantastic. Quick, tell me. Where is the headquarters? What is your registered capital? What industry are we dominating? And what government subsidies do we have? Ye Chen freezes on the spot, utterly stunned by her rapid-fire corporate interrogation. Well, it is not officially established yet. but it will be soon. As for the core industry, I have not completely decided either. Xia Ruxue's hopeful smile instantly shatters into pure disappointment. I am such an idiot for actually believing you. A wave of deep exhaustion washes over her, and she lets out a heavy, defeated sigh. She thinks to herself, this guy is probably just acting tough to fulfill that insane 6-month pact with her mother. He knows absolutely nothing about how terrifying the real world truly is. Even if the legendary tycoon Ma Jianyun handed over his entire empire on a silver platter, surpassing the mighty Xia family's wealth in such a short time is fundamentally impossible. The true apex financial titans of Huaxia always lurk deep within the shadows. The scene shifts abruptly to a luxurious estate, where the imposing Madame Xia narrows her cold eyes. What is the current situation? Her loyal subordinate bows deeply. Madam, according to the young Miss's latest medical reports, she is definitely not pregnant. He swallows hard, cold, sweat instantly beading on his forehead. However, a while ago, the young Miss went drinking with her friend Sun Yi, and ended up spending the entire night at her place. And inside Sun Yi's apartment lives a man. His name is Ye Chen. We absolutely cannot rule out the possibility that something intimate happened between them that night. Madame Xia slams her hand against the table, absolute fury blazing in her eyes. If that worthless brat dared to lay a single finger on my Ruxue, I will completely annihilate him. Tell me his entire background, right now. The subordinate trembles violently. Ye Chen's background is bizarrely empty. Despite all our elite intelligence networks, I could not dig up a single trace of him. It is like he just fell straight out of the sky. But based on the timeline, I heavily suspect he is the sole surviving young master of the Ye family from the tragic Yunhu Villa massacre years ago. Madame Xia reels back in absolute shock. What did you just say? Her mind races wildly. Even though that bloodbath happened in tiny Jiangcheng, the shockwaves rattled the entire Jiangnan province. After all, the Ye family had fatally offended a supreme entity from the capital. A sinister, mocking smirk slowly curls onto Madame Xia's lips as the puzzle pieces connect. So, that is how it is. That little survivor is unwilling to accept his clan's destruction. He wants to leech off our glorious Xia family, desperately hoping to borrow our absolute power to avenge his dead parents. She lets out a cold, venomous laugh. What a brilliant little scheme. But if that is his grand master plan, he was incredibly foolish to make that 6-month wager with me. The subordinate cautiously interjects, terrified of overstepping. Perhaps he actually possesses some hidden, monstrous strength? Madame Xia coldly scoffs, turning her back to the window with an arrogant sneer. Fine, then I will graciously grant him these 6 months. Let us see how a mere ant plans to reach a height my Xia family cannot touch. The very next day, Ye Chen finds himself living the ultimate tragic hero's life. Having an extra girl in the house instantly triggers a massive tsunami of daily headaches. All evening, even a simple trip to the bathroom results in chaotic, disastrous encounters. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoes out. Can you not see that I am in the shower? Get out! She shrieks. Ye Chen casually steps back, completely unfazed. Well, I certainly see it now. Blushing furiously, Xia Ruxue kicks the door shut. You absolute pervert! Standing in the hallway, Ye Chen cannot help but argue back. How was I supposed to know someone was inside? Feeling completely wronged, Ye Chen grumbles to himself and retreats. He quickly refocuses his mind on the real mission, the absolute conditions he promised Shen Haihua. Securing a powerful backer is child's play. Having Ye Lingtian on my side is more than enough. Creating a highly profitable product is also a breeze. My ancient medicinal formulas can easily dominate the entire market. The real bottleneck is securing government backing. After all, Bailey Bing and I are not exactly close friends. She might not be willing to lend a hand. Maybe Ye Lingtian has some underground connections we can exploit. Suddenly, a chilling sensation creeps up Ye Chen's spine. He senses an intense, murderous gaze locked onto him. Without breaking his stride, he calmly turns into an alley, letting out a dark, mocking chuckle. Huh. You want to play a game of predator and prey with me? Let us see who ends up being the one hunted today. High above, a shadowy figure crouches like a gargoyle on the rooftop, his piercing eyes tracking Ye Chen's every move. Ying Qing narrows his gaze, muttering to himself. Something is completely wrong. This kid looks utterly ordinary. He actually let a woman chase him away twice. If you asked what makes him so special, maybe it's his incredible cooking. But he's supposed to be a true ancient martial arts master. Just as Yingjing pondered this, his eyes widened in absolute shock. What the? He vanished. Suddenly, Ye Chen materialized right in front of him. Yingjing's mind went blank. This building was 80 meters tall. How did he scale it in the blink of an eye? He was dealing with a monster. Without warning, Ye Chen launched his assault. Blazing aura erupted around his entire body like wild flames. Before Yingjing could even process the threat, the attack connected. The devastating impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. This kid's raw power is terrifying. Yingjing panicked. My left arm is practically shattered. I can't take him head on. I need to redirect his force and fight from a distance. But Ye Chen read his mind like an open book. Matching the shift in momentum, Ye Chen swept his leg in a deadly arc, unleashing a kick that literally tore through the wind. With deadly intent flashing in his eyes, Ye Chen sneered. Let's see you redirect this. A massive explosion of dust blinded the rooftop. But as the thick smoke cleared, Yingjing was nowhere to be seen. Ye Chen smirked to himself. He actually dodged that? Not bad. But it's a pity. You still can't beat me. The moment Yingjing tried to sneak in close, Ye Chen instantly pinned him down. Yingjing was paralyzed with shock. The intel was completely wrong. Ye Chen wasn't an ancient martial artist at all. He was a cultivator. Realizing he had just kicked a hornet's nest, Yingjing desperately leapt backward to create distance. Cold sweat drenched his back. No wonder this monster is so overwhelmingly strong, he thought. He crushes ancient martial artists like bugs. My junior sister's lack of experience completely blinded her. Staring at the terrifying aura radiating from the young man, Yingjing finally understood the grim reality. This guy wasn't practicing martial arts. He was walking the path of an immortal, trembling in a pool of cold sweat. He frantically tried to comfort himself. But cultivators aren't invincible. An ancient martial artist at the peak Grandmaster realm. They can still defeat a low-level cultivator. Maybe I still stand a chance. But before Yingjing could finish his delusion, his vision blurred. The Reaper standing before him had vanished. Like a ghost emerging from the abyss, Ye Chen materialized right in his blind spot. A devastating knee strike buried itself into Yingjing's chest. The agonizing pain made his eyes bulge out as he gasped for air. Like a deflated balloon, Yingjing was blasted straight across the roof. He crashed violently into the concrete wall, sending a web of massive cracks in all directions, before slumping pathetically onto his backside. Like a phantom, Ye Chen was already standing over him. He stared down with cold, calculating eyes. Gazing up at this absolute god of death, Yingjing was practically wetting his pants. He frantically screamed out, "Bro, let's not play like this. I swear I have no bad intentions. I just wanted a friendly sparring match. Are you seriously trying to kill me? Can we just talk this out? Did you really have to hit me that hard?" His desperate pleading was answered by a heavy boot stomping mercilessly onto his chest. Bathed in the pale moonlight, Ye Chen's voice dropped to a freezing absolute zero. "Who are you? Why were you spying on me? Who sent you? Was it the Chu family or the Xia family? Speak." Enduring the bone-crushing pain, Yingjing shakily pulled out a green credential book. "I swear I'm not an assassin," he begged. "We have no bad blood. Look at this." Ye Chen glanced at the green book and read aloud. "Captain of the Dragon Soul Strike Team. Yingjing?" Hearing his name, Yingjing clung to it like a lifesaver. "Yes, yes, yes. Important things must be repeated 3 times. I belong to the Dragon Soul Strike Team. Knowing that, you can let me off the hook now, right?" But reality shattered his desperate hopes. Without a hint of hesitation, Ye Chen raised his hand for a lethal strike. "Dragon Soul what?" Ye Chen sneered. "Never heard of it. If you dare to spy on me, you pay the ultimate price." Yingjing's soul almost left his body, but in that split second, his survival instincts kicked in. "Wait, stop," he shrieked at the top of his lungs. "We have a mutual friend. She knows you. Her name is Bailey Bing." That name made Ye Chen's killing intent halt. "Bailey Bing?" he demanded. "What is your connection to her?" Trembling like a captured war criminal, Yingjing spilled everything. "I am her senior brother. She's the one who told me all about your exploits. I was just curious, so I came to check you out. Since you're so incredibly powerful, my only goal was to recruit you to our side. I swear I meant no harm." He breathed a massive sigh of relief in his heart. Who would have thought? In this day and age, my junior sister's name carries more weight than the entire Dragon Soul Strike Team. What a complete monster. But Ye Chen's eyes remained cold. This guy has real strength, he calculated. It's always best to pull the weed out by its roots. Suddenly, his aura flared violently as he raised his hand. "You wanted to recruit me? You could have just approached me. That is no excuse for spying from the shadows." The killing intent crashed down again. Yingjing could literally hear his ancestors calling out to him from the afterlife. Throwing both hands up in utter desperation, he fired off his words like a machine gun. "I am so sorry. Spying on you was completely my fault. I sincerely apologize. And I swear on the honor of the Huaxia Dragon Soul Strike Team, if you ever run into any trouble, I will mobilize the power of the state to back you up." That offer made Ye Chen pause. The Tianzheng group needs to expand, he calculated silently. Having the backing of state leaders would be an absolute game changer. Originally, Bailey Bing was my primary target for this connection, but with this guy delivering himself right to my doorstep, this is perfect. Without warning, Ye Chen yanked him up by the collar. his piercing gaze locked onto his target. Tell me right now, what exactly is the status of this Dragon Soul Strike team in Huasha? Fearing this might be his last breath on Earth, Yingjing spilled everything at lightning speed. The Dragon Soul Strike team is Huasha's ultimate sword. We were created specifically to counter the 3rd Division of Global Mystic Forces. If you want to talk about status, we answer to absolutely no one, except the number 2 head of state, and our highest superiors. Yi Chen's mind raced with this new intelligence. If they only counter the 3rd Division, that means even more terrifying forces exist out there. But for the current rise of the Tianzhong group, this level of backing is more than enough. Releasing his iron grip, Ye Chen casually dropped him to the floor. I can spare your life today, but on one condition. You are actually willing to ally with a tiny company in Jiangcheng? Then consider our previous grudge settled. Yingqing's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. Risking the young master's wrath, he presses further. The legendary Dragon Soul Special Forces, acting as a mere shield for some insignificant local business? Are you absolutely sure about this? He demands. Internally, he groans. If word of this leaks to the martial world, their elite reputation will be dragged through the mud. It is the ultimate overkill, like using a dragon-slaying sword to cut weeds. The main character, Ye Chen, simply stands there with his hands casually in his pockets. That is right, he replies with chilling calm. Yingqing lets out a heavy breath. If my intel is correct, this company you are protecting, it must be your father's Tianzheng group. I do not have the authority to make this call. Dragon Soul operates under strict national laws. However, I will personally contact the higher-ups for you. Even if the brass rejects it, I will find another way to protect them. Ye Chen nods. With a flick of his wrist, he tosses a glowing golden pill. Swallow this. It will heal your shattered meridians. Yingqing catches the miraculous object, his hands trembling violently. Is this a genuine spiritual elixir? He stammers. His mind races like a hurricane. Just what terrifying background does this kid possess? Not only is he a monstrous martial cultivator, but he also hoards legendary alchemy pills. These treasures are practically myths. I have only ever read about them in ancient texts. Cradling the golden sphere like a holy relic, he looks up with desperate, greedy eyes. Brother Ye, do you happen to have any more? Ye Chen smirks, seeing the perfect opportunity to flex his bottomless wealth. He casually tosses a handful of glowing elixirs in the air like cheap candy. You mean these? They are just low-grade trash. I have mountains of them. Yingqing's eyes almost pop out of his skull. How many exactly? If you hand these over to the nation, the military would gladly. Before he can finish his pitch, Ye Chen cuts him off with a freezing glare. Are you delusional? These might be trash to me, but I owe you absolutely nothing. Turning his back to the stunned commander, Ye Chen throws up a casual wave of dismissal. His icy voice echoes through the wind. If the military truly wants my alchemy, then fulfill my conditions first. Tell whoever is actually in charge to come, beg me in person. Without missing a beat, Ye Chen leaps straight off the 80th floor balcony. Yingqing gasps. Knowing the Supreme Commander is far too busy to visit a local kid, the Dragon Soul Commander closes his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose in defeat. Whatever happens next, Jiang Cheng has truly birthed an unstoppable monster, he mutters. Meanwhile, back at Sun Yi's apartment, a massive neon anti-peeping sign flashes across the screen, blocking a very steamy, heart-filled bathroom scene. The showerhead blasts at maximum power, filling the room with thick, rosy steam. Sun Yi's playful giggles echo through the mist. Haha, not only does it look perfect, but the texture is incredibly soft. Right on cue, Xia Ruxui's flustered voice chimes in. You are so annoying. Stop touching me there. The scandalous banter between the two beauties is enough to make any man's imagination run wild. Out in the hallway, our world-saving hero is slumped against the wall, utterly exhausted. He grumbles under his breath. The absolute worst part of living with two gorgeous women, the bathroom and the sink are basically a restricted fortress. Even washing my hands requires standing in line. Unbelievable. Giving up on his morning routine, he pulls out a glowing, primordial, divine stone. It is time to ignore the mortal world. My cultivation base has spiked massively lately. Let us see if I can unlock the Samsara tomb. Ye Chen shuts his eyes. A brilliant spiritual aura swallows him whole, turning his physical body into a fading phantom. Snap. His eyes shoot open. He has successfully crossed the dimensional rift into the legendary Samsara tomb. Ye Chen stands upon an ancient, shadow-drenched pathway. In every direction, towering, oppressive gravestones stretch out toward an infinite, pitch-black horizon. He clenches his fists in awe. The soul-crushing headaches are completely gone. The graveyard's terrifying suppression has vanished. The tomb is no longer rejecting my soul. My sheer power must have finally earned its respect. Suddenly, a menacing aura draws his gaze to a colossal stone slab right next to him. The monument bleeds ancient bloodlust, carved with intimidating characters. Luo Yuntian of the Death Fist sect. The atmosphere grows bone-chillingly cold. Thousands of shattered swords jut from the cursed earth, acting as markers for the fallen legends. Thick, demonic black mist coils around the blades, painting a scene straight out of the underworld. Ye Chen's mind races. He remembers the cryptic voice that echoed through the graveyard during his very first visit. The voice claimed that once my martial cultivation reached the correct threshold, I could awaken the lingering obsession of a fallen supreme master. His eyes lock onto the massive monolith. Without a doubt, the spirit waiting to be awakened is the Death Fist sect master, Luo Yuntian. Spiritual energy surges through Ye Chen's veins as he slowly presses his palm toward the freezing stone. But then, a hilariously awkward realization hits him. Wait a damn minute. How do I actually activate this thing? Refusing to back down, the domineering hero decides to just spam every single activation technique he knows. After 7,749 failed attempts, he is violently booted back to reality. Warm morning sunlight bathes the luxurious Dadu apartment complex. Xiaoru Shui is rushing out the door, calling back to Sun Yi. I have critical corporate matters to handle today. Do not bother making dinner for me. Got it. Just bring back some sweet snacks. Sun Yi chirps happily. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stands by the kitchen island, quietly sipping water. His spiritual battery is drained, and he collapses heavily onto the plush sofa. He stares at the ceiling, completely frustrated. I have spent 2 entire days trying every martial art technique in the book, yet that gravestone refuses to crack. Is my cultivation realm still too weak to house his soul? Truly, the path of martial arts requires endless study. His mind immediately pivots to the art of alchemy. To shatter his current bottleneck, he desperately needs high-tier elixirs. Cooking pills in a modern microwave is barely doing anything anymore. I need a legitimate, ancient, alchemy furnace. A spark of hope ignites. Ye Chen remembers the exclusive underground auction that Zhou Rende mentioned. It is supposed to happen today, but the old man has not sent any updates. Then again, I never gave him my phone number, he sighs. It looks like he will have to track the master down himself. Just then, his smartphone starts vibrating wildly. He glances at the screen, recognizing the number. Shen Haihua? Why is the corporate shark calling me? He must have a progress report. Ye Chen accepts the call. Shen Haihua's voice booms with absolute loyalty. Mr. Ye, the mission is complete. I have seized total control of the Qinghe group, and the useless staff has been entirely purged. The corporate titan chuckles, eager to please his monstrous young master. Right now, I am finalizing the paperwork to officially change the Empire's name, a move that will shake this entire city to its core. In just 2 days, the ribbon-cutting ceremony will finally begin. Hearing this, Ye Chen's lips curl into a satisfied smirk. Excellent. You did not break your promise. He hangs up the phone, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Soon, every single person in Jiangcheng will know his name. Sun Yi stares at him awkwardly, wondering if the man standing before her has lost his mind. Gripping her glass of water, she mutters, Tianjin Corporation has officially returned. Suddenly, a realization hits Ye Chen. Ying Jing still has not contacted him. That coward run away. Before he can think further, 3 urgent knocks echo from the door. Both Sun Yi and Ye Chen exchange surprised glances. As Ye Chen swings the door open, he casually asks, Is that you, old Zhou? Zhou Rende stands panting, words tumbling out of his mouth, as if he fears Ye Chen will vanish. Mr. Ye, I have finally found you. I waited at Tangchen first grade all morning, but no one showed up. I had to pull a massive amount of strings just to track you down here. Seeing the old man's desperate enthusiasm, Ye Chen finally understands the silence. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he replies, My apologies. I completely forgot to give you this address. Old Zhou, please come in and take a seat. Instead of entering, Zhou Rende hands him a deep blue invitation card. Waving his hand with a polite smile, the old man declines. There is no need. My family has encountered a massive crisis recently, and I must return to oversee things. This is an invitation to the underground auction. Please keep it safe. Ye Chen accepts the card, his eyes narrowing slightly. Thanks. What exactly happened to your family? Let me see if I can help. But before Ye Chen can finish his sentence, old Zhou vanishes like a ghost in the wind. He is already gone? It seems the Zhou family is facing a truly catastrophic event. Later, at Jiangcheng's luxurious Tianshui hotel, Ye Chen arrives looking effortlessly sharp in a tailored suit. He glances at the young woman beside him and calls out, Zhou Zixuan. The girl looks up, her eyes swimming with visible anxiety. Mr. Ye, you made it. Noticing her unusually pale complexion and tense posture, Ye Chen feels a shift in the atmosphere. He asks with genuine concern, What is wrong? You do not look well at all. Zhou Zixuan immediately averts her gaze, trying desperately to hide her fear. It is nothing. Since you are here, let us go inside together. Inside the magnificent auction hall, a handful of elite guests have already gathered. Tables groan under the weight of insanely extravagant delicacies. Zixuan leans in to explain the rules of this hidden world. This banquet phase is our networking period. It is mainly for acquaintances to catch up and relax before the real event. The true auction will be held upstairs shortly. Let us grab a bite. Suddenly, an arrogant voice shatters the peaceful mood. Well, if it isn't Zixuan, so this is where you have been hiding. A sleazy young master with slicked back hair strolls over, his arms casually wrapped around two beautiful women. He sneers. Why did you not announce your arrival? A purple-haired girl beside him chimes in with venomous delight. Announce what? It is a miracle she could even show her face here. The young man mocks ruthlessly. After all, the Zhou family can barely save themselves right now. Zixuan's face instantly darkens like a thundercloud. Grabbing Ye Chen's arm, she tries to drag him away. Just ignore those parasites. Let us go. Ye Chen's curiosity peaks. What absolute disaster has struck her family? Yet, she stubbornly keeps her lips sealed. It is nothing, she insists. My grandfather will definitely handle it. You are our honored guest today. Just focus entirely on enjoying the auction. Ye Chen observes the trembling girl beside him. Since it is their private family business, he decides not to pry further if she refuses to speak. Out of nowhere, a familiar female voice calls his name in absolute shock. Xia Rushui steps into view, looking breathtakingly gorgeous in a flowing purple evening gown. She approaches him intimately, asking, "What are you doing here?" Ye Chen crosses his arms, his tone ice cold. I was just about to ask you the same question. Standing nearby, Zixuan gasps inwardly, absolutely mesmerized by this ultimate beauty's flawless appearance. Reading the room, Zixuan quickly fakes a polite cough. I need to use the restroom. You two take your time talking. I refuse to be the third wheel here. Xia Ruxue shoots a suspicious glare at Ye Chen. Who exactly is that girl, and how in the world do you know her? He sighs, explaining with practiced patience. She is just the pharmacy owner's granddaughter, showing me the way. Now tell me, why are you really here? Your bank accounts are completely frozen. You definitely cannot participate in this auction. Did you come here just to freeload some food? She shamelessly smiles. Well, changing up my diet isn't a bad idea. Besides, who told you to delay opening your company? I need to find a job too. I received this invitation a while ago. Speaking of which, how much money did you bring for the auction? I am only here to browse. Ye Chen replies with absolute unshakable confidence. 90 million. Pfft. Hearing this, Ruxue spits out the mouthful of premium wine she just sipped. She is utterly speechless at this reckless idiot's blind arrogance. 90 million? And you dare to crash a high-tier auction with only that much? Thinking about the terrifying monsters operating in the shadows, Ruxue decides to educate him. Her tone shifts to deadly serious. This auction is not as simple as it looks on the surface. The masterminds pulling the strings are beings you absolutely cannot afford to provoke in this lifetime. Beyond ordinary mortals like yourself, there exists a terrifying breed of humans. They are martial cultivators. With a mere wave of their hands, they can slaughter someone without leaving a trace. Ye Chen gives a flat, utterly unimpressed response. Oh, is that it? Ruxue blinks, in sheer disbelief. Wait, why aren't you terrified right now? Pretending to care, the protagonist deadpans. Wow. Martial cultivators are so incredibly strong. I am shaking. Veins pop on her forehead as she explodes. Ye Chen, your acting is absolute garbage. Standing in the grand lobby of Zhangcheng's Tianshui Hotel, Xia Ruxue tries her best to warn the clueless Ye Chen. Listen to me very carefully. On the surface, the four great families rule Zhangcheng, but lurking in the shadows are entities far more terrifying. She lowers her voice, revealing the truth. The hidden martial Dao families, the absolute tyrant controlling underground auctions like this one. It is the legendary Jin family. Instantly, a treasure trove of ancient artifacts flashes through Ye Chen's mind. Ancient manuals, mystical cauldrons, spirit pills. The ultimate toys of ancient martial artists. Ruxue continues breaking it down. This auction is split into two distinct phases. Phase 1 is just famous paintings and antiques for mundane billionaires. But Phase 2, that is where the martial Dao treasures appear. We are talking about legendary cultivation manuals, miraculous elixirs, soul-crushing weapons, or even ancient medicinal cauldrons. But little does she know, that is exactly what he has been waiting for. Every single item in this place easily costs hundreds of millions. Ye Chen did the math in his head. Based on Xia Ruoshue's warning, a genuine alchemy furnace would cost an absolute fortune. His current funds wouldn't even make a dent. He needed to make some serious cash. Fast. Can I put my own items up for auction? He asked. Xia Ruoshui beamed with a bright smile. Of course you can. Let me guess. You checked your wallet and realized you're broke? Want to sell a medical formula? She pointed upward. The appraisal room is on the top floor. Go test your luck. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, calculating his next move. Based on Tian Yingjing's previous reaction, alchemists in Jiangcheng and all of Huaxia for that matter must be incredibly rare. A genuine elixir would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Without wasting another second, he marched straight up the stairs. He arrived at a heavy door marked appraisal room. But instead of quiet professionalism, the loud clattering of mahjong tiles echoed from inside. A white-haired elder burst into roaring laughter. "Ha ha! I won! Pay up, pay up! That is 10 million from each of you. No backing out." The other three players instantly erupted in protest. "It is just pocket change. Who would run away over this? Who do you think you are looking down on? Nobody knows mahjong better than me." Standing in the doorway, Ye Chen watched this ridiculous scene in absolute silence. He could not believe his eyes. These so-called grand appraisers were casually gambling 10 million around. Suddenly, the white-haired elder noticed the intruder. "Little brother, what brings you here? Looking to get an item appraised?" Yi Chen did not waste words. He simply pulled out a small, golden pill. "I want to put this up for auction." As the pill drew closer, the elder's eyes went wide with shock. This rich scent, it smells like a true elixir. But the color. Instantly, the entire table crowded around in a frenzy. "Oh, please," one man scoffed. "When was the last time we saw a genuine elixir? These days, they are just medicinal mud rolled up with a bit of internal energy. Do not make such a fuss. Trust me, nobody understands elixirs better than I do." A curly-haired woman puffed on her cigarette, waving her hand impatiently. "Just appraise it already. We still have time to squeeze in 2 more rounds." The white-haired elder pulled out a magnifying glass, bringing the golden pill right up to his eye. "No, this is different. The fragrance completely overpowers that modern trash. I need to look closer." Through the thick glass lens, he finally saw the impossible truth. "Heavens," he screamed. "Pill veins. It actually has pill veins. This is not just medicine. This is a genuine, supreme-grade elixir." Chaos erupted. The other appraisers scrambled over the table, desperate to snatch the pill for a closer look. "What did you just say?" they gasped in pure disbelief. "Pill veins? You are not messing with us? Let me see it." Watching these supposed experts lose their minds, Ye Chen crossed his arms, hiding a smirk of absolute disdain. The white-haired elder held the glowing pill high like a holy artifact. "I am not blind. Those are absolutely pill veins. And the medicinal fragrance is so potent. The energy lines are flawless. This was just refined recently." The group huddled together, their voices dropping to fearful whispers. Could it be? Has a true alchemist finally appeared in our era? The elder turned to Ye Chen, his eyes practically begging for answers. "Little brother, where did you get this miracle? Did your master bestow it upon you? Is your senior master a legendary alchemist?" Yi Chen blinked, completely taken aback by their intense reaction. "Wait, are there really no alchemists left in this world? Not even a single one? Does that mean I am the very last alchemist in all of Huaxia?" Keeping his expression icy, Ye Chen replied, "That is none of your concern. Bring out the person in charge. I only deal with the boss." The elder nodded vigorously, completely dropping his arrogant attitude. "Right this way, little brother. Please, follow me." They arrived at the luxurious chairman's office. The elder knocked respectfully, announcing the arrival of a VIP guest. From inside, an elegant female voice answered, "Enter." As the heavy doors swung open, the elder immediately bowed. "Miss, this young man has brought something extraordinary for auction. It is a genuine elixir." Jin Lengyan sat elegantly behind her desk. Her sharp eyes gleamed with sudden interest. "An elixir? Are you absolutely certain?" Trembling with excitement, the elder presented the radiant golden pill. "I stake my life on it, miss. It is the real deal." The pill pulsed with a faint golden glow, wrapped in a mystical white mist. Jin Lengyan carefully took it into her palm. Her breath caught as she examined the flawless surface. Incredible. It truly is a masterpiece of alchemy. And judging by this vibrant luster, this was refined less than a month ago. Jin Lengyan's mind raced at lightning speed. Could a supreme master be hiding in their city? Catching the serious shift in the atmosphere, the elder wisely bowed out. "This old man has no place in this high-level discussion. I shall take my leave." Once the door clicked shut, Jin Lengyan offered a charming, businesslike smile. "Please, little brother, have a seat." Her voice dripped with honeyed politeness. "I am Jin Lengyan. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Yi Chen." His voice was ice-cold, cutting straight through her pleasantries. "Skip the small talk. Can you auction my elixir, or not?" Unfazed by his icy demeanor, Jin Lengyan's smile only grew wider. "Without a doubt. How many of these pills do you plan to sell?" she asked, her sharp mind analyzing him. He is far too young, she thought. There is no way he is the alchemist. The Tao of alchemy requires decades of studying ancient texts, mastering countless herbs, and understanding complex medicinal properties. A single batch takes months to perfect, yet this pill is fresh out of the furnace. Interrupting her deep thoughts, Ye Chen casually raised his hand, spreading 5 fingers. I brought 5 with me. Sell them all. Jin Lengyan's jaw practically hit the floor. 5? 5 of them? Her heart hammered against her ribs. To produce such a staggering quantity, there absolutely had to be a legendary alchemist standing behind this boy. Quickly regaining her composure, she shifted into full business mode. Mr. Ye, if we auction all 5 elixirs, they will easily fetch over $1 billion, but flooding the market will drop their value. Rarity breeds desperation. I strongly advise selling them one at a time. Let us auction just a single pill today. Ye Chen nodded, a satisfied glint in his eye. That makes sense. In that case, why does Miss Jin not give me a direct price for the remaining 4? Your Jin family can keep whatever profit you make off them later. I just want a number that satisfies me right now. Hearing his absolute confidence, Jin Lengjian was utterly blown away. This boy was not just wealthy, he was playing on a level she could not even comprehend. Jin Lengyan was drenched in a cold sweat. Deep down, she wanted to give this guy a massive thumbs up. She thought to herself, my God, if we just drag this out and sell these spiritual pills one by one, the profits will absolutely explode. Stuttering slightly, she managed to say, Mr. Ye, you are truly generous. With a trembling hand, Jin Lengjian offered him a premium bank card. She explained that it held exactly 1 billion in funds. The password was the last 6 digits. It was literally all the liquid cash she had on her. Holding up a single finger, she added, of course, this amount isn't nearly enough to buy all 4 of your divine pills, so I want to add one more condition. From this moment forward, my Jin family owes Mr. Ye a massive debt of gratitude. No matter what happens in the future, the Jin family will pave the road ahead of you. Ye Chen stared at the sleek card in his hand, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. A sly smile crept onto Jin Lengyan's lips. She secretly calculated. The value of this kid is simply immeasurable. No, wait. It is the legendary alchemist backing him who holds the real world-shaking value. As long as I force this favor on him, I will definitely have a chance to make contact with that master in the future. The main character's calm voice shattered her thoughts. The price is acceptable. The auction is about to start, so I will take my leave. Suddenly, Jin Lengjian tossed a sleek smartphone straight at him. Ye Chen's reflexes kicked in, snatching it right out of the air. He raised an eyebrow and demanded, what is the meaning of this? Miss Jin flashed a knowing, thoroughly understanding smile. Solo auction goers like Mr. Ye always prefer to keep their true identities hidden in the shadows. The main character scoffed inwardly. So she wanted to probe his background? So what? As if a woman like her could ever dig up his monstrous origins. Without another word, he simply waved his hand, dropping a cold "I am leaving," before turning his back. Jin Lengyan beamed with delight, calling out, Mr. Ye, please take care. The heavy VIP doors immediately slammed shut behind him. Her smile vanished, replaced by sheer analytical focus. Judging by those lightning-fast reflexes just now, he was absolutely an ancient martial artist. She just could not gauge the true depths of his terrifying power. She mashed a button on her phone, barking a chilling order to her intelligence network. Investigate someone for me immediately. His name is Ye Chen. Meanwhile, down in the grand auction hall, the venue was packed to the brim with elite bigwigs. Seeing Ye Chen finally take the seat right next to her, Xia Ruoxue's face lit up. She happily asked if he had managed to scrape together enough funds. He flashed a confident smirk. I pulled together 10 billion. That should be more than enough. Beside them, Zixuan let out a dramatic gasp of absolute shock. Xia Ruoxue rolled her eyes, her face screaming that only a ghost would believe his blatant bluff. Look at you, she teased. Even Zixuan thinks you are full of it. That ancient prescription in your hands is definitely a priceless treasure, but there is no way it just sold for 10 billion. Stop bragging and watch the show. The chief auctioneer raised his wooden gavel high, his voice booming across the hall. He proudly announced the final treasure of the first phase, a legendary jewelry piece known as the Tear of the Stars. A breathtaking emerald teardrop necklace was carried onto the brilliantly lit stage. The moment Xia Ruoxue laid eyes on it, all the color drained from her face. The auctioneer began reciting the artifact's tragic origins. It was the absolute final masterpiece created by Jiangnan Province's late gemstone grandmaster, Ding Yuancheng. However, it was only a semi-finished product. Rumor had it that Elder Ding desperately wanted to complete this magnum opus in the final flickering moments of his life. He wanted to gift it to his precious granddaughter, but sadly, death took him first. The auctioneer's voice dripped with excitement as he explained how the Tear of the Stars was then stolen, smuggled across multiple countries, before finally landing here in Jiangcheng. The blood-pumping bidding war began. Starting bid is 60 million, minimum increments of 2 million per call. Xia Ruoxue trembled in utter horror as the frenzied crowd immediately started screaming out bids. 65 million, 68 million, 71 million. Devastated, her knuckles turned white as she gripped the fabric of her dress. Why? Why did she have to run into her grandfather's precious Tear of the Stars at a desperate time like this? Tears blurred her vision as her heart shattered. Grandpa, I am so sorry. I cannot buy back the Tear of the Stars that you traded your very life to forge for me. Xia Ruoxu wept silently, clutching her aching chest in pure agony. If she had not completely severed ties with the tyrannical Xia family, she would have ruthlessly sold off the entire Huamei group just to win this back. But right now, she had absolutely nothing to her name. I am so sorry, Grandpa. I am so sorry. Sitting right beside her, Ye Chen's sharp senses instantly detected the chaotic emotional storm brewing within the girl. His eyes narrowed. Without a second thought, he pulled out the sleek phone Jin Lengyan had just given him and fired off a single text. Up in the VIP suite, Miss Jin read the message, her flawless brows knitting into a furious scowl. Ah, this arrogant brat has completely lost his mind, bidding such an astronomical price just to buy a piece of mundane jewelry with zero spiritual energy. Even if he is swimming in cash, he cannot waste it like this. She scoffed internally. Humph, he probably wanted to gift it to some lucky woman to show off. Whatever, it was not her money burning into ashes anyway. Let the madman bid. Back on the bloodthirsty auction floor, the Tear of the Stars had already skyrocketed to 81 million, then 88 million, then a staggering 90 million. The crowd was boiling over with absolute madness, showing zero signs of stopping. Suddenly, Chiu Mingkai leaned forward with a sickeningly arrogant sneer. He barked out, 96 million. This young master is absolutely taking this Tear of the Stars today. He completely activated his gossip mode, turning to his lackeys with a wicked laugh. You absolute fools might not know this, but I know exactly who that young lady is. She is the runaway heiress of the Xia family, and her fate is deeply tied to this very Tear of the Stars. If I can snatch this treasure, it will definitely make Xia Ruoxue drop to her knees in gratitude. Then, I can use the Xia family's terrifying influence to skyrocket my own status. That is exactly why I prepared a war chest of 1,040,000,000. I am going to crush everyone. Haha. Hearing his disgusting scheme, Ruoxue could only sit there in suffocating, silent fury. But suddenly, the auctioneer's booming voice rang out, splashing freezing ice water all over Chiu Mingkai's arrogant parade. The host dramatically announced that an anonymous gentleman had just crushed the floor with a bid of 2 billion. Young Master Chiu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he furiously screamed his commands. Who is it? Who dares to call out 2 billion? Are they completely insane? Where is this person hiding? The auctioneer maintained his professional patience. That elite gentleman wishes to keep his supreme identity a secret, so a staff member from our organizing committee placed the proxy bid on his behalf. Chiu Mingkai completely lost his mind, roaring like a wounded beast. A proxy bid? Are you seriously trying to scam people? Who in their right mind would drop 2 billion on mundane jewelry? Your shady auction house is definitely rigging this to bleed me dry. My absolute limit is 1,040,000,000. Just as he was about to flip the table, a pair of blood-red high heels stepped right into Chiu Mingkai's line of sight, instantly slicing through his raging madness. Flanked by an imposing wall of terrifying bodyguards, Jin Lengyan stared down at him with eyes as cold as the abyss. Are you openly doubting the absolute authority of my Jin family? Sensing a clash of titans, the entire crowd erupted into a frenzy of excited whispers. A male guest whispers the chilling truth about the auction house's representative. Behind the scenes stands none other than the legendary martial arts dynasty, the Jin family. He smirks with dark anticipation. They finally showed up. The man next to him clicks his tongue in pity. Tisk, tisk, that brat is completely doomed. Chiu Mingkai's soul practically leaves his body in sheer terror. He scrambles to explain, his voice trembling violently. No, that is not it. That is not what I meant at all. But Jin Lengjian could not care less about his pathetic excuses. She coldly declares that the Jin family's supreme reputation tolerates zero insults. She orders her men to drag him out and shatter his arms and legs. Watching the two hulking bodyguards close in, Chiu Mingkai begs desperately for his miserable life. Please spare me. I am Chiu Mingkai. You cannot touch me. You absolutely cannot touch me. Crimson blood instantly splatters across the pristine floor. Jin Lengyan turns her back in absolute disgust, leaving behind one final, chilling decree. From this day forward, the Chiu family of Jiangcheng is permanently banned from this auction house. Violators will be executed on the spot. Watching Chiu Mingkai being dragged away like a dead dog, a bystander gasps in absolute awe. This is the true dominance of the Jin family. The suffocating aura of a martial arts dynasty. Ordinary families could never even dream of comparing. His companion ruthlessly mocks the disgraced young master. He dared to provoke a martial arts dynasty? Serves him right. In the blink of an eye, the auction house returns to normal, as if the bloody scene never even happened. The auctioneer's enthusiastic voice echoes through the massive hall. 2 billion going once, going twice, sold. Han Ruoxue sits in gloomy silence. She had originally planned to track down whoever bought the Tears of the Stars, willing to pay any price to get it back, but panic violently grips her heart now. She does not even know the buyer's name or what they look like. How is she supposed to find them? It is literally like searching for a needle in a vast ocean. The auctioneer slams the wooden gavel onto the podium with a sharp crack. With soaring excitement, he announces, "Sold." The next phase of the auction will be personally hosted by Miss Jin Lenyun. Stepping into the blinding spotlight, she declares the beginning of Phase 2. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, our grand finale is no longer the 100 Herbs Cauldron. As for what will replace it, please wait and see. A dazzling golden robe miraculously materializes on the display table, radiating a blinding aura as the eldest Jin daughter speaks. Let us commence with the first item, the golden silk robe. Starting bid, 90 million. The fierce bidding war rages on, and soon, they reach the 7th legendary treasure, the Mo family sword art. Starting bid, 150 million. Instantly, the crowd erupts into an absolute frenzy. 160 million, 180 million. Sitting in the audience, Zixuan gasps in overwhelming awe. Wow, so many insane treasures have already been sold, and every single one is worth an absolute fortune. Clenching her fists to contain her exploding excitement, she squeals. They even have secret martial arts techniques. This really opened my eyes. Hearing her boundless praise, Ye Chen simply remains dead silent. In his mind, he ruthlessly scoffs. What a pile of absolute garbage. The main character sits with his arms crossed in sheer apathy. A cascade of immense disappointment floods his thoughts. They are fighting like wild dogs over a mountain of trash. The gap between the ancient martial arts world and the immortal realm is simply too vast. These arrogant martial artists think they are gods among men. They have no idea that in his world, they are nothing more than insignificant specks of dust. Sitting beside him, Han Ruoxue notices his deepened frown and feels a wave of heavy confusion wash over her. Meanwhile, Zixuan's eyes remain glued to the dazzling prizes on stage. Jin Lenjian smoothly transitions to the next lot, hyping it up as the absolute premium highlight of the night. The red silk cloth is dramatically whipped away. A majestic golden cauldron stands proudly on the glowing pedestal. It is none other than the legendary 100 Herbs Cauldron. The Jin family heiress quickly explains its mythical origin. This is the 100 Herbs Cauldron. Our Jin family miraculously acquired it by pure fate deep within the mystical Shenong Mountain. It possesses the divine ability to refine supreme pills, and serves as an unmatched collector's treasure. Originally, this was destined to be our grand finale, but due to sudden changes, it is now our second to last item. The starting bid is 300 million. Minimum increment is 10 million. Yi Chen's lips curl into a faint, dangerous smirk. How interesting, he thinks to himself. The spiritual grade of this alchemy cauldron is actually vastly higher than I anticipated. The entire auction hall practically explodes at the glorious sight of the 100 Herbs Cauldron. The crowd descends into an absolute bidding frenzy. A wealthy tycoon violently thrusts his paddle into the air. 350 million. A towering VIP guest aggressively doubles the stakes, roaring out a 400 million bid. A notorious land mogul viciously counters. 430 million. Suddenly, Jin Lengian's phone buzzes with an urgent notification. It is a message from Ye Chen, the man she secretly saved in her contacts as Rich Fool. His text is an absolute, unquestionable command. Price does not matter. Secure the 100 Herbs Cauldron for me. The arrogant young miss chuckles to herself in pure, calculated satisfaction. Ha, just as I suspected. You came exclusively for this precious cauldron. If my brilliant deduction is correct, the mysterious master alchemist backing you absolutely must have this supreme treasure. Right at that explosive moment, Jiang Wenlin arrogantly roars out a dominating bid. 450 million. His hulking servant aggressively thrusts their bizarre paddle into the air. Shock waves of frantic whispers instantly rip through the terrified crowd. That is the third young master of the Jiang family. Jiang Wenlin himself just made a move. They are one of the top 3 martial arts dynasties in Jiangcheng. The Jiang family holds the exact same terrifying elite status as the Jin family. We absolutely cannot compete with him. Fighting him means inviting a brutal death sentence upon our own heads. I heard Jiang Wenlin's methods are sickeningly ruthless. He will crush absolutely anyone to get exactly what he wants. Back in his quiet seat, Ye Chen calmly reads a new message sent by Jin Lengyan. Mr. Ye, Jiang Wenlin is incredibly dangerous to provoke. He has a monstrous martial arts dynasty backing him. It is highly advised to give up on the 100 Herbs Cauldron. Do not clash directly with him. His eyes remain utterly, terrifyingly cold. Without a single second of hesitation, he replies with one absolute word. Buy. Staring at the main character's utterly fearless response, Jin Lengyan falls into deep, calculating thought. I bought his miraculous pills for a massive bargain of 1 billion. I took a massive profit, so I really should return the favor. Fine, I will back you up this time. Jiang Wenlin's brow twitches in sudden, violent annoyance as her voice echoes through the tense hall. An anonymous gentleman has just placed a commanding bid for 500 million. The bloodthirsty crowd practically vibrates with morbid, chaotic excitement. Someone actually has a death wish? Fighting Jiang Wenlin? Haha, blood is definitely going to spill tonight. What a reckless, arrogant fool. Does he really think hiding his name will save his pathetic life? With the horrifying intelligence network of the Jiang family, they will drag his true identity out from the shadows in no time. Swallowing his boiling murderous rage, Jiang Wenlin aggressively raises the stakes. 530 million. Jin Lengyan immediately amplifies his bid. Bidder 138 offers 530 million. Gritting his teeth, he flashes a vicious, utterly triumphant smirk. I have got this completely in the bag. 530 million is already the absolute ceiling for this cauldron. Let us see who still has the sheer guts to challenge me now. But little does the arrogant young master know. The real, unimaginable nightmare is just beginning. Scene transition. Meanwhile, at the grand auction house, Miss Jin Lengyan delivers a massive slap to the room's ego. She announces that an anonymous gentleman has just placed a staggering bid of 700 million. Jiang Wenlin violently jumps from his VIP seat. What? He roars, his arrogant composure completely shattered. The hushed whispers of the elite crowd pour gasoline on his blazing fury. Is this mysterious bidder trying to pick a fight? The crowd mutters. He is openly declaring war on the Jiang family. The 100-herb cauldron peaked at 550 million, yet he dropped 700 million. Smack! Jiang Wenlin slams his fist onto the luxury table. Pure, unadulterated rage boils in his veins. This public humiliation is simply too much to bear. Pointing a trembling finger at the ceiling, he issues a blood-curdling vow. I do not care who you are, but you have dared to cross my Jiang family. No matter where you hide, I will drag you out and make you deeply regret breathing the same air as me. On stage, Jin Lengyan feels a spike of anxiety. Oh no, she thinks. He has completely lost his mind. Masking her panic with flawless professionalism, she continues the dramatic count. 700 million going twice. 700 million going for the third and final time. Heavy silence fills the grand hall. Bang, the wooden gavel strikes, sealing the epic deal. Hidden in the crowd, Ye Chen chuckles to himself. With the 100-herb cauldron finally in his grasp, his cultivation breakthrough is practically guaranteed. The night's excitement refuses to slow down. Jin Lengyan gestures toward an ornate box, securely held by the white-haired chief appraiser from earlier. Her voice rings out, dripping with undeniable excitement. This next treasure was recently acquired by my Jin family. To call it priceless would be a massive understatement. It is the ultimate finale of tonight's grand auction. The lid creaks open, unleashing a blinding, majestic golden glow across the room. Behold, she declares proudly. A genuine, legendary medicinal pill. Gasps echo through the room. If Miss Jin says it is real, it must be the genuine article, a wealthy guest shouts. Another elite businessman clutches his chest in absolute disbelief. I cannot believe such a mythical item has actually appeared on the auction block. The ancient rumors are true, a martial artist whispers loudly. A true pill does not just heal fatal wounds, it can forcefully skyrocket a cultivator's power level in an instant. The crowd is practically frothing at the mouth. Miss Jin confidently announces the heavy terms. Starting bid is 400 million, minimum increments of 20 million. Absolute financial madness erupts. 500 million, 560 million, 680 million. Sitting beside Ye Chen, Hiru Aksue looks utterly bewildered. Is this tiny pill truly worth an empire? She asks, blinking in shock. This is my first time seeing these billionaires act like starving wolves. After a vicious, heart-stopping bidding war, the dust finally settles. Jin Lengyan announces the flawless conclusion of the auction. She gracefully invites the victors and guests to celebrate at the luxurious evening banquet. Yi Chen glances at the two stunning beauties beside him. A soft, highly amused chuckle escapes his lips. His eyes lock onto the furious, arrogant Jiang Wenlin in the front row. Our main character finds the irony absolutely delicious. To think Jiang Wenlin just burned 800 million on that pill. If that arrogant fool knew the pill was forged by the very man who stole his beloved cauldron, his face would be an absolute masterpiece of despair. Suddenly, a soft buzz vibrates from Ye Chen's pocket. A private notification lights up his screen. It is a direct text from Jin Lengyan herself. Mr. Ye, please come see me in private. The glowing message reads, My father has learned of your true identity. He insists we offer you proper compensation. At that moment, Hiro Sue turns to him. Ye Chen, we are skipping the banquet. Let us head home together. She tilts her head, looking at him with deep suspicion. By the way, did you not claim to have 1 billion in your account? Why did you sit through the entire auction without buying a single thing? Playing it cool, our main character smoothly shrugs it off. Nothing caught my eye. He lies effortlessly. You and Zhou Zixuan go ahead and chat. I need to use the restroom. Slipping away from the bustling crowd, a spark of curiosity hits him. Just what kind of compensation is the insanely wealthy Jin family planning to offer? Moments later, inside the ultra-exclusive room 001 of the Tianxi Hotel, Jin Lengyan flashes a breathtaking smile as she slides a sleek black card across the table. Mr. Ye, she purrs. This card contains exactly 1.5 billion. My father insisted I compensate you properly, she murmured. After all, practically giving it away was extremely unfair to you. And rest assured, the Jin family's promise still stands. Ye Chen casually accepted the card, sliding it into his pocket. I did not come here seeking your money, he stated coldly. I am only here to claim the 100-herb cauldron. To ensure absolute safety, she respectfully asked Mr. Ye to provide his home address and phone number. I will personally dispatch my men to deliver it tonight. Jin Lengyan's eyes sparkled with hope. By the way, Mr. Ye, will you honor us by staying for the evening banquet? My father deeply wishes to host a dinner for you. No need. He instantly rejected. As the young lady froze in shock, Ye Chen was already turning his back and waving goodbye. Skip the dinner arrangements, he added casually. My friend has already prepared a meal at home, and I despise eating out. Leaving behind a simple farewell, he walked straight out the door. Jin Lengyan stood, rooted to the spot, completely flustered and speechless. Is this kid completely blind? She thought, biting her lip. Does he not realize my father only invited him to shield him from certain death? He offended the terrifying Jiang family. Without a massive power backing him, he is walking right into his grave. Watching the teenager's fading silhouette, she let out a heavy, disappointed sigh. Meanwhile, Ye Chen muttered under his breath. Sigh. Jin family. I handed you a golden opportunity, but you chose to throw it away. Whatever disaster falls upon you now is on your own heads. Cut to the 5th floor of the Tianxi Hotel. The security room had transformed into a literal slaughterhouse. Dead guards were scattered everywhere, drowning in thick pools of blood. A mysterious young man was rapidly typing on the monitors. Crimson stained the floorboards, painting the gruesome aftermath of an absolute massacre. In a completely different location, Jiang Wenlin was obsessively admiring a pill in the palm of his hand. What a glorious, unexpected treasure, he laughed maniacally. The purity of this pill is off the charts. It puts our entire Jiang family collection to absolute shame. Master Ma leaned in closer, his eyes widening. Young master, reading these pill veins. This was forged less than 10 days ago. Jiang Wenlin's jaw dropped in absolute shock. What? Where on earth did the Jin family acquire this? And they actually dared to toss such a divine item into a public auction? Could they have secretly locked down a master alchemist? Master Ma nodded gravely. If they truly control this supply line, they will skyrocket past our Jiang family in a heartbeat. Suddenly, the blood-soaked hacker from the hotel rushed through the doors. Young master, I have extracted the surveillance footage. Glaring at the monitor, the subordinate reported the facts. Today, Jin Lengyan had met with only one man in secret. He was undoubtedly the thief who snatched the 100-herb cauldron. Moreover, the Jin family's miraculous pills likely came straight from his hands. Young Master Jiang ground his teeth, pure malice dripping from his voice. He actually dared to lay his filthy hands on the Jiang family's property. A vicious, twisted smile crept across his face. Let us see if this fool even knows how to spell the word death. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, Zhou Zixuan bowed politely to Ye Chen and Han Ruoxui. This is where we part ways, she said. But the main character suddenly interjected. Zixuan, hold on a second. Ye Chen's mind raced. Given the Zhou family's massive wealth, she should have a private chauffeur. Yet here she was, reduced to hailing a common cab. Placing a reassuring hand on the young girl's shoulder, his voice softened. Tell me, what exactly happened to the Zhou family? Panic flashed in her eyes as she looked away. Mr. Ye, it is nothing. Really? But Ye Chen simply extended his hand. Give me your phone. Zixuan let out a soft gasp of surprise, but obediently handed it over. She watched in utter confusion as his fingers danced rapidly across her screen. A moment later, the main character handed the device back. I have saved my personal number, he instructed firmly. If anything happens, call me immediately. If I can help, I absolutely will. Deep down, he knew Zhou Rende had done him massive favors. If the Zhou family was in danger, he could never just walk away. With a final nod, Ye Chen announced, "We are leaving now," and turned away. Tears of pure gratitude welled up in Zixuan's eyes. Clutching the phone tightly against her chest, she whispered a heartfelt, "Thank you." As they walked down the street, Han Ruoxui nudged Ye Chen with a teasing smirk. "Why does that little girl keep calling you Mr. Ye? It sounds so ridiculously formal." He chuckled lightly. "She just blurted it out, making me sound like an old man." Suddenly, Ye Chen's instincts screamed. Something was terribly wrong. Noticing his dead stop in the middle of the sidewalk, Han Roche blinked in confusion. Hey, what is wrong? He casually pointed toward a brightly lit cafe across the street. I suddenly have a massive craving for coffee. Go inside, order a cup, and wait for me. She stared at him, bewildered. Right now? Han Ruoxu crossed her arms. Wait, I go inside while you do what exactly? Ye Chen quickly whipped up an excuse. Nature is calling. I need a restroom. Just go sit down. My treat today? Order the most expensive thing on the menu. Han Ruoxue narrowed her eyes, utterly baffled. Does the cafe not have its own restroom? He smoothly spouted pure nonsense. Theirs is too gentle. It lacks the proper impact. She felt incredibly suspicious. What on earth did lacking impact even mean? As she walked away, Ye Chen's playful demeanor vanished. He gripped his tie, his face darkening with absolute bloodlust. I live by one core principle, he whispered. Ye Chen viciously ripped his tie off. Any threat to my life must be slaughtered in the cradle. Within mere minutes, he materialized like a ghost on a towering rooftop. Across from him stood Jiang Wenlin and Master Ma, completely oblivious to death's arrival. Found you? Jiang Wenlin sneered. Master Ma leaned in, his voice tight with warning. Young master, it appears this arrogant brat has actually tracked us down. The young master barked a hideously arrogant laugh. So what if he found us? Tonight is still the night he dies. His filthy mind was already spinning sinister plots. That woman in the cafe was absolutely stunning. Once he crushed this brat, reclaimed the 100-herb cauldron, and tortured the pill recipe out of him, he would drag her away for some fun. Bam! A hand striking with the force of crashing thunder materialized right beside him. Yi Chen had crossed the distance in a fraction of a second, clamping his fingers violently over Jiang Wenlin's skull. Is that so? Yi Chen whispered ominously. Master Ma shrieked in absolute terror. A sneak attack? You have zero martial honor. He instantly dropped into a flawless Wing Chun combat stance. Aura flaring, he roared at Ye Chen. You dare lay a finger on the young master? Your life ends today. Master Ma launched himself into the air, summoning a crackling electric whip, but the main character merely smirked. With devastating force, he slammed Jiang Wenlin's head into the concrete. The arrogant heir shrieked in agony. What are you doing? Suddenly, a suffocating, monstrous wave of killing intent washed over Master Ma. His blood ran cold. Oh no! Before he could even blink, Ye Chen's fist rocketed straight toward his skull. Time seemed to freeze as impending doom crushed him. His final, pathetic thought echoed in his mind. I was too careless. Why could I not dodge? Seeing his ultimate bodyguard sent straight to the afterlife with a single, casual strike, Jiang Wenlin's soul practically left his body. Absolute terror gripped him. Master Ma was a half-step Tyrant Realm expert. How was he obliterated in the blink of an eye? Staring at the lifeless, twisted corpse of his highly respected master on the ground, Jiang Wenlin shrieked in pure despair. Master Ma. Ye Chen slowly turned, his eyes blazing with apocalyptic fury. And now, it is your turn. Even though he was practically wetting his pants in fear, the spoiled heir desperately tried to act tough. You filthy brat! You actually dared to murder my servant? He stammered, backing away. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? Leaning entirely on his family's legendary status, he roared like a cornered rat. Kneel before me this instant. Beg to become a loyal dog serving the great Jiang Wenlin. Yi Chen did not waste a single breath on words. He simply raised his palm, as an overwhelmingly destructive, violet aura violently gathered around his fingers. Still utterly delusional, Jiang Wenlin kept screaming. I can spare your miserable life. I can guarantee your future wealth and… Wham! Before another pathetic syllable could leave his lips, Ye Chen's devastating strike smashed directly into his skull. Staring down at Jiang Wenlin's crumpled, lifeless body on the concrete, Ye Chen scoffed with absolute disgust. What an absolute fool. Wiping his hands clean, he slowly turned his head toward the empty shadows. Just how much longer do you plan on watching? He demanded. Instantly, a brown-haired man emerged from the darkness, bowing in deep reverence. Please spare my life, Mr. Ye. I am Jin Qian from the Jin family. Inside, Jin Qian was sweating bullets. Protect him? Are you kidding me? This monster's power is leagues beyond mine. I am not even worthy to carry his shoes. Trembling, he quickly explained the situation. The young miss discovered the surveillance system had been hacked. She dispatched me immediately to ensure your safety. Hearing this, the icy glare in Ye Chen's eyes faded. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at his lips. Jin Lengjian certainly had good intentions, but Ye Chen absolutely despised anyone interfering in his business. Turning his back to the trembling guard, his voice dropped to a freezing chill. Go back and deliver a message to your master. Tell her to stop doing unnecessary things. Jin Qian nodded so fast his neck nearly snapped. Understood. Absolutely understood. I will deliver your exact words, sir. Jin Qian hesitates, calling out after him. There is something he desperately needs to say, but fear holds his tongue. Ye Chen simply tilts his head, giving a silent nod to continue. Gathering his courage, Jin Qian finally speaks. Mr. Ye, your strength is absolute. I dare say you have already reached the legendary Grandmaster realm. But the Jiang family's influence is overwhelmingly massive. The family head, Jiang Baoguo, ranks 514 on the Huaxia Grandmaster leaderboard. Jiang Wenlin was his flesh and blood. By killing him, you have invited a catastrophic disaster upon yourself. Yi Chen's expression barely shifts. He ponders internally. Grandmaster leaderboard? What kind of joke is that? To think there are over 500 monsters ranked above this Jiang Baoguo. It seems the ancient martial artists of Huaxia are far more complex than I imagined. He nonchalantly waves his hand, his voice cool. Thanks for the heads up. Farewell. As he walks away, Ye Chen's eyes darken. For the absolute safety of Sun Yi and Xia Ruxue, Jiang Wenlin simply had to die. Leaving a venomous snake alive in the grass is the ultimate fool's choice. Meanwhile, a chilling ringtone breaks the silence. The eldest miss is calling Jin Qian, and he nervously prepares to report the devastating aftermath. Miss, the heavens are falling. Jiang Wenlin is dead. Jin Lengyan immediately rushes to the bloody scene, listening in absolute horror as Jin Qian recounts the massacre. Staring at the carnage, she mutters in disbelief. Jiang Wenlin, the untouchable third young master of the Jiang family, is actually dead. Panic crashes over Jin Lengyan in devastating waves. We are doomed. When Jiang Baoguo unleashes his blazing wrath, the entirety of Jiangcheng will shatter. She snaps her head toward Jin Qian. Are you absolutely certain Ye Chen slaughtered them alone? That they had zero chance to fight back? Jin Qian swallows hard, his voice trembling. I am positive. That old guardian was a half-step transformation realm expert. To annihilate someone of that caliber requires the absolute power of a true grandmaster. Jin Lengyan feels a cold sweat form. A grandmaster, this terrifyingly young, plus the undeniable shadow of a supreme alchemist backing him. Combined with the death of the Jiang family's third young master, the very skies of Jiangcheng are about to turn blood red. Making a rapid decision, Jin Lengyan orders her men to clean up the corpses. Find someone with a completely clean background to deliver these bodies to the Jiang estate. Erase every single trace of our presence here. Once the delivery is done, wipe the messenger's tracks completely. She clenches her fists, whispering to herself, this storm is far beyond the Jin family's control. If the Jiang family still tracks this back to Ye Chen, we can only stand back and watch the carnage unfold. Meanwhile, amidst the suffocating silence of the night, warm lights illuminate the Grand Metropolis apartments. Inside Sun Yi's cozy apartment, a feast of mouth-watering dishes covers the table. Sun Yi tilts her head, noticing her friend's distant look. Ruxue, why aren't you touching your food? Is it not to your taste? Having just clashed fiercely with her family, Xia Ruxue simply has zero appetite for anything. She forces a weak smile. Ah, just a little off, that is all. Sitting across from them, Ye Chen chews quietly, his mind racing. He had asked Ye Lingtian about the Jiang family's Grandmaster leaderboard, and the truth is slightly annoying. The absolute hierarchy of power in this world is ruthlessly divided into multiple devastating tiers. At the pinnacle sits the mythical divine wandering realm. Below that absolute peak lie the true origin, unity, chi gathering, origin opening, and finally, the foundational body tempering realms. However, for ordinary martial artists wandering the mortal earth, their limits are fiercely capped at Grandmaster, Transformation Force Grandmaster, Transformation Realm, Inner Force, and Outer Force. Yi Chen scoffs inwardly. The reality is pathetic. The ancient martial arts inheritance of Huaxia had been brutally shattered and left incomplete. This tragic loss means that no realms exist beyond Grandmaster for these people. In absolute reality, the gap between Grandmasters could be as vast as heaven and earth, but with no higher titles to claim. They were forced to create this pathetic Grandmaster leaderboard, just to measure their overwhelming differences in combat power. I have zero clue where my true strength places me on this mortal leaderboard. There is only one way to find out: crushing them in battle. Ye Chen casually tosses a shrimp into his mouth, his mind plotting his next move. If this Jiang Baoguo, sitting at rank 514, dares to hunt me down, once I exchange blows with him, I can use his shattered bones as a measuring stick. It will perfectly calculate my exact standing among the so-called Grandmasters of Huaxia. Suddenly, Sun Yi's playful voice shatters his thoughts. Little Chen, our gorgeous Ruxue is celebrating her birthday next week. Have you thought about what legendary gift you will be giving her? Ye Chen answers without missing a beat. In this day and age, who still buys physical gifts? Sending a red envelope with $250 is practical enough. Hearing his utterly dense reply, Xia Ruxue's face flushes with fiery annoyance, and she fiercely kicks him under the table. Are you calling me an idiot? Xia Ruxue snaps, her eyes narrowing as the number 250 is universal slang for a fool. You did that on purpose. Ye Chen lets out a sly chuckle. My mistake. I mixed up the numbers. How about I send 520 instead? Hearing this specific romantic number, Sun Yi gasps, her eyes widening in sheer shock. Are you seriously sending 520? I love you? I had no idea your relationship had progressed to such a fiery stage. Cornered by their teasing, Ye Chen throws his hands up in defeat. Fine, 502. I will send 502. No hidden meanings there, right? Before they can bicker further, his phone violently buzzes. A desperate message flashes across the screen from Zhao Zixuan. Mr. Ye, I am begging you on my knees. Please save my grandfather. Yi Chen's brow furrows in deep confusion. Meanwhile, at the majestic gates of the Zhou family compound, a sleek, terrifyingly expensive military vehicle is aggressively parked, surrounded by a legion of men in black. The atmosphere is thick with suffocating, killing intent. Every single man wears an immaculately tailored black suit paired with a commanding military cap, their expressions carved from stone. Arriving at the scene, Ye Chen's eyes lock onto the blockade. The situation is disastrous. Before he can even step foot near the grand entrance, the chilling click of 3 sniper rifles lock dead onto his skull from the high ground. What in the world triggered this nightmare at the Zhou estate? He thinks, his aura flaring defensively. Since when did their absolute authority provoke the terrifying might of the military? Brute force against the military is utterly foolish right now. He needs overwhelming authority. Realizing he does not have Ying Qing's direct line, he resorts to his absolute trump card. Yi Chen whips out his phone, dialing a very specific contact. The moment the call connects, he wastes 0 breath. Listen closely, Bailey Bing. I need a massive favor right this second. I want to enter the Zhou family compound, but I am entirely blocked by a military force. The night is deepening, and I am losing my patience. Time ticks by like dripping blood. Ye Chen fiercely clenches his fists, an explosive aura leaking from his frame. Damn it, why aren't they here yet? Just as his patience snaps, heavy footsteps echo. Luo Zhengguo steps into the light, his presence like a towering mountain. Mr. Ye. Miss Bailey deployed me personally. Ye Chen finally exhales a breath of relief, his tense muscles relaxing slightly. Excellent. I leave this absolute mess to you. Without batting an eye, Luo Zhengguo reaches deep into his trench coat, extracting a heavy, metallic token. He flashes his heaven-defying credentials to the armed guards, his voice rumbling like thunder. We are walking through those gates right now. Tell me, does my military rank hold enough weight? Seeing the terrifying emblem, the imposing men in black instantly snap into a bone-rattling salute. Sir. Yes, sir. The iron wall crumbles, and Ye Chen finally steps inside. But lurking in the shadows, the real nightmare is just beginning. Zhou Zixuan's face lights up with desperate hope. Grandpa, I finally found someone to help us, she cries out. But Zhou Deren simply sags, his voice heavy with soul-crushing exhaustion. It is completely useless, child. The old man clutches his head in absolute despair. Do not waste your energy anymore. With things as they are, no one can save us. Just then, Ye Chen steps out from the shadows, his voice slicing through the gloom. I would not be so sure about that. Zhou Deren snaps his head up, panic flashing in his ancient eyes. He immediately scolds his granddaughter. Why on earth would you drag Mr. Ye into this disaster? Are you just trying to make him take a pointless trip for our sake? Zhou Zixuan lowers her head, her voice trembling. But he is the most powerful person I know. Yi Chen ignores the panic, his tone perfectly calm and unshakable. Elder Zhou, tell me exactly what happened here. Zhou Deren buries his face in his trembling hands. Mr. Ye, Zixuan is young and foolish for dragging you into this mess. Please, do not interfere. I will shoulder this catastrophic burden alone. Defeated, the old man begins to reveal the terrifying truth. A few days ago, an absolute titan of authority arrived in Jiangcheng. He fell ill and personally requested several prescriptions from our Deren medical hall. But tragedy struck without warning. The moment this legendary figure consumed our medicine, his body suffered a catastrophic reaction. They discovered a lethal dose of the heaven poison herb mixed into the brew. Zhou Zixuan quickly interrupts, desperate to clear their name. But my grandfather personally selected and verified every single ingredient. It is absolutely impossible for the heaven poison herb to be there. Hearing this wild accusation, Ye Chen narrows his eyes, his brilliant mind instantly piecing the puzzle together. The Zhou family has zero motive to assassinate a towering stranger, he thinks to himself. Someone obviously tampered with the medicine behind their backs. Breaking the tense silence, he asks a crucial question. What is his current condition? Zhou Deren smiles bitterly. Utterly powerless, he is still clinging to life in the emergency room. If he breathes his last, the Jiangcheng Zhou family will be wiped off the map. Even the main branch in Jiangnan province will be dragged down into total ruin. Ye Chen simply adjusts his cuffs, radiating absolute confidence. Tell me which hospital and take me there immediately. As long as he has a single breath left in his lungs, I can pull him back from the gates of hell. Zhou Daren's eyes widen to the size of saucers, completely and utterly stunned. A tiny, desperate spark of hope ignites in his shattered heart. What? You actually possess medical skills? The old man wonders in shock. Mr. Ye is undeniably a terrifying martial arts grandmaster. But grandmasters are ultimate killing machines, not miraculous healers. His patience, wearing utterly thin, Ye Chen's aura turns fiercely cold. This is the one and only chance your family has left to survive. I will say it one last time, take me to him. Soon after, they arrive at the heavily guarded hospital. The blinding red lights of the operating room pierce the tense corridor, which is completely locked down by fully armed military forces. A high-ranking officer stands with his arms crossed, radiating suffocating authority. Stepping up to the heavily armed blockade, Luo Zhengguo barks out a commanding order. Clear the path, we must enter immediately. Trailing nervously behind him is the trembling figure of Zhou Daren. The high-ranking officer catches sight of him, his eyes blazing with instant fury. Zhou Daren? The frail old man, having spent his entire life peacefully brewing medicine, shrinks back in sheer terror, too paralyzed to utter a single word. The furious officer roars like a wounded beast. You damned old bastard! You poisoned my father, yet you dare show your face here? Do you really think I am some soft target? I will execute you right where you stand. He lunges with lethal intent, but Ye Chen moves like a phantom, effortlessly blocking the devastating strike. Ye Chen's voice drops to a chilling, glacial pitch. Until the man inside that room wakes up, you have absolutely zero right to throw hands. With a casual flick of his wrist, Ye Chen unleashes a burst of energy, violently pushing the raging officer back several steps. The man sneers, his face twisting with arrogant mockery. No wonder you had the guts to show up here. So you brought a martial arts grandmaster to act as your shield? So what? He spits venomously. Our Huaxia nation is practically overflowing with grandmasters. Relying on this kid will not save your pathetic family. Just as the explosive tension reaches its absolute peak, the operating room doors violently slide open. Two elite surgeons stumble out, their faces completely drained of color and etched with sheer despair. The furious officer instantly grabs them, his voice echoing through the silent hall. How is my father? The lead surgeon trembles violently. I am so sorry. The commander's poison has completely invaded his core. We have truly exhausted every medical option. The commander's son completely loses his mind. He violently hoists the doctor up by his collar, roaring with grief-stricken rage. Trash! You are all completely and utterly useless pieces of trash. Ye Chen simply strides past the chaotic scene, tossing a razor-sharp insult over his shoulder. Someone who only knows how to scream and point fingers is the real piece of trash here. The son's eyes turn bloodshot with murderous rage. What the hell did you just say? Stop right there. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Luo Zhengguo immediately steps between them to mediate. Please, give Mr. Ye one single chance. He might actually be able to save the commander. If he completely fails, I will personally face the military tribunal. Seeing a fellow military titan staking his own life, the raging son pauses in utter shock. Luo Zhengguo? What in the world is he doing here defending this kid? Crossing his muscular arms, the son glares with absolute lethal intent. Fine. I will trust your reputation this one time. But if that boy fails, not even Bailey Zhang will be able to protect you from my wrath. Deep down, the officer's mind races. He knows full well that Luo Zhengguo is famously cautious and never makes empty gambles. If a man like him is willing to bet his entire career, this arrogant kid must genuinely possess some heaven-defying skills. With that, the chaotic operating room is plunged back into suffocating, dead silence. Stepping up to the operating table, Ye Chen narrows his piercing gaze, meticulously observing the commander's fading life force. He can clearly see the dark aura of death already seeping from the man's pores. Analyzing the catastrophic internal damage, Ye Chen cannot help but feel a flicker of respect. This old warrior's sheer willpower is absolutely monstrous. Anyone else would have perished hours ago, yet he fiercely clings to a single thread of life. Consider it your ultimate good fortune that you crossed paths with me today. Muttering this, he violently clenches his fist, gathering his legendary inner power. Then, Ye Chen snaps his palm open, instantly unleashing his divine medical techniques. A blinding surge of emerald healing energy instantly erupts from his body, completely illuminating the entire sterile room with its majestic glow. Vital Qi, enter the needle, Ye Chen commands with a thundering voice. He forcefully drives the pure, revitalizing energy straight into the dying victim's meridians to mercilessly purge the fatal venom. The brilliant emerald aura swiftly engulfs the commander's entire body. The divine energy surges through his veins, meticulously repairing his shattered internal organs. 5 grueling minutes tick by, and the ominous red light above the door remains glaringly bright. Finally, Ye Chen exhales a long, exhausted breath. Phew, the poison has been entirely eradicated. He should regain consciousness momentarily. He steps back to observe his handiwork, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. But honestly, the secret's hidden within this old man's body. Turning on his heel, Ye Chen smirks to himself. I suppose I have just done a massive favor for this entire nation. Suddenly, a weak but heavily commanding voice echoes through the silent room. Divine Healer, please halt. Ye Chen spins around, genuinely caught off guard. What the? He completely underestimated the old warrior's terrifying recovery speed. He woke up this fast? The commander forces his battered body to sit upright, bowing his head with absolute reverence. Miracle Healer, I beg of you, please bestow upon this old man your honorable name. Ye Chen simply brushes him off. Save your breath. I only saved you as a favor to someone else. I didn't come here for you. Just remember 2 things. He turns his back to leave. First, your poisoning has absolutely nothing to do with the Zhou family. Clear up this misunderstanding immediately. Ye Chen pauses. Second, the toxin in your system was a slow-acting poison. You've been ingesting it for over a month. Given your status, no outsider could pull this off. Time to clean out your own house. The commander lowers his head in deep respect. Thank you, the debt is settled. Ye Chen calmly opens the door and steps out. The crowd instantly swarms him. He's out! The commander's son glares with burning rage. I actually thought you had some real skills. You were barely in there for 5 minutes and you're already done? Are you playing some kind of sick joke on me? Suddenly, a steady voice cuts through the tension. Stop. The commander himself walks out of the operating room. The son's jaw drops to the floor. He stares at the impossible sight. Father? He gasps. The surrounding doctors rub their eyes in absolute disbelief. The commander is alive. Heavens, he actually came back from the dead. Standing in the back, Luo Zhengguo swallows hard. What terrifying power. The lead surgeon stammers like a madman. Am I dreaming right now? Just moments ago, he was a corpse on that table. Now he's standing on his own 2 feet. The commander offers a warm smile. If it wasn't for this young man, you all would be ordering my coffin right now. I never thought I'd meet a true divine doctor in this lifetime. Hearing this, all the arrogance drains from the son's face. Kid. No, divine doctor, I am so sorry. Please forgive my disrespect. But Ye Chen is already long gone. The son frantically scans the empty hallway. Wait, where did the divine doctor go? The commander ignores him and calls out, Zhou Daren. The patriarch immediately steps forward. I am here, sir. The commander bows his head in sincere apology. I am truly sorry. The Zhou family is completely innocent. My son let his anger blind him. We made things incredibly difficult for your family. Please accept my deepest apologies. Zhou Daren waves his hands in a panic. No, no. It was no trouble at all. Please, sir, you honor me too much. The commander places a heavy hand on Zhou Daren's shoulder. That divine doctor. He came here on behalf of your Zhou family, didn't he? Do you have a way to contact him? Zhou Daren smiles respectfully. Commander, his name is Ye Chen. He is a friend I was incredibly lucky to meet. As for contacting him, Mr. Ye strongly dislikes being bothered. Finally, learning his savior's name, the commander smiles with deep satisfaction. Haha, is that so? Meanwhile, the night is dark, but the Jiang family estate is blazing with light. Patriarch Jiang Baoguo grips his son's coffin. He grinds his teeth with murderous fury. Who did this? Who dared to kill the son of Jiang Baoguo? The young master of the Jiang family steps forward nervously. Father, we are still investigating. All we know is that Wenlin attended the underground auction. He had his eyes on a cauldron, but a mysterious man snatched it. Shortly after, Wenlin was found dead. Jiang Baoguo's voice drips with venom. Investigate every single person who attended that auction. Every single one. The young master bows sharply. Understood. Jiang Baoguo clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white. A storm of vengeance rages in his eyes. I will tear Jiangcheng apart to find this bastard. I want him dead. I want him to watch everyone he loves die screaming. In the dead of night, Ye Chen is casually strolling back home. Suddenly, his phone shatters the silence. Ring, ring, Ye Chen answers with a calm tone. Shen Hai Hua. What is it? The voice on the other end gets straight to business. Mr. Ye, the Tianzheng Group's affairs are mostly settled. For the legal representative, should we use your name or arrange a proxy? Also, the news about the Tianzheng Group will spread across all of Jiangcheng by tomorrow at the latest. Will this bring unwanted trouble to your doorstep? Ye Chen's lips curl into a fearless smirk. Trouble? Why should I care? The time for hiding in the shadows is over. Use my real name. I want to send a message to every single person in Jiangcheng. His eyes gleam with absolute authority. Ye Chen has officially returned. A short while later, Ye Chen arrives at the villa. Jin Qian greets him with an eager smile. The 100-herb cauldron and the star tier have been delivered. Please inspect them, Mr. Ye. Ye Chen runs his hands over his new treasures, extremely satisfied. Perfect, he thinks to himself. With a real alchemy cauldron, my pill refinement speed will multiply 100 times over. But Jin Qian's smile fades into a look of deep concern. Right, Mr. Ye. The young miss asked me to pass on an urgent message. The Jiang family's wrath has completely exceeded our expectations. They are ruthlessly interrogating every single guest from the auction. It is only a matter of time before they trace this back to you. He swallows hard. The young miss has already prepared a private jet. If you agree, we can fly you out to Sanya immediately. We have strong territory there, and the Jiang family's reach can't touch you. Ye Chen casually waves his hand. I appreciate Jin Lenjian's good intentions, but I'm not going anywhere. If they want to come knocking on my door, that just saves me the trouble of hunting them. Jin Qian's eyes go wide with absolute shock. Heavens, does Mr. Ye actually plan to fight the mighty Jiang family head-on? How is that even possible? Jin Qian thinks. Ye Chen quickly waves him off. You can leave now. I already have a plan for the Jiang family. See yourself out. Jin Qian bows respectfully. Yes, sir. Left alone in the massive villa, Ye Chen casually slips his hands into his pockets. Now then, let's see what this 100-herb cauldron can do when brewing the Azure Spirit Pill. With a flick of his wrist, he sends the precious medicinal herbs flying through the air. They land perfectly inside his newly acquired treasure. Ye Chen spreads his arms and commands with a booming voice. Ignite! His terrifying, overwhelming aura erupts. The spiritual flames inside the star tier instantly roar to life. Ye Chen pushes his focus to the limit, continuing his alchemy. He recalls the ancient rules of pill refinement. Pills are divided into 9 absolute grades, and each grade possesses up to 9 divine patterns. The higher the grade and the more patterns a pill holds, the more terrifying its medicinal effects become. The intense process rapidly drains his spiritual energy, leaving him slightly breathless. Wiping his brow, Ye Chen calculates his next move. The Azure Spirit Pill is a Tier 3 treasure. It is specifically designed to purify spiritual energy and massively boost cultivation speed. He stares at his artifact, wondering, can the legendary 100 Herbs Cauldron actually produce pill patterns? Moments later, the cauldron erupts. A blinding azure light bursts forth from the ancient vessel. The sheer intensity forces Ye Chen to physically shield his eyes with his arm. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. Such overwhelming radiance. It is a complete success, he shouts. A perfectly round pill floats upwards, glowing with mystical energy. Ye Chen cheers excitedly. The Azure Spirit Pill is finally complete. Without hesitating, he extends his palm. Using his spiritual aura, he magnetically pulls the glowing treasure right into his grasp. The freshly forged pill lands gently in his hand. Examining it closely, Ye Chen is completely stunned. It is a Tier 3 pill with 7 distinct patterns. The quality is absolutely flawless. He mutters in disbelief. Based on my current abilities, I expected 3 patterns at most. This completely shatters my wildest expectations. After all, the raw materials I used were incredibly ordinary. It should have been physically impossible to forge a 7-pattern divine pill from such basic ingredients. Ye Chen shifts his gaze to his majestic new treasure. A shocking realization hits him. Could this miraculous outcome be the sole work of the 100 Herbs Cauldron? He whispers to himself in pure awe. If my guess is right, this cauldron possesses the heaven-defying ability to amplify medicinal properties. There is simply no other logical explanation for this. Ye Chen joyfully embraces his spatial artifact. He has definitely struck absolute gold this time. No matter where he goes in this world, the 100 Herbs Cauldron is unquestionably a supreme tier divine treasure. What an unbelievable jackpot, he laughs out loud. Popping the freshly minted Azure Spirit Pill into his mouth, he swallows it whole. Time to begin my cultivation, he declares, crossing his legs to meditate. The moment the pill enters his stomach, a massive wave of power erupts. Terrifying spiritual energy instantly floods every inch of Ye Chen's body. Astonished by the sheer force, he quickly checks his surging internal power. After meditating in deep seclusion, Ye Chen feels the bottleneck loosening. He is on the verge of a major breakthrough. Suddenly, a mysterious stone levitates right out of his pocket. Undistracted, Ye Chen remains completely locked into his cultivation trance. A majestic golden light, pulsing with overwhelming ancient aura, engulfs the entire room. With his energy peaking, Ye Chen lets out an earth-shattering roar. Raw, unbridled power practically shoots from his glowing eyes and parted lips. As the blinding shockwave settles, Ye Chen throws his fists up in ecstasy. Success! I have finally broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Opening Realm. He flexes his hands, feeling the explosive new strength coursing through his veins. A deeply satisfied smirk appears on his face. Ha ha ha, the medicinal effects are absolutely heaven-defying. Let us not waste any time. Back to alchemy. Driven by his relentless ambition, Ye Chen continues his intense training session. He locks himself away in the alchemy room, completely losing track of time. It is not until the first light of dawn breaks that he finally opens his eyes. Checking his internal core, he mutters in absolute disbelief. In just a single night, I managed to shatter through 2 entire cultivation realms. How is this even possible? Even a 7-pattern Azure Spirit Pill should never possess such godlike efficiency. At that very moment, Ye Chen spots the mysterious stone still floating directly above his head. His eyes widen in sudden realization. Wait a minute. Could this ridiculous speed be your doing? He swiftly reaches up and snatches the hovering artifact from the air. Gently running his fingers over its surface, Ye Chen whispers to himself. Holding it now. The energy resonating from it feels entirely different from before. I need to check the reincarnation graveyard immediately. With the thought, his consciousness is violently pulled into the ancient, shadowy cemetery. The atmosphere is terrifyingly desolate and suffocating. Suddenly, a single tombstone ignites, with a bloody, razor-sharp aura. Engraved upon it are the legendary words, Luo Yuntian of the Slaughter Fist sect. Staring up at the towering monolith, Ye Chen quickly connects the dots. My explosive leap in cultivation must have triggered a new awakening within this graveyard. This time, the illusions have faded, revealing the terrifying truth. I can clearly feel the connection now. As long as I will it, I can forcefully activate this exact tombstone at any given moment, and when I do, the mighty Luo Yuntian will manifest into reality. Ye Chen narrows his eyes, sensing the harsh restrictions of the ancient pact. But I can also sense the heavy price attached to this power. He can only be summoned once. The moment his phantom strikes, this tombstone will crumble to dust. This is an absolutely priceless, life-saving trump card. I must never play this hand unless I am facing absolute, certain death. Meanwhile, the midday sun blazes fiercely over the sprawling metropolis. Inside a luxurious apartment, Sun Yi lets out an ear-piercing scream. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Ruxue rushes out of the bathroom, her hair still dripping wet. Panic is written all over her gorgeous face. What is going on? Did something terrible happen? She demands anxiously. Sun Yi shoves her smartphone directly into Ruxue's hands, trembling with shock. You need to see this right now. It is breaking news straight from the National Broadcast Center. The bold headline flashes across the screen. The Tianzheng Group, a corporate titan that mysteriously vanished 5 years ago, is officially making a comeback. Xiao Ruxue furrows her brows, murmuring to herself. The Tianzheng Group. Why does that name sound so incredibly familiar? Sun Yi is completely frozen in place. Cold sweat pours down her face as the horrifying realization sets in. That was the exact same empire founded single-handedly by Ye Chen's father. It was completely wiped off the map overnight without a single trace. And now, it is violently clawing its way back from the grave. Xiao Ruxue suddenly gasps, her eyes locked onto the bottom of the news ticker. Wait a second. Look at the fine print on the broadcast. The officially registered legal representative for the corporation is Ye Chen. Her jaw drops in pure, unadulterated shock. Is it really the exact same Ye Chen that we personally know? When he casually mentioned starting a company, he was dead serious all along. Did he resurrect this empire just to declare war on my own mother? Oh my god. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the atmosphere inside the Chu family manor is suffocatingly tense. An emergency council meeting is in full swing. Chu Shiran stares at the intelligence report, absolutely refusing to believe her own eyes. The Tianzheng Group has crawled out of the abyss, and its new head is none other than Ye Chen. How in the world is this mathematically possible? She screams internally. Did that useless trash somehow survive the assassination? What insane scheme is he trying to pull off? Seated at the head of the dark table, Old Master Chu slams his cane down. The intelligence network has returned with absolute confirmation, he growls. The newly registered overlord of the Tianzheng Group is not a ghost. It is the exact same pathetic trash of the Ye family, the very boy who was thrown into Dongqian Lake all those years ago. With a flick of a remote, a massive digital screen flares to life behind him. Ye Chen's cold, piercing identification photo glares down at the terrified council. This is the official registration photo submitted to the registry. The old master states darkly, seeing that hauntingly familiar face, all the color drains from Chu Shiran's cheeks. She springs off her chair, shrieking in absolute horror. No, that is utterly impossible. The terrifying ancient martial artist who humiliated us. It was him. It really was Ye Chen all along. Her voice cracks as panic fully consumes her mind. How could a worthless piece of garbage like Ye Chen suddenly transform into an unstoppable martial arts master? Old Master Chu cuts her off with a booming, authoritative voice. The resurrection of the Tianzheng Group is not what we should fear. What truly terrifies me is that this new empire is being built directly upon the rotting corpse of the Qinghe Group. Just days ago, the ruthless Zheng Jingming of the Qinghe group was brutally slaughtered. Even the shadowy Qingmen faction backing him was entirely wiped out in a single night. The old master violently hits the mahogany table and roars. Do you fools understand what this actually means? The newly reborn Tianzheng group is not a business. It is a throne forged entirely from a mountain of bloody corpses. A faction wielding this level of apocalyptic violence is a direct, existential threat to our Chu family. We must immediately uncover the true mastermind protecting this reborn empire. Chu Shiran falls completely silent. As the room descends into chaos, she sinks deeply into her own terrifying, swirling nightmare. Meanwhile, Patriarch Chu slowly turned his head. Shuran, I almost forgot. That arrogant Ye Chen brat used to harbor feelings for you, did he not? Fear not, that piece of trash is not fit to lick the boots of our Chu family. He is merely a sacrificial puppet pushed to the front lines. Right at that moment, a loyal subordinate stepped up, delivering the latest, scorching intelligence. The mastermind hiding behind Ye Chen is Shen Haihua of the Beiming group. This entire Tianzheng group was built from the ground up by Shen Haihua himself. But wait, did he not have terminal cancer? How did he cheat death? Patriarch Chu let out a villainous sneer. That sickness must have rotted his brain, daring to use a bold name like Tianzheng Group. Let us see how miserably his grand opening fails tomorrow. Anyone in Jiangcheng with half a brain will stay miles away from that death trap. Word spread like wildfire, reaching the Xia estate in record time. Madame Zia scoffed, her face twisting with pure, unadulterated contempt. Ye Chen, oh Ye Chen. Did you honestly believe establishing this pathetic Tianzheng group could threaten the mighty Xia family? Keep dreaming, you arrogant fool. She smirked, preparing to teach him a brutal lesson in reality. Madame Xia barked her absolute command. Xia Jun, broadcast this to the entire city. At tomorrow's Tianzheng group launch, if anyone dares to show up, or even send a single flower, whether they are a corporate titan or a random civilian, they will immediately become the sworn enemy of our Xia family. Xia Jun bowed deeply. Understood, madam. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Madame was dropping the guillotine. She was utterly suffocating the Tianzheng group, driving them straight into an inescapable dead end. Beneath the crushing weight of the Xia family's absolute authority, tomorrow's grand opening would be a complete ghost town. Even Shen Haihua's massive Beiming group would be dragged straight to hell. The night dragged on. Inside his luxurious villa, Ye Chen was deeply submerged in cultivation. A blazing, golden spiritual aura violently surged around his entire body. Suddenly his phone shattered the silence, ringing relentlessly. The flashing screen displayed a single name, Shen Haihua. Ye Chen seamlessly answered the call. Shen Haihua, speak. Pure panic poured through the speaker. We are doomed. It is a total disaster. The Xia and Chu families have completely blacklisted the Tianzheng group. They are cutting off our oxygen. He hyperventilated. Even the other three titans of Jiangcheng, the Zhao, Lu, and Wan families, have joined their holy war. Absolutely no one will dare to show their face at tomorrow's ceremony. Stepping foot in our building means declaring war on all four great families, plus the monstrous Xia family of Jiangnan. Even my beaming group stocks are plummeting to rock bottom. Yet, Ye Chen merely chuckled calmly. Ah, right on schedule, Shen Haihua shrieked, totally losing his mind. How can you be so ridiculously calm right now? This is not just an empty party. From today onwards, no business will ever touch us. We need to delay the opening immediately. Ye Chen's lips curled into a terrifying smirk. Why delay the inevitable? If they want to wage war against me, I will gladly bury them all. Everything was playing out exactly as he orchestrated. Just leave the rest to me. I am not merely launching the Tianzheng group. I am going to make sure the entire city quakes in fear. Sometime later, Ye Chen returned to Sun Yi's cozy apartment. Pushing the door open, he announced, I am home. His mind raced through the battlefield of Jiangcheng politics. The chessboard was perfectly set. Checkmate was imminent. Ye Lingtian was begging to step into the light, but I ordered him to stay back. He is much deadlier striking from the shadows. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, gazing at his two anxious wives waiting up for his return. Sun Yi's voice trembled slightly as she broke the silence. Where have you been for the past 2 days? Why did you vanish without a single word? Beside her, Xia Ruxue was still reeling from the shock. Tianzheng Group. Is that massive empire really yours? Ye Chen rubbed the back of his neck, offering a humble smile. You could say that. It was my father's legacy, so I'm just taking up the mantle he left behind. Without warning, Xia Ruxue threw her arms around him, pulling him into a desperate embrace. Sun Yi could only watch in absolute stun. Tears welled up in Xia Ruxue's eyes as her voice broke. I am so sorry. I never imagined my mother would use the entire Xia family to crush Tianzheng Group. I begged her endlessly over the phone, but she refused to show mercy. I am so sorry, she choked out. completely lost in a suffocating wave of guilt and sorrow. In her mind, Ye Chen had bled to build this company, only for her own family to mercilessly sever his lifeline. The crushing weight of the blame rested entirely on her shoulders. Gently, Ye Chen rested his hand on her head, softly stroking her hair. Do not blame yourself. You are not the one who ordered this attack. A playful smirk suddenly danced across his lips. But hey, if you really feel that guilty, why not give me a kiss? Think of it as compensation for my wounded pride. Yi Chen completely froze. To his utter shock, Xia Rushui leaned in without a second thought and pressed her soft lips against his cheek. Blushing fiercely, she whispered, "Is that enough to comfort you now?" Yi Chen's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. Whoa. You actually did it? Meanwhile, Sun Yi stood frozen nearby, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Was this the kind of relationship they shared all along? Recovering his cool, Ye Chen flashed a casual thumbs up. I must admit, that was a top-tier healing technique. Do not worry about a thing. Tomorrow, the tides will turn in our favor. Fast forward to the grand opening ceremony. Shen Haihua stood in devastating silence, realizing that not a single soul had dared to show up. The few onlookers loitering nearby were only there to mock the spectacle. He was completely alone, a solitary figure stranded in a sea of colorful congratulatory flowers. Shen Haihua prayed desperately in his heart. Mr. Ye, please hurry up and arrive. Do not leave me to suffer this humiliation alone. Just then, a heavy cough broke the awkward silence. Ahem. So this is where you have been hiding? A familiar voice rang out. Shen Haihua's face immediately lit up with joy. Zhao Youcheng. I knew you would not let me down and would come to support me. We have shared over a decade of brotherhood. I knew our bond was stronger than any threat. But destiny was about to deliver a cruel twist. Zhao Youcheng's eyes turned icy cold. With a look of pure disgust, he forcefully slapped Shen Haihua's welcoming hand away, severing over 10 years of loyalty in one ruthless strike. Zhao Youcheng's voice drops to a deadly serious pitch. Haihua, we have been brothers for years. Do not say I did not warn you. Wash your hands of this right now. Backing that piece of trash from the Ye family brings you absolutely zero benefit. Shen Haihua gasps in absolute shock. You are saying this now? Suddenly, Ye Chen steps forward, his voice cutting through the heavy tension. What is going on here? Shen Haihua's face lights up as if he just struck pure gold. Mr. Ye, Ye Chen places a reassuring hand on the older man's shoulder. You have worked hard. Shen Haihua cheers with overwhelming relief. Mr. Ye, you are finally here. Standing nearby, Zhao Youcheng explodes in a blistering fit of rage. Shen Haihua, have you completely lost your mind? He snarls, showing such deep respect to a literal piece of trash. Hearing this, Shen Haihua refuses to swallow the insult any longer, firing back with blazing eyes. Zhao Youcheng, if you came here today to support me, I would thank you from the bottom of my heart. But if you are only here to spout absolute garbage, then get lost. Roll as far away as humanly possible. Zhao Youcheng roars at the top of his lungs. I try to warn you out of the goodness of my heart, and you dare to give me this attitude? By daring to associate with this useless trash. You better watch your back, or you will not even know how you died. If you remain this stubbornly blind, I am canceling all 3 of our collaborative projects for this year. Shen Haihua sees right through his dirty tactics. Fishing in troubled waters, huh? It is just a few billion-dollar projects. Your grandfather here does not need them. Get the hell out of my face. Zhao Youcheng continues to hurl vicious curses into the air. You absolute fool. You can kiss your beaming group goodbye. Just wait for the 4 great families and Jiangnan province's Xia family to crush you into dust. He storms off in a furious huff, shooting back a venomous glare and a cold, mocking snort. Panic begins to seep in as Shen Haihua speaks with heavy anxiety. The current situation is exactly as you see it. Out of everyone I called, not a single person dares to show their face. Mr. Ye, what on earth should we do? Ye Chen remains entirely unfazed, his voice as calm as a still lake. Do not worry. Things will get better soon. Meanwhile, Zhao Youcheng scurries over to Chu Shuran's side like an obedient dog. Plastering a disgustingly flattering smile on his face, he eagerly reports the situation. Miss Chu, it is almost 9 o'clock, and it is absolutely certain no one is coming. Every single business with any status in Jiangcheng is completely terrified to get involved. Only someone actively begging for death would dare to attend. Chu Shuran smirks with triumphant, wicked arrogance. Oh, Ye Chen, Ye Chen. I simply cannot wait to see how a piece of trash like you revives this entirely dead chess game. Miles away in Jiangnan province, the magnificent Zhou family estate sits peacefully under an endlessly clear blue sky. The mighty family patriarch, Zhou Zhengde, is deeply engrossed in his martial arts routine. Meanwhile, his subordinates stand nearby, an undeniable look of anxious dread painted across their faces. Finishing his complex breathing exercises, Zhou Zhengde exhales a long, powerful breath. Haha. He wipes the glowing sweat from his brow and laughs heartily. It should be just about time, right? His son, Zhou Fulu, anxiously reports the dire situation. Father, the Tianjin group is about to officially open, but still, no one dares to show up. The enemy's intention to completely cut off their survival path is blatantly obvious. Zhou Zhengde lets out a cold, utterly disdainful scoff. Humph, they say they will cut off his survival, and they actually think they can do it? These local families of yours sure act incredibly high and mighty. Tell me right now, exactly what unforgivable crime did the Tianjin group commit? Hearing this booming voice, Jiang Cheng's #1 official frantically scrambles to reply. Nothing. They did absolutely nothing wrong. The #2 official bows deeply, hastily adding, "We will absolutely find a way to salvage this situation." The two supposedly powerful officials exchange completely terrified glances, their faces going pale with sheer, unfiltered panic. Cold sweat furiously drips down the #2 official's forehead. He never imagined the old commander had summoned them at the crack of dawn, specifically for the Tianjin group. The #1 official is equally baffled in his mind. What does the Tianjin group getting boycotted have to do with them? Who could have possibly known that this supreme old commander was their ultimate backer behind the scenes? Seeing their pathetic, sluggish hesitation, Zhou Zhengde's legendary aura erupts in pure fury. If you want to salvage this, what the hell are you still standing around here for? Get moving immediately. The two officials scramble away like frightened mice, nodding profusely. Yes, yes, right away. Once they are gone, Zhou Fulu steps up cautiously. Father, is that Ye Chen truly worth us going to such extreme lengths? If we openly throw our support behind the Tianjin group, it guarantees our relationship with the Xia family will be completely shattered. Zhou Zhengde flashes a deep, incredibly knowing smile. Fulu, Fulu. Why has your ability to judge true character not improved even a single bit? That day when you crossed blows with him, you confirmed with your own eyes that he is a martial arts grandmaster, did you not? His son immediately nods. That is absolutely correct. Zhou Zhengde lowers his voice, his ancient eyes flashing with profound awe. You witnessed his terrifying martial prowess. I witnessed his godlike, miraculous medical skills. He is a once-in-a-century peerless genius, mastering both paths. How could the background of someone like that be remotely simple? If we do not pick his side today, I fear that in the future, even if we beg, we will no longer have the qualifications to stand beside him. He places a heavy, grounding hand on Zhou Fulu's shoulder, continuing his profound lesson. When it comes to pure financial wealth, Jiangnan Province's Xia family is indeed the absolute largest. A fiercely confident, mountain-like smile spreads across Zhou Zhengde's face. But when it comes to supreme authority, our Zhou family remains utterly unmatched. Going to war with the Xia family is absolutely nothing to us. Since ancient times, when has a mere merchant ever managed to defeat the absolute power of the state? Hearing this undeniable truth, Zhou Fulu bows his head reverently. Father, I finally understand. Zhou Zhengde commands with absolute, unyielding authority. Everything is completely prepared. It is time for us to make our move. At exactly 9:00 in the morning, the Tianjin group remains a complete, utter ghost town. Only Ye Chen and Shen Haihua stand entirely isolated amidst rows of empty flower stands. Seeing this perfect opportunity, the swarm of reporters eagerly bare their fangs, mercilessly mocking them. Haha, the grand opening time has officially arrived, and not a single soul dares to show their face. One malicious reporter laughs with wicked delight. I already have my perfect headline for today. The Tianjin Group, the fastest dying enterprise in the entire history of Jiangcheng. A rival reporter standing next to him quickly chimes in. I have mine figured out too. Tianjin Group's freezing grand opening, not a single flower basket gifted. Yet another voice joins the incredibly cruel chorus. Check out my brilliant headline. The ultimate disgrace of Jiangcheng's business world. How did the Tianjin Group pull it off? Standing comfortably on the sidelines, Zhao Yucheng and Chu Shuran watch the humiliating spectacle unfold, their faces practically glowing with pure sadistic pleasure. Chu Shuran finally speaks up, her voice dripping with triumphant, icy venom. There is absolutely no need to waste any more time. No one is coming to save you. Zhao Yucheng, we are leaving. But before she could turn away, a sudden shift in the atmosphere made her freeze. In the distance, two peerless beauties walked shoulder to shoulder. They were heading straight for the Tianjin Group's grand opening. Chu Shuran's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Sun Yi? And the Xia family's Xia Ruxue? She gnawed on her nails, venom dripping from her words. What the hell is she doing here? Wasn't the Xia family trying to crush the Tianjin Group into dust? Meanwhile, the sea of reporters erupted into an absolute frenzy. Heavens, who are those two goddesses? That aura, that flawless beauty. You could not find a third woman like them in all of Jiangcheng. If you told me they were top-tier celebrities, I would believe it without a second thought. Stepping gracefully before Ye Chen, Sun Yi whispered with a playful smirk. The Xia family is breathing down Huamei's neck today. I am risking my job just to be here, you know. Xia Ruxue flashed a brilliant, triumphant smile. Well, are you moved to tears yet? Ye Chen let out a helpless sigh, playing along to humor the two beauties. Oh, absolutely. I am so moved I could just die. But inwardly, he chuckled. What difference could these two really make? Still, it was a beautiful gesture, and he appreciated their loyalty. Not bad at all. Xia Ruxue giggled softly. Hehe. All right then. We will head to the back and wait. The real show is just getting started, and a lot more people are coming. Right on cue, a ridiculously luxurious supercar screeched to a halt at the main gate. The crowd instantly went wild. Look, another VIP has arrived. As the legendary figure stepped out of the vehicle, the reporter's jaws hit the floor. Lord Tuo. It is actually Lord Tuo. They rubbed their eyes, completely unable to process the absolute titan standing before them. Heavens above! What on earth was happening here? The absolute kingpin of Jiangcheng. The terrifying master of the Yuhao Club had personally come to show his support. The Xia family wanted to crush Tianzheng. Aside from the number 1 and number 2 officials of Jiangcheng, who would ever dare to cross Lord Tuo? Even Shen Haihua lost his composure, his voice trembling with shock. Lord Tuo. That is the legendary Lord Tuo. He actually came here in person. Good heavens, how did Mr. Ye pull this off? I cannot even begin to imagine. Only Ye Chen remained perfectly calm, his eyes cool and unfazed. He had expected this all along. Stepping right up to the young master, the terrifying Lord Tuo actually bowed his head in deep respect. Mr. Ye, congratulations on your grand opening. I am certain the Tianzheng Group will rake in endless wealth and infinite fortune. Ye Chen smiled, a glint of absolute confidence in his eyes. I appreciate the gesture, thank you. Standing in the background, Xia Ruxue was completely paralyzed with shock. This was Lord Tuo. Even the mighty patriarchs of Jiangcheng's 4 great families had to bow before this man. Sun Yi's mind was racing with burning curiosity. Just how deep did Ye Chen's connections go? How on earth did he manage to summon an underworld emperor? Meanwhile, a cold sweat broke out on Zhao Youcheng's forehead. Miss Chu, the secret backer behind the Tianzheng Group. Could it actually be Lord Tuo? Chu Shiran was still frozen, her brain short-circuiting from the sheer absurdity of the scene. I have no idea, she stammered in panic. Chu Shiran's mind flashed back to that day at the Yuhao Club. Could it really be true? But before she could spiral further, the reporters erupted into another deafening roar. Another one. Someone else is coming. The crowd stared in absolute horror as 2 imposing sedans pulled up. Heavens above, someone screamed. Those license plates, those belong exclusively to the absolute highest authorities, the number 1 and number 2 officials of Jiangcheng. The reporters were trembling so violently that cameras slipped right out of their hands. See, could it be? No, that is absolutely impossible. But as the 2 ultimate political titans stepped out with cheerful smiles, reality shattered their disbelief. Holy crap, it really is the top brass of Jiangcheng. Dear God, somebody pinch me. Am I dreaming right now? What kind of terrifying background does the Tianzheng Group have to summon the absolute highest powers? Will somebody please explain what is happening? But the earth-shattering shocks were far from over. A heavy, military-grade jeep aggressively slammed its brakes right at the front gates. The journalist shrieked, pointing at the imposing vehicle. My God, that is an official military vehicle from the Southwest Field Army, the elite forces handling Huaxia's most lethal cross-regional combat missions. What in the world is the military doing at a corporate grand opening? The moment the mighty commander stepped out, the entire venue forgot how to breathe. Commander Luo Zhengguo? Just what kind of monstrous foundation did the Tianjin Group possess? Even the Supreme Military District was bowing to them. With this kind of terrifying backing, the 4 great families of Jiangcheng were nothing but a joke. Suddenly, a pristine white luxury car glided into view. The very same reporters who had sneered at Ye Chen moments ago were now suffocating from the sheer pressure. Good heavens, not another one. Who could possibly be next? A pair of razor-sharp stilettos clicked against the pavement. Madame Xia stepped out, her face twisted in a venomous scowl. Humph, what a bunch of suicidal fools. Daring to defy the absolute warning of my Xia family? Find out exactly who these rats are. Understood, madam, her loyal subordinate barked out. But as he listened through his earpiece, all the blood drained from his face. His jaw dropped in sheer, unadulterated horror. What? He is here too? And who else? The subordinate screamed into the comms. Madame Xia's patience snapped. She glared daggers at him. Well? Have you found out yet? Just who are these nobodies coming to support him? Trembling violently, the subordinate could barely form the words. Madam. Currently inside. It is Lord Tuo of the Yuhao Club. the absolute number 1, and number 2 officials of Jiangcheng, and Commander Luo Jiangguo from the military district. Rumor has it that Lord Tuo is directly backed by the king of Jiangnan, and Commander Luo reports directly to the supreme commander, Bailey Xiong. We just do not know. Are they acting on their own, or on the orders of the absolute titans behind them? Madame Xia's eyes narrowed as she furiously calculated the odds. The king of Jiangnan and supreme commander Bailey Xiong? Absolutely impossible. Those legendary figures would never spare a single glance at a pathetic little company in Jiangcheng, a piece of trash like Ye Chen, and a washed-up boss like Shen Haihua. They did not even have the right to breathe the same air as those supreme entities. However, to actually command the loyalty of Lord Tuo and Commander Luo, it seems this Tianjung group has some fangs after all. I severely underestimated this little rat, Ye Chen. Stroking her chin, a vicious, bloodthirsty smirk crept onto Madame Xia's face. But mark my words. Anyone who dares to defy the absolute will of the Xia family must drown in their own blood. Lord Tuo and Commander Luo might be untouchable for now, but those two politicians from Jiangcheng, it is high time I force them into a very permanent retirement. Her loyal dog bowed deeply. At once, Madam, striding menacingly toward the grand opening, Madame Xia's aura flared with killing intent. Bring out our special delivery. Let us present the Tianjin group with a truly unforgettable grand opening gift. Understood, the subordinate barked, trailing closely behind her like a shadow of death. As this sinister new guest approached, the crowd of reporters froze, their mouths hanging wide open. Wait a minute. Was that not the matriarch of the mighty Xia family? Do not tell me they are here to show support too? But the chilling, killing intent in the air told a completely different story. Just what terrifying bloodbath was about to unfold. Was the mighty Xia family actually intimidated? Stepping before Ye Chen, Madame Xia forced a sickly sweet smile. President Ye is truly a brilliant young man. I originally planned to send flower baskets, but the shops were entirely sold out. She paused, swallowing her pride before delivering her punchline. So I brought a personal antique to gift you instead. The crowd gasped as Madame Xia's present was revealed. It was a cursed, wealth-draining statue. Seeing this, the reporters erupted into mocking laughter. I knew the Xia family would not just surrender. Presenting a wealth-draining idol at a grand opening was the ultimate curse. Furious at the blatant disrespect, Xia Ruxue stepped forward. Mother, this is utterly despicable. Sun Yi chimed in, her eyes flashing with blazing anger. Exactly. How could you bring such a malicious item? Madame Xia glared daggers at her rebellious daughter. Little Shui, have you completely forgotten your own family? How dare you side with an outsider? Turning her venomous gaze, she issued a chilling threat. And as for you, Director Sunday, you skipped your duties at the Huame Group just to be here? Consider yourself officially fired. Do not bother showing up tomorrow. But Sun Yi stood her ground without flinching. Fine, I quit. Who cares about your pathetic rotting company anyway? Keep your petty job, I am done. Madame Xia's face twisted in absolute fury. Teach this wretched brat a lesson. Yes, madam, her bodyguard roared. He lunged forward, throwing a vicious punch straight at Sun Yi. She froze in sheer terror, all the color instantly draining from her face. But Ye Chen instantly intercepted the strike. His voice dropped to a deadly chill. Lay one finger on her, and I will not mind staining my grand opening with your blood. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed through the hall, drawing Madame Xia's shocked attention. Haha, the Xia family sure loves throwing its weight around. Zhou Fulu's authoritative voice cut through the tension. Do you really think one mere Xia family can cover the entire sky of Jiangnan? The crowd was absolutely stunned. It was the legendary Zhou Fulu. They could not believe the palace master had come in person. Standing nearby, Luo Zhengguo simply smiled with quiet satisfaction. Xia Ruxue leaned in and whispered frantically, How on earth do you know Zhou Fulu? He is the heir of the Zhou family, and he came personally. Taking in this new information, Yi Chen casually shrugged. So, that is his name. I actually almost fought him the other day. Zhou Fulu stepped forward with a warm, respectful smile. The Zhou family congratulates the Tianjin group on its grand opening. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Come now. There is no need for such formalities. Suddenly, Zhou Fulu's gaze locked onto the cursed Xia family gift. His aura turned dangerously sharp. A wealth-draining statue? The Xia bodyguard trembled under the suffocating pressure, stuttering out pure nonsense. This. With a disgusted sneer, Zhou Fulu ruthlessly swiped his hand. He slapped the cursed idol right off its pedestal. It crashed violently onto the solid floor, instantly shattering into 1,000 pathetic pieces. Madame Xia shrieked, completely losing her aristocratic composure. Zhou Fulu, what is the meaning of this? You dare destroy a gift from the Xia family? Is this your own arrogance, or the will of your Jia family? Before she could finish, an imposing figure emerged from the crowd. What is wrong? Are you saying my son cannot represent the Zhou family? The mere sight of this newcomer made Madame Xia's soul practically leave her body. Zhou Zhengde spoke with a low, terrifying rumble. Did you really need this old man to step forward? Faced with the ultimate titan of Jiangnan, Madame Xia was instantly paralyzed. Elder Zhou, panic screamed in her mind. It was over. Why was the absolute patriarch himself here? Zhou Zhengde placed a supportive hand firmly on Ye Chen's shoulder. Ye Chen is my honored friend. If your Xia family dares to cross him, my Zhou family will gladly wipe you off the map. That is, of course, if your husband Xia Hongye has the guts to fight us. Madame Xia stared in absolute world-shattering disbelief. She could ignore the Jiangcheng City Council, she could dismiss the Da family and Luo Zhengguo, but the Zhou family was an untouchable leviathan. The Xia family relied purely on business. They stood absolutely no chance against the towering military might of the Zhou dynasty. Weighing her grim options, she bitterly swallowed her massive pride. Madame Xia spun on her heels. We are leaving. Her terrified bodyguards scrambled desperately after her. With the trash cleared, Ye Chen respectfully cupped his fists. My deepest thanks, Elder Zhou. Zhou Zhengde laughed heartily. Haha, Mr. Ye, you literally dragged me back from the gates of hell. I should be the one thanking you. Watching Ye Chen bask in such absolute glory, Chu Shuran stood frozen in the shadows. Trembling with anxiety, a dark realization hit her. The mighty Xia family of Jiangnan had actually lost. That former piece of trash, Ye Chen, was gone forever. With the almighty Zhou family fiercely backing him, her Chu family no longer had the right to even touch a single hair on his head. Seeing his biggest backer turn to flee, Zhao Youcheng panicked. Wait, Miss Chu, do not leave me behind. What am I supposed to do? Chu Shuran shot him a look of pure disgust and kicked him aside. Get lost! Zhao Youcheng was sent flying, letting out a pathetic wail. Sprawled miserably on the cold ground, he shook like a leaf in a hurricane. The Chu family had abandoned him. He was doomed. Absolutely doomed. Suddenly, a desperate spark lit up in Zhao Youcheng's eyes. No, wait, there was still one last ray of hope. Casting aside all shame, he scrambled over to his old colleague. Haihua, my dearest brother. I am so sorry. I will tell you absolutely everything. Zhao Youcheng desperately hugged his old friend's legs, weeping bitterly. Haihua, I have always treated you like my own flesh and blood. You will not hold this against me, right? It was all the Chu family's doing. They forced me to pull those dirty tricks. But Shen Haihua already knew exactly what kind of snake he was dealing with, and ruthlessly kicked him away. A backstabbing opportunist like you dares to call himself brother to Shen Haihua. Scram. Watching Zhao Youcheng eat dirt so spectacularly, the entire crowd could not hold back anymore. Uproarious laughter echoed through the hall. Ha ha ha! Staring at Zhao Youcheng running away in pathetic tears, Shen Haihua merely let out a cold, satisfying snort. Ye Chen stepped up, clapping a warm hand on his shoulder. Haihua, you did incredibly well. But for them, the real nightmare is just beginning. He throws his head back, his voice echoing across the venue. Let the celebration begin. Brilliant fireworks immediately shatter the blue sky, marking the grand opening of the corporation. The reporters buzz with frantic excitement. The rest of this banquet is strictly for the absolute elite. We do not even have the right to step inside. One journalist murmurs that witnessing this historic moment is reward enough, while others are clearly just hungry for fame and profit. Heh. With so many legendary figures attending, these photos will sell for an absolute fortune. Suddenly, a squad of stern-faced men marches onto the scene. The security guards instantly block their path, barking a harsh warning. Halt right there! We are operating under direct orders from the National Security Bureau. Every single one of your devices must be thoroughly inspected for data leaks. Cooperate immediately. Meanwhile, an overwhelming presence descends upon the Jiangcheng International Airport. The staff immediately erupts into nervous whispers. Hey, what is going on over there? Are they filming a movie? One person guesses that must be the case, because their ancient attire is simply too bizarre for the modern world. The center of this swirling gossip is none other than Chen Yuanli and his entourage. Standing in the heart of a modern metropolis in traditional martial robes, they instantly draw countless stares. Just then, a mustached man wearing heavy prayer beads rushes forward with a booming laugh. He bows deeply in utmost respect. Grandmaster Chen, you have finally arrived. My father has already prepared a grand banquet to welcome your return. Yet, sweat drips down the man's neck as he thinks to himself, heavens, what terrifying realm has Chen Yuanli reached after cultivating on Mount Wuyi all these years? This aura is simply monstrous. Back when Chen Yuanli was the patriarch, the Chen family was the undisputed #1 power in Jiangcheng. It was only after he retreated to Mount Wuyi to cultivate that the Chu family managed to steal the top spot. The sheer suffocating pressure radiating from Chen Yuanli leaves the man trembling in awe. If his entire clan had not been wiped out, he might never have stepped out of seclusion to return to this country. Now, he comes back carrying an absolute storm of wrath. Starting today, a river of blood is destined to flow through Jiangcheng. After arriving at a lavish estate, the mustached man quickly pours a drink. Grandmaster Chen, come, let me offer you a toast. Holding his glass high, he smiles brightly. After all these years, you are still the only man Ji Rudong truly respects. Ignoring the flattering display entirely, Chen Yuanli's voice drops like a physical weight. How is the investigation I entrusted to you? Who slaughtered the descendants of my Chen family? My clan was a reigning titan of Jiangcheng. Who would possess the sheer audacity to challenge us? The mustached man flinches violently, instantly dropping his smile. Our Ji family has been investigating this non-stop. He swallows hard, his voice trembling, but for some unknown reason, every single detail regarding the Chen family's annihilation has been completely sealed. The culprit clearly possesses an unimaginably powerful backing. Hearing this, furious power erupts from Chen Yuanli as he slams his hand down. Unable to withstand his monstrous strength, the solid table instantly explodes into thousands of splinters. Ji Rudong, I did not come here for excuses, Chen Yuanli roars. Terrified, the Ji family leader waves his hands frantically. No excuses. I swear, no excuses. Even though the information was thoroughly erased, I still managed to dig up a vital clue. We have identified the primary suspect. Ji Rudong hastily presents a photograph of Ye Chen. Right now, this brat is our biggest lead. His name is Ye Chen, though we do not have concrete proof yet. Scanning the picture, Chen Yuanli narrows his eyes in sharp judgment. This punk looks barely 20. How could he possibly butcher the elite martial artists of my Chen family? Is there a hidden martial arts dynasty backing him from the shadows? Crushing the photograph into dust, immense killing intent bursts from his core. Chen Yuanli's eyes blaze with absolute murder. It does not matter if he did it or not. Anyone connected to this even slightly must die. At that exact moment, a high-stakes executive meeting is taking place at the Tianjung Group headquarters. Ye Chen takes control of the room, his gaze sweeping across the table. What are your strategies for the corporation's expansion? Xia Ruxue instantly replies that securing a core product is their highest priority. Without a product, true growth is utterly impossible. Shen Haihua nods heavily in agreement. That is precisely the issue keeping me awake at night. He leans forward, his tone completely serious. Mr. Ye, if you do not have a clear direction yet, I strongly suggest we pivot toward venture capital or the tech industry. However, relying solely on those paths, there is absolutely no way we can overtake the Xia Corporation within half a year. Yi Chen calmly rests his legs on the table, an unshakable confidence in his voice. The Tianjung Group does not need tech, nor will we bother with investments. We are building an industrial empire, one with unimaginable profits. He slides a single piece of paper across the polished wood. This is the formula for the mid-tier youth retention elixir. I personally guarantee its effects. Just one cycle of this treatment will easily make any woman look at least 5 years younger. Without pausing, Ye Chen slaps down a second formula. And this is the blood-condensing longevity pill. It can forcibly extend an elderly person's lifespan by 3 full years. The entire room gasps in pure shock, panic instantly flooding their faces. Good heavens, the claims are far too exaggerated. If it actually works, this is not just medicine anymore. These are legendary immortal pills. It is utterly impossible. Miracles like this simply cannot exist in our world. Suddenly, Shen Haihua slams his hands on the table. I will bet my very life that everything Mr. Ye says is absolute truth. He has already achieved the impossible once before. That is the only reason I am sitting here alive today. Another board member leaps from their chair, trembling with wild excitement. If this is real, then the Tianjung Group will possess the most revolutionary products on Earth. Overtaking the Xia Corporation in 6 months will be an absolute breeze. The surrounding executives erupt into cheers, finally seeing a brilliant future for the company. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen slowly rises, his aura instantly silencing the room. I have provided the formulas. I only demand 2 things from you all. First, force these into mass production immediately. Second, absolute and total secrecy regarding the recipes. His eyes turn freezing cold, delivering a bone-chilling warning. If anyone dares to leak these secrets, I personally guarantee they will not leave Jiangcheng alive. Shen Haihua's eyes burned with fierce ambition as he made his vow. Mr. Ye, give me just 1 month, and I swear the Tianjung Group will send absolute shockwaves through all of Jiangnan. Ye Chen's gaze remained unyielding as he nodded. Done. You have my full trust. Now, go ahead and distribute the executive positions to everyone. Sun Yi eagerly stepped into the spotlight with a bright smile. I can conquer the sales market. I guarantee 0 issues with our distribution. Assuming Boss Ye trusts me, Standing nearby, Xia Rushui flashed a confident smirk. She thought to herself, hey, the main event is finally here. With my elite abilities, demanding the chief executive seat from this guy is practically a given. However, Ye Chen turned his attention completely to Sun Yi. It is yours. The business sector belongs to you. Suddenly, Xia Rushui's phone vibrated violently, shattering her thoughts with an incoming text. Her blood ran completely cold the second she read the screen. It was an urgent mandate from Old Master Xia. Noticing her pale expression, Ye Chen quickly asked her what position she wanted. Forcing a bitter smile, Xia Rushui shook her head. I do not need an executive title. Just hire me as a regular employee and pay me 10,000 a day. I swear to dedicate everything I have to the Tianzheng group. Once the chaotic meeting ended and the room cleared, she pulled Ye Chen aside for a private conversation. He looked at her with pure bewilderment. A part-time employee? Are you completely serious? 10,000 a day was absolute pocket change for someone of her caliber. She used to be the mighty commanding officer of the Huame group, so why would she reject a real throne? I fully expected you to demand your spot as the chief executive officer, Ye Chen pressed, utterly confused by her choice. Xia Rusue lowered her gaze, her voice trembling slightly. I am so sorry. Deep down, I truly want to build this empire with you and become your greatest weapon. But sadly, she swallowed her devastation. My time is running out. The message burned in her mind. Her wedding day was officially set for exactly 5 months from now. The text was ruthlessly clear. You have zero right to refuse. Marrying into the Qin family, the absolute #1 martial arts bloodline in Jiangnan, is our family's ultimate glory, and yours as well. Later that dark night, long after the world had gone to sleep, a single light still glowed dimly in Xia Rushui's bedroom. She sat motionless on her bed, completely lost in a sea of despair. Tears of pure frustration streamed down her cheeks as she wondered why she had zero power over her own fate. I am a living, breathing human being, not some bargaining chip, she whispered brokenly. Why was she utterly powerless to reject this suffocating nightmare? Meanwhile, out in the brightly lit living room, Ye Chen and Sun Yi casually shared a plate of fresh fruit. Frowning slightly, Ye Chen asked, what exactly is wrong with Xia Rushui today? Sun Yi sighed heavily in worry. I have no clue. The second we got home, she locked herself in her room and refused to speak a single word. It is incredibly weird. Right at that moment, Sun Yi's phone buzzed aggressively. She quickly answered, hello, Auntie Zhang. Why the sudden call at this late hour? The relaxed atmosphere instantly shattered as the color drained completely from Sun Yi's face. Please, try not to panic. The elderly woman's voice trembled through the speaker. As Auntie Zhang frantically explained the terrifying situation, Sun Yi leaped to her feet. Ye Chen, absolute disaster has struck. We have a massive emergency. Panic laced her voice. Do you still remember Wang Yuheng? Ye Chen's eyes softened for a fraction of a second. Hengzi? Of course I do. He is Uncle Wang, and Auntie Zhang's boy. A wave of profound nostalgia hit Ye Chen. Back when the entire world turned its back on me, only you and that kid dared to stand by my side. That punk might be a bit foolish and way too kind for his own good, but frankly, he is the absolute truest brother I have ever had. Ye Chen's tone turned serious. I spoke with Uncle Wang recently, and the kid should be studying over at Jiangbei University right now. Why? What happened? He is in terrible danger, Sun Yi cried out. Auntie Zhang said, someone mercilessly beat him and snapped his arm. The attackers have terrifying backing. They completely locked down the entire university campus. They are even blocking the ambulance at the gates, refusing to let doctors inside to save his life. What did you just say? Ye Chen roared, his aura exploding with terrifying killing intent. Grinding his teeth, he bellowed, those damn bastards must have a death wish. The two raced to the scene like a bolt of lightning. Just as Auntie Zhang had warned, the entire university perimeter was sealed under an ironclad lockdown. Standing helplessly outside the massive iron gates, Ye Chen and Sun Yi's hearts raced with burning, desperate anxiety. Sun Yi forced a polite smile and pleaded, sirs, we are students here but forgot our identity cards. Could you please show some mercy and let us through? The two security guards puffed out their chests and sneered with ridiculous arrogance. Not a chance in hell, one spat back. We are in a highly restricted period. The principal himself ordered zero entry for outsiders. No student badge, absolutely no entry. Ye Chen's patience completely evaporated in an instant. He did not waste another single breath reasoning with these useless corporate lapdogs. Marching forward with heavy steps, he clamped his bare hands around the massive iron gates. The guard stumbled back in sudden alarm, screaming, Hey brat! What the hell do you think you are doing? With a deafening screech of tearing metal, Ye Chen violently ripped the solid iron doors completely off their hinges. He casually tossed the crushed steel aside, leaving the guards hugging each other in pure terror. Oh my god, is this guy even human? Ye Chen's voice echoed like a god of death. A school is a sacred sanctuary of learning. How dare you bastards use it to protect murderous thugs? Listen closely. I am walking in there to save a life. If you dogs dare take one single step to stop me, I will shatter both your legs into dust." Their knees instantly buckled under his crushing pressure. The two guards slammed into the dirt, trembling as they begged, "We would never dare. Please, step right in, sir." Only the absolute, unyielding aura of a true main character could command such instant submission. Deep inside the campus, the lights of male dormitory E2 still blazed against the pitch-black sky. Down in the courtyard, a massive crowd of terrified students huddled together. A vicious security barricade kept any outsiders from stepping forward to intervene. Standing desperately at the center of the chaos was Uncle Wang. Wearing a ridiculous Pikachu shirt, he spread his arms wide like a human shield, fiercely roaring, "Stay the hell away from him." Behind him lay his brutally battered son. Auntie Zhang wept tears of absolute blood, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Animals! You are all heartless animals." Her heartbreaking sobs echoed into the cold night as her tears flowed without end. Yet, ignoring her sheer devastation, the gang of vicious bullies simply threw their heads back and laughed maniacally. But little did they know, a true demon of vengeance had just arrived. "Ha ha ha, Principal. Oh, Principal. This old hag just said someone here is an animal. Who do you think she means?" Bowing like an obedient dog, the principal quickly lowers his voice to answer. "Young Master Yu, isn't it obvious?" He sneers. Her son's arm is completely shattered. Doesn't that make him a useless animal who cannot even feed himself? Fury blazes in Wang Yuheng's eyes. Gritting his teeth until they nearly crack, he roars, "Yu Chengdong. And you too, you lapdog of a principal. Dare to insult us again. Even if it costs me my life, I will drag you both to hell." Young Master Yu merely scoffs, his lips curling into a wicked smirk. "Huh, you want to kill me even if you die?" He swings his heavy baseball bat, his voice dripping with venom. "Then I will just beat you to a bloody pulp right now. Let us see how a corpse plans to kill me." Young Master Yu raises the weapon and bellows, "Die." Uncle Wang lunges forward in the nick of time. He bravely shields his family, catching the brutal strike with his bare hands. Veins pop on the older man's neck as he roars, "You little punk, do not push your luck. I have already called the police. If you dare touch my family again, I will take you to the grave with me." Under the flickering streetlights of the apartment complex, the tension reaches a boiling point. Whispers erupt from the surrounding crowd as a few brave onlookers begin pointing fingers and shouting threats at Yu Chengdong. However, the arrogant young master does not show a single ounce of fear or remorse. Facing the angry mob, his eyes gleam with cold, mocking amusement as he scoffs. Call the police? He does not stop there. Sweeping his bat toward the crowd, he unleashes a viciously mocking tirade. "Look at the pathetic state of you all. You are acting as if I am some supreme villain bullying the weak." Suddenly, Yu Chengdong pulls his girlfriend into a tight embrace. His face darkens with fabricated rage as he points accusingly. "It is this old man's bastard son who groped my girl. When the cops arrive, he is the one going behind bars." Playing her part perfectly, the girlfriend slumps against him, looking frail and terrified. She crosses her arms protectively over her chest and nods in fake distress. "It is true. He grabbed my chest," she cries out. Hearing their completely shameless lies, Wang Yuheng turns deathly pale, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, but he refuses to swallow this blatant slander. Burning with righteous indignation, the young man roars back at them. "I did no such thing. 3 days ago, it was you, Yu Chengdong. You tried to force yourself on a female student behind the mountain, and I stopped you. You broke my arm and made up this disgusting lie just to get revenge." Hearing this truth, Yu Chengdong merely smirks. Letting out a mocking snort, he casually wraps his arm around his girlfriend and bursts into maniacal laughter. His condescending laughter echoes through the silent crowd. Dripping with absolute arrogance, he sneers. "Does a young master like me actually need to use force to get a woman? That is an absolute joke. You are killing me here." In his twisted eyes, Wang Yuheng's desperate truth is nothing more than a hilarious comedy routine that keeps him laughing endlessly. As his manic laughter finally dies down, Yu Chengdong lazily points a finger behind him. Standing there is the very girl Wang Yuheng had mentioned. She wears a simple purple shirt, her face drained of all color. Behind her severely cracked glasses, her eyes dart around in absolute terror. The young master's lips curl into a devilish smirk as he provokes. "A female student? You mean this one right here? Go ahead and ask her. Did I try to force myself on her?" The moment the question leaves his lips, the girl looks exactly like cornered prey. Standing right beside her, a towering, muscular thug firmly wraps his massive arm around her shoulder. It is a silent, lethal warning to control her every move and force the right answer. Her voice trembles pitifully as she whispers, "No, he did not." That single sentence strikes Wang Yuheng like a devastating bolt of lightning. He stands utterly frozen, completely blindsided by her heartbreaking betrayal. In the blink of an eye, the tables turn completely. He instantly becomes the target of the crowd's vicious, mocking laughter. A bystander crosses his arms and snorts coldly. This Wang Yuheng is just spouting absolute nonsense to save his own skin. How could young Master Yu possibly be that kind of scum? Another voice chimes in, whipping the crowd into a frenzy of blind worship. He is a generous saint who donates millions to our academy. Another lackey bursts into uproarious laughter, aiming his verbal daggers right at the wounded boy. Just look at that pathetic loser. He has clearly never even touched a woman. He was definitely so desperate that he tried to grope the young master's girlfriend. He is forced to swallow their toxic insults while they worship the very devil who broke his arm. In this twisted society, absolute wealth means absolute truth, and no one believes a single word he says. Pushed past his breaking point, Wang Yuheng roars with bloodshot eyes. Are all of you completely blind? Can you not see the bruises all over her body? She is clearly being forced to lie. His fiery gaze sweeps across the hypocritical crowd, burning with overwhelming disgust and fury. You are all just a bunch of spineless dogs, kissing the boots of pure trash. However, dignity is a completely foreign concept to this pathetic mob. Two grown men merely chuckle shamelessly at his righteous anger. Their voices drip with shameless greed. As long as we can cling to young Master Yu's golden legs, who gives a damn who lives or dies? If the young master throws us even a single scrap from his table, our futures are completely set. We absolutely have to put on a good show for him right now. Basking in their pathetic worship, Yu Chengdong swaggers forward with unrivaled arrogance. Tapping his heavy wooden bat against his palm, he looks down at them like an absolute god. So what if they are kissing my boots? I have the money, and I have the ultimate power. A filthy beggar like you actually dares to play the hero? Unable to stomach this tyrant's threats any longer, Uncle Wang furiously steps into the front line. His protective instincts flare as he issues a deadly warning. If you dare to lay another finger on my boy, I will beat you to death myself, you little animal. But suddenly, a savage roar shatters the air. Shut your mouth, you damn old fossil. Before the older man can even react, one of Yu Chengdong's ruthless lackeys materializes from the shadows. He launches a devastating sucker punch directly into Uncle Wang's exposed back. The cowardly strike is simply too fast and packs bone-crushing power. Uncle Wang violently stumbles forward, his defenses completely shattered. Seeing his father fall into a deadly trap, Wang Yuheng's heart drops into his stomach as he screams in absolute despair. No, stop it. Watching the agonizing panic tear through the boy's face, a sick thrill washes over Yu Chengdong as he erupts into maniacal, mocking laughter. Worry about your own pathetic life first. As the words left his mouth, he raised the heavy club high into the air. Murderous intent blazed in his eyes like a wild inferno. I will tear that arrogant mouth of yours to shreds first. Let us see if you can still scream after I am done with you. But just as the devastating blow was about to crash down, a chilling voice shattered the tension. You are courting death. The words cut through the air like a blade of ice, forcing Yu Chengdong to freeze in his tracks. Pure panic flashed across his face. The surrounding crowd instantly parted like the Red Sea. They scrambled to the sides, clearing a wide path for the terrifying presence that had just spoken. Yu Chengdong's ruthless strike was halted in midair, entirely paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. The man stepping out from the shadows of the crowd was none other than Ye Chen. He charged forward like an unstoppable beast. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. Every resolute step shook the ground, while boundless, raw fury burned within his piercing gaze. Staring into Ye Chen's demonic expression, absolute terror gripped Yu Chengdong's soul. Ah, stay back. Do not come any closer. However, Ye Chen did not slow down for even a fraction of a second. With one devastating, earth-shattering punch, he struck the heavy club. The solid weapon instantly snapped in half like a fragile twig. The explosive force of the strike carried straight through, violently smashing into Yu Chengdong's nose. Crimson blood immediately exploded from his face in a sickening spray. Showing zero mercy, Ye Chen violently shoved the arrogant young master to the dirt. He unleashed a brutal storm of iron-like fists upon his trembling body. Seeing his boss getting absolutely crushed, a desperate lackey screamed, "You dare strike young Master Yu? Are you begging for death?" The moment those pathetic words left his mouth, Ye Chen moved like lightning. With just one hand, he effortlessly lifted the screaming lackey high into the air. "Get out of my sight," he roared like an awakened dragon. With a single, terrifying display of brute strength, he violently hurled the man across the courtyard like a broken rag doll. After ruthlessly taking out the trash, Ye Chen immediately turned his piercing gaze toward his battered friend. "Hengzi, I am finally here." Seeing his sworn brother standing before him like a descending god, hot tears instantly welled up in Wang Yuheng's eyes. His voice violently trembled. "Chen, brother Chen, it is really you. Why did you come?" Ignoring the emotional questions, Ye Chen did not waste a single breath on explanations. Instead, he urgently pressed a mysterious glowing pill directly into his injured brother's hand. His voice was thick with absolute urgency. Hengzi, save your breath and swallow this immediately. Your agonizing wounds will vanish, and your shattered arm will heal. Just trust me. With unquestioning faith in his brother, Wang Yuheng weakly nodded. Without asking a single question, he tossed the mystical pill into his mouth and swallowed it down. The very second the pill entered his system, a shocking reaction occurred. Wang Yuheng's battered body suddenly began to writhe and contort in terrifying, unnatural ways. Pure panic overtook him as he gasped. What is this medicine? But Ye Chen placed a steadying hand on him, his voice impossibly calm. Do not move an inch. I will handle the absolute garbage in front of us. Although Wang Yuheng felt the deep warmth of his brother's protection, the crushing guilt of dragging him into this mess made him desperately resist. Brother Chen, no, please step back, he begged through gritted teeth. This is my nightmare to bear. Do not drag yourself into hell for my sake. Suddenly, a soft but firm hand rested gently upon his trembling shoulder. Relax. He has absolute control over everything here, a sweet voice whispered. Wang Yuheng jolted in pure shock at the sudden breathtaking appearance of Sun Yi right behind him. Sister Sun Yi, why on earth are you here too? He stammered in disbelief. Wait, no, this is the worst possible time for a reunion. Their numbers are totally overwhelming. Seeing him panicking so desperately over Ye Chen's safety, Sun Yi's beautiful eyes curved into a perfectly confident smile. You seriously do not need to worry about that monster, she reassured him softly. As of today, not a single living soul in all of Jiangcheng dares to lay a finger on him. Meanwhile, back in the dirt, the battered Yu Chengdong finally managed to sit up. A slickly dressed middle-aged man scurried over like a loyal dog, frantically asking, Young Master Yu, are you severely injured? But the humiliated young master completely ignored the question. He simply sat violently trembling in the dirt, clutching his shattered, bleeding face. Do I look absolutely fine to your blind eyes? He screeched in blinding fury. He aggressively snapped his head up, revealing a pathetic face drenched in a disgusting mix of hot tears and dark crimson blood. Absolute humiliation and murderous wrath contorted his features as he ground his teeth together. That absolute bastard nearly beat me to death. At that exact, terrifying moment, the middle-aged man's eyes darted sideways, only to see the demonic figure of Ye Chen slowly closing the distance toward Yu Chengdong. Panicking, the man instantly threw himself in front of the young master, desperately using his own body as a pathetic shield. You, what exactly do you think you are doing? He stammered, sweating bullets. This is sacred school ground. Have you lost your damn mind? Completely losing his composure, he began screaming at the top of his lungs. Security! Where the hell are the security guards? Watching this miserable rat squeal so obnoxiously, Ye Chen's last shred of patience instantly vaporized. His arm blurred through the air, delivering a brutal solution to shut the man's annoying mouth for good. Screaming for backup like a pathetic child, Ye Chen mocked with lethal coldness. Smack! A devastating slap connected perfectly with the man's cheek. The terrifying impact literally sent the man's cheap toupee flying into the night sky. Absorbing the humiliating, bone-rattling blows, tears of pure agony streamed down the man's swollen face. You actually dare to strike me? He blubbered hysterically. Even my own father has never laid a hand on me. Yi Chen completely ignored the pathetic whimpering, looking down at him like he was looking at an insect. Trash like you actually has the absolute nerve to call yourself an educator? He spat with freezing disdain. Crawl away and wait your turn. I will properly dispose of you in a moment. His terrifying gaze then swept across the trembling crowd, his voice exploding like rolling thunder. And that goes for every single one of you pathetic bootlickers hiding in the back. Man or woman, it does not matter. A suffocating ocean of killing intent erupted from his body, violently suppressing the entire courtyard. If even one of you dares to take a single step away from here, I will personally snap your legs in half. The heavy curtain of night finally swallowed the male dormitory building in utter darkness. Like an immovable, legendary mountain, Ye Chen stood firmly in front of Wang Yuheng and Sun Yi, radiating pure, untamed fury. Watching the demon approach, Yu Chengdong scrambled backward like a terrified crab, screaming, "Stay the hell away from me!" Ignoring the pathetic air, Ye Chen slowly aimed his finger directly at Yu Chengdong's trembling girlfriend. I will ask you this exactly one time. Ye Chen's voice dropped to a terrifying, deadly whisper. Did Wang Yuheng actually harass you or not? His eyes narrowed as his killing intent locked onto her. If a single lie leaves your mouth, I will snap your neck like a dry twig right here. Completely crushed by the suffocating aura of death, the girl instantly broke down into hysterics. No, he absolutely did not do anything, she wailed in pure terror, her shaking finger desperately pointed straight at the cowardly young master. It was him. Young Master Yu forced me to frame him. The entire disgusting plot was his idea. Hearing her complete betrayal, Yu Chengdong jolted in sheer panic. You crazy bitch, what the hell are you doing? Without an ounce of hesitation, Ye Chen delivered a merciless, ringing backhand across her deceitful face. You absolute trash, his voice echoed like the Grim Reaper. Get on your knees and beg Wang Yuheng for forgiveness this instant. Stripped of all her previous arrogance, the pathetic girl dropped heavily to her bruised knees before Wang Yuheng. Trembling like a leaf in the wind, she choked on her own humiliating sobs. I am so sorry. Please forgive me. I will never dare to do such a wicked thing again, she wailed miserably. Slowly, Ye Chen shifted his predatory, blood-chilling gaze back to the main target. Now, as for you, he growled, the temperature dropping below freezing. Sensing his impending doom, the young master scrambled backward in pure, unadulterated terror. What do you think you are going to do? He shrieked, his voice cracking violently. Do not step any closer. Let me remind you of who I am. I am the absolute heir of the mighty Yu family. Yi Chen merely smirked as he closed the gap, driving a devastating, bone-crushing punch straight into the arrogant heir's face. As the boy collapsed in absolute agony, Ye Chen tilted his head, his smile overflowing with demonic mockery. Oh? The almighty heir of the Yu family, are you? Ye Chen delivers another devastating kick right between his legs. His voice remains terrifyingly calm. So, you are the young master of the Yu family? Yu Qingdong becomes a helpless punching bag, absorbing blow after bone-crushing blow from Ye Chen without a shred of resistance. After unleashing a storm of absolute fury, he lands a final, shattering strike. Qingdong crashes hard into the dirt. Ye Chen glares down at him, his voice booming with authority. Speak. Are you the young master of the Yu family or not? Trembling violently, the broken man weakly raises his hands, begging for mercy. I was wrong. Tears stream down Yu Chengdong's bruised face as he sobs. I was truly wrong. Please, stop hitting me. The lackeys watching from behind freeze in sheer terror. Their minds race with utter panic. Good heavens, is he actually going to murder young Master Yu? This is a total nightmare. What kind of hell will he unleash on us next? But Ye Chen's wrath is far from satisfied. He drives his foot mercilessly into Chengdong's most vulnerable spot. A pathetic, agonizing shriek tears through the air. Writhing in the dirt, the young master stammers wildly. No, do not hit me anymore. If you do not spare me, my family will never let you go. Ye Chen pulls out his phone, his tone dropping to sub-zero temperatures. I almost forgot. You act this arrogant because you rely on your old man, right? Let us call your old man here right now. Every ounce of suffering Wang Yuheng endured, you will experience tenfold. He dials a number, issuing a command that brooks no defiance. Ye Lingtian, drag the head of Jiangcheng's Yu family to me immediately. I am at Jiangbei University. Time ticks by in heavy, suffocating silence. Soon, a luxurious black sedan slowly pulls up to the dormitory building. The car doors swing open, and a formidable group of men steps out into the tense atmosphere. Ye Chen shoots them an icy glare, asking in a low, dangerous tone, Did you bring him? Xia Tuo approaches with 2 elite bodyguards, nodding respectfully. Yes, sir. He has been brought here. Drag him forward. The mighty patriarch of the Yu family is forcefully shoved into view. Seeing the bloodied figure on the ground, his eyes widen in absolute shock. Chengdong? Hearing his father's voice, Yu Chengdong bursts into pathetic wails. Father, save me quickly. He is trying to kill me. Please save me. Suddenly, a heavy iron rod clangs sharply against the concrete. Ye Chen drops it before the patriarch, issuing a bone-chilling order. Show me exactly how you discipline your son. His murderous aura engulfs the entire area. If even one of his limbs remains intact, no one in your entire Yu family will live to see tomorrow. The patriarch trembles, utterly crushed under that overwhelming pressure. Reluctantly gripping the cold iron, he growls at his own flesh and blood. You rebellious fool! You brought this doom upon yourself. Panic consumes Chengdong as he screams in utter despair. Ah, no, father, please no. Turning a deaf ear to his son's desperate pleas, the patriarch swings the heavy rod down ruthlessly. Do you have any idea who you provoked, you stupid beast? Of all the people in the world, why him? You dared to offend Ye Chen. Do you even know what kind of monstrous existence he is? Even the mighty Tuo family answers to him. I will beat you to death myself, you worthless scum. As the brutal punishment continues, Ye Chen softly calls out, Tuo family. Xia Tuo bows deeply, pure reverence in his eyes. What are your orders, my lord? The young master's command cuts through the air like a blade. Cripple the principal. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as all eyes snap toward the terrified principal, who is now frozen in absolute horror. Ye Chen's gaze sweeps over the onlookers, unleashing a king's pressure. Furthermore, except for the girl Wang Yuheng saved, every single student standing here will kneel. Slap yourselves 100 times with all your strength. If anyone holds back, break one of their teeth. If anyone loses count or dares to lie, chop off a finger for every missed slap. Show absolutely no mercy. Hearing this absolute decree, Xiatuo snaps his fingers loudly. He commands the elite bodyguards. You heard the young lord. Execute his command to the letter. Just as Mr. Ye commanded, the courtyard instantly becomes a symphony of punishment. The sharp, echoing sounds of flesh meeting flesh ring out endlessly, accompanied by a chorus of miserable weeping. Boo-hoo, we are so sorry. We will never do it again. Mom, I want my mom. Amidst the chaotic wailing, Wang Yuheng calls out timidly, Brother Chen. The terrifying aura vanishes instantly, replaced by a warm, gentle smile. Come on, little Heng. Let us go home. As they walk away, Ye Chen makes a silent vow in his heart. 5 years ago, you protected me with your kindness. Today, I shall repay you with my absolute power. The very next morning, in a secret location, a massive pile of classified documents litters a grand mahogany desk. Chen Yuanli stares intensely at the scattered intelligence reports. His voice is thick with disbelief and dark foreboding. To think that Brat is actually the son of Ye Tian. He furrows his brows, a storm of confusion brewing in his eyes. The Ye family is nothing but a third-rate clan in Jiangcheng. How on earth did they produce such a monstrous figure? Ji Rudong steps out from the shadows, his tone cold and calculating. The Ye family has already been annihilated. They pose absolutely zero threat. The real headache is the hidden faction backing the Tianzhong group. If we simply assassinate this kid, we will undoubtedly face the full wrath of the powerhouses lurking behind him. Even the National Security Bureau might be keeping a close eye on him. Hearing this, Chen Yuanli's internal energy erupts in blazing fury. What does it matter if the Zhou family and national security are involved? This bastard slaughtered members of my Chen clan. Seeking blood for blood is the undeniable law of the martial world. I will not just kill him. I will slaughter everyone he loves right in front of his eyes, drowning him in absolute despair. Ji Rudong hesitates for a second before offering a wicked suggestion. Grandmaster Chen, there is truly no need for us to take such heavy risks. A venomous scheme takes shape in his mind. If that brat is an ancient martial artist, why not force him into a life-and-death duel on the arena? Once on the martial stage, life and death are left to heaven. No external force is allowed to interfere. That way, you can legally crush him into a pulp in front of the entire world, completely cementing your absolute dominance as a grandmaster. Even the National Security Bureau or the Zhou family would have absolutely no grounds to retaliate. Chen Yuanli scoffs, his frustration bleeding through. If my power can easily crush him, anyone with half a brain would reject the martial challenge. Ji Rudong flashes a sinister, snake-like grin. Whether he accepts or not is hardly up to him. If Grandmaster Chen holds the woman beside him hostage, does he even dare to refuse? Suddenly, a booming, arrogant laugh echoes from the grand doorway. So, you gentlemen are looking to deal with Ye Chen, are you not? Jiang Baoguo steps out of the shadows with an imposing swagger. He smirks, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. How about letting me in on this little hunt? Seeing this legendary figure suddenly appear, Chen Yuanli is left in sheer disbelief. But, lurking in his mind, a question that could change everything. Jiang Baoguo. Neither that old man nor I could sense his presence. His true strength is absolutely terrifying. He respectfully cups his hands together. Ah, Grandmaster Jiang, to what do we owe this unexpected honor? Jiang Baoguo ignores the greeting completely. He glares at the table before his hand shoots out like lightning. His fist slams down, utterly crushing the photograph of Ye Chen. He lifts the pierced photograph, his aura trembling with pure killing intent. Naturally, I came here for this bastard, he snarls through gritted teeth. Chen Yuanli blinks in sheer surprise. Do not tell me, Grandmaster Jiang also has a blood feud with this brat? A feud? The Grandmaster roars. He murdered my son. We share a sky that cannot hold us both. Hearing this, Chen Yuanli bursts into wicked laughter. Haha, excellent. Then, starting from today, the Chen family and the Jiang family are sworn allies. Please, take a seat, Grandmaster Jiang. Jiang Baoguo slowly settles into his chair, his eyes gleaming with malice. Earlier I heard your plans. You want to drag this kid into the martial arts arena just to avoid Guan and the Zhou family. But I have a much better method. A sinister smile slithers across his face. My investigations reveal 2 young women who share an unusually close bond with him. We can dispatch our shadows to kidnap one of them. First, this move guarantees our total control. It will force him to expose his true power. Second, I want to watch him suffer. Simply executing him in the arena is far too merciful for his crimes. Jiang Baoguo lowers his voice, his tone dripping with absolute certainty. Therefore, my Jiang family is willing to deploy 3 elite powerhouses. Chen Yuanli smiles with vicious delight. Truly worthy of your reputation. Such a flawless scheme. I will also dispatch my 4 strongest disciples. Let us see how this little brat survives our wrath. Meanwhile, back at Sun Yi's apartment, Ye Chen casually finishes his meal before asking, "How is Xiao Ruxue doing? What exactly happened to her?" Sun Yi sighs with deep concern. "I am not entirely sure. When she came home last night, her eyes were completely swollen. She must have cried her heart out." She continues softly. "She refused to say a word and just went straight to sleep. She is still not awake. I will just leave some breakfast by her bedside later." Ye Chen stands up, his voice calm but firm. "Forget it. If she does not want to talk, do not force her. I am heading to the university to check on the kid." He turns back with a faint smirk. "Make sure you go to work today. Otherwise, I might just have to deduct your salary." Suddenly, Sun Yi timidly grabs the edge of his sleeve. Ye Chen looks at her, a flicker of confusion in his sharp eyes. Sun Yi hesitates before whispering, "Are you really the same Ye Chen from before? We have not seen each other in 5 years, but right now, you feel like a complete stranger. It is like you have become an entirely different person. Your ruthless personality and terrifying methods. I cannot understand them at all. It feels like we are standing in two completely different worlds." Ye Chen's expression remains as calm as a tranquil lake. "Over these past 5 years, I have come to understand a single, absolute truth. In this world, a person only has 2 ways to live. You are either crushed and changed by the rules, or you become the one who changes the rules themselves. And I choose to be the latter." A gentle smile finally reaches his eyes. "Do not overthink it. No matter what happens, I will always be me. Everything I do is simply my own choice." A short while later, at the university campus, inside the suffocating walls of the dormitory, Ye Chen sits quietly beside Wang Yuheng. A group of male students huddles outside the door, peeking in with terrified curiosity. "That is him," one whispers. "He is Wang Yuheng's boss, the absolute demon among demons." Ye Chen slowly turns his head. His piercing gaze cuts right through them. "Is it that entertaining? Do you want to come inside and get a closer look?" The eavesdroppers instantly pale and scramble away like frightened mice. "We are so sorry. We deeply apologize," they cry out. "We meant no offense. Please, just spare our lives." Ye Chen chuckles, the heavy tension instantly vanishing. "It seems after yesterday's bloodbath, no one dares to lay a finger on you anymore." Wang Yuheng scratches his head with a nervous laugh. "Bully me? Nowadays, people just lower their heads and cross the street when they see me. It is almost like I am the one bullying them." Ye Chen casually throws an arm around the boy's shoulder. "That is because they fear me. They fear overwhelming strength. This is the harsh reality of our world. Everything is dictated by pure, absolute power. Rules are merely chains designed to bind the weak. But for the truly strong, they are nothing more than fragile decorations." He slowly reaches into his jacket, his voice dropping to a serious whisper. And right now, Ye Chen pulls out an ancient-looking manuscript. "You have the opportunity to grasp that exact same power. I will not force this upon you. Your destiny is entirely in your own hands." Without a single second of hesitation, Wang Yuheng reaches out and grabs the manual. There is no choice to make. The boy's eyes burn with an unyielding fire. "I will absolutely never allow anyone to trample over me again, nor will I ever let anyone hurt my parents." Ye Chen's lips curl into a satisfied grin. "Excellent. This is the Purple Cloud Thunder art. It holds the ultimate answer to your awakening. You have until the end of the day to memorize every single word. Once you are done, you must destroy it with your own hands. No one else can ever discover this secret." Wang Yuheng stares at the cover in pure shock. "Brother Ye, how is this even possible? Wait, do not tell me this is." Ye Chen's eyes gleam with a profound depth. "Exactly. It is exactly what you think it is. But I must give you one final warning. The path of martial arts is soaked in blood and boundless peril. The most crucial thing is to protect your Tao heart. If there is anything you do not comprehend, ask me directly." His tone turns deadly serious. "Listen closely. I am about to reveal the hidden truths of the ancient martial arts world. Burn every word into your memory." Ye Chen watches him, a heavy realization settling in his mind. I cannot watch over him for the rest of his life. He must awaken the power to protect himself. Suddenly, the piercing ring of his phone shatters the quiet moment. Ye Chen instantly grabs it, answering Ye Lingtian's call. "Report. What is the situation?" A frantic voice echoes through the speaker. "Disaster has struck, Palace Master. Miss Xia has been taken away. The hidden guards I stationed to protect her, they have all been slaughtered." "What did you just say?" Ye Chen roars, his killing intent exploding outwards. Ye Lingtian's voice trembles with absolute dread, judging from the deadly strikes on our men. "The attacker was undoubtedly a grandmaster. I beg for your forgiveness, Palace Master." Lingtian is ready to accept any punishment. Ye Chen grits his teeth, a terrifying storm of wrath brewing in his eyes as his aura turns freezing cold. "Now is not the time for punishments." Ye Chen barks his order. "Ye Lingtian, use every ounce of your power to track her down. If you fail to find her, you will answer to me. The subordinate instantly obeys the command. Without wasting another second, Ye Chen sprints forward, tossing a quick reminder over his shoulder. Yu Heng, an urgent matter just came up. Do not forget what I told you. Wang Yuheng watches in pure shock as Ye Chen recklessly dives straight out of the window. Panic grips Wang Yuheng as he screams at the top of his lungs. Good heavens! Brother Chen! We are on the 5th floor. Rushing to the ledge, he expects the worst. Instead, he sees Ye Chen darting away at breakneck speed, leaving behind nothing but a blurred afterimage. Wang Yuheng gasps in sheer disbelief. Heavens above! Is he even human? Kicking open the door to the target location, the chaotic scene before him hits Ye Chen with a heavy wave of guilt. Inside the wrecked room, Xia Ruoxiu's mother is completely unhinged. Devastated by the news of her precious daughter's kidnapping, she unleashes her blazing fury on everything in sight. Furniture is shattered, and decorations are reduced to dust. The moment Ye Chen steps foot inside, her face darkens with overwhelming wrath. Without a single word of greeting, she immediately directs her devastating rage toward him. So you finally decided to show up. Upon arriving, Ye Chen initially suspected the Xia family had orchestrated this kidnapping themselves, a mere test of his abilities. However, witnessing this heart-wrenching display of maternal despair completely shatters that theory. His mind races as a darker suspicion takes root, his brows knit together in deadly serious focus. I honestly thought your Xia family pulled the strings on this. It seems another player has entered the board. Hearing those words, the frantic mother completely loses her mind. The mere suggestion that she would harm her own flesh and blood pushes her over the edge. She lunges forward, her trembling hands fiercely grabbing him by the collar. How could I ever lay a finger on my own daughter? She screams, her voice cracking with pure agony. Where is that absolute guarantee you promised me? Ruoxue's life bracelet signal has been completely severed. Is this how you protect my child? Facing her devastating sorrow, Ye Chen does not even attempt to dodge. The bitter truth is that he failed to keep his word. He stands there in heavy silence, allowing a heartbroken mother to vent her raging despair. After letting the storm of her emotions pass, his aura slowly shifts. He gently but firmly grasps the hands clutching his shirt, pulling them down with an unshakable presence. Ye Chen's eyes lock onto hers, blazing with absolute conviction. He radiates a mountainous authority, determined to restore her shattered faith. Give me exactly 1 day. I will bring her back safely. His sovereign tone leaves zero room for doubt. This is a vow written in iron and blood. Having forged his promise, Ye Chen turns on his heel. He leaves Xia Ruoshui's mother standing in the wreckage, but before crossing the threshold, he drops one final, heavy oath. If I fail to deliver, my life is yours to take. Though slightly reassured by his dominant aura, she scoffs at his dramatic wager. Her face contorts as she bites back bitterly. Who the hell cares about your worthless life? Wiping her tears, the fierce matriarch details the massive countermeasures she has already deployed to track down her precious daughter. I have seized all the surveillance footage. I will mobilize every single ounce of my family's power to find my child. Honestly, this fierce mama is even more breathtaking than her daughter. A truly bold narrator might ask, is she currently single? Asking for a friend who wants to be Xia Ruoxue's new stepdad? The intense confrontation between the two finally draws to a close. Now, Ye Chen must dive straight into the hunt. Sitting cross-legged on Xia Ruoxue's massive bed, his eyes flutter shut as he plunges into deep, tactical meditation. Controlling his breathing, he extends his spiritual senses through the room. Suddenly, a terrifying anomaly catches his attention. The lingering aura of an ancient martial artist hangs heavily in the air, the overwhelming presence of a grandmaster. The chilling truth hits him. Stealing Xia Ruoxue was just bait. The real target is him. Charging in blindly would mean walking straight into a perfectly laid death trap. Ye Chen calculates his next move with chilling precision. To rescue the Xia family's eldest young miss, he needs to summon his own absolute powerhouses. I require outside reinforcements immediately. He mentally reviews his elite connections. Bailey Bing, Jin Lengyan, Zhou Zhengde. Their massive intelligence networks will be crucial. Right in the middle of his intense focus, the sharp buzzing of his phone violently shatters the silence. An unknown number flashes on the screen. He accepts the call, only to be greeted by a sickeningly arrogant voice. This foolish kidnapper holding the hostage is practically begging for an early grave. You pathetic trash of the Ye family. How do you feel right now? Are your hands shaking in fear? Confirming this is the bastard who took the Xia family's young miss, Ye Chen's expression turns utterly demonic. His eyes darken into bottomless abysses, radiating a bloodlust that could devour the caller alive. Instantly seeing through their cheap provocation, Ye Chen refuses to play their game. He does not panic, nor does he desperately beg to negotiate a ransom. Instead, his voice drops to a bone-chilling calm. So, you are the rats causing trouble in my domain. I do not care who you are, nor do I care what pathetic goals you have. Truthfully, He is immensely pissed off that this scum dared to interrupt his critical mission chain with the Jia family. Since you chose to dig your own grave, Ye Chen delivers a terrifyingly nonchalant ultimatum. Release Ruoxue immediately, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Defy me, and you will suffer a death beyond your worst nightmares. Having delivered his merciless decree, he prepares to end the transmission. He lowers the device, finding absolutely no need for further threats. The bastard on the other end is left completely stupefied. Wait, who is supposed to be the kidnapper here? Snapping back to reality, the arrogant fool tries to regain the upper hand. It seems you still do not grasp your situation. But before the villain can finish his grand speech, Ye Chen ruthlessly hangs up. Tossing the phone aside, he spots a single strand of blonde hair on the sheets. With narrowed eyes, he initiates a forbidden tracking art. The air violently distorts as a raging inferno of spiritual energy erupts around him. Crackling currents of golden lightning surge through the room, answering his deadly call. Using the physical trace of Xia Ruoxue, the ancient spell locks onto its target. The hunt for blood has officially begun. He never intended to use this forbidden technique. But right now, he has no other choice. The ancient magic has already been awakened. Ye Chen begins the ritual. Using just 2 fingers, he carves glowing, mysterious runes into thin air. His voice echoes with an ancient chant. The roots of all creations bloom into pure energy. The source of motion becomes the foundation of stillness. Even after drawing the sacred symbols, Ye Chen's lips continue to move rapidly. He mutters the heavenly laws. Let the heavens and earth bow in absolute purity. Right before his eyes, those blazing golden runes project a massive illusion. A starry night sky manifests within the room. The glowing characters float beautifully against the dark void. Yet, Ye Chen does not stop his relentless chanting. Cleanse the heart, and the spirit purifies itself. Let the 6 desires completely fade away. Destroy the 3 poisons. Look within the heart. Finally, he reaches the absolute climax of the divine technique. Pierce through the heavenly veil and seek the soul. He violently sweeps his 2 fingers across the air, carving a blazing trail of light. From that radiant streak, a massive golden arrow solidifies. It vibrates with immense spiritual power, aiming directly at the floating strings of golden text. This divine spell is essentially an ultimate tracking system. Nothing can hide from its heaven-piercing gaze. The exact line of text targeted by the golden arrow erupts with blinding light. Fierce sparks of blue lightning crackle and coil around the glowing words. Thick white mist aggressively floods the empty room. Then, the exact coordinates of Xia Ruoxue finally materialize in midair. A trailer, a shipping container, the Beilun port. Staring at these specific details, Ye Chen instinctively reads the destination out loud. A shipping container, a trailer, the Beilun port. But the moment the profound technique drains the last drop of his spiritual energy, Ye Chen violently coughs up a massive mouthful of dark blood. He quickly covers his mouth as his face turns deathly pale. Despite the agonizing pain, relief washes over his heart. The risky ritual was actually a complete success. Damn it. The sheer backlash of this divine tracking spell is absolutely devastating to the physical body. Thankfully, no permanent damage was done. Otherwise, a crippled cultivation base would be getting off lightly. Wait a minute. Wouldn't it have been infinitely faster to just let the kidnapper reveal the address on the phone earlier? Why does our main character always have to be so ridiculously dramatic? Well, what is done is done. Now, his sole objective is brutally clear. He is going to completely roast those pathetic rats, the ones who dared to lay a finger on his future wife. Ye Chen's eyes blaze with uncontrollable fury and an overwhelming killing intent. I finally know exactly where you are hiding. The scene violently shifts to the Jiangcheng Beilun port. Standing stiffly in the middle of the docks, the kidnapper who just spoke with Ye Chen is sweating profusely. His grand attempt to threaten our hero has spectacularly failed, leaving him trembling in pure terror. Heavens, this entire situation is completely twisted. His face has lost all its color, turning ashen pale. A terrible sense of dread churns violently in his gut. I am the one holding the damn hostage. Shouldn't I be the absolute master of this negotiation? Shouldn't I be the one terrifying him? Why in the world am I the one being mercilessly threatened right now? And to make matters worse, that lunatic actually hung up on me. What kind of absolute monster is this unyielding? If you are scared, just admit it, buddy. As the morning sun rises higher into the sky, the 2 true masterminds behind this daring abduction finally reveal themselves. A bald elder steps forward and harshly questions the trembling young man. Jiang Tong, is that arrogant brat completely panicking yet? The elder smirks with extreme overconfidence. When exactly is he coming here to throw away his miserable life? Throw away whose life? The truth is, these old fools have no idea their own peaceful days are rapidly running out. Jiang Tong wears a pathetic, cowardly expression. He nervously scratches his head while reporting the bizarre phone call to the 2 elders. Well, the thing is, that maniac ruthlessly threatened me, and then instantly hung up the phone. I did not even get a single chance to tell him our location. Honestly, I seriously doubt if that guy even wants to save the hostage. Of course he wants to save her, you absolute fool. That is his future wife we are talking about. Hearing this utterly absurd report, the elder Chen Yuanli frowns in deep suspicion. Just what kind of demonic trick is Ye Chen trying to pull here? Does that ruthless bastard truly not care about this woman's life at all? Just a single, cold-blooded threat from our hero has thrown these seasoned criminals into absolute paranoid chaos. Elder Chen Yuanli furrows his brows at this unexpected complication. However, there is actually an even more massive headache than Ye Chen's arrogant attitude. The old man shifts his sharp gaze toward the shipping container. He glares at Xia Ruoxue, who is currently tied up tight, and an extremely displeased expression darkens his wrinkled face. Their original master plan was to kidnap Sun Yi, but that incompetent idiot actually dragged Xia Ruoxue back instead. Bound tightly to a freezing iron chair deep within the cargo hold, Ruoxue carefully observes her menacing captors. She analyzes their bizarre behavior, trying to piece the puzzle together. Every single movement these men make screams of a meticulously calculated plot. Yet, they have not laid a single harmful finger on her. They even offer her water at regular intervals. Her stunning jade-green eyes narrow dangerously. With brilliant deduction, she strikes right at the hidden truth of these cowardly kidnappers. This proves they absolutely know her true identity. They are utterly terrified of the consequences if she actually dies. However, she still cannot fathom the real reason why she has been taken as a captive pawn. As Jiang Tong creeps closer to deliver her scheduled ration of water, her mind races with countless theories. Just what exactly is their ultimate goal in using me as leverage? Are they foolishly trying to threaten the almighty Xia family? That makes no sense. In all of Jiangcheng, absolutely no one possesses the guts to provoke her family like that. By now, the thug has stopped right in front of her. He shoves the plastic water bottle aggressively toward her face and barks a harsh order. Drink it. But the proud Ruoxue stubbornly turns her elegant head away. Even as a captive, she fiercely threatens her abductor. I will absolutely not drink a single drop. Not unless you confess exactly who you people are. Keep hiding in the shadows, and you will face absolute destruction. Do you have any idea what it means to completely offend the Xia family? Oh boy, it seems her infamous princess syndrome is acting up again at the worst possible time. Jiang Tong's patience instantly snaps. I am trying to show you some basic mercy, and you dare spit in my face? He violently hurls the water bottle across the freezing room. His face burns bright red with explosive anger as he roars. To hell with you. Drink or starve, I do not care anymore. The heavy bottle crashes violently against the metal wall, forcing a terrified Ruoxue to instinctively duck her head. Her arrogant words have completely shattered his fragile ego, and now he is ready to unleash all his toxic resentment onto her. I gave you face, and this is how you repay me? I have been serving you like a damn maid, and you still dare to play the almighty young miss? Even if I completely end your life right here, what can you do about it? At the absolute worst, I will just trade my pathetic life for yours. But right at that explosive moment, the high-tech alarm bracelet on Jiang Tong's wrist suddenly erupts. Piercing, aggressive beeps echo through the warehouse as it flashes a blinding neon blue. His furious expression instantly morphs into pure panic as he recognizes the deadly warning. He turns and screams at the top of his lungs. The perimeter sensors have been triggered. Something terrifying is coming. Reinforcements arrived, ready to surround and crush Ye Chen. But the bloody scene before their eyes froze them in absolute terror. The fact that Ye Chen tracked down this hidden lair without a single clue was already a nightmare brought to life. Yet there he stood like an unstoppable demon god. Beneath his feet lay a mountain of shattered henchmen. His ruthless grip crushed a thug's throat. This raw display of power shattered their sanity. Yi Chen's face was a mask of pure wrath, his crimson eyes locking dead onto Jiang Tong. That deathly glare pierced straight through his soul. Jiang Tong violently trembled as all the color drained from his face. Cold sweat drenched his back as he bit his lip. Not even the heavens could save him today. It took barely any time for Ye Chen to breach this kidnapper stronghold. He had utterly decimated the useless guards single-handedly. Every fool who dared to charge him was instantly destroyed. Lifting a dying elder by the neck, Ye Chen's dominant voice echoed out as a final warning to Jiang Tong. Ha, another piece of trash. Jiang Tong's jaw hit the floor, completely unable to process the slaughter unfolding before his very eyes. Jiang Tong gasped for air, suffocated by the youth's overwhelming strength. He had slaughtered 4 grandmasters all by himself. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even though Chen Yuanli's 4 disciples had just broken through to the grandmaster realm, they were still terrifying grandmasters. How could they be massacred so effortlessly? It defied all logic. But in the face of absolute power, logic means nothing. Yi Chen's dominating aura crushed all common sense. Though his pride screamed in denial, survival instincts took over his pathetic mind. He had to save his own skin. He scrambled away like a frightened rat, abandoning the remaining martial artists. No, I have to escape. His cowardice was truly more pathetic than a crying child. But every single cowardly twitch was captured by Ye Chen's hawk-like gaze. Did this walking disaster really think he could just walk away? Before Jiang Tong could even take 3 steps, a monstrous shadow blocked his path. Ye Chen's crimson eyes burned with the ultimate judgment. You will die here too. The very instant those words dropped, 5 vice-like fingers slammed directly onto Jiang Tong's face. The speed was so terrifying he could not even raise his arms. Delivering merciless justice to this vile scum, Ye Chen unleashed a terrifying surge of magical energy. With brutal force, he smashed the villain's skull straight into the concrete. Jiang Tong's face cratered into the solid floor. Spiderweb cracks exploded violently across the ground from the sheer impact. A devastating purple aura swirled wildly around Ye Chen's arm, creating an absolute domain of crushing pressure. Jiang Tong instantly realized he was nothing but an ant. He could not fight back, nor could he resist even a fraction of this godlike power. His bloodshot eyes bulged from their sockets in pure agony. Yet, through his suffocating fear, his filthy mouth still dared to threaten. No, do not kill me, or you will face a wrath you cannot afford. The exact moment that pathetic voice squeaked out, realization struck Ye Chen like lightning. This was the exact same scum who dared to threaten him over the phone. Boiling fury surged through his veins, forever showing mercy to this ungrateful wretch. Judging by that voice, you are the rat who called me. I offered you a path to survival, and you spat on it. Now, the right to choose is gone. With those final words, Ye Chen ruthlessly snuffed out the fool's pathetic life. Tossing the trash aside, he immediately pivoted toward his true mission. He had to rescue Xiao Ruxue. It only took a few heartbeats. Ye Chen kicked down the final door, discovering the dark room where Xiao Ruxue was held captive. His majestic silhouette stood framed against the blinding sunlight. A deeply reassuring voice cut through the heavy silence. I am here to save you. Hearing that heaven-sent voice, the proud young miss of the Xia family instinctively snapped her head up. Her battered body lay crumpled on the cold floor, but the moment her eyes locked onto Ye Chen's figure, Xiao Ruxue froze in absolute shock. It was him. Without wasting a single breath, the hero made his move. With a single, masterful sweep of his hand, Ye Chen severed the thick, brutal ropes binding the young woman. Finally freed from her suffocating restraints, Ruxue threw herself desperately into his chest. She locked him in a death grip, her heart racing with sheer disbelief. Why is it you? How did you? I never expected you to be the one to save me. Catching the beautiful girl in his arms, Ye Chen let out a remarkably gentle sigh. Haha, well, someone had to come. As long as you are completely unharmed, that is all that matters. But instead of just offering a comforting embrace, the absolute hero decided to turn up the charm. He gently cupped her soft cheeks with his warm hands, his eyes locked deeply onto hers. Can you still walk? Let us go home. Was this girl truly his one exception? Slowly reaching up to touch his hand, Xiao Ruxue suddenly felt the rough, blood-stained texture from his relentless battles. Panic flooded her eyes as she frantically asked, Blood, what exactly happened to you? Did you not just sneak in here to save me? Where are all the kidnappers? Honestly, watching these two gaze deeply into each other's eyes, you would think this was a private romantic date spot. Sensing the deep concern trembling in her voice, Ye Chen casually pulled out a pristine white cloth. He calmly wiped the crimson stains from his knuckles and whispered, They are all dead. Not a single one survived. Absolutely legendary. The ultimate display of pure, unadulterated badassery. Oh my god, Ye Chen. Hearing this chilling confession, Xiao Ruxue's mind completely short-circuited. She let out an involuntary gasp of pure shock. Heavens. Her stunning face twisted into a masterpiece of utter disbelief. Covering her trembling lips with her hands, her mind raced frantically. Even though I have never cultivated martial arts, I have met countless ancient martial artists in my life. I could clearly sense that the kidnappers' auras were terrifyingly strong. Yet, even combined, they could not even scratch Ye Chen. Seems like the young miss has realized just how overpowered her savior truly is. But the more she analyzed the bloodbath, the more things did not add up. Xiao Ruxue sank into a state of intense, swirling thoughts. A distant memory of her father's strict voice suddenly echoed in her mind. I remember father saying, the man he arranged for me to marry is the supreme genius of the Qin family, a true peerless master of the martial way. Could Ye Chen's terrifying power be connected to this destiny? They used to think he was entirely out of his league, but looking at him now, it is painfully obvious that Ye Chen's presence is absolutely overwhelming. If his true power is really this monstrous, perhaps her stubborn father would finally change his mind. The mere thought of becoming Ye Chen's bride sends a furious blush exploding across her cheeks. Snap out of it. She aggressively pats her burning cheeks, desperately trying to cool down her wildly racing heart. Wait a minute, whose mind needs changing? Does she actually want this infuriating guy to marry her? Then again, gazing at his striking profile. It definitely wouldn't be the worst fate in the world. She is totally hooked, but playing it shy. While her head is completely lost in the romantic clouds, a large, warm hand suddenly wraps firmly around her slender waist. The unexpected contact sends a jolt of electricity straight through Jia Ruxue's body. Her face turns the color of a ripe tomato, completely overwhelmed by the sudden intimacy. Wiping the drool away, but hold your horses, romance fans. There is no steamy scene happening here. Realizing this pampered young miss was too terrified to take another step, Ye Chen simply scoops her up for a piggyback ride. Mortified beyond absolute belief, Xia Ruxue immediately starts pounding her tiny fists against his broad back. "What do you think you are doing?" she shrieks. Honestly, Ye Chen only made the bold move because she had been standing there frozen like a soulless statue. "You've been spacing out for 5 minutes straight. I figured your legs gave out from the sheer terror, so I decided to carry you," he replies calmly. "Was I wrong? Should I drop you right here on the ground? Look at this absolute master of playing hard to get." Despite her stubborn pride, how could she possibly reject a free ride from her handsome future husband? She puffs out her cheeks in an adorable pout. "Don't you dare. Having a personal chauffeur is perfectly fine. I am too exhausted to walk anyway." Yi Chen can only shake his head with a helpless smirk. Seriously, how can these two be so ridiculously cute? Safely tucked against his muscular back, Xia Ruxue blushes furiously, like a high school girl experiencing her very first crush. She steals a lingering glance at Ye Chen's side profile. Sure, this guy is a total mystery, but being with him brings an undeniable sense of absolute safety. Maybe, just maybe, he really is someone she can rely on for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Grand Jiang family estate. The two shadowy masterminds behind the kidnapping are currently kicking back and relaxing. These two old fossils are closely analyzing the surveillance footage from the harbor. They watch in absolute stun as Ye Chen single-handedly massacres their entire squad of elite grandmasters. One of the elders scoffs out loud, utterly disgusted by the pathetic performance of their fallen men. Is this some kind of sick joke? 4 fully fledged grandmasters, 3 half-step grandmasters, and they couldn't even secure a kill against a 20-something-year-old brat? What an absolute disgrace. Easy for you to say from the comfort of your mansion, old man. Go face that monster yourself and see how long you last. Standing off to the side with his arms crossed, Chen Yuanli smirks. He is suddenly feeling incredibly smug about his cautious strategy. Thank the heavens, we held ourselves back. Even if we confidently teamed up and managed to defeat this little monster, securing a clean kill would have been nearly impossible. The bald elder, leaning heavily on his walking stick, nods in grim agreement. A deep shadow of doubt flickers in his ancient eyes. Judging by this raw power, Ye Chen definitely qualifies for the Grandmaster rankings, but I still refuse to believe it. This kid has been practicing martial arts for 5 years at most. Even a heaven-defying genius shouldn't be capable of such monstrous destruction. These arrogant old fools really think they understand the depths of true power. They are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. The bald elder turns his chilling gaze toward his partner. "Grandmaster Chen, what is our next move? Do we issue another formal challenge on the martial arts arena?" Chen Yuanli scoffs with absolute sinister confidence, acting as if the answer is already written in the stars. "Of course we do. This savage slaughtered my very own clan members. If I don't wash away this humiliation with his blood, my martial path will be permanently destroyed." Yeah, right. Conveniently forgetting the massive detail that you two were the ones who ordered the kidnapping in the first place. The absolute hypocrisy of these old villains is truly mind-boggling. Shifting their venomous glare back to the paused footage, Yi Chen's demonic, blood-soaked smirk practically pierces through the screen. The bald elder involuntarily shivers, a cold sweat rolling down his wrinkled neck. Looking into that monster's eyes, a suffocating sense of doom grips his ancient heart. We need a flawless insurance policy. If that brat dares to accept the deathmatch, I will personally invite Elder Yuan to act as the supreme judge. That single, legendary name drops like an absolute bombshell. Chen Yuanli's eyes practically bulge out of their sockets in sheer disbelief. "You don't mean the Elder Yuan?" he stammers wildly. "The myth who actually broke into the top 400 of the elite Huaxia Grandmaster rankings? Rank 400 might not sound like much to the gods of this world, but to these lower-tier scrubs, they treat him like he is in the top 4. Only the weak would revere someone like that as a living deity." The bald elder's lips curl into a sickeningly venomous grin. "Exactly. Let's see how this arrogant little brat survives against an untouchable legend. A mere drop of sewer water daring to challenge the mighty ocean, he is destined to be crushed into absolute dust." As the sinister plot thickens, the velvet curtain of night fully descends over the bustling city. Above, a breathtaking canopy of shimmering stars illuminates the dark. Below them, neon city lights pulse with untamed energy. The scene seamlessly shifts back to Sun Yi's luxurious apartment. Wait, the sheer scale of this estate is mind-blowing. Xiaoru Shui's family background is clearly on a whole different level of wealth. Having just received the miraculous news of her precious daughter's safe return, Madame Xia completely abandons her elite poise. She sprints frantically across the hall, her eyes brimming with terrified tears. Ruxue, my baby. Are you hurt? But hold on a second. Are we sure she's a distinguished noblewoman? With that incredibly revealing, age-defying outfit, she looks more like she's ready to work at a hostess club. She is definitely dressed way too young for her actual age. She violently drops to her knees beside the exhausted girl resting on the designer sofa. How on earth did my precious little angel get abducted? Did those filthy animals dare to lay a finger on you? Desperate to calm her hyperventilating mother, Xiaoru Shui forces a reassuring, gentle smile. Mom, please don't panic. It was all just a massive misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? The fierce matriarch absolutely shrieks. What kind of misunderstanding involves ruthless thugs smashing down our doors and knocking you out cold? And her volcanic fury is only just erupting. She snaps her razor-sharp glare directly toward Ye Chen, practically shooting daggers at his face. If a certain someone is too weak to properly protect you, then you are packing your bags and coming home with me this instant. Hearing this, a dangerously dark aura instantly explodes around Ye Chen. He furiously grits his teeth, swallowing the bitter insult. Because the terrifying truth is, he cannot argue with a single word she just said. Sun Yi tightly grips her daughter's hand. Your father has dispatched 3 elite martial artists from Jiangnan province. They are far more reliable than a certain someone. But at this moment, Xia Rushui looks like she is completely under a love spell. She fiercely pulls away from her mother's grasp. I am not going anywhere. I want to stay right here. Seeing Sun Yi escalate her aggressive behavior toward Xia Rushui, Ye Chen points a warning finger. Let us talk things out calmly. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I will not just sit back and watch. Sun Yi swallows her bitter resentment, thoroughly annoyed. This brat is incredibly dangerous. The terrifying aura radiating from him feels like he has just crawled out of a mountain of corpses. She realizes using force against a monster like him is a death wish. She is genuinely terrified he will actually strike her down. Trembling internally, she obediently sits back down and softens her tone. Ruxue, mother is not trying to force you, but have you forgotten that your birthday is just a few days away? Just come home with me for a few days. Once the party is over, you can come back here whenever you want. Hearing Sun Yi's plea, Xia Ruxue still looks completely unconvinced, but the older woman quickly switches tactics. She puts on a heart-wrenching, pitiful expression and pulls out her trump card. Your grandmother flew all the way back from abroad just to celebrate your special day. You know how old she is now. Her time is running out. Do you really not want to see her? The mention of her beloved grandmother is the ultimate weakness that finally shakes Xia Ruxue's resolve. She turns back to her mother with wide eyes. Grandma is really back? Reaching out with a gentle touch, Sun Yi softly strokes her daughter's hair to seal the deal. Of course she is. Why would your own mother ever lie to you? But Xia Ruxue scoffs, her trust long gone. Have you forgotten how many times you have lied to me over the years? Torn between staying and leaving? She turns her desperate gaze toward Ye Chen for guidance. Ye Chen, fully understanding the heavy weight in her heart, gives her a reassuring nod without hesitation. You should go back. I will attend your birthday banquet too. And when it is time, I will personally bring you back here. Yi Chen's simple, steadfast promise carries more weight than 1,000 oaths from her own mother. A radiant smile instantly blooms on Xia Ruxue's face. She playfully holds out her pinky finger, demanding a 100% guarantee. Deal. You absolutely must show up. If you break this promise, I will never forgive you. To ease her lingering anxiety, Ye Chen raises his hand and locks his pinky with hers to seal the vow. Do not worry. I always keep my word. Feeling the warmth of his steadfast promise, Xia Ruxue's heart flutters with absolute relief. She lets out a sassy, adorable huff. Oomph. I bet you would not dare to trick me anyway. Ye Chen offers a gentle, elegant smile, casually slipping his hands into his pockets with unshakable confidence. Absolutely. If I am lying to you, I will gladly become your loyal puppy. Just as the tension finally dissolves, Xia Ruxue suddenly remembers something crucial. Her eyes widen in realization. Oh, right, I almost forgot the most important thing. Her delicate white hands hurriedly pull out an incredibly thick stack of documents and shove them straight into Ye Chen's chest. This is the ultimate development blueprint I drafted for the Tianzheng group. Its strategies are leagues beyond whatever garbage Shenhai Hua could ever come up with. You absolutely must use this golden opportunity well. Holding the heavy, meticulously detailed file, Ye Chen feels like he has just been handed absolute gold. A wave of genuine joy washes over his face. Haha, if your brilliant mind cannot outsmart a fool like him, then my $10,000 salary for you will have been a total waste, right? After sharing a few more tender moments, Sun Yi steps in to aggressively rush her daughter out the door. Hurry up and come home with me to pack. If we dawdle any longer, we will completely miss our flight. Being dragged away, Xia Rushui scrambles to look back over her shoulder. Goodbye. Remember, you absolutely have to be there. Ye Chen raises his hand in a polite farewell, his striking, handsome features radiating pure, unshakable reliability. I promise. Rest easy. As he watches the mother and daughter fade into the distance, Ye Chen's eyes darken as cold calculations begin running through his mind. My place is no longer a safe haven. Letting Xia Ruxui leave now is actually the perfect tactical move. Plus, it is obvious how deeply she cherishes her grandmother. But more importantly, as that thought crosses his mind, Ye Chen's gentle demeanor vanishes instantly. His handsome face morphs into a mask of deadly, razor-sharp seriousness. Over the next few days, I need to clean up some absolute trash. Any lurking threat to her safety must be eradicated without a trace. Outside the window, the blazing sunset begins bleeding into the evening sky. Suddenly, a sharp knock shatters Ye Chen's murderous train of thought. His eyes narrow. Who on earth is knocking at this hour? Thinking it is the girls returning, Ye Chen calls out toward the entrance. Ruxue? Did you forget something behind? He swings the luxurious, modern door wide open, only to find absolutely no one at eye level. But glancing down, a tiny figure stands on the welcome mat. Excuse me, are you Mr. Ye Chen? Caught completely off guard, Ye Chen raises a brow and nods. That is me. Standing there is a little boy with green hair, wearing a bright scarf. With an innocent, eager smile, the boy politely holds out a sealed envelope with both hands. Mr. Ye Chen, a very scary-looking man paid me to deliver this straight to your hands. Taking the suspicious envelope, Ye Chen steps back inside and locks the door. He rips the heavy seal apart, tossing the casing onto the table. As he unfolds the thick parchment, a dark mutter escapes his lips. But before he can even finish his sentence, his eyes lock onto the blood-red, arrogant characters scrawled across the page. His fists clench so tightly, his knuckles turn white. The letter directly targets him as the mortal enemy of the Chen family. Tomorrow. The Grand Martial Arts Arena. A fight to the bitter end. Do you dare to accept? If you refuse to fight, let us see just how long you can protect the pathetic lives of those around you. Signed at the bottom in aggressive strokes, Chen Yuanli of the mighty Chen family. Reading those vicious threats, pure, unadulterated fury explodes within Ye Chen. His veins bulge, looking ready to punch a hole straight through the author's skull. So that is how it is. A dangerous smirk plays on his lips. This Chen Yuanli must be the revered elder of the Chen family, the exact same bastard who dared to lay a hand on Xia Ruxue. Perfect timing. You just saved me the absolute hassle of hunting you down like a dog. Knock, knock. Just as his murderous aura reaches its absolute peak, another urgent pounding hits the door. Irritated by the constant interruptions, he marches over and throws the door open. Who the hell is it now? Standing in the hallway is a stunning beauty with fiery red hair. Mr. Ye, she calls out breathlessly. Seeing her breathtaking figure clad in a dangerously high-slit cheongsam, Ye Chen blinks in genuine surprise. Jin Lengian? Before he can say another word, she frantically grabs his arm. Tell me the truth. Did you just receive a deathmatch challenge from the martial arts arena? He has barely held the letter in his hands for 2 minutes, yet she already knows? A look of profound confusion washes over Ye Chen's face. How in the world did you find out about that? I just received this. Ye Chen's voice is deadpan. He casually tosses the freshly delivered challenge letter toward Jin Lengian, his eyes already analyzing the situation. This woman's intel network is terrifyingly fast, he thinks to himself. Jin Lenjian's expression is dead serious. She raises her fan to her face, her eyes wide with urgency. It is already posted at the martial arts arena. Her voice trembles slightly. Right now, every major power in Jiangcheng knows about this upcoming battle. The martial arts arena. A brutal staging ground where ancient martial artists settle their blood feuds. Once you step onto that stage, only one person walks out alive. Panic breaks through her calm facade. She closes the distance, desperately grabbing Ye Chen's hand. Chen Yuanli is setting a trap. He clearly intends to butcher you on that arena. Mr. Ye, you must reject this challenge. If you just ignore him, Chen Yuanli would not dare to touch you in public. Every frantic word spilling from Jin Lengian's lips bleeds with sheer terror. But Ye Chen's reaction? Absolute chilling indifference. Why on earth would I reject it? I was just getting annoyed, trying to hunt down Chen Yuanli. If he wants to hand-deliver his own head, I will gladly take it. This insane confidence only makes Jin Lengian panic more. She leans in closer, desperate to make him understand. Mr. Ye, you do not understand. Chen Yuanli broke through to the Grandmaster realm over 10 years ago. His power is absolutely monstrous. Ye Chen simply stares at her frantic display. His eyes hold nothing but pure bewilderment. To him, a Grandmaster is nothing more than a stepping stone. Jin Lengjian pushes harder. Back then, he acquired a terrifyingly powerful martial skill. Fearing assassination, he fled to Mount Wu to master it in absolute secrecy. He is a monster that even my father refuses to provoke. But to Ye Chen, these warnings are nothing but worthless noise. He turns away, completely bored by the hype. Save your breath. I am going to the martial arts arena. Thanks for the heads up, goodbye. Bam! Ye Chen slams the door shut, cutting off Jin Lengyan before she can utter another syllable. She stands there, frozen. The words die in her throat. Faced with this jaw-dropping arrogance, she has never felt so utterly powerless. Rejected by the stubbornly confident young master, the usually composed heiress is left reeling in the hallway. Trembling with dread, Jin Lengyan pulls out her phone to make an urgent call. He will not listen to reason. What do we do now? Through the speaker, an older man's voice erupts in pure fury. Our Jin family has already done our utmost for him. If that arrogant brat wants to rush to his death, nobody can stop him. The patriarch's voice drips with venomous sarcasm. Contact the funeral parlor immediately. Order the finest coffin money can buy for that fool. Since he cannot repay our kindness in life, we will at least give him a spectacular funeral in death. Click. Her father hangs up in a fit of rage. Jin Lengjian stares at the darkened screen, her face pale with despair, suffocating in the heavy silence of impending doom. Meanwhile, back inside the room, Ye Chen slumps onto the sofa, thoroughly irritated by the constant interruptions and lack of faith. Can that Jin Lengyan not say a single positive thing? He mutters. An old dog from the Chen family is nothing. I can crush him with one hand. Suddenly, the phone on his desk shatters the silence. Ring, ring, ring. The caller ID flashes Ye Lingtian's name. Ye Chen picks up, his voice ice cold. Speak fast, Ye Lingtian. What is it? Through the receiver, his subordinate's voice is laced with unprecedented urgency. Palace Lord, Chen Yuanli's strength is terrifying. He might even rank in the top 600 of the Grandmaster leaderboard. Should I dispatch the shadow guards to assassinate him? Doubted once again, Ye Chen sighs, his reply oozing unnatural calmness. Call them off. I will handle this piece of trash myself. Compared to this circus act, I only care about the harbor cleanup. Are the bodies disposed of? Do not let this cause panic among the innocent civilians. Even amidst a death threat, the supreme ruler's true priority is protecting the weak. Ye Lingtian snaps to attention. The area has been completely sterilized. Palace Lord, yet his loyal subordinate cannot help but warn him. But Palace Lord, I must stress this. Chen Baoguo mastered a forbidden martial art. Rumors say its destructive power is absolute. You cannot underestimate. Click. Ye Chen kills the call before his general can finish the sentence. He sinks deeper into his chair, rubbing his temples. Unbelievable. I literally just said I could handle it. These guys nag me like overprotective parents. Buzz. The phone violently vibrates again. Ye Chen glares at the glowing screen. Another one? The caller ID proudly displays Zhuzhengde. Seeing the name, Ye Chen pauses. Time skips forward, and the golden sunset bleeds into a deep, starless night. Inside the dimly lit room, Ye Chen is officially on the verge of explosive rage. Heavens above. Why will my phone not stop ringing? Ye Lingtian, Zhu Zhengde, Bailey Bing, Zhou Rende. The moment the news broke, they all bombarded him with calls. And the worst part? Not a single one of them believes he can win. Do you all look down on me that much? Ye Chen slams the phone onto the desk, his eyes blazing with defiance. What do you mean? I am rushing to my death? Every single one of them is taking this too far. Do I really look that weak? Right on cue, the cursed device lights up again. This time, it is Shen Haihua. Ye Chen snatches the phone, skipping the pleasantries to unleash his wrath. What now? Are you also going to beg me not to throw my life away? Let me make this crystal clear right now. Your warnings are utterly useless. Tomorrow, I am stepping onto that stage. A stunned silence follows. Then, a confused voice replies. Huh, what do you mean? Throw your life away. Hearing the sheer bewilderment, Ye Chen's raging aura instantly deflates. Oh, right. He slaps his forehead. Shen Haihua and Sun Yi have zero connections to the ancient martial arts world. Snapping back to reality, Shen Haihua's voice turns frantic. Mr. Ye, we have a massive crisis on our hands. Our newly manufactured pills are too extraordinary. The provincial medical board is blocking our distribution. The pressure is crushing us. We desperately need you to pull some strings. Yi Chen's eyes narrow, his mind shifting from battle to business. Understood. Leave it to me. He ends the call, a strategic glint replacing his earlier annoyance. This is child's play. A simple word to the Zhu family will clear this up. But just 30 seconds after setting the phone down. Buzz. 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 The screen lights up with yet another incoming call. The Supreme Powerhouse sighs in absolute defeat. Forget fighting grandmasters. Surviving his 100th phone call of the day might just be his greatest trial yet. Yi Chen's phone rings again, and his expression instantly darkens. Is there no end to this? Just another fool calling to beg him not to throw his life away. He answers the call, but a surprisingly respectful voice echoes through the speaker. Mr. Ye. This is Yingqing. Please come outside. The commander wishes to meet you. I am already waiting in the car, the man adds. This isn't another annoying warning, and that realization brings a satisfied smirk to Ye Chen's face. Fine, he replies coolly. As he heads out, his mind races with strategy. The Zhou family has been incredibly useful, but their absolute power ends at the borders of Jiangnan province. But the Dragon Soul Strike team, they are an elite, national-level force. Forging an alliance with them could change everything. Somewhere in Jiangcheng's industrial district, massive transport trucks sit silently under the moonlight. The heavy scent of machinery fills the air. Voices echo from a dimly lit warehouse. Apologies for reaching out this late in the night. A highly classified mission delayed me for several days. Pacing down the concrete corridor, Yingqing hands Ye Chen a sleek, metallic security pass. Take this. It is our ultimate clearance card, Yingqing warns softly. When you meet the commander, please control that explosive temper of yours. Do it for the Tianzheng group, if not for yourself. Yi Chen snatches the pass, his eyes narrowing as he studies the emblem. He shoots Yingqing a sharp, annoyed glare. Do I really look like someone who stirs up trouble? Yingqing rubs the back of his neck awkwardly, but his answer is brutally honest. Basically, yes. The two finally halt before a massive, reinforced steel door. Yingqing snaps to attention, his boots stomping the floor. His posture becomes a rigid spear of military discipline. Reporting to the commander, Yi Chen has arrived. A deep, booming voice reverberates from within. Excellent. Send him in. With a heavy mechanical groan, the impenetrable steel doors slowly slide apart. Yi Chen steps into the cavernous command center alone, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Across the room, an imposing figure stands with his back turned, staring out the window into the abyss of the night. It is clear this man has been anticipating this exact moment. Without even turning around, the commander begins reciting classified intelligence, as if reading Ye Chen's very soul. Yi Chen, male, born in Jiangcheng of the southwest province. Father, Yi Tianzheng. Mother, Jiang Beirong. 5 years ago, your family was caught in the tragic Yunhu Manor massacre. Yet, half a decade later, the dead returns to the living. You did not just survive, you ascended straight into the legendary Grandmaster realm. Driven by vengeance, you slaughtered the Chen family's father and son. You eradicated Diao Jinggu, wiped out over 100 elites of the Azure sect, and even executed the son of Jiang Baoguo. Hearing his entire bloody crusade laid bare with terrifying accuracy, Ye Chen's eyes narrow in sharp calculation. This man is no ordinary soldier, Ye Chen thinks, feeling a suffocating pressure. He is a monstrously powerful martial artist, a true threat. Finally, the commander slowly turns around, revealing a gaze as piercing as a drawn blade. Just your recent trail of blood is enough to overshadow a normal warrior's entire lifetime, the commander states, his voice heavy with authority. I am deeply curious about where you vanished to for 5 whole years. Even our military satellites found absolutely nothing. He smoothly uncovers an antique tea set and begins pouring a fresh cup. But what truly fascinates me is where you found the sheer audacity to accept Chen Yuanli's deathmatch. A mysterious, almost predatory smile creeps across the commander's weathered face as he locks eyes with Ye Chen. Care for some tea? Let us talk while we drink. Without waiting for an answer, the commander flicks his wrist, and pure internal energy lifts the porcelain cup into the air. With a sudden burst of terrifying force, he launches the teacup straight at Ye Chen like a fired bullet. But Ye Chen doesn't even flinch. His hand snaps out like lightning, perfectly catching the flying projectile. The insane momentum causes the hot tea to violently swirl inside the fragile porcelain, yet miraculously, not a single drop spills over the edge. Ye Chen casually brings the steaming cup to his lips. He takes a slow sip, a cold smirk forming on his face. You talk way too much. Instead of anger, a flash of absolute admiration crosses the commander's eyes. This small test of strength had revealed everything he needed to know. Incredible. The commander praises inwardly. I infused that cup with pure, explosive martial energy. Even an ordinary grandmaster would struggle to catch it without shattering the porcelain into dust. Yet this kid did not just catch it effortlessly. He completely neutralized my force without spilling a single drop. It seems I have vastly underestimated this monster. Finally dropping the intimidation tactics, the commander officially introduces himself. My name is Lei Shuwei. Yingqing mentioned you wish to collaborate with the Dragon Soul Strike team. What exactly do you have in mind? Of course, if you are willing to formally join our ranks, the military can make a lot of your problems disappear. A talent like yours belongs with us. Yi Chen does not even bat an eye at the prestigious offer. His expression remains utterly indifferent as he shuts it down. Join you? Not a chance. I walk my own path, and I bow to no one's rules. Right now, the Tianzhong group needs to manufacture a specific medicine, but the bureaucratic red tape is a nightmare. I am here to ask if you can greenlight the operation. If not, I am walking out that door right now. Yi Chen's absolute arrogance in a military stronghold is staggering. He knows exactly how valuable his overwhelming strength is, and he is playing his hand aggressively. Commander Lei Shuwei chuckles, totally unfazed by the threat. That is child's play. I can make those permits appear instantly. But the real question is, what does the military get in return? Without wasting another breath, Ye Chen tosses a small object straight at the commander. I can provide you with 200 of these, he states, with unshakable finality, and I do not accept counteroffers. Lei Shuwei catches the mysterious item, his breath suddenly catching in his throat as raw, pulsating energy radiates from his palm. He holds it up to the light, his eyes widening in absolute shock. Pill veins? This is a supreme-grade healing elixir, the absolute pinnacle of recovery medicine. To throw away 200 of these like pocket change, he must be hiding a terrifying stockpile. The commander's mind begins racing with greed. Medicine with pill veins is practically priceless. He needs to squeeze out every drop of value. Lei Shuwei flashes a cunning businessman-like grin and raises his hand. 500 pills. Give me that. And your problem disappears today. Yi Chen does not even hesitate. He immediately spins on his heel, walking toward the exit. I told you. I do not accept counteroffers. Watching a mountain of supreme treasure literally walk out the door, the once imposing commander completely loses his cool. Wait, stop right there. 200 it is. We have a deal. What an absolutely hilarious turn of events. Did the mighty military leader really think he could haggle with the most stubborn man alive? Seeing the high and mighty commander finally crack in sheer panic. The real game was only just beginning. Ye Chen unleashes his ruthless negotiation tactics to crush the opponent's profit margin. His voice is freezing cold. I have changed my mind. 100 pills. If you cannot do it, I am leaving right now. Looking at Lei Shuwei's twisted expression, the man is clearly backed into a corner. Fine, deal, he mutters under his breath. Lei Shuwei's heart boils with frustration, realizing this ruthless brat leaves absolutely no room for survival. With the fierce negotiation settled, Ye Chen strides straight toward the door. He does not even bother to cast a single glance backward. Good. Tell Yingqing to come find me tomorrow to collect the pills. Farewell. Ye Chen steps out and slams the heavy door shut, leaving a completely stunned Lei Shuwei lost in his own turbulent thoughts. I originally thought this kid was just a greedy bastard obsessed with profits, the commander muses. Yet he actually wants to give them away for free? He is truly an unfathomable existence. Seeing Ye Chen's departing shadow, Yingqing finally dares to push the door open. Spotting Commander Lei Shuwei standing frozen in the middle of the room, Yingqing immediately rushes to his side. Commander, based on everything I know about Ye Chen and the martial arts arena, he will absolutely show up there. Yingqing reports with urgency. Do we need to devise a countermeasure? Regaining his absolute composure, Lei Shuwei issues a sharp command. Prepare the helicopter at once. I am going to request direct orders from the higher-ups today. We must secure the official decree as fast as humanly possible. He then turns his fierce gaze toward the window, gritting his teeth in silent fury. If Chen Yuanli and Jiang Guobao dare to make a move to kill him, we will use that decree to protect this brat at all costs. Understood, Yingqing replies. It is crystal clear that Lei Shuwei has already formed a remarkably deep impression of Ye Chen. Meanwhile, deep into the dead of night, the lights inside Ye Chen's grand villa still blaze brightly. Standing magnificently before his glowing refining furnace, Ye Chen clicks his tongue in absolute admiration. The 100-herb cauldron truly is a masterpiece that never ceases to amaze me. With this divine artifact assisting me, refining 200 magical pills is an absolute breeze. Ring, ring, ring. Right in the middle of his peaceful preparation, his phone shatters the silence. Ye Chen answers the call. It is Sun Yi, and her voice explodes through the speaker like a panicked scolding. Hello, Ye Chen. Where on earth did you run off to? Why are you not home yet when it is already this dark? And another thing, where is Xia Ruoxue? Why can I not find her anywhere? She demands anxiously. Ye Chen replies with a tone of utter confusion. Xia Ruoxue followed her mother back to their family estate. I just bought a villa nearby, so I am staying here now. On the other end of the line, Sun Yi's face twists with pure, unfiltered suspicion. Stop joking around. The price of a massive villa in that area is worth more than the entire company you started, she scoffs in disbelief. Could you even afford something like that? Doubted once again. Annoyance flares in Ye Chen's eyes as he snaps back. If you do not believe me, come see it with your own eyes. I will send you the address right now. The door is unlocked. Just walk straight in. Having declared his challenge, he ruthlessly hangs up just like he always does. Beep! Sun Yi puffs out her cheeks in fierce irritation at being cut off. I'm going to go see if he is actually telling the truth. Just 10 minutes later, Sun Yi arrives before the magnificent estate. Wearing a stunning tight white outfit, she matches the exact coordinates Ye Chen has sent her. She pushes the grand doors open and calls out politely, "Pardon the intrusion, I am a friend of Ye Chen." But the sight that violently crashes into her vision is Ye Chen, looking absolutely godlike as he refines spiritual pills. Sun Yi stands absolutely paralyzed, her mind struggling to process the impossible. Heavens above, are my eyes playing tricks on me right now? Is this truly something that can happen in the real world? She watches in absolute awe as Ye Chen hovers effortlessly in midair, conjuring mystical flames to heat his spiritual furnace. From the mouth of the divine cauldron, perfectly round, pitch-black medicinal pills shoot out. They shimmer with incredible power, wrapped in a mystical, ethereal smoke that fills the entire room. Moving with lightning-fast reflexes, Ye Chen whips out a bag to catch every single glowing pill. He glances down at his legendary harvest with a deeply satisfied smirk. Excellent. At this godly speed, I will definitely make it in time. A sudden wave of timidity washes over Sun Yi as she nervously asks, "Is this magnificent place truly your home?" Without warning, Ye Chen reaches out and grasps her hand, causing a fierce blush to explode across her cheeks. He spins around, gently pulling her along as his voice drops to a charming whisper. "As long as you are willing, this could be our home too. Come inside and take a grand tour." The moment Sun Yi steps fully inside, she can no longer suppress her boundless excitement. Her sparkling eyes dart everywhere as she lets out a breathless gasp of pure admiration. "Oh my god, this estate is so incredibly luxurious, and every single piece of furniture is top tier," she squeals. While Ye Chen smoothly continues leading her deeper into the mansion. Unable to hide her overflowing adoration, Sun Yi unconsciously blurts out her true feelings. "This is quite literally the bedroom of my wildest dreams." As the master bedroom doors swing open, Sun Yi does not hesitate for a single second before leaping onto the massive mattress. "Ah, the bed is ridiculously soft," she cheers. "It is so unbelievably comfortable, I never want to stand up again." Yi Chen stands near the doorway, watching her with a totally bewildered expression. Crossing his arms, he chuckles at her adorable rolling and offers casually, "If you love it that much, I will just give this entire mansion to you. I can have my people transfer the deed tomorrow." That casual display of insane wealth makes Sun Yi shoot straight up in shock. She furiously waves her hands in the air, frantically rejecting his wild offer. "No, no, no. Are you out of your mind right now? Why would you gift me an entire mansion? I absolutely do not want the deed." Hearing her panic, Ye Chen's playful expression vanishes into absolute seriousness. "I owe you far more than just a single house," he replies softly. Hearing those emotionally heavy words, she quickly lowers her flustered face, suddenly completely tongue-tied and breathless. "Is it just because of what happened last year?" she thinks to herself. "It was something I was supposed to do, not something you need to repay with such overwhelming gratitude." Suddenly, Sun Yi pounces forward. She fiercely grabs Ye Chen's broad shoulders, making a faint blush creep up his neck as she locks eyes with him. "Let me be brutally honest with you. This older sister is extremely angry right now," she declares fiercely. "All because a little brat like you dared to secretly live in such an incredibly luxurious place behind my back." Her own face burns bright red with shy embarrassment, but her voice vibrates with excitement. "You are strictly forbidden from enjoying all this luxury by yourself, understand? Just to make things completely fair, I am moving into your place too." Having claimed her territory, she flops back onto the impossibly soft mattress, giggling until her eyes form happy little crescents. Yi Chen can only chuckle helplessly, facepalming at her outrageous antics. Basking in her absolute victory, Sun Yi continues to gloat. "Haha, there are so many gorgeous rooms in here. When Xia Ruoxue finally comes back, I will not have to squeeze onto the same tiny bed with her anymore." Hearing her cheerful rambling, Ye Chen smoothly spins on his heel and walks away, throwing his voice back toward the room. All right, fine. Do whatever your heart desires, as long as you are happy." Without a single lingering glance, the overpowered cultivator strides down the hall, casually pulling the heavy bedroom door shut behind him. Sun Yi freezes in stunned silence for a brief second before a tender, heart-fluttering smile blooms on her face. Hugging a plush pillow tightly to her chest, she thinks, "If you are only getting closer to me just to repay a favor, I absolutely will not accept that, you know." Outside the magnificent villa, the morning sun breaks the horizon, casting a breathtaking golden light across the sky. Staring down at two massive bags overflowing with shimmering pitch-black spiritual pills, Ye Chen finally lets out a long sigh of absolute relief. Yes, the legendary refinement is finally complete. Just then, Sun Yi walks out, carrying a sleek tray with a glass of water, calling out playfully, "Hey there, little Ye Chen. Tomorrow is Xia Ruoshui's birthday. What grand treasure are you planning to gift her? Setting the tray down, she flashes a teasing smile. But what magnificent treasure could possibly be worthy of her? And more importantly, hurry up and grab your breakfast before it gets cold. Hurry up and eat. Hearing the call, Ye Chen glances over his shoulder. Xiaoru Shui's birthday is set for the very next day. A sharp glint flashes in his eyes as he realizes the martial arts arena deathmatch falls on the exact same date. Standing up tall, a confident smirk plays on his lips. Looks like both of these events are clashing perfectly, he mutters to himself. Speak of the devil. Ye Chen pushes open the front door to find Yingjing standing respectfully outside. Seeing the master emerge, the captain bows his head. Mr. Ye, I have come to collect the medicinal pills. Yi Chen casually tosses over a cheap plastic grocery bag bulging with divine medicine. Here you go. Misunderstanding the gesture, Yingjing hastily waves both hands in refusal. Mr. Ye, you are far too generous. We already had our breakfast at headquarters. Ye Chen frowns, utterly speechless at the captain's sheer cluelessness. He lets out an exasperated sigh. Breakfast? Are you out of your mind? Ye Chen shakes the crinkling bag. These are the 200 supreme medicinal pills I promised you. Do you want them or not? Yingjing's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He frantically snatches the flimsy bag, hugging it to his chest like a newborn baby while practically weeping with distress. Good heavens, how can you store such priceless heavenly treasures in a cheap trash bag? He wails in absolute agony. What if their divine essence gets contaminated? Ye Chen simply stands there, casually picking his ear with zero grace. Yingjing instantly spins around, barking orders at his stunned subordinate. Hurry! Fetch the vacuum-sealed oxygen-free containment unit from the armored transport right now. The poor subordinate scratches his head in utter confusion. But Captain, that containment unit is currently holding the highly classified blood samples from our latest mission. Yingjing points a trembling finger at the subordinate, his face turning red with rage. Dump them. We can always bleed the targets again. He hugs the grocery bag tighter. If these divine pills get ruined, who on earth could ever forge them again? Terrified by the captain's wrath, the soldier scrambles toward the armored vehicle. Understood, Captain. Watching this ridiculous display, Ye Chen finally decides to intervene. The pills I forge are not that fragile. He waves his hand dismissively. They do not need a sealed environment. This plastic bag is more than enough. He flashes an arrogant smirk. If their potency drops even a fraction, come find me. If one goes bad, I will compensate you with 10. Hearing such a bold guarantee, Yingjing lets out a massive sigh of relief. Then I can finally put my heart at ease. Suddenly, a serious glint flashes across the captain's eyes. Ah, there is one more thing, Mr. Ye. The commander personally asked me to deliver this message. Yingjing's aura sharpens into that of a true soldier. No matter what dirty tricks Chen Yuanli and Jiang Baoguo attempt tomorrow, if push comes to shove, the military will step in to protect you. A faint, unfathomable smile graces Ye Chen's lips. Though he needs no protection, the gesture is acknowledged. Pass on my thanks, he replies softly. The scene shifts to a highly exclusive tea house deep within Jiang City. 3 men emitting terrifying martial auras sit around a low mahogany table. Taking the seat of absolute honor in the center is a sharp-eyed elder in a tailored suit, Yuan Jingfu. Jiang Baoguo sits respectfully to Yuan Jingfu's left, sneaking a nervous glance at the elder, cold sweat beads on his forehead. No matter how many times I stand in his presence, he thinks, trembling inwardly, this monstrous aura never fails to suffocate me. This is a supreme powerhouse ranked in the top 400 of the legendary Grandmaster leaderboard. Even if Jiang Baoguo burned his life force cultivating for decades, he would still be nothing but an ant beneath this man's heel. For the past 10 years, Yuan Jingfu has ruled the martial underworld of Jiangnan province like an untouchable emperor. Not only has he built an empire of unimaginable wealth, he is also the esteemed vice chairman of the elite Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. This is a provincial-level sacred ground, a prestigious sanctuary where even ordinary grandmasters would beg, bleed, and break their heads just for a chance to enter. Yuan Jingfu finally breaks the suffocating silence. 2 renowned grandmasters of Jiang City have invited this old man here. I assume it is not merely to sample tea. Jiang Baoguo bows deeply, his voice dripping with flattery. Before Elder Yuan, we dare not claim the title of grandmaster. We are mere juniors seeking your wisdom. With trembling hands, Jiang Baoguo presents an intricately carved wooden box. Please accept this small tribute from your juniors. The lid snaps open, releasing a wave of pure, concentrated spiritual energy. Inside rests what appears to be a tiny ginseng root. Yet, it glows with a crystalline white brilliance, its texture resembling immortal jade rather than mere plant life. He carefully slides the treasure across the table toward the vice chairman. This divine herb possesses a terrifying ability to solidify a martial artist's foundation. We pray it can assist Elder Yuan in breaking through your current bottleneck. Yuan Jingfu's eyes narrow as he examines the glowing root. 1,000-year spirit-seeking ginseng. A greedy light flickers in his gaze. This artifact is truly invaluable. Your tribute is almost too heavy, Chen Yuanli chuckles, raising his teacup with a sycophantic grin. Not at all, Elder Yuan. For a titan like yourself, only heaven-defying treasures like this are worthy of your presence. Yuan Jingfu throws his head back in a booming, arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha, you men certainly know how to conduct yourselves. He pockets the divine ginseng with lightning speed. Polish your skills for another 2 years, and I might just sponsor your entry into the provincial association. Overjoyed, Chen Yuanli practically slams his head onto the table. We thank Elder Yuan for his immense grace. Seeing the elder in high spirits, Jiang Baoguo seizes the moment to strike. Elder Yuan. Tomorrow, Grandmaster Chen is scheduled for a death match at the martial arts arena. His opponent is an arrogant little brat named Ye Chen. We humbly request Elder Yuan's divine guidance on this matter. Yuan Jingfu scoffs, shooting a condescending glare at Chen Yuanli. He is merely a junior. Have your skills degraded so much that you fear a whelp who still smells of his mother's milk? Sensing the legendary Grandmaster's crushing disdain, panic seizes Chen Yuanli's heart. He wildly waves his hands, desperate to save face. No, it is not like that. That trash's actual combat power is nothing to me. However, at a recent auction, the brat managed to steal a legendary forbidden pill. If he consumes it, his strength will experience a monstrous, unnatural spike. We merely fear this vile rat will use dirty tricks to ruin the sanctity of the duel. Bam! Yuan Jingfu smashes his palm against the mahogany table, rattling the teacups. A terrifying killing intent floods the room as he roars. He dares play dirty before my eyes? As long as I, Yuan Jingfu, draw breath, justice will be absolute. His aura burns like a raging inferno. If that scum dares to swallow a forbidden pill to beat you, I will personally shatter his knees and force him to beg for death before you. Despite the ironclad guarantee, a shadow of fear still lingers in Jiang Baoguo's eyes. Swallowing hard, he carefully presses further. But Elder Yuan, this Ye Chen is a mad dog. Rumor has it he vowed to butcher Grandmaster Chen on the stage. He even arrogantly declared that even if the mighty Elder Yuan descended from the heavens, you wouldn't be able to stop his blade. Seeing right through their pathetic manipulation, Yuan Jingfu coldly raises a hand. Enough. Save your cheap theatrical exaggerations for someone else. He narrows his eyes, a predatory smirk curving his lips. You two old foxes clearly share a blood feud of epic proportions with this brat, don't you? Struck right in his most agonizing wound, Chen Yuanli's eyes turned bloodshot. That demon slaughtered my precious grandson. He severed the Chen family's entire bloodline. This sea of blood must be washed away with his life. Jiang Baoguo furiously joins the chorus of hatred. He is a ruthless monster who kills without blinking. Jiang Baoguo gnashes his teeth in absolute torment. He shamelessly ambushed my son to steal his life-saving spiritual pill. And then, he brutally tortured my Jiang Wenlin to death. Hearing the tragic wails of the two patriarchs, Yuan Jingfu strokes his beard in righteous disgust. To commit such atrocities, this boy is a rotting cancer upon the ancient martial underworld. A sinister, mocking chuckle escapes the elder's lips. Ha ha ha, to recklessly slaughter the heirs of two sitting grandmasters? Tomorrow at the arena, we shall see how this arrogant whelp meets his hellish end. That arrogant brat, Ye Chen, doesn't know his place. Rest easy. Leave tomorrow's execution entirely to me. Even if the Heavenly King himself descends, he won't be able to save that boy's life. Hearing Yuan Jingfu's absolute guarantee, Jiang Baoguo and Chen Yuanli immediately stood up. They clasped their hands and bowed with profound reverence. We deeply thank you, Elder Yuan, they echoed in perfect unison. Suddenly, Jiang Baoguo glanced toward the door with a sly smirk. Elder Yuan, there is actually one more small favor we must ask of your immense greatness. Jiang Baoguo clapped his hands, his voice ringing out. Come in! The heavy wooden doors swung open, revealing 3 stunning young women stepping gracefully into the room. The girl in the center bowed low, her voice sweet. Greetings, Elder Yuan. A knowing smile crept across Jiang Baoguo's face as he presented them. These beauties are all top-tier students from Jiangbei University. They have worshipped your legendary martial prowess from afar for a very long time. They desperately wish to accompany you to your private chambers. 2. Study a few advanced techniques. We hope you might offer them your personal guidance. Yuan Jingfu's face initially darkened in feigned hesitation. This is highly inappropriate. But then, a predatory gleam flashed in his eyes, and a sinister smirk twisted his lips. Ha ha. Well, if they are so eager to learn, who am I to refuse? University girls these days are exceptionally studious. As their senior, it is my absolute duty to guide them thoroughly, especially the ones with such vast potential. Dawn broke on the second day. Inside Ye Chen's private villa, a mysterious stone pulsed, shrouded in a brilliant golden aura. Yi Chen hovered silently in midair, fully submerged in a deep meditative trance. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A dazzling wave of golden energy erupted from his very core, illuminating the entire room. Boom! Ye Chen had successfully broken through to the 8th level of the Origin Initiation realm. Exhaling sharply, he ceased his cultivation, slowly descending as the mystical stone simultaneously dropped into his open palm. Resting his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy in Huaxia is terrifyingly thin compared to that other realm. Yet, my cultivation speed hasn't just maintained, it has skyrocketed. Could it really be because of this ordinary-looking stone? Right on cue, the stone vibrated ever so slightly. Yi Chen's breath hitched. It moved. Does this ancient relic actually possess its own consciousness? Was it just answering my question? He leaned in closer, his sharp gaze dissecting every jagged edge of the artifact. Gripping it tightly, he whispered to himself, "The sheer mystery radiating from this rock is unfathomable. My absolute confidence in dominating this upcoming arena comes entirely from the reincarnation graveyard hidden within it. With my current strength, I can finally awaken the very first supreme entity resting inside." Just how devastatingly powerful is this ancient legend? He shook his head, pulling out an antique turtle shell and 3 bronze coins. Forget it. Overthinking leads nowhere. With a flick of his wrist, Ye Chen tossed the ancient divination tools onto the floor. For better or worse, this is my first official martial arts arena. I should at least read the fortunes of fate. He stared at the scattered items, his eyes widening in pure shock. It's standing straight up? How is that even mathematically possible? The turtle shell and the 3 bronze coins had flawlessly arranged themselves into an impossible, ancient, spiritual formation. The shell stood perfectly vertical in the dead center, while the 3 coins locked it into a flawless triangular grid. Ye Chen glared at the profound setup. Just like before, no matter how deeply I scrutinize this, the heavenly secret remains completely sealed. That crazy old man once told me that my destiny is so terrifying, even the heavens themselves have no right to interfere. Could his insane words actually be true? A sudden, sharp knock shattered the silence. It was Jin Lengjian waiting outside. Her crisp voice cut through the door. "Mr. Ye, I have arrived to escort you." "Understood. Thank you," Ye Chen replied calmly. The scene violently shifted to the colossal martial arts arena. Ye Chen and Jin Lengyan pushed through an ocean of roaring spectators and bloodthirsty challengers. Ye Chen swept his piercing gaze across the massive stadium, thoroughly impressed. To think Huaxia was hiding this terrifying number of ancient martial artists in the shadows. Most of them seemed to be here just to witness the bloodshed, and shockingly, I sense quite a few familiar auras in this viper's nest. Scanning the VIP sections, his eyes locked onto major players. Zhou Rende, Zhou Zixuan, Xin Yuanping, along with those 2 mysterious men. Even Bailey Bing and Ying Jing had descended upon the arena. Yi Chen's mind raced as he calculated the sheer weight of the power in the room. The Zhou family elites, Bailey Bing, Luo Zhengguo, Zhou Zhengde, and Zhou Fulu, all the titans have gathered for this slaughter. They even dragged out Chu Shutian. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto 2 incredibly familiar silhouettes. His pupils constricted. Wait a second. That imposing figure in the shadows. Is that Ye Lingchen? Even if that madman wants to hide his true terrifying identity, there's absolutely no need to play the role of a lowly lackey for the Tuo family. He is the undisputed king of Jiangnan. After all, across the stadium, Ye Lingchen's sharp eyes met Ye Chen's gaze. The hidden king swore a silent, blood oath. "My lord, if your life falls into even a fraction of danger today, we will tear this entire stadium apart and slaughter everyone to protect you." Suddenly, a panicked scream shattered the tension. "They're here! The 3 supreme judges have finally arrived." The entire Colosseum erupted into a frenzy of terrified whispers and awe. Heavens above, that monstrous aura radiating from the man in front. Is that the legendary Elder Yuan? And flanked right beside him, the absolute titans, Wang Zhixin and Wu Xiangming. Yuan Jingfu stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder over the stadium. "I am Yuan Jingfu. As a chief judge of this martial arts arena, I shall enforce absolute justice and crush any disorder. If any pathetic soul dares to break the sacred rules of fairness, regardless of their background, I will slaughter them without mercy." Jin Lengyan leaned close to Ye Chen, her voice trembling slightly. "Those 3 absolute monsters are Yuan Jingfu, Wang Zhixin, and Wu Xiangming. Every single one of them is an apex predator ranked within the top 500 of the Grandmaster leaderboard. But Yuan Jingfu is the true nightmare among them. He once shattered his way into the top 400. His current rank is a dead secret, but rumors swear he has already breached the terrifying top 300. Yi Chen's brow furrowed tightly as he analyzed the overwhelming pressure descending from the stage. That old fossil, Yuan Jingfu, is no joke. The danger radiating from him is catastrophic. I'm afraid he has already broken into the Qi Tribulation realm, a realm vastly superior to my own. It seems I drastically underestimated the ancient martial artists of Huaxia. This man is a genuine, cold-blooded master. The roaring crowd finally took their seats, the tension skyrocketing as they awaited the first blood to be drawn. Jin Lengyan gripped her sword hilt, whispering urgently to Ye Chen. To hold the title of martial judge, his sheer combat power is undeniably monstrous. But what is truly terrifying is the colossal empire backing him. She gulped, her eyes wide with warning. You must understand, Yuan Jingfu is also the vice president of the entire Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. In the entirety of Jiangnan, virtually no one dares to cross him and live. If the opportunity arises, you must swallow your pride and win his favor. Your very survival in this bloodbath might just depend on it. Ye Chen scoffs, not giving a single damn. What kind of garbage is he? Why should I rely on anyone? Jin Lengyan furrows her brows, whispering a sharp warning. Watch your mouth. What if he hears you? That is Wu Dingming. You need to show some respect. The Wu family's foundation is terrifyingly deep. If you can get on his good side, even Chen Yuanli wouldn't dare touch a hair on your head. Boom! A massive war drum suddenly echoes through the arena, signaling the start of the first life-or-death duel. Yuan Jingfu stands tall in the center of the ring, his voice booming. Ye Chen, Chen Yuanli, step into the arena. At the command, Chen Yuanli channels explosive power into his legs, while Ye Chen casually shifts into a ready stance. Both fighters leap onto the stage simultaneously. Murderous rage contorts Chen Yuanli's face as he glares at Ye Chen, his voice dripping with venom. I will slaughter you. In response, Ye Chen merely flashes a provoking, arrogant smirk. Up in the roaring stands, a spectator watches the stage, spitting out words of pure disdain. Good heavens, to think a little piece of trash from the Ye family gets to share the same stage as Grandmaster Chen. How is he even worthy? Another bystander sneers, chiming in with a cruel laugh. Grandmaster Chen, hack that Ye family garbage to pieces. Show him the price of courting death. The annoying chatter grates on Wu Dingming's ears. His expression darkens instantly as he growls. So noisy. Turning around with a terrifying bloodthirsty aura, he glares at the gossiping trio. Whoever dares to spout nonsense and disturb the martial arts arena again, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Struck by his overwhelming killing intent, the spectators violently flinch, trembling in absolute fear. Wu Dingming then sighs, shaking his head in pity. Ah, what an absolute shame. Such a young grandmaster is definitely a peak-tier genius, yet he is destined to die right here. Back in the ring, Ye Chen radiates overwhelming energy. A blazing purple aura erupts around him, vibrating with pure, unadulterated power. He locks eyes with Chen Yuanli, throwing him a gaze of ultimate defiance. Chen Yuanli refuses to back down. Stepping between the two titans, Yuan Jingfu raises his hand high and announces, "This battle is officially set. Both fighters have signed the life-and-death contract. Even so, I hope you both know when to stop and avoid unnecessary casualties." With a swift, dramatic chop of his hand, he roars, "I now declare, let the battle begin." Chen Yuanli's eyes bulge with wrath as he interrogates Ye Chen. "How did my descendants ever offend you? Why did you have to slaughter them?" Ye Chen replies with chilling calmness. "They brought it upon themselves. And since I am killing you today, the Chen family of Jiang City will officially become history." Hearing this absolute disrespect, Chen Yuanli erupts. "Insolent brat," he roars at the top of his lungs. His furious aura violently shatters the stone floor tiles beneath his feet. Launching himself forward, Chen Yuanli stretches out his leg, aiming a devastating kick right at Ye Chen. He bellows madly, "I want to see exactly what kind of mutt that dog Ye Tianzheng managed to breed." Ye Chen, of course, effortlessly evades the deadly strike. With a feather-light leap, he soars high into the air. Looking down mockingly at his opponent, Ye Chen throws out a casual taunt. "Such a sloppy, pathetic martial arts style, and you actually think you can hit me?" Pushed past his breaking point, the blood-boiling Chen Yuanli unleashes a frantic barrage of rapid-fire strikes at Ye Chen. "Arrogant fool," he screams. 10 Lotus Tyrant Fist. Chen Yuanli punches like a madman, his fists blurring. Yet, Ye Chen moves like a phantom, easily dodging every single deadly blow. Gliding smoothly through the assault, Ye Chen casually chops down on one of Chen Yuanli's arms. "Is this supposed to be a tyrant fist?" he asks. He then swiftly blocks the other arm, adding with a smirk, "Looks more like a bastard fist to me." The very same spectators who were trash-talking Ye Chen moments ago now gasp in utter disbelief. Logically speaking, even if Elder Chen did not kill him in one hit, he should have critically injured him by now. But instead, Elder Chen is being led around by the nose. Ye Chen is playing with him like a toy. Humiliated by Ye Chen's casual, disrespectful attitude, Chen Yuanli screams in frustration. You piece of trash. If you have any real skill, stop dodging. Ye Chen finally turns serious. I only humored you this long because I wanted to see exactly how much of a joke your Chen family grandmasters really are. But now it seems. Hearing this, Chen Yuanli's eyes turn bloodshot. He roars. Humph. Daring to fight fire with fire. You are asking for death. With that, both warriors charge at each other, unleashing their strikes. Ye Chen lets out a cold chuckle. Weaker than I thought. The moment the words leave his lips, Chen Yuanli is brutally blasted away by Ye Chen's overwhelming counterattack. He clutches his trembling arm, staring in absolute horror at what just happened. What? Chen Yuanli gasps, right before collapsing hard onto the arena floor. The entire crowd goes dead silent in shock. Yuan Jingfu swallows hard, muttering, Grandmaster Chen practiced martial arts for decades, yet he was nearly defeated by a junior in a single punch. Wu Dingming's eyes widen in sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Jin Lengyan is equally mind-blown, breathing out in awe. He is actually this powerful? Meanwhile, Ye Langtian curves his lips into a faint smile, overflowing with hidden pride as he thinks, as expected of the hallmaster. Looking down, Ye Chen ruthlessly mocks the fallen elder. With such pathetic strength, you still let your descendants run rampant and act like tyrants? Your family deserved to be wiped out. Trembling with unparalleled rage and humiliation, Chen Yuanli grinds his teeth. You forced my hand. Unless absolutely necessary, I never wanted to use this move. But now, you leave me no choice. Losing all sense of reason, Chen Yuanli explosively channels his vital energy. He roars at the heavens. Even if I have to pay the ultimate price, I will slaughter you with my own two hands. Watching intensely from outside the ring, Jiang Baoguo narrows his eyes, a dark thought crossing his mind. This terrifying aura. I am afraid this is not a martial skill, from the ancient martial arts world at all. No wonder he went into hiding deep inside Mount Kongshu. It turns out he managed to obtain such an incredible treasure. Yi Chen also senses the shift, his eyes gleaming with recognition. This familiar feeling. It is a cultivator's technique, and a high-grade one at that. He knows this perfectly well, because fundamentally, ancient martial artists and true cultivators are beings from two completely different worlds. Their dantians are far too frail. They simply cannot handle the overwhelming techniques of a true cultivator. Unleashing this forbidden martial art ravages the internal organs. This is the devastating price he spoke of. Chen Yuanli merely taps his foot, yet the entire earth trembles beneath him. He assumes the stance of the heavenly demonic lightning palm. His killing intent erupts into a violent storm, ready to tear his enemy into a million pieces. The heavens instantly turn pitch black. Thick thunderclouds violently crash together, sparking with terrifying arcs of lightning. Savage bolts of lightning relentlessly strike the ancient altar. The atmosphere grows suffocatingly heavy with dread. All the raging thunder converges into a single point, striking directly into Chen Yuanli's body. He is utterly consumed by his blazing wrath toward Ye Chen. By using a true cultivator's technique, Chen Yuanli trades his own life force for supreme power. The recoil is already tearing his internal organs apart. Yet, despite seeing this terrifying transformation, Ye Chen simply stands his ground. Not a single trace of fear crosses his face. Chen Yuanli thrusts his hands forward, channeling all his explosive power before roaring to the heavens. Die! A monstrous azure aura explodes around Chen Yuanli. It is the ultimate manifestation of his profound internal energy. The sheer pressure of his aura crushes everything in its path. Yuan Jingfu, Wu Mingding, and the countless spectators below the altar stare at Chen Yuanli with wide, horrified eyes. The crowd is absolutely paralyzed by this legendary martial art. Drenched in cold sweat, Yuan Jingfu mutters in disbelief. If that strikes him, there will not even be a corpse left. Standing right beside him, Wu Mingding is equally shaken to his very core. He stares at Chen Yuanli in pure awe, gasping. To think his power could manifest a heavenly anomaly. Amidst the twisting skies, Chen Yuanli leaps into the air. He curls his body and raises both hands toward the heavens, locking his deadly gaze onto Ye Chen for the final strike. Far below this apocalyptic threat, Ye Chen remains perfectly still. Watching the attack unfold, Ye Chen smirks inwardly. Could this move be? He has already seen completely through his opponent's ultimate technique. Mid-air, Chen Yuanli shifts his stance. He angles his entire body downward, thrusting both palms directly at Ye Chen. Die for me, he roars with absolute fury. He plunges from the sky like a falling meteor, aiming straight for his target. As he unleashes the strike, a massive azure energy palm materializes in the air. It is as colossal as the hand of a titan. The titanic palm mimics his movements perfectly, crashing down toward Ye Chen with crushing momentum. Chen Yuanli descends with lightning speed. Yet, Ye Chen stands absolute, refusing to step even a single inch backward. He looks up calmly at the descending devastation. As he circulates his internal energy, A blazing orange-red aura erupts around his body. Planting his feet firmly, Ye Chen clenches his fist. "This technique," he mutters. A look of utter disdain flashes across his face. He feels absolutely zero fear toward this ultimate strike. While the crowd blindly worships Chen Yuanli's power, Ye Chen casually prepares to meet it head-on. "Child's play," he declares coldly. As the two forces clash, a blinding pillar of light erupts from the devastating impact. An earth-shattering explosion deafens the arena. The entire battleground violently crumbles to dust. Now it is clear why the grandmasters below were so terrified. A woman with fiery red hair tied in a high bun, tightly gripping a battle fan in her hand, watches anxiously from the edge of the ruined altar. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's loyal subordinates shout out in pure shock. "Palace Master!" Elsewhere, a striking girl with short blonde hair and razor-sharp eyes stands below the debris. Assuming Ye Chen has been crushed, she sneers. "Ye Chen, you are definitely dead this time." Nearby, the elder of the Jiang family also gazes into the destruction. He shakes his head mockingly. "Dying so easily? We let that brat off too cheap, as expected of the mighty Chen family patriarch." The Jiang family patriarch watches proudly from afar. Surrounding the altar, experts from countless martial arts families hold their breath. Thick white smoke continues to blanket the battlefield. The fate of the two fighters remains a total mystery. As the heavy dust finally begins to settle, the Jiang patriarch squints into the crater. Suddenly, his expression completely freezes. He strains his eyes, trying to pierce through the fog. As the silhouettes become clear, he witnesses something absolutely impossible. His eyes bulge in absolute horror as he gasps. How is this possible? Against all odds, Ye Chen is completely unharmed. Amidst the swirling smoke, he stands tall like an unshakable mountain. A cold, mocking smirk plays on Ye Chen's lips. As the battlefield is finally revealed, the crowd is met with an unimaginable sight. The mighty Chen Yuanli lies face down in the rubble, his body beaten completely black and blue. Meanwhile, Ye Chen has not suffered a single scratch. He gazes down at his defeated foe like a god looking at an ant, both hands casually resting in his pockets. A deafening, horrified silence falls over the entire audience. "Why is he still alive?" the Jiang patriarch screams in panic. Nearby, Yuan Jingfu stands completely paralyzed. As the host of the deathmatch, he had a front-row seat to the clash. He was the only one who clearly saw Ye Chen's devastating counterattack. But what exactly did he witness? A violent shiver runs down Yuan Jingfu's spine as the memory of that devastating strike flashes through his mind. When Chen Yuanli unleashed his ultimate attack, Ye Chen simply stood there. He casually raised a single hand, waiting for his opponent to crash right into it. Yuan Jingfu realizes with absolute horror that Ye Chen hadn't even bothered to gather his aura. Replaying that monstrous scene in his head, Yuan Jingfu cannot stop his hands from trembling in fear. He frantically questions how this is even possible. How could anyone just raise a fist, wait for the enemy to deliver themselves to slaughter, and perfectly shatter such an overwhelming shockwave to counterattack? Radiating absolute arrogance and supreme confidence, Ye Chen throws his arms wide open. A wicked smirk crosses his face as he roars, "Go to hell, Chen Yuanli!" But just as Ye Chen prepares to deliver the killing blow, a thunderous voice echoes across the arena. "Stop! No killing allowed!" Hearing the sudden command, Ye Chen slowly shifts his piercing gaze toward the source of the disruption. It is the match referee, Yuan Jingfu. He unleashes a blinding beam of light mixed with razor-sharp wind blades straight at the young master. However, Ye Chen dodges the explosive sneak attack with effortless grace. Although he evades it easily, Ye Chen's eyes narrow as he analyzes the lingering energy. He realizes instantly that this was no warning shot. It was a lethal killing move. Yuan Jingfu leaps onto the blood-stained altar, shielding the defeated Chen Yuanli with his own body. He loudly declares, "This martial arts duel ends right here." Channeling his turbulent aura, Yuan Jingfu shoots a threatening glare at the young master. "If you want to take his life, you will have to step over my dead body first." Hearing this hypocritical threat, pure annoyance flares within Ye Chen. He scoffs internally. If this old dog truly just wanted to stop the fight, why use a lethal technique? He dares to bark about fairness now? Where was this so-called referee when Chen Yuanli was using killing moves against me? With that thought, an overwhelming murderous intent erupts from Ye Chen's icy stare, locking right onto Yuan Jingfu. Raising his hand with lethal elegance, Ye Chen declares coldly, "It seems Chen Yuanli won't be the only one dying today. This old dog named Yuan is going straight to hell with him." Meanwhile, lurking beneath the battle altar, the patriarch of the Jiang family watches the chaotic drama unfold. A sinister plot brews in his mind as he stealthily creeps closer to the stage. He thinks, "This is my perfect chance." While old man Yuan is distracting that monster, without hesitation, Patriarch Jiang launches himself onto the altar. He materializes right behind Ye Chen's blind spot, ready to strike. He grins wickedly, absolutely certain the boy cannot dodge an attack from this angle. A palm strike, overflowing with highly condensed inner energy, ruthlessly hurtles toward Ye Chen's exposed back. The young master appears entirely focused on the referee. Seeing this cowardly ambush from below, Ye Chen's loyal subordinate screams out in sheer panic. "Palace Lord, watch out." The subordinate's heart drops into his stomach. "We are doomed." I never expected these grandmasters to be this shamelessly despicable, throwing away all martial rules just to backstab him. It is too late to intercept. A deafening thud echoes as Patriarch Jiang's devastating blow cleanly strikes Ye Chen from behind. A triumphant, arrogant smirk stretches across Patriarch Jiang's face. Got him. Taking a direct hit like that guarantees massive internal bleeding. Pulling his arm back for the final execution, the old patriarch viciously plots his next move. One more fist straight to his skull will end this for good. But instead of coughing up blood, Ye Chen moves with terrifying fluidity. A demonic smirk touches his lips as he casually shifts his elbow backward. Patriarch Jiang's delusional victory shatters in an instant. His eyes bulge out of their sockets as Ye Chen's elbow rockets toward him with world-ending momentum. The counterattack is faster than a lightning strike. A sickening crunch rings out as the elbow perfectly caves in the old man's defense. Ye Chen chuckles darkly. "You love sneak attacks so much, old man? Take one yourself." Absolute terror floods Patriarch Jiang's mind. How is this even possible? How can he take my full power strike and instantly counterattack? Before he can comprehend the monster he provoked, Patriarch Jiang violently spews a fountain of blood. The punishment is far from over. Ye Chen seamlessly shifts his stance, his gaze turning as cold as the abyss. "If you are in such a hurry to die, I will happily grant your wish." With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Ye Chen summons a furious barrage of golden energy beams. The blinding spears of light rip through the air, mercilessly piercing Patriarch Jiang's body from every single angle. To finish the slaughter, the young master draws his fist back, condensing an apocalyptic amount of aura. He unloads a heaven-shaking punch straight into the crumbling patriarch. The devastating shockwave hits like a meteor. With just that single, overwhelming strike, Patriarch Jiang's entire body explodes into a mist of bloody fragments. Ye Chen's smile twists into something truly demonic, relishing the absolute destruction he just unleashed. Down below, Wu Dingming and a brown-haired elder stand completely paralyzed, drenched in cold, terrified sweat. Wu Dingming violently gasps for air, stuttering in pure disbelief. Dear heavens! In just a split second, the Jiang patriarch was blown to absolute pieces. The elder beside him is equally traumatized. He whispers in horror, "That man was ranked 514 on the Huaxia Grandmaster leaderboard." On the altar, Yuan Jingfu's jaw hits the floor. His eyes wide with dread, he realizes, "I didn't even have time to react. Grandmaster Jiang just exploded into thin air. What kind of demonic sorcery is Ye Chen using?" Hearing this chaos, the crippled Chen Yuanli weakly lifts his head from the dirt. He stammers in pathetic despair. "Brother Jiang exploded? How can this be? Elder Yuan, save me. I don't want to die." The once proud Grandmaster is now reduced to a whimpering mess, displaying the most humiliating and pathetic sight imaginable. Trying to maintain his fragile authority, Yuan Jingfu stands his ground and promises, "Do not panic. I am here. There is no way he can kill you now." But the very moment those arrogant words leave his mouth, a deadly flash of light streaks past him, impaling Chen Yuanli straight through the skull. Completely failing to intercept the execution, Yuan Jingfu slowly looks down. His mind shatters into a million pieces at the horrifying sight. Trembling in absolute fear, Yuan Jingfu can only whisper hoarsely, "Chen Yuanli." Meanwhile, Ye Chen's expression morphs into the face of a true Grim Reaper. His bloodlust boils over like an erupting volcano. Even if God himself descended today, he could not protect him. My word is absolute. The most terrifying part? That flawless headshot that instantly ended Chen Yuanli was cast with nothing but a tiny fraction of the young master's true power. Standing at a distance, Ye Chen lets out a dark, mocking laugh at the lifeless corpse bleeding out on the altar. Seeing the brutal murder happen right under his nose, Yuan Jingfu cries out in shock. But what unimaginable terror is coming next? Chen Yuanli was dead. Ye Chen remained perfectly still in his spot. In his hand, a mysterious stone pulsed with a profound divine aura. "You told me not to kill anyone," Ye Chen stated coldly. Standing below the martial stage, Wu Dingming watched closely, realizing the young man was actively trying to provoke a massive fight. A brown-haired martial arts master standing right beside Wu Dingming shook his head. "This kid has gone way too far with his arrogance," he muttered in absolute disbelief. But Chen Yuanli had already been violently slain by Ye Chen. Completely unable to accept this outcome, Yuan Jingfu glared fiercely at the young man and roared. "The victor was already decided. Why did you still have to kill him?" Ye Chen showed absolutely zero remorse for his actions. Standing tall and defiant, he spread his arms wide open. With a look of utter disgust, he scoffed. And just what kind of thing are you? Why on earth should I listen to you? Because of your blatant bias? Or because you cowardly sneak attacked me with the clear intent to kill? You lowly old dog. Hearing such humiliating insults spat right to his face, Yuan Jingfu felt his sanity completely snap. Boundless fury erupted from his core, and a terrifying murderous intent locked entirely onto Ye Chen. His face flushed crimson with absolute rage. His eyes burned with hellfire, while a thick, suffocating aura of death wrapped completely around his trembling body. You insolent bastard! Yuan Jingfu roared through violently gritted teeth. Are you that eager to throw your life away? Yet the young demon, Ye Chen, did not even flinch. Showing zero fear, he decided to pour pure gasoline onto the blazing fire. Deliberately provoking the old man to strike first, Ye Chen let out a dark chuckle. The only one dying today is you old dog. Every single razor-sharp word from Ye Chen dripped with supreme arrogance, piercing directly into Yuan Jingfu's ears. He confidently pointed his finger straight at the enraged elder. Instantly, a massive surge of spiritual energy violently erupted around the young man's body as he issued his ultimate challenge. If you are so furious, then step up and fight me. Do not tell me you are actually scared. Ye Chen was practically begging for a death match. His reckless taunting was so extreme, the entire audience began to deeply fear for the young man's life. A pink-haired girl in the crowd gripped her hands in pure terror, her face drained of all color, turning completely pale with overwhelming anxiety. Does this guy have a massive death wish? She thought in absolute panic. To disrespect Elder Yuan like that. Even if the elder slaughters him right now, absolutely no one would dare to say a single word. Nearby, a sharp-looking young man with slicked-back hair watched from below the arena. Even he could not stop his body from violently trembling in fear. Yuan Jingfu is on a completely different level, he analyzed fearfully. Neither Jiang Baoguo nor Chen Yuanli could ever hope to compare to his terrifying power. An elderly grandmaster stroked his beard with a heavy sigh. Offending Yuan Jingfu. That is the exact same as declaring an all-out war on the entire Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Association. Even disregarding his massive background, his pure martial arts cultivation is monstrous. Mr. Ye has almost zero chance of leaving this stage alive. Unable to hold back his raging bloodlust any longer, Yuan Jingfu finally made his move. The furious elder raised his palm toward the heavens. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy violently gathered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, that raw power condensed into a massive, glowing spiritual sword, radiating absolute destruction. Yet Ye Chen had perfectly predicted this exact strike. Without missing a single beat, he explosively channeled his own pure true ki directly into his palm. A blinding blade of pure sword ki materialized in his grasp. Finally, an opponent better than those two dead pieces of trash. Ye Chen completely unlocked his murderous aura. A monstrous, beast-like phantom of spiritual energy violently roared to life around his body. With the swagger of a true demon god, Ye Chen strode forward. Step by menacing step, he taunted. Let us see what exactly you are made of. The apocalyptic clash between Ye Chen and Yuan Jingfu was mere milliseconds away. But suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the massive arena. Hold on. Hearing the sudden interruption, both warriors snapped their deadly glares toward the source of the voice. The one daring to stop this deathmatch was none other than Wu Dingming. Wu Dingming fearlessly stepped right onto the stage, placing himself directly between the young man and the enraged elder. Raising a hand to halt the violence, he spoke up. Grandmaster Yuan, please pause for a moment. With Wu Dingming suddenly crashing the climax of the battle, what crazy twist would unfold next? Standing fearlessly before the seething elder, Wu Dingming reasoned, "You are a grandmaster of legendary status. How can you lower yourself to fight a mere junior?" Wu Dingming was pulling out all the stops. He desperately tried to talk Yuan Jingfu down from unleashing his deadly strike upon Ye Chen, but Yuan Jingfu was in no mood for peace talks. Seeing Wu Dingming deliberately blocking his path of vengeance, the elder roared with earth-shattering fury. "Grandmaster Wu, are you completely blind?" he bellowed. "This arrogant brat slaughters innocents and spits on the authority of the referee. Does he not absolutely deserve to die?" Wu Dingming calmly extended his hand, logically breaking down the situation. When two warriors step onto the sacred martial arts stage, their lives and deaths are dictated entirely by fate. Even if Ye Chen strikes to kill, it is perfectly within the arena's rules. Meanwhile, Jiang Baoguo launched a cowardly sneak attack. He broke the sacred rules and absolutely deserved his brutal death. Standing quietly behind his sudden defender, Ye Chen crossed his arms. He had no idea what game Wu Dingming was playing, so he simply watched the drama unfold. Then, Wu Dingming continued, but this time, his tone turned dangerously sharp. Raising his voice to a booming reprimand, he pointed straight at the elder. "But you, Yuan Jingfu, as the official referee, Why on earth did you forcefully interfere in a sanctioned duel? The only person on this entire stage completely trashing the rules. Ah, is you. Hearing such a blatant accusation, Yuan Jingfu nearly exploded. Wu Dingming, what the hell are you implying? He snarled. You dare to question my absolute authority? Do you seriously believe you alone can represent your entire Wu family? If you are questioning me, just to protect this little bastard, then perhaps I should report this directly to the association chairman. The moment that terrifying title left Yuan Jingfu's lips, Wu Dingming's confident posture visibly stiffened. A flicker of genuine hesitation and fear flashed across his eyes at the mere mention of the chairman. Seizing the advantage, Yuan Jingfu raised his hand menacingly. You had better think this through very carefully. This brat has absolutely zero connection to your Wu family. So what if I crush him right now? Why must you insist on protecting him? Wu Dingming froze in place, his mind racing through the dangerous politics. I truly value this kid's monstrous talent, he thought bitterly. I cannot bear to watch a genius die today, but ultimately, he is just a total outsider. Now that Yuan Jingfu is using the chairman to heavily pressure me, without a perfectly legitimate reason, saving this boy is going to be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stood totally unfazed, his expression completely ice-cold. Are you two done talking yet? He asked impatiently. Suddenly, Wu Dingming spun around on the stage and locked eyes with the young man. Ye Chen, let me ask you one thing. Ye Chen raised a single eyebrow. Speak, he replied simply. Taking a deep breath, Wu Dingming dropped an absolute bombshell. Are you willing to officially join my Wu family? Ye Chen blinked in genuine confusion. A million question marks floated through his mind at this completely random offer. Utterly bewildered by the sudden invitation, he opened his mouth to speak, but before he could even process it, the entire arena absolutely erupted. The crowds in the spectator stands gasped in pure shock at Wu Dingming's massive gamble. Deafening cheers and wild howling echoed from every single corner of the stadium. What will Ye Chen's answer be? Gasps of sheer awe rippled through the crowd. Whispers of joining the legendary Wu family echoed in the air. The Wu family was Jiangnan province's premier martial arts dynasty, boasting 1,000 years of blood-soaked history. Old Master Wu himself stood at the absolute pinnacle of grandmasters. With the Wu family extending their hand, Ye Chen's status would skyrocket to the heavens in a single bound. The crowd's jaws practically hit the floor at such a divine offer. The blonde girl who had previously rejected him now felt a crushing wave of regret. Biting her lip, her mind raced with what-ifs. If only I had accepted Ye Chen earlier. My Chu family would have the Wu family's ultimate backing. We would have reached the absolute summit in one step. Why was I so blind to his monstrous potential? Hearing Wu Dingming's unbelievable offer, Yuan Jingfu violently pointed at Ye Chen. Have you lost your damn mind? You want to take in this homicidal maniac? Is the Wu family completely unafraid of the martial world's wrath? Yuan Jingfu's face paled as he gritted his teeth. He never expected the Wu family's stance to be this unyielding. If that brat actually joins them, my hands are completely tied. Ignoring the outrage, Wu Dingming turned to Ye Chen. Ye Chen, let us leave. You are now under the absolute protection of the Wu family. No one in this place will dare lay a single finger on you. But Ye Chen just tilted his head, utterly unfazed. Who said I'm part of the Wu family, old man? Wu Dingming's eyes widened in pure shock. What did you just say? He practically choked out the words. This is your one and only path to survival. Ye Chen's face remained a mask of arrogant innocence. Survive? Who said I'm the one fighting for survival? In a split second, the young man's entire demeanor shifted. An explosive surge of spiritual aura erupted around him. His voice cut through the air like a blade. Sorry to disappoint, but I bow to no faction. Besides, that dead man walking named Yuan is still breathing. I can't possibly leave a job unfinished. Outside the battle arena, the blonde girl's face twisted in disbelief. Heavens, he actually rejected the Wu family. Did a donkey kick his brain out? This is the ultimate dream of countless martial artists. Yet he threw it away without a second thought. Even if he possessed a death wish, this was sheer madness. Then, a wave of relief washed over her. A fool like him was beyond saving anyway. Thank the heavens I didn't tie my fate to Ye Chen. Wu Dingming shook his head, tightly shutting his eyes. If you are truly this stubborn, then your blood is on your own hands. Stepping down from the altar, a heavy shadow fell over the old man's face. I hate to admit it, but this is the ultimate price of youthful arrogance. Both Ye Chen and Yuan Jingfu watched Wu Dingming's retreating figure with deadly serious expressions. The moment Wu Dingming was out of striking distance, Yuan Jingfu's pent-up fury exploded. Veins bulged from his face as his eyes sank into demonic glares. Grinding his teeth, he hissed with pure venom. You cocky little brat, you just severed your only lifeline. In all my years, I've never met a fool as insanely arrogant as you. Ye Chen stood tall, his aura towering like a mountain. Shut your mouth, you senile fool. If it wasn't for that old man interrupting, you wouldn't have lived these extra few minutes. The sheer badassery radiating from Ye Chen was absolutely suffocating. Watching from the sidelines, Yingjing felt a cold sweat drop. Good heavens, a bloodbath is actually happening. Mr. Ye, please don't be rash. Survival comes first. Ye Chen's loyal subordinate trembled with anxiety. What do we do? Should we intervene? But this is the palace master's will. I am completely paralyzed. The explosive clash between the two monsters officially commenced. Yuan Jingfu fiercely took the initiative. Raising a single finger to the heavens, violent energy rapidly converged at his fingertip. Die! With maximum power gathered, Yuan Jingfu aggressively slashed his hand down. A terrifying net of light materialized. 3 moves are all I need to end you. Ye Chen stood unfazed, quietly channeling his true qi into his own index finger. Yuan Jingfu's thunderous roar shattered the air. You filthy little mongrel, keep your eyes wide open for this first strike. Instantly, a barrage of blood-red beams swarmed Ye Chen, weaving together into an inescapable grid of death. This was no ordinary 2-dimensional net. It was a multi-dimensional death trap, completely enveloping his surroundings. But Ye Chen's sharp eyes already calculated the lethal trajectory. Like a coiled dragon, Ye Chen violently launched himself into the sky. Not only did he flawlessly evade the devastating strike, but he actually landed directly on top of Yuan Jingfu's deadly light beams. A smirk crept onto his face. Humph. As expected of a true expert. Completely different from the trash of the Jiang and Chen families. Let me properly taste your power. Ye Chen's eyes burned with the thrill of battle. He flashed a demonic grin, utterly eager to see what kind of monster a top 400 Grandmaster truly was. Watching the blood-red energy effortlessly slice through solid boulders, Wu Xiangming's mind raced through the martial archives. The heavenly Qi blade. He stared at the destructive force in pure horror. One of Yuan Jingfu's most legendary killing techniques. Manifesting raw true qi in empty space to form countless invisible blades that obliterate everything. To unleash such an apocalyptic ultimate move against Amir Jr. was completely unheard of. But watching Ye Chen dance through the deadly spatial slashes with godlike grace, Wu Xiangming severely questioned his own sanity. How was it logically possible for Ye Chen to casually stroll through Yuan Jingfu's inescapable spatial attacks? A phantom movement technique of this caliber. I have never witnessed such mastery. Mid-air, Ye Chen effortlessly dodged another lethal strike and scoffed. Not bad at all, you old dog. Flipping through the air a few more times, Ye Chen gracefully landed, grounding his stance with absolute perfection. But an attack is completely worthless if it never hits. Evading the final storm of destructive energy, he exploded forward like a cannonball, lunging straight at the mastermind. Time to die. Seeing the young monster charging right into his trap, Yuan Jingfu's lips curled into a sickening, wicked smile. No wonder Chen Yuanli tasted defeat. This kid actually has some real bite to him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Yuan Jingfu raises his hand, channeling a terrifying surge of power. Ye Chen's eyes snap wide open. His instincts scream that something is horribly wrong. A crimson aura erupts from Yuan Jingfu's palm. The violent energy twists into a razor-sharp tether, binding Ye Chen in an inescapable grip. No matter how fast the prey runs, a woven net of aura always catches it. Having successfully pinned Ye Chen, Yuan Jingfu charges forward. A twisted, psychotic grin stretches across his face. Gotcha. Seeing the old man's sickeningly arrogant smirk, Ye Chen can only scoff in utter disgust. Pathetic. These aura threads are nothing compared to his earlier energy blades. A single burst of my internal energy will shatter them instantly. But in that exact split second, Yuan Jingfu's voice cuts through the air. Second strike. Hearing those exact words, cold dread washes over Ye Chen. He fell right into a trap. With his body locked in place, Ye Chen has zero room to dodge. He braces himself for the devastating impact, his mind racing to break the aura binds. I was too careless. Launching himself upward, Yuan Jingfu delivers a merciless uppercut, aiming to shatter Ye Chen's core. Flying dragon erupts the heavens. The brutal impact sends Ye Chen crashing down, but right before hitting the ground, he jams one hand into the dirt, barely keeping his shattered body upright. Witnessing this stubborn display of survival, Yuan Jingfu grinds his teeth in pure rage. Thick blue veins pulse furiously across the old man's forehead. What is wrong with this freak? How is he still breathing? A normal martial artist would have a gaping hole in their chest by now. Watching from the sidelines, Wu Xiangming's eyes narrow as he analyzes the clash. Yuan Jingfu's aura control. It has reached an entirely new level of mastery. Ye Chen might have survived by pure luck, but his internal organs must be crushed. This is an absolute death trap. Back in the battle ring, a violent cough racks Ye Chen's body, and crimson blood spills from his lips. Yet, defiance burns in the young man's eyes. Ye Chen immediately forcefully circulates his remaining energy, stabilizing his trembling core. It seems my superior cultivation techniques are not enough. Bridging the absolute gap against a true aura stage expert is almost impossible. Snapping back to reality, a dangerous smirk curves on his bleeding lips. He pulls out an ominous pitch-black jade. I have no choice but to use this. He raises his hand, and a terrifying wave of dark energy explodes from the stone. Staring at the erupting darkness, raw panic finally shatters Yuan Jingfu's arrogant composure. He realizes exactly what is about to happen. This is bad. I do not know what forbidden art he is triggering, but he dies right now. Driven by pure fear, the old master lunges forward, roaring at the top of his lungs. Do not even dream about it. But he is a fraction of a second too late. The abyss-like dark energy has already swallowed Ye Chen, forming an impenetrable demonic shield around him. The black fog thickens into a suffocating vortex as Yuan Jingfu blindly charges into the mass. Suddenly, the mortal realm fades away. The world violently shifts, plunging into an ancient, desolate graveyard under a pitch-black sky. Yi Chen scans the eerie surroundings, his golden eyes wide with absolute disbelief. The spiritual pressure in the air is suffocating. Is this the legendary reincarnation graveyard? Realizing exactly whose domain he has just stepped into, every muscle in his body tenses up. He immediately drops into a hyper-defensive stance. I was physically pulled from the battle ring, right into the dimensional space of the reincarnation graveyard. Just as the revelation hits him, a towering stone monolith catches his eye. Deeply carved into the ancient rock are 5 blood-chilling words. Luo Yun of the Slaughter Fist sect. The moment he reads the ancient name, a majestic phantom materializes from thin air. The ghostly figure crosses his arms, his voice echoing like thunder. A brat with such pitiful cultivation, how did you become the master of the reincarnation graveyard? Facing the overwhelming aura, Ye Chen ignores the question and fires back. Are you the legendary Luo Yuntian? Inside, his mind is spinning in pure awe. This power, it is absolutely godlike. Just standing in his presence makes me feel like a microscopic ant. Is this the true strength of an ancient graveyard deity? Reading the young man's mind effortlessly, Luo Yuntian lets out a knowing sigh. Ah, I see the truth now. I thought you possessed the talent to awaken all 100 legendary masters, but it seems you could only summon me. Pausing for a second, the ancient phantom immediately contradicts himself. Wait, hold on. Are you implying that I, Luo Yuntian, am somehow weaker than those other old monsters? The phantom strokes his chin awkwardly. Oh, actually, I guess I really am the weakest of the bunch. Watching this almighty ancient being talk to himself, Ye Chen is utterly speechless and completely done with this ancient ghost. Exasperated, the young martial artist finally snaps. What in the world are you rambling about, old man? Luo Yuntian chuckles, gently stroking his ghostly beard. Since you have claimed ownership of the reincarnation graveyard, it means the divine legacy of Luo Yuntian will not fade into dust. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of your mortal realm is pitifully weak. My physical manifestation will not last long. With a maniacal grin, the ancient master thrusts his glowing hand straight toward Ye Chen's chest. Brace yourself, boy. Absorb as much of my ultimate martial art as your mortal vessel can handle. In an instant, divine knowledge floods Ye Chen's mind. His sclera turns pitch black, while his irises erupt into a blinding, golden fury. Mere seconds later in the real world, Ye Chen's consciousness snaps back into his body. Right in front of him, Yuan Jingfu's lethal strike is just inches away. But this time, fear is completely gone from the young man's eyes. You insignificant ant. With a chilling calm, Ye Chen raises just 2 fingers. Bang! He catches the devastating fist effortlessly. The sheer impossibility of the block shatters Yuan Jingfu's reality. His eyes bulge out of their sockets. How is this even scientifically possible? Worse yet, the massive aura fueling the old man's punch completely dissolves into thin air. A cold sweat drenches Yuan Jingfu's spine. Why? That was my absolute maximum power, and he crushed it with just 1 finger? Before the old master can even process his own doom, a terrifying, unseen gravitational force slams into his body. His bones groan as an invisible hand twists him in midair. Smash! Yuan Jingfu is ruthlessly slammed into the dirt, groveling at Ye Chen's feet. Trembling in pure terror, the defeated elder forces his head up. This is impossible. What kind of demonic sorcery did you use on me? Staring down at his broken opponent like a god viewing a mortal, Ye Chen decides to grant him one final answer. Weren't you so proud of your flawless aura control? All I did was reverse engineer your own technique. I simply forced your precious internal energy to flow in absolute reverse. I honestly never expected you to break this easily. Just as it seems the brutal humiliation is over, Ye Chen slowly raises his hand toward the sky. Now, it is time to erase you from existence. As the chilling words echo through the arena, a titanic, Heaven-shattering golden hand materializes right behind him. Yi Chen's expression darkened with pure murderous intent. Time to meet your ancestors. Following his cold declaration, an overwhelming azure aura materialized behind him. The surging energy rapidly condensed into a massive, ethereal arm. Bending to his absolute will, the colossal construct clenched into an earth-shattering fist. Witnessing this godlike display, Yuan Jingfu completely forgot his terror. Instead, tears of absolute awe welled up in his trembling eyes. How is this even possible? To manipulate true qi to such a terrifying degree, it defied all common sense. He wasn't the only one losing his mind. The countless spectators who had watched the battle from the start were completely paralyzed by shock. To materialize qi with such physical density, just what kind of monster was this kid? At that exact moment, reality finally crashed down on Yuan Jingfu, making his soul scream. The gap between their power was like the heavens and the earth. No, I refuse to die here. Throwing away all his dignity, he dropped to his knees like a pathetic dog. Grandmaster Ye, I was wrong, he sobbed. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, but the battlefield showed no mercy. The colossal azure fist blotted out the sky, looming directly over Yuan Jingfu's trembling head. Desperation drove him to beg until his final breath. Please, Grandmaster Ye, spare my miserable life. I am willing to become your loyal slave. The pathetic plea barely left his lips before the azure energy crashed down like a meteor. It completely swallowed him whole. His physical body was instantly vaporized into nothingness. Fueled by Luo Yuntian's overwhelming power, Ye Chen let out a dark, mocking laugh that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Become my slave? An insignificant ant like you isn't even worthy of that. The brutal execution left the entire crowd questioning reality, their hearts consumed by absolute, suffocating terror. Yuan Jingfu, the great Yuan Jingfu, was actually killed by a mere junior? What in the world just happened? The entire martial arts arena is destroyed. Just what kind of divine being is this Ye Chen? Watching from the sidelines, Zhu Zhengde and Zhu Fulei were equally paralyzed. Father, he obliterated the entire arena. Does Huaxia truly possess such a monstrous expert? Why do I get the chilling feeling that the person standing there isn't Ye Chen? I feel it too. And it wasn't just the Zhu family and the crowd. Ye Lingtian was completely stunned beyond belief. I have no idea how the palace master achieved this impossible feat, but this single battle will definitely be etched into the bloody history of Huaxia's martial arts. It seems I need to drastically speed up my own progress. With the palace master wielding such heaven-defying strength, his path of conquest won't stop at Jiangcheng or even Jiangnan. The entirety of Huaxia will bow before him. Grandmaster Zhishin observed the devastation, sensing a deep, unsettling anomaly. Grandmaster Wu, is that boy truly an ancient martial artist? My instincts are screaming that something is terribly wrong. Wu Xiangming completely rejected the idea. I am afraid he is no ancient martial artist at all. His eyes narrowed as he finally voiced his most terrifying theory. He is a true cultivator. The word hit Grandmaster Zhishin like a physical blow. He simply couldn't believe his own ears. How is that even possible? Cultivators wielding the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth. Do they actually exist in this era? The legends say the transformation realm is merely the starting line. Could those ancient myths be real? Pressed for answers, Wu Xiangming's face twisted into a deep frown. Whatever the truth is, Ye Chen has caused an apocalyptic commotion today. Once word of this godlike power spreads, he will instantly become the ultimate target of the entire Jiangnan province. No, the martial arts world of all Huaxia will hunt him down. Those greedy major factions will absolutely never tolerate the existence of such a terrifying, unstoppable force, especially one that refuses to be bound by their fragile rules. He paused, his gaze shifting warily toward the shadows. In fact, according to the protocol, elites from the Martial Arts Association are definitely lurking in the dark right now. If even one of those rats escapes to report this, every major powerhouse in Huaxia will unite to exterminate Ye Chen. His heavy words dropped like anvils, leaving the surrounding masters in suffocating silence. But just then, a malicious voice echoed from a masked figure hidden nearby. Ye Chen, you actually dared to execute the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Just wait. Your death is absolutely guaranteed. But the moment the threat left his mouth, a sudden, bone-chilling dread washed over the masked spy. Hearing the bold declaration, Ye Chen simply let out a dark, mocking sneer. Is that so? Ye Chen and Luo Yuntian's expressions perfectly mirrored each other, a sinister, blood-curdling smile. So, the rat had an accomplice? Those words hit the masked spy like a death sentence. Panic flooded his veins. I am exposed! I need to retreat, now! But suddenly, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. The terrifying realization finally hit him. Right beside his trembling body, A colossal, glowing hand had materialized out of thin air. Die! With a sickening crunch, the giant hand completely crushed him like a fragile insect. The spy's mangled body collapsed to the dirt, pooling a sea of crimson blood. Unaware of the supernatural execution, the nearby crowd rushed over in confusion. "Hey brother, are you all right? Why did he suddenly start vomiting blood and drop dead?" Watching the clueless crowd swarm the corpse, Ye Chen stood silently, deeply shaken by the display. Such overwhelming power. The very next second, Luo Yuntian's spiritual form manifested right beside him, his arms casually crossed. "Incredible, isn't it?" The ancient entity smirked. "If I want someone dead, they could run 1,000 miles and still end up in the grave." Yi Chen sighed, feeling completely exhausted by the situation. "The real problem is the absolute mess you've made today. Now, every powerhouse will be hunting me down." Hearing the boy's complaint, Luo Yuntian didn't even flinch. Instead, he dropped a terrifyingly casual solution. "Then I will simply rewrite their memories for you." The sheer absurdity of the statement left Ye Chen completely paralyzed. "You can do something that ridiculously overpowered?" Luo Yuntian stroked his chin, a deeply arrogant smirk playing on his lips. "I just need to use my true qi to gently knock on the minds of everyone present. It is roughly that simple." Ye Chen pinched the bridge of his nose in utter defeat. "Don't tell me your definition of rewriting memories is just slaughtering every single witness?" Chuckling at the boy's panic, the ancient spirit's aura surged, completely enveloping Ye Chen. Taking temporary control of his vessel, he finally clarified. "Altering memories doesn't mean erasing reality entirely. Someday, someone will connect the deadly clues from today." The spirit's voice grew incredibly solemn. "Your only mission right now is to evolve endlessly. You must grow strong enough to awaken the expert within the second monolith before time runs out." Before Luo Yuntian made his move, he issued a strict warning. "Do not lay a finger on Ye Lingtian. As for the rest, do as you please." He accepted the terms without a second thought. "However, there is one person who has caught my interest. I want a word with him before I fade away." As the words hung in the air, Ye Chen raised his hand. A boundless surge of azure energy engulfed the entire space. From that radiant light, countless energy arrows materialized. With terrifying speed, they shot straight into the foreheads of everyone present. Only Ye Lingqian stood completely untouched. Confusion clouded his eyes. Was this radiant power the work of the palace master? And he was not the only one spared. Wu Xiangming remained unharmed as well. As he watched Grandmaster Wang and the others succumb to the power, Wu Xiangming's mind raced with absolute panic. Just what kind of divine technique was this? He did not have to wait long for an answer. Luo Yuntian's majestic voice echoed directly inside his mind. "I give you two choices. Swear absolute loyalty to me, or forget everything you saw today, and remain a pathetic ant." Leaving those chilling words behind, the ancient presence vanished. Yi Chen then slowly walked toward the trembling man. Wu Xiangming was still completely paralyzed by shock, his thoughts in absolute chaos. Yi Chen. No, he was no mere mortal. He was the avatar of that supreme existence. The demand to submit to a mere junior felt like a bitter pill to swallow. He was the great Wu Xiangming. But reality quickly crushed his fragile ego. Wait. A martial artist's sole purpose was to grasp absolute power. Even if he trained for 100 years, he could never dream of touching the divine realm he had witnessed today. Ye Chen was, without a doubt, the most terrifying existence he had ever encountered. Becoming his servant was not a humiliation, it was the greatest fortune of his life. Resolving his inner conflict, he bowed his head in absolute submission. "I, Wu Xiangming, willingly pledge my life as Grandmaster Ye's loyal servant." Satisfied with the answer, Ye Chen raised his hand, channeling a surge of aura. "I have planted a seal of true qi into your sea of consciousness. Betray me, and your soul will detonate from the inside out." With the matter settled, Luo Yuntian's voice echoed to Ye Chen once more. "My time in this world is running out. Find a secure location so I can fulfill my final mission." Hearing the urgency in his tone, Ye Chen turned away. "Let us go." Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The very next day, deep inside the secret chamber of Ye Chen's villa, he sat cross-legged, coming face to face with Luo Yuntian's spirit. The ancient expert gazed at the young man and finally broke the silence. "I know a storm of questions is raging within your mind right now. Unfortunately, I do not have the luxury of time to answer them all." A faint smile graced Luo Yuntian's face. He pointed toward the infinite void of the mindscape and continued his piece. "As I said, your doubts are many, but my remaining moments are far too few to indulge your curiosity." Hearing this evasive answer, Ye Chen's expression darkened completely. A sharp, piercing aura leaked from his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Just answer this. Why were you trapped inside that rock? And why did you choose to help me?" Faced with such direct interrogation, Luo Yuntian's demeanor turned completely stern. Yet, he did not hide the truth, laying out the answers one by one. "First of all, That was 2 questions. Furthermore, we were never trapped inside a mere stone. We are bound within the Samsara tomb. That rock simply served as a temporary vessel for the tomb's true form. Secondly, the Samsara tomb chose you. You are the lord of the Samsara tomb, destined to rule over 10,000 generations. Dropping that massive revelation, Luo Yuntian turned his head. He narrowed his eyes, studying Ye Chen with a deeply judgmental gaze. After sizing the young man up and down, the ancient expert laid bare his ultimate purpose. Our sole mission is to pave your way. We will shatter your obstacles and forge you into an immortal powerhouse. Ye Chen remained highly skeptical of this grand promise. Narrowing his eyes, he struck back with a critical question. One final question. How exactly do I awaken the remaining 99 tombs? Struck by that completely blunt inquiry, Luo Yuntian froze dead in his tracks. Crossing his arms, the ancient soul pondered for a moment before answering. Your absolute power must reach a sufficient level. Once they acknowledge your qualifications, they will naturally awaken. However, as he touched upon the exact requirements, his usually confident voice faltered with a hint of hesitation. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he offered an alternative. Or, you achieve a feat so legendary that they willingly submit to you. Also, I hate to admit this bitter truth, but I am actually the weakest soul residing in this entire tomb. That single confession hit Ye Chen like a devastating thunderbolt. His eyes snapped completely wide open. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he questioned his entire reality. A monster as terrifying as Luo Yuntian was the weakest one? Did that mean the other ancient supreme beings could casually tear through the void and shatter stars? Yet, sensing the unfathomable aura radiating from Luo Yuntian, it instantly triggered a deep memory of the Kunlun void. His absolute shock only lasted for a fleeting moment, forcing his wildly beating heart to calm down. The misty, frozen peaks of a legendary snow mountain flashed across his mind. It was a hidden realm, buried deep within the heart of the Kunlun Mountains. I trained in that hellscape for a mere 5 years to attain my current absolute strength. Recalling the terrifying silhouette of a man standing amidst that endless blizzard, a chill of pure dread crept into Ye Chen's soul. If someone had existed deep within the Kunlun void for countless centuries, just how unfathomably monstrous would their power be? Reading the turbulent thoughts swirling in Ye Chen's eyes, Luo Yuntian firmly cut through the silence with a commanding tone. I have exactly 1 hour left in this realm. I am going to forcibly impart the absolute peak of my lifelong martial arts directly into your mind. How much of my divine legacy you can actually comprehend will depend entirely on your own fate. Hearing this unprecedented opportunity, Ye Chen did not hesitate for a split second. He immediately shifted into a lotus position, completely ready. Understood. Let us begin. Waiting for exactly that absolute resolve, Luo Yuntian made his move. He thrust a glowing finger squarely against the center of Ye Chen's forehead. Boom! The moment their spiritual forms connected, an explosive tide of golden aura erupted. The majestic golden light completely swallowed the space where the two men sat. The physical realm trembled violently from the energy, but the true catastrophic storm was happening entirely inside Ye Chen's mindscape. A hyper-realistic vision of two absolute masters clashing in a world-ending duel burned itself directly into his consciousness. In a single blinding flash, an ocean of ancient knowledge flooded his brain. God-tier martial techniques, supreme cultivation mantras, and centuries of brutal battle instincts threatened to shatter his mind. The sheer volume of this divine legacy. It is almost too overwhelming to absorb all at once. Seeing Ye Chen completely absorb a lifetime of absolute mastery, Luo Yuntian smiled with deep satisfaction. His ethereal form slowly began to fade away into the void. You are the Lord of the Reincarnation Cemetery. That means 100 legendary masters stand ready to guide you. Even as those heavy words echoed, Ye Chen kept his eyes tightly shut, completely motionless. Luo Yuntian didn't mind the silence at all. Instead, he offered a warm, hopeful smile. Now, would you be willing to call me your master? I simply cannot bear to watch my life's work vanish from this world. Hearing this heartfelt request, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. He softly spoke a single word, master. That one word was enough. Luo Yuntian felt every remaining earthly regret wash away, throwing his head back in a booming, joyous laugh. Excellent. Excellent. I, Luo Yuntian, have not lived in vain. I truly hope we have the chance to meet again. With those final words, his figure completely dissolved into a blinding golden light. As Luo Yuntian vanished, that massive surge of pure golden energy shot straight into Ye Chen's forehead. As the overwhelming power fully integrated into his body, Ye Chen winced. He rubbed his aching temples, his mind stuck on those parting words. A chance to meet again? The tombstone had shattered into pieces. Didn't that mean his soul was permanently erased from the mortal realm, entering reincarnation? Wait, I feel a breakthrough coming. Snapping out of his deep thoughts, Ye Chen raised his hands. He pushed his newly acquired power to its absolute physical limit. A few intense minutes passed. Ye Chen suddenly stood up, his face burning with absolute determination. A terrifying aura exploded from his body, violently smashing through the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Origin opening realm. Immediately after, a dazzling phantom ring of light materialized right behind his back. The sheer magnitude of this power left him completely in awe. Whoa, the momentum of this breakthrough isn't stopping. Marveling at the surging energy, Ye Chen's eyes locked with even fiercer resolve. Fine. Today, I will completely shatter the boundaries of a major realm. Without hesitation, he unleashed every ounce of his erupting aura. The ground violently cracked beneath his feet as he aimed for the legendary Qi movement realm. The devastating shockwaves from the underground chamber violently shook the entire villa above. This massive, earthquake-like tremor instantly sent pedestrians outside into an absolute panic. What the hell is going on? Is this an earthquake? Did something just explode? Hurry. Call the police right now. Deep underground, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. He stared down at his own trembling hands in sheer disbelief. He had actually crossed the threshold into the Qi movement realm. Raising his fists, a chilling, confident smirk spread across his face. If Yuan Jingfu were standing in front of me right now, I could crush him, like an absolute bug. But more importantly, a faint glow inside the cemetery completely hijacked his attention. Deep within the reincarnation cemetery, another mysterious tombstone had begun to resonate. The connection is incredibly weak right now. But if I can just push my strength a little further, I can definitely awaken this ancient power. Just then, his phone vibrated wildly. Ye Chen answered the call, only to be instantly met with an eardrum-shattering shout from the other end. Hello, Sun Yi? Ye Chen, where the hell are you right now? Caught off guard by the hostility, he answered with a straight face. I am at home. Hearing this nonchalant reply, the woman on the phone screamed with unimaginable fury. Did you not notice the localized earthquake that just hit the neighborhood? Are you completely brain-dead? You are going to worry this lady to death. Scolded like a child, Ye Chen awkwardly chuckled, trying to defend himself. What earthquake? I have been inside all day. Nothing happened. That oblivious answer finally managed to calm Sun Yi down. Oh, well, as long as you are okay, then why aren't you hurrying over to Ruox Yue's place? She looks absolutely stunning today, and she has been waiting at the door for you. Every single word struck Ye Chen like a lightning bolt, freezing him in place. Crap, how could I forget something so important? I am leaving right now. Meanwhile, in a completely different, shadowy location, a man spoke in utter disbelief. Are you seriously telling me that Ye Chen slaughtered 3 grandmasters in a row? And even Yuan Jingfu was blown to bloody pieces? How is that humanly possible? Faced with this terrifying question, the subordinate standing behind him answered with absolute honesty. It is the truth, sir. Chen Guobao and Zi Yuanli were completely and utterly suppressed. Ye Chen's raw power was simply too overwhelming. However, Yuan Jingfu's death was incredibly bizarre. My only vivid memory of the event is Yuan Jingfu's body suddenly exploding into bloody mist. I have no idea what actually caused it. These words made the commanding man narrow his eyes with sharp suspicion. Your only vivid memory? Refusing to let it slide, he instantly interrogated the subordinate. What exactly do you mean by that specific phrasing? Realizing his own bizarre wording, the red-haired subordinate didn't hesitate to voice his inner confusion. Why would you describe it as your only memory? What are you hiding? Pressed so intensely, the red-haired young man let out a helpless laugh. He scratched his head in sheer frustration. I honestly cannot explain it clearly, sir. When I try to dig into that specific part of my memory, I cannot recall any details at all. It is just a blurry, faded impression. That single confession struck the commander like a physical blow. He violently shot up from his chair, his eyes wide with horrifying realization. Memory erasure? Unable to believe his own ears, the man stepped away from his desk. He bombarded his subordinate with frantic questions. Could there have been a supernatural Esper on that battlefield? I have crossed paths with a mind system Esper once before. They possess the terrifying ability to completely wipe another person's memories. Every terrified word left the red-haired subordinate frozen completely solid, unable to form a single reply. The commander slowly stalked right up to him. He asked a question laced with dangerous underlying meaning. Are the clothes you are wearing right now the exact same clothes you wore during yesterday's battle? Facing this bizarre question, the red-haired youth answered, feeling 30% helpless and 70% panicked. Yes, Commander. Waiting for exactly this confirmation, the boss crazily screamed his next order. Then take off your pants right now. This insanely out-of-pocket demand sent the subordinate into an absolute panic. He tried to tactfully decline the terrifying request. Commander, I am really not into that sort of thing. Realizing the idiot had completely misunderstood, Bulging green veins aggressively throbbed on the commander's forehead. He roared with absolute fury. "The belt! You absolute moron! Give me your damn belt!" Scolded like a fool, the red-haired youth hurriedly fumbled with his waist. Moments later, the commander snatched the belt and forcefully snapped it open. His intense gaze locked onto the center of the buckle. Right at a tiny, hidden camera, the man's eyes gleamed with wild excitement. "Perfect," he declared loudly. "This will reveal everything we need to know." Sealing the deal, he marched back to the desk, hooking the hidden camera straight into his system. The red-haired subordinate approached, staring at the screen in absolute awe. To think a camera this advanced was hidden inside the mountain. Good heavens, who could have possibly seen this coming? As expected of our commander. Ignoring the praise, the commander's fingers flew across the keyboard. "This was my ultimate backup plan," he explained, with a sharp grin. "While a warrior's privacy is important, national security always takes absolute priority. I expect you to understand that." In mere seconds, the monitor flickered to life. Ye Chen's cold face appeared, with Luo Yuntian standing right behind him. "The footage is up. Come take a look for yourself." The two men leaned in closer, their eyes glued to the screen. There stood Ye Chen, facing an unimaginably massive pillar of raw power crashing directly into the earth. The apocalyptic scene made the commander question reality itself. My God, is he even human? Is this a feat a mortal can actually achieve? As the devastating footage played on, sheer terror gripped the commander's heart. He swallowed hard, finally voicing his darkest suspicion. "I am guessing that only a monstrous existence ranked within the top 50 of the Grandmaster leaderboard could pull off something this terrifying. But Ye Chen is barely in his 20s. The top 50 are all ancient monsters who forged their legends decades ago. Comparing the two is simply defying all logic." The red-haired subordinate trembled, breaking out in a cold sweat as he pointed at the screen. "Commander, with the godly strength he is displaying right now, even if our Dragon Soul Strike team used every lethal trick in the book, we would not even leave a scratch on him." Those crushing words paralyzed the commander. Unable to witness another second of that overwhelming power, he abruptly slammed the laptop shut. Standing up slowly, his face darkened into a terrifying mask of absolute authority. "Yingji," he warned with a deadpan voice, "you have served under me for years. You know exactly how catastrophic this situation is. If a single word of what we saw today leaks to the outside world, I will personally execute you for high treason." Yingji immediately snapped a crisp salute. "Understood, sir." Satisfied with his absolute loyalty, the commander began rolling up his specialized belt. He kept his voice deathly serious. "Listen closely. The martial arts arena employs signal jammers to block recordings, but that does not mean other factions lack anti-jamming tech like ours. There is a very real chance that someone hiding in that crowd caught this god-level clash on camera." Securing the equipment, he packed the belt and two strange wires into a reinforced briefcase. His next orders were cold and absolute. "Drop every single mission you have right now. Mobilize all our operatives at the martial arts arena immediately. If you catch anyone with footage of this battle, I authorize extreme prejudice. Erase the files, and erase the people. I will handle the fallout." With the kill order issued, the commander turned around with blazing intensity. "Prepare an SSS-rank military jet for me. Right now. I must fly directly to Zhongnanhai and report this anomaly to number 1. Yingji held his rigid salute, fully understanding the gravity of the crisis. Meanwhile, miles away in a breathtaking luxury villa, high society was in full swing. Countless elites mingled beneath the dazzling chandeliers of the grand hall. Sun Yi stood elegantly among the Western-dressed crowd, swirling a glass of expensive wine. Her sharp eyes silently analyzed the room. This was not just a gathering of Jiangcheng's upper crust. The absolute titans of Jiangnan province had descended upon the estate. Legends of the business world, usually only seen on national television, were casually chatting over drinks. Her deep thoughts were interrupted as Xia Ruoxue gracefully approached from afar. "Sun Yi," she whispered urgently, "where is he? Why has he not shown up yet?" Recognizing her anxious friend, Sun Yi gave a reassuring but hesitant smile. "He should be arriving any second now. I just urged him to hurry." But that answer only made Xia Ruoxue pout in deep frustration. "He specifically promised me he would be here. Does he really need to be nagged?" Before the two girls could complain any further, Xia Ruoxue's mother rushed over in an absolute panic. "Ruoxue, a VIP guest has just arrived. We must greet him personally. You need to make a flawless impression." Both girls froze in stunned silence. Without waiting for an answer, her mother grabbed her arm and dragged her away. "It is him. Your arranged fiancé is here." The dreaded word struck Xia Ruoxue like a bolt of lightning. She could not believe her ears. "Wait, he actually came?" Her mother quickly shook her head. "Not him personally, but the martial arts Qin family has dispatched a literal grandmaster to visit us. This is a monumental honor for the Jia family. The man in question was none other than Qin Yuanxiang. He stood like an immovable mountain on the far side of the hall. Her mother's voice trembled with sheer excitement as she introduced him. That man is Qin Yuanxiang. He ranks exactly at number 600 on the Grandmaster leaderboard. His martial power is utterly terrifying. Since our Xia family is strictly built on business, we desperately need the protection of supreme martial experts like him. Moments later, Xia Ruoxue stood politely before the towering man. Mr. Qin, traveling all this way for my birthday banquet. It is my absolute honor. Hearing her respectful greeting, Qin Yuanxiang bowed slightly, maintaining the strict etiquette of the martial world. Miss Xia is too polite. The young master is currently in secluded cultivation to break through his limits, so he cannot leave the estate. I am here, as his sole representative. Please forgive his absence. However, once this banquet concludes, young Master Qin officially invites you to visit the Qin family estate. We hope you will give us face. A deeply awkward smile flashed across Xia Ruoxue's beautiful face. I sincerely appreciate young Master Qin's kind intentions, but I have been completely overwhelmed with matters lately. Let us save this meeting for another time. The rejection dropped like a bomb. The surrounding elite guests gasped in absolute disbelief. What did she just say? Xia Ruoxue just openly rejected a direct summons from the Qin family. Who in all of Jiangnan province would ever dare? Even with their immense wealth, the Xia family are just merchants. How dare they provoke a martial arts dynasty? Panicking at the sudden tension, Xia Ruoxue's mother immediately stepped in with a desperate, flattering smile. Mr. Qin, please understand. My daughter is just joking. She will definitely go. She is absolutely going. Hearing her mother's desperate backpedaling, Xia Ruoxue's eyes flashed with fierce defiance. Mother, didn't we agree I could stay in Jiangcheng for a while? I would rather die than join the Qin family. Her absolute refusal shattered the fragile peace. Qin Yuanxiang's face twisted into a menacing scowl, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. My young master despises being rejected. In fact, he absolutely loathes it. And when the young master is displeased, the consequences are soaked in blood. But before his threat could fully land, a booming burst of laughter shattered the room's suffocating tension. The source of that defiant laughter was none other than Wu Xiangming. He strolled in with casual supremacy, dropping a devastatingly sarcastic line. Qin Yuanxiang, you sure know how to throw your weight around. The crowd gasped. Xia Ruoxue's mother felt her knees go weak with shock. Wu Xiangming? Heavens above, what was a titan like him doing here? She had explicitly sent an invitation to the Wu family, only to be flatly rejected. Ignoring the fuming Qin lackey entirely, Wu Xiangming walked straight to the host with a brilliant, uncharacteristically warm smile. It is Miss Xia's birthday banquet. Naturally, the Wu family had to come and offer our deepest blessings. Without missing a beat, he clasped his hands together, his eyes crinkling with profound respect. First and foremost, allow me to wish Miss Xia a tremendously happy birthday. Every single word that left his mouth hit the elite guests like a physical shockwave. Their worldview was completely shattering before their eyes. The Wu family was notoriously aloof. They were extremely conservative powerhouses who rarely rubbed shoulders with ordinary aristocratic circles. Furthermore, Wu Xiangming held absolute authority within his clan. His presence alone cemented the entire Wu family's ultimate stance. Were they actually bowing their heads to give face to Xia Ruoxue? It made zero sense. Still reeling from the surreal moment, Xia Ruoxue maintained her elegant composure and bowed gracefully. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wu. Wu Xiangming waved his hands in an instant, panic of politeness, chuckling nervously. No need for such formalities. We are all family here, after all. Turning on his heel, his warm smile morphed into an icy sneer as he locked eyes with Qin Yuanxiang. The mockery in his voice was razor sharp and never missed its mark. I heard Miss Xia desires to stay in Jiangcheng for a few more days. Isn't that absolutely wonderful? Those mocking words ignited an inferno of blazing rage within Qin Yuanxiang. Wu Xiangming, what exactly are you implying? The entire world knows that Xia Ruoxue is destined to become the property of the Qin family. Unfazed by the rabid dog's barking, Wu Xiangming calmly crossed his arms, delivering a merciless verbal counterattack right on the spot. I would not speak so confidently if I were you. The wheel of fate is unpredictable, and no one knows who will be left standing in the end. That blatant disrespect snapped Qin Yuanxiang's last thread of sanity. He roared like a wounded beast, his ego completely shattered. Insolent fool. Your Wu family is no longer the legendary clan from 1,000 years ago. Jiangnan province is no longer a place where your Wu family can dictate whatever they please. You should know the apocalyptic price of crossing the Qin family. Despite having venom violently spit in his face, Wu Xiangming did not even flinch. His eyes merely narrowed with profound, untouchable disdain as his inner thoughts raced. The Wu family? The Qin family? In the grand scheme of things, both are absolutely nothing. The master I follow, Ye Chen, is an entity of absolute terror, a supreme being who can casually erase the memories of mortals with a mere thought, a godlike figure capable of summoning catastrophic anomalies from the very heavens. And these fools dare to covet his woman? The Qin family is blindly marching toward their own violent extinction. Snapping back to reality, Wu Xiangming pointed a commanding finger right at his own chest. His voice thundered through the hall. Qin Yuansheng, your master's clan may currently eclipse mine in sheer power, but I stand here as the absolute representative of the Wu family. While you are nothing but a leashed dog begging for scraps at the Qin family's table, what gives a pathetic mutt the right to compare himself to me? The ultimate humiliation finally broke the dog's leash. Boiling aura erupted from Qin Yuansheng's body as he violently raised his hand, charging up his deadly power. You are pushing it way too far, he shrieked. Seeing this pathetic display, Wu Xiangming's face darkened with absolute zero tolerance. With a contemptuous scoff, he unleashed his own terrifying pressure to intercept. Flaunting such a fragile aura. Do you actually think that pathetic trick can scare anyone? The moment their energies violently collided, Qin Yuansheng's power was instantly crushed into absolute nothingness. It was completely devoured, leaving him paralyzed with suffocating shock. But the crushing dominance did not end there. Like an invisible blade of pure spiritual energy, the residual aura slashed a bloody, agonizing line straight across the mutt's face. Reality hit him like a mountain. Knowing he was light years out of his league, he desperately clung to his shattered pride. He turned his back to flee in absolute disgrace, spitting out one final, pathetic threat. Just you wait and see. Wu Xiangming merely clicked his tongue, thoroughly disgusted by the fleeing coward. Once the toxic presence vanished, Xia Ruoxue's mother scrambled forward. Her face was plastered with a forced, trembling smile as she nervously wrung her hands, her voice dripping with desperate urgency. Mr. Wu, there is a crucial matter I must beg you to clarify. I recall you were an honorable judge at the recent Grand Martial Arts tournament. Please, you must tell me the final results. What happened? Is that boy named Ye Chen still alive? Those cursed words struck Xia Ruoxue like a physical blow. Devastating panic crashed over her as she violently rushed forward. What martial arts tournament? Why have I not heard a single word about this? Did something catastrophic happen to Ye Chen? Seeing her daughter's frantic desperation, the mother let out a cold, merciless sneer, her voice dripping with utter apathy. That useless trash dug his own grave. To think he actually dared to accept a deathmatch from Grandmaster Chen Yuanli. He was nothing but a pathetic mantis trying to stop a charging war chariot. Hearing the word Grandmaster, her world began to violently spin. Tears welling in her terrified eyes, she desperately pleaded with Wu Xiangming. Mr. Wu, Ye Chen is still alive, right? The absolute heartbreak in her voice immediately caught his undivided attention. But before Wu Xiangming could speak a single word of comfort, a familiar, utterly magnetic voice echoed from the shadows behind them. The sound forced Xia Ruoxue to snap her head up. Ruoxu, you are going way too far. Stepping into the light was none other than Ye Chen himself. Looking impossibly sharp in a tailored suit, he casually strolled forward with a devastatingly confident smirk. Cursing me on your own birthday? Do you really hate me that much? Ye Chen's sudden appearance strikes like a thunderbolt. Xiaoru Oshue's mother stares with her jaw practically hitting the floor. He is actually still alive? That is absolutely impossible. His enemies were none other than peak grandmasters Chen Yuanli and Jiang Baoguo. How could those two supreme martial artists possibly let this kid walk out of the death arena breathing? Suddenly, the sharp sound of wind tears through the banquet hall. A blurry silhouette dashes forward with terrifying speed. Out of nowhere, Wu Xiangming materializes and slams his knees onto the hard floor. He bows deeply before Ye Chen, who just stands there casually with his hands in his pockets. Wu Xiangming of the Wu family pays his highest respects to Mr. Ye. This mind-bending scene sends shockwaves through the elite crowd. The wealthy guests practically bulge their eyes out, immediately erupting into frantic whispers. What on earth is happening right now? This is the majestic Wu Xiangming, a top 500 grandmaster of the martial world, bowing like a mere servant to a 20-something kid. Heavens above. Somebody wake me up because I must be having a fever dream. The crowd is losing their minds, but Xia Ruoxue's mother looks like she has seen a ghost. 1,000 questions race through her panicked mind. This is pure madness. Wu Xiangming must have lost his absolute mind. What right does this nobody have to make a grandmaster kneel? If the main branch of the Wu family finds out about this humiliation, an apocalyptic wave of fury will definitely sweep through the city. But in stark contrast to her mother's utter panic, Xia Ruoshu's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. First, the Chu family, and now even the mighty Wu family treats Ye Chen like royalty. With these absolute powerhouses backing him up, Ye Chen actually has a fighting chance against the terrifying Qin family. The Qin family might be a ruthless monster in the business world, but her Ye Chen is still so young. His limitless potential could pierce the very heavens. Lurking in the shadows of the banquet hall, Qin Yuancheng has not left the premises. He stands near a velvet table, his face as dark and silent as a brewing storm. His cold gaze locks onto the young miss as he ruthlessly analyzes the situation. That undeniable sparkle in Xia Ruoxua's eyes. It is the unmistakable look of a woman deeply in love. Absolutely no one has the right to taint the young master's chosen woman. Even a bastard backed by the mighty Wu family will not be spared. Snapping back to the main event, Ye Chen flashes a confident smirk and waves his hand. Get up on your feet. Kneeling like this is turning me into the center of attention way too soon. Let us not steal the spotlight on someone else's birthday. Hearing this, Grandmaster Wu Xiangming slowly rises to his feet. Understood, Mr. Ye. With the annoying formalities out of the way, he strides straight toward the beautiful birthday girl. Happy birthday, Ruoxue. I am a little late to the party, but you are not going to hold that against me. Right? Right? Faced with his teasing tone, Xia Ruoxue charmingly plants her hands on her hips. She puffs out her cheeks in the most adorable pout. Of course I am mad at you. If you do not present a gift that completely blows me away tonight, this young miss is going to be furiously unforgiving. Hearing her playful threat, Ye Chen lets out a hearty chuckle. He confidently taps his chest and makes a bold declaration. Relax your heart. In this entire world, nothing is more precious than what I have right here in my pocket. I guarantee this gift will leave you completely breathless. Ye Chen's arrogant claim instantly triggers a massive wave of mockery from the elite crowd. What a joke. This country bumpkin sure knows how to talk a big game. Every single person in this room is a titan of industry or a master of absolute power. Does he really think our extravagant gifts will lose to his pocket change? The absolute audacity of this kid. Before the young couple can share another tender moment, Xia Ruoxue's mother harshly slices through the romantic tension. Ruoxu, the golden hour has arrived. Get up on that stage right now. Moments later, three prominent figures step into the dazzling spotlight of the grand stage. The matriarch grabs the microphone, commanding the room with her overwhelming presence. I deeply thank all our esteemed guests for traveling such great distances to celebrate my precious granddaughter's birthday tonight, and we are especially humbled by the glorious presence of the legendary Qin family. Your attendance brings infinite honor to our humble house. Down in the crowd, Ye Chen and Sun Yi casually analyze the VIPs under the spotlight. That imposing old woman must be Xia Ruoxue's grandmother. She still looks as tough as a mountain. The Xia family clearly takes their filial duty very seriously. While the boring speech echoes through the hall, Sun Yi finally seizes the chance to ask her burning question. Where in the world did you vanish to all day? I searched the entire venue and could not find a single trace of you. Ye Chen flashes a mysterious, dangerous smile. Just taking out a little trash. Nothing worth ruining the festive mood over. Satisfied with his cryptic answer, Sun Yi shifts her focus back to the dazzling Xia Ruoxue on stage. Ye Chen, hurry up and look. The main event of the night is finally starting. The first challenger is already stepping up to the stage. Right on cue, a pudgy man with slicked-back blonde hair waddles up with a sickeningly sweet smile. This is an authentic Emperor Jade. I spent a staggering 50 million just to secure this masterpiece. It took top-tier masters 2 grueling months to carve this heavenly Guanyin statue. I pray the young miss finds it pleasing. But watching this pathetic display of wealth, the surrounding elites simply sneer in disgust. Ha, does this fat pig have rocks for brains? The mighty Xia family literally controls the economic lifeblood of the entire Jiangnan province. The one thing they have too much of is filthy rich money. Flaunting a price tag in front of them, he is practically slapping his own face in public. The overwhelming mockery from the crowd sends a shiver of panic straight down Sun Yi's spine. Are you kidding me right now? A 50 million treasure is treated like absolute garbage here? What am I supposed to do now? The humble gift I prepared is going to look like a total joke in comparison. Seeing her sheer panic, Ye Chen offers a warm, reassuring smile. Relax your shoulders. Ruoxue does not care about ridiculous price tags. She only values true sincerity, and your genuine friendship easily outshines all the gold in this room. Sun Yi rolls her eyes, completely defeated by his smooth talking. You certainly know exactly what to say, but I will gladly take the compliment. Taking a massive gulp of air to steady her nerves, Sun Yi grips her small gift box with blazing determination. All right, it is do or die. I am stepping up to the battlefield next. If I wait for the real heavyweights to show off their treasures, I will absolutely lose the courage to present mine. It is better to just rip off the bandage and get it over with. With her mental shields fully raised, Sun Yi bravely marches straight toward the blinding stage lights. Seeing her best friend approach, Xia Ruoxue's eyes light up as she excitedly reaches out to accept the box. You are my absolute best friend in the whole world, but if you dare give me a fake-out gift, I will never let you off the hook. Relax your heart. I cannot guarantee if this is some heaven-defying treasure, but absolutely full of sincerity. Hearing those words, she happily reaches out and unties the delicate ribbon on the box. The moment the lid opens, Xia Ruxue's eyes widen in pure excitement. Wow. Resting inside the gift box is an exquisitely crafted miniature house. Sundi beams with pride and enthusiastically introduces her masterpiece. This is our home. I made this scaled-down replica with my own 2 hands. If you look closely through the living room window, you can even see 2 tiny figures of us. Xia Ruxue immediately peeks through the glass. Seeing the 2 little dolls sitting on the miniature sofa, her heart melts completely. Wow, the details are absolutely breathtaking. I absolutely love it. Overwhelmed with joy, she cannot hold back anymore. She throws her arms around Sundi in a tight hug, affectionately rubbing her cheek against hers. Sundi, how are you this incredibly talented? I love you so much. Sundi laughs warmly, returning the embrace. Of course you do. You better keep this treasure safe. Watching this heartwarming scene unfold, Wu Xiangming approaches with a gentle smile. What a deeply moving, sisterly bond. All right, it is my turn to present a humble gift. The old master takes a slow step forward, his tone completely casual. I came in quite a hurry today, so I did not have time to prepare anything extravagant. With a bright smile, Wu Xiangming reaches into his robes and pulls out a brilliant green jade pendant, tied to a simple red string. He gently offers it to Xia Ruxue, his voice full of genuine blessing. I wish to give this personal jade pendant to Miss Xia. May all of your greatest wishes come true. But the moment the crowd gets a clear look at the item, the atmosphere instantly shifts. Xia Ruxue's mother gasps, her jaw dropping to the floor in absolute shock. A simple jade pendant? No. That is unmistakably the legendary Wu family token. Holding that token means wielding the absolute protection of the entire Wu family. Its true value is beyond human imagination. Snapping out of her daze, her face turns pale with panic, and she instantly rejects it. Mr. Wu, please take it back at once. Our Ruxue absolutely cannot accept something so heavy. Hearing her frantic words, Wu Xiangming simply lets out a playful chuckle. What is there to refuse? Miss Xia is no ordinary mortal. With unyielding stubbornness, he presses the supreme token directly into Xia Ruxue's hands. Besides, compared to Miss Xia's deep relationship with Mr. Ye, this little trinket is practically worthless. The gift is officially given. Wu Xiangming flashes a highly meaningful smile, his eyes twinkling with a hidden agenda. I sincerely hope to drink your wedding wine very soon. When that glorious day comes, I will prepare a truly earth-shattering gift. Every single syllable leaves Xia Ruxue and her mother completely paralyzed. Finally snapping back to reality, Xia Ruxue's face flushes crimson. She shyly shrinks back, stuttering over her words. Wedding wine? But while the girls blush, a dark storm brews nearby. Qin Yuanchang stands off to the side, his face twisted in silent fury as the crowd erupts into heated whispers. Heavens, a massive storm is coming. Everyone in the province knows about the sacred marriage contract between the Xia and Qin families. For Wu Xiangming, to openly play matchmaker between that brat and Xia Ruxue, he is blatantly declaring a full-blown war. Hearing the whispers, Qin Yuanchang's simmering rage finally explodes. Radiating a terrifying aura, he marches aggressively toward Wu Xiangming, his voice a low, menacing growl. Wu Xiangming, I suggest you remember your exact place. When the reckoning comes, absolutely no one will be able to save you. But the old man simply scoffs. Huh, I have always known exactly where I stand. Seeing that the stubborn old fool refuses to back down, Qin Yuanchang sneers and pulls out a similar jade token. Humph, what a joke. The Wu family token? How laughable. Miss Xia, my Qin family's supreme protection order is the true king here. But he is not done yet. With a smug grin, he pulls a small, intricately carved wooden box from his coat. Furthermore, the Qin family has prepared an exclusive treasure just for Miss Xia. Refusing to keep the crowd in suspense, Qin Yuanchang snaps the box open, radiating pure arrogance. Behold, the drunken soul pill. Any ordinary mortal without a single drop of cultivation can consume this divine pill. Not only will they instantly awaken as a martial artist, but their power will skyrocket straight to the peak of internal energy. The moment the pill is revealed, the entire venue gasps in overwhelming awe. The appearance of the legendary drunken soul pill instantly crushes every other gift in the room. Young Master Qin is incredibly generous. Are you kidding? The Qin family ranks third among all martial arts families in Jiangnan province. Their foundation is terrifyingly deep, so of course they spare no expense. Completely abandoning her previous humble attitude, Xia Ruxu's mother now beams with pure greed. She eagerly steps forward, ready to claim the priceless treasure. Oh my goodness, young Master Qin is far too thoughtful. In that case, I will gladly accept this supreme gift on her behalf. I will make absolutely sure Ruxue visits your estate to express her gratitude. But right before her greedy fingers can touch the box, a hand snatches it right out of the air. And the intruder does not stop there. He ruthlessly hurls both the divine pill and the Qin family token to the floor, before slamming his boot down with a heavy stomp. It is Ye Chen, grinding the Qin family's sacred token beneath his heel. His eyes burn with murderous rage. Does this absolute garbage actually deserve to be presented to Ruxue? Witnessing this supreme disrespect, Xia Ruxue's mother shrieks in absolute terror. Ye Chen, what in the world are you doing? Have you completely lost your mind? But she is not the only one blinded by fury. Qin Yuanchang instantly erupts with explosive martial aura, ready to slaughter the boy where he stands. You dare destroy a gift from the young master? You are blatantly courting death. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Ye Chen simply smirks. With a flick of his wrist, he pulls out a massive handful of pills, instantly filling the entire hall with a heavenly aroma. That expired trash pill will only give Ruxue a severe stomachache. If Ruxue ever wants to eat pills, she can simply come to me. I have enough supreme pills to keep her full and perfectly healthy. Staring at the massive handful of glowing pills, and breathing in the intoxicating, soul-cleansing fragrance, the entire crowd freezes in pure disbelief. Heavens above, the pill fragrance is suffocatingly thick. Look closely. That brat's pills actually have divine pill veins. That proves they are flawless, peerless treasures of legend. Compared to these divine creations, calling the Qin family's pill absolute trash is not an exaggeration at all. Hearing the crowd's shock and staring at the mountain of peerless pills, Xia Ruxue's mother feels her soul leave her body. I knew he was an ancient martial artist, and I knew his hidden strength was terrifying. But how on earth does he possess a mountain of peerless divine pills? Adding Wu Xiangming's respectful attitude, could Ye Chen actually have an absolutely terrifying powerhouse backing him? Ignoring the crowd's shocked gasps, Ye Chen casually walks up and hands her the pill with a teasing smirk. Why are you spacing out? Take it. After pressing the pill into Xia Ruxue's palm, he pulls out another small box. That pill was just a freebie. The real gift I prepared for you is this. Open it. If you do not like it, I will do laundry for you and Aunt Sun for an entire year. Her curiosity sparked. Xia Ruxue eagerly accepts the challenge. Is that a promise? This lady has very high standards, you know. The lid pops open, revealing a breathtakingly exquisite blue pendant. The clueless crowd immediately starts throwing shade. Good heavens, what is that cheap trinket? He acted so mysterious over a basic piece of jewelry? And here I was actually expecting something grand. But as the pendant sways gently in her hand, overwhelming emotion crashes into Xia Ruxue, and heavy tears stream down her cheeks. The tear of the stars. Grandpa, his tear of the stars has finally returned. Sobbing uncontrollably, she holds the glowing pendant out toward her grandmother. Grandma, look at this. It is true. It is real. Her grandmother gasps, her voice trembling. It is the very tear of the stars my late husband personally crafted for Ruxue before he passed away. Even Xia Ruxue's mother, who had been arrogantly seated moments ago, is moved to her core. It really is father's tear of the stars. Where in the world did that brat find it? Watching her deeply moving reaction, Ye Chen flashes a helpless yet overwhelmingly tender smile. Do you like it? Through her breathless sobs, Xia Ruxue nods frantically. I love it. I love it so much. This is the greatest gift I have ever received in my entire life. Ye Chen chuckles, casually scratching the back of his head. As long as you like it. At least I am saved from a year of laundry duty. But the very next second, she completely shatters his composure. Leaning forward, she presses a soft, lingering kiss against his cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Seeing the untouchable ice goddess kissing, Ye Chen sends the entire banquet hall into an absolute uproar. Good God, are my eyes deceiving me? Xia Ruxue is one of the 3 golden flowers of Jiangnan. Whether it comes to her elite background, breathtaking beauty, or flawless figure, she is absolute perfection. As the whispers escalate, pure terror grips the crowd when a horrifying realization hits them. The most crucial detail? She is the official fiancée of the Qin family's young master. Yet here she is, passionately kissing another man in front of all high society. She just publicly handed the Qin young master a glowing green hat of betrayal. Realizing what she just did, Xia Ruxue jolts back in sheer panic, her face flushing crimson. But the flustered daze does not last long. With a gaze melting with profound tenderness, she whispers, "Thank you, my mysterious gentleman." Watching their intimate moment, Qin Yuanqiang feels his blood boil. Grinding his teeth so hard they might shatter, he roars with all his might, "Xia Ruxue, do you have any idea what you are doing?" Unable to swallow this catastrophic humiliation, his fury takes total control. Exploding with murderous rage, he lunges right at Xia Ruxue, raising a heavy hand to strike. "You shameless wretch! Today, I will teach you a lesson for the young master. Terrified, she instantly stumbles backward. She braces for the agonizing impact, shutting her eyes tight, but the pain never arrives. Qin Yuanqiang's brutal assault halts in midair. Out of absolutely nowhere, a devastating fist materializes, smashing directly into the elder's wrist with bone-crushing force. Moving at a blinding, godlike speed, Yi Chen has already positioned himself as an unbreakable shield before her. Blocking the strike effortlessly, he leaves Qin Yuanqiang seething with venomous rage. "You are courting death." Utterly humiliated, Qin Yuanqiang's face turns pitch black. He glares at the young man with eyes that want nothing more than to skin him alive. But Ye Chen does not give him the luxury of speaking another word. With a sickening crack, his palm viciously slaps right across the elder's face. The explosive impact sends Qin Yuanqiang flying backward like a broken kite. He careens wildly out of control before violently crashing into a nearby banquet table. A single slap is all it took. Qin Yuanqiang's face is left mangled and dripping with blood. "You bastard! I will kill you." Before the threat even finishes echoing, Ye Chen is already airborne, delivering a wind-tearing kick. The massive table launches into the air, shattering into splinters and engulfing the room in a thick cloud of dust. Stepping heavily onto Qin Yuanqiang's chest, Ye Chen pins him to the floor. His eyes darken with supreme, freezing disdain. What exactly is the Qin family? Even if your glorious patriarch was standing right here, his fate would be exactly the same. As the dust settles from the brutal one-sided massacre, the spectators turn pale with sheer, paralyzing horror. Heavens above, has this Ye Chen completely lost his mind? How dare he spew such blasphemy against the Qin family? If the patriarch were truly here, this place would be an ocean of blood. Completely ignoring the terrified whispers, the towering Ye Chen does not show a single ounce of fear, delivering his death sentence without hesitation. "You should thank your lucky stars that today is Rushui's birthday. Otherwise you would already be a corpse. I do not want your filthy blood staining this venue." Pausing for a fraction of a second, Ye Chen's voice booms like thunder. "Get lost." The moment the command drops, he raises his leg, casting a shadow of absolute dread over Qin Yuanqiang's bulging eyes. Giving him zero time to react, Ye Chen unleashes a brutal kick that launches the elder through the air. Qin Yuanqiang violently coughs up a massive mouthful of dark blood as his body rockets backward. He crashes into the hard ground outside with a sickening thud, eating dirt in the most pathetic display imaginable. Yet, despite his shattered pride, Qin Yuanqiang stubbornly crawls up, spitting blood as he makes his final, desperate vow. "You arrogant little brat. Just you wait. I am reporting this to the patriarch. I will make sure you die without an intact corpse." Hearing the hollow threat, Ye Chen simply closes his eyes and snaps his fingers with lethal authority. "Humph. Wu Xiangming, go take care of that barking Qin dog outside. Make it quick and clean. I do not want Ruxue seeing any gore." Without a single second of hesitation, Wu Xiangming bows with burning loyalty. "Understood." The words barely leave his mouth before his figure blurs out of existence, a bloodthirsty smirk on his face as his hands curl into deadly claws. Suddenly, Wu Xiangming is sent flying through the air like a broken doll. A split second later, Qin Yuanqiang's blood-curdling screams echo across the entire estate. Hearing those agonizing cries, the surrounding crowd freezes in pure shock. Their minds spin with absolute disbelief. Is this kid truly unafraid of the Qin family's devastating revenge? Having Wu Xiangming strike the blow is basically pushing the entire Wu family into an early grave. Everyone knows the declining Wu family cannot survive the Qin family's blazing wrath. Yet, watching this ruthless display of dominance, Xiao Ruxue's mother finally feels her fierce opposition waver. For someone so incredibly young to possess such overwhelming strength, his background must be absolutely terrifying. The monstrous power backing him is unimaginable. Perhaps letting Ruxue stay by his side isn't the worst idea. However, a heavy knot still tightens in her chest. It is truly a pity that this brilliant prodigy is destined to burn in the Qin family's furious fire. Snapping out of her complicated thoughts, the matriarch steps forward. She slowly speaks up, voicing a sudden request. "Ye Chen, follow me for a moment." Confronted with this unexpected invitation, the young master pauses in absolute silence. Moments later, the two arrive in a lavishly decorated private parlor. She gracefully bends down to pour him a steaming cup, asking softly, "Would you care for some tea? This is our family's exclusive black tea. Outsiders rarely get the privilege to taste it." Ye Chen smirks, his eyes flashing with amusement. "Oh, you are actually pouring tea for me?" His blunt words leave the elegant woman feeling utterly helpless. She forces a weary sigh. "What? Are you afraid it might be poisoned?" Catching the shift in her tone, Ye Chen lets out a dark, confident chuckle. "Why would I be afraid? Any poison you could possibly find in this realm wouldn't even scratch me." Hearing his absolute arrogance, she stares at the spiraling steam of the teacup in complete resignation. "You certainly do not lack confidence." Once they both settle into their seats, Her demeanor turns deadly serious. I must admit, the absolute chaos you have stirred up recently has truly opened my eyes. I will openly confess that my previous judgment of you was completely wrong. You are undeniably a terrifyingly talented prodigy. Faced with this rare praise, Ye Chen simply crosses his arms. His expression remains as cold as ancient ice. Did you call me here just to spout these meaningless compliments? Realizing that he has already seen right through her polite facade, she abandons the small talk. Xia Ruxue's mother finally cuts straight to the brutal truth. Of course not. Tell me, are you aware that Ruxue is bound by a marriage contract to the Qin family? Hit with this sudden revelation, Ye Chen leans forward slightly, answering with absolute honesty. A marriage contract? I have never once heard her mention such a ridiculous thing. His clueless response makes her violently massage her throbbing temples. This arrangement was carved in stone a very long time ago, she begins to explain. The Xia family stands as a towering giant within Jiangnan province. However, we merely control the economic lifeblood of the region. You must understand, for any elite family to expand and survive the test of time, they absolutely require the absolute protection of martial arts forces. Without pausing to let him interrupt, her gaze darkens with hidden burdens. She carefully adds another crucial piece to this dangerous puzzle. And that exact martial power is our Xia family's fatal weakness. Although we employ several Grandmaster-level powerhouses, in the grand scheme of things, it is simply not enough to protect us. For years, Ruxue's father has desperately sought an alliance with a true martial arts dynasty. The Qin family was the only one willing to accept. To put it bluntly, aligning with them is our family's only path to survival. Laying all her cards on the table, she takes a shaky breath. She uses every ounce of her diplomatic skill to gently persuade the unstoppable monster sitting before her. I know you harbor deep hatred for me. After all, I have done plenty of despicable things that would make anyone despise me. But every single sin was committed for the sake of the Xia family. It was all to protect Ruxue. If this suffocating contract with the Qin family did not exist, based on the immense backing of the Zhou and Wu families standing behind you, I would gladly give you my blessing to be with her. Desperate to prevent his refusal, she throws out every logical argument she can muster, but the wheels of fate have already been set in motion. Things have gone way past the point of no return. Next, the Qin family will undoubtedly unleash a storm of apocalyptic revenge. If the Zhou and Wu families wish to avoid total annihilation, they will absolutely sever all ties and refuse to help you. Having poured out her darkest fears, she aggressively rubs her tired face. A long, defeated sigh escapes her lips. I am telling you these ugly truths entirely for your own good. Leave Ruxue. Before news of today's disaster reaches the main Qin family, you must flee Jiangcheng immediately. Run to the ends of the earth where no one can ever find you. That is the one and only path where you get to keep your life. Bombarded with these dire warnings, Ye Chen simply keeps his arms crossed. He tilts his head, asking a question that sounds incredibly ignorant. Is this Jiangnan Qin family really that terrifying? Tell me, compared to the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, who exactly is stronger? Stunned by such a naive question, Xia Ruxue's mother raises her hand in exasperation. She quickly points out that the two factions operate on completely different levels. The Martial Arts Association is a supreme organization tied to the core interests of countless martial families. Both the Qin and Wu families are merely gears within that massive machine. There is absolutely no comparison to be made. If we are talking strictly about pure influence and destructive power, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association crushes the Qin family like an ant. Having received the exact confirmation he was looking for, a cold smirk dances on his lips. He lets out a soft breath. I understand now. Without another word, Ye Chen abruptly stands up, turning his back on the stunned matriarch. Farewell. Watching his retreating figure, the desperate mother assumes he is finally taking her advice to flee. She urgently offers, "Since you are choosing to run, I can immediately arrange a private jet for your escape." Hearing her pathetic offer of a coward's retreat, Ye Chen stops in his tracks. He delivers a single, bone-chilling declaration that freezes the very air. The heavens and earth may be infinitely vast, but absolutely no force in this world has the qualifications to make Ye Chen bow. If their pathetic Qin family dares to seek death, I will personally pull them up by their bloody roots. Leaving those dominating words hanging in the air, he slams the heavy wooden door shut behind him. Witnessing this display of absolute, unbending arrogance, Xia Ruxue's mother sits frozen, entirely unable to process what just happened.